Qin Xiao stared wide-eyed at the ancient and exquisite decorations before him. He then glanced down at his legs. Ahem, one must assess their legs upon transmigration, you understand. A mischievous grin spread across his face. How unfortunate. I feel utterly numb. The sky has fallen. Qin Xiao's youthful hand struck his forehead in exasperation. A disastrous beginning. After a considerable time, Qin Xiao began to come to terms with his new identity. He had traversed realms. Moreover, he had arrived in the celestial realm. The vastness of this realm was unknown to him. All he was aware of was his station. He was the seventh son of the Qin dynasty Emperor Qin Zheng, having been adopted by the Northern Guardian King, Qin Zhang, due to his congenital disabilities and various other reasons. Qin Zhang, the brother of Emperor Qin Zheng, was Qin Xiao's biological uncle. More importantly, on the day of his adoption, when his princely title was revoked, Emperor Qin Zheng had explicitly declared before the entire court that Qin Xiao would no longer hold any claim to the throne. Did he comprehend the last will of the late emperor? Ahem, although the late emperor was not yet in the past, a gust of cold wind swept through the room. Qin Zheng sat in a chair and glanced at his own legs. Ahem, it should be emphasized that it was his legs that were rendered useless. He let out a resigned sigh. To think that I, Qin Xiao, had guarded the mortal realm for eons, only to be betrayed by those close to me. After finally ascending to the celestial realm, you tell me I am crippled? How am I to seek vengeance under such circumstances? Qin Xiao clenched his fists tightly. Once a great emperor in the mortal realm, he had chosen to remain and protect the world for millennia, guiding his loved ones to ascend alongside him. Who could have foreseen this? Alas, the celestial realm has witnessed the ascension of the moonlit figure who diligently cultivates the path of detachment. Why, I ponder, must one ascend only to embrace such an unfeeling doctrine? It is one thing to practice the path of detachment, but quite another to obliterate the mortal realm in a single sweep. Is it not apparent that the denizens of the lower realm bear no influence upon your cultivation? Even the progenitor of the path of detachment, the founder of the way of inaction, could hardly exhibit the callousness of this woman. Yet I digress. The pressing matter at hand is how a cripple may cultivate within the celestial domain. My esteemed family, urgency is paramount. With a resounding creak, the doors swung open. Qin Xiao's heart raced with fervor. Two figures entered the room. One possessed sharp eyes and an aristocratic attire, exuding an air of noble elegance. The other, refined and graceful, moved with unerring poise, embodying the essence of decorum. The former was none other than Qin Xiao's nominal father, Qin Zhang. The latter was the esteemed scholar of the Qin dynasty, revered for his wisdom. Before Qin Xiao could gather his thoughts, the two had crossed the threshold before him. The scholar took hold of Qin Xiao's right hand and began to examine his pulse. Qin Zhang observed Qin Xiao, his gaze lingering on the scholar. With one hand clasping Qin Xiao's, the scholar occasionally furrowed his brow. Qin Xiao, watching the scholar's expression, felt a surge of trepidation. Qin Xiao in silent thought, what on earth is this? What do those furrowed brows and shaken heads signify? Kindly elucidate and refrain from uttering any reckless proclamations. Ultimately, it was Qin Zhang who could no longer restrain his curiosity, addressing the scholar with earnestness. Esteemed scholar, what is the verdict? Does my son exhibit the potential of a learned sage? The secretary gently placed his hand down and took a couple of steps towards the door. Both Qin Zhang and Qin Xiao directed their gazes towards the secretary. The secretary turned around, looking at Qin Xiao, and let out a heavy sigh. Your Highness, the heir's lower dantian is sealed. His meridians are blocked, rendering him exceedingly fragile, unable to cultivate the righteous energy. Setting aside martial or scholarly pursuits, the mere act of practicing could jeopardize his life. In my lifetime, I have encountered countless prodigies and numerous mediocrities, but someone as utterly inept as this. The secretary cast a glance at Qin Zhang, pausing momentarily in his tone. Such a peculiar case I have never witnessed before. Your Highness, I believe it would be best for the young master to enjoy a life of prosperity. As for everything else, perhaps it is best to let it be. After exhaling deeply, the secretary bowed and took his leave. Qin Xiao watched the secretary's retreating figure, his eyes nearly igniting with fury. Qin Xiao muttering, what nonsense is this? If you say it like that, Aren't you implying I am a cripple? Yu Qin expression reflected a mix of sorrow and indignation. His hands had unconsciously formed fists. Qin Xiao and Qin Zhan exchanged a glance. With a sigh, Qin Zhan softly spoke, Xiao, it's all right with Uncle Wang here. He will bear the weight of the world if necessary. You should rest well. Qin Zhan gently patted Qin Xiao's shoulder before stepping out of the room. The door was softly shut and the light gradually dimmed. In this shadowy chamber, unless one could hear the sound of breathing, no one would sense that another soul lingered within. Qin Xiao closed his eyes, immersing himself in contemplation as he began to assess the condition of his body. While the words of the secretary were indeed infuriating, they were nonetheless grounded in truth. Whether harsh or flattering, the reality remained. In the celestial realm, irrespective of one's background, if one cannot cultivate, they are deemed a waste. What significance does a prolonged existence hold for a waste? Bearing a profound enmity that ran deep as the ocean, the prospect of living out his days as a useless being was more torturous than death itself. After half an hour, sweat beaded on Qin Xiao's forehead, his expression taut, his body enduring immense agony. His lips were pressed firmly together, and he trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, Qin Xiao opened his eyes wide and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He wiped the corner of his mouth with his right hand. What on earth has happened to this body? Why is it so utterly useless? All the meridians are blocked and exceedingly frail, incapable of withstanding any energy it can only develop naturally. Moreover, my legs are incapacitated. I cannot even feel them. Are both primary meridians severed? Qin Xiao furrowed his brow deeply. Once more, today, either the meridians flow freely, or the protagonist meets his demise. With unwavering determination, Qin Xiao concentrated his spirit, once again delving into a state of introspection. Boom! Suddenly, Qin Xiao realized that he could not perceive the existence of his body. A radiant light engulfed his consciousness. Moments later, he found himself standing before a towering skyscraper. A surge of memories flooded his mind. Blue Star, the new century, a secondary pinnacle of civilization, gene development, genetic serums, star beasts, interstellar vehicles. A wealth of information cascaded upon him. Fortunately, Qin Xiao possesses a formidable spirit, and the previous entity retained merely a decade and a half of memories. Qin Xiao swiftly assimilated this recollection. Have I traversed realms once more? He murmured to himself. At present, he finds himself on Blue Star, a planet rich in millennia of traditional culture. In the year 8000 AD, Blue Star ascended to a secondary civilization. This world boasts sufficiently advanced technology to harness energy from its stars. Scientists have also deciphered the human genome and developed genetic elixirs capable of unlocking human potential to an extraordinary degree. As of now, the most powerful ninth-level warriors can navigate the cosmos, briefly relying solely on their own strength. The elevation of civilization brings forth both opportunities and challenges. Researchers have discovered that besides humanity, other life forms exist, collectively referred to as stellar beasts. Monsters are but a subset of these stellar beasts. Post-gene evolution, the inhabitants of Blue Star have witnessed the local fauna, influenced by genetic potions, begin their own evolutionary processes, collectively termed as demon beasts. I now a freshman at Blue Sea High, an orphan whose parents perished in a valiant struggle against stellar beasts. Am I toiling for genetic elixirs only to be deceived by my former lover? How could such a melodramatic fate befall me? What a glitch! The chaotic devouring technique is poised to be activated at any moment. Chapter 2. Genetic elixirs. How could this happen to me? Such misfortune. Fortunately, my predecessor was also named Qin Xiao. Otherwise, I would have to change my name. Qin Xiao shook his head, following the memories as he made his way towards his predecessor's apartment. I cannot afford to waste time after my sudden transition. I must first grasp the situation, though it appears I am here solely to understand the circumstances. Ahem. Let us momentarily set aside the awkwardness. Inside the apartment, Qin Xiao sat cross-legged on the bed, exhaling deeply. He then sprang to his feet, showcasing a few martial maneuvers and executing several sets of punches. It was only then that he paused. Fortunately, this new body is not lacking. At the very least, it is not a worthless being incapable of cultivation. Although the spiritual energy in this place is sparse, With my chaos-devouring heaven technique, I have reached the 6th level of body refinement. Qin Xiao unleashed a punch, the air resonating with the force of his blow. Given my current physique, this strike should possess a force of approximately 900 pounds. I recall that in this world, 900 pounds corresponds to a martial apprentice at the 9th level. Should I manage to surpass 1,000 pounds, I would earn the title of warrior. Even as a novice warrior, considering my current age, I would easily qualify for admission to a prestigious academy. As Qin Xiao organized his memories, he diligently sought to recall the details. Suddenly, the genetic elixir caught his attention. What is this genetic elixir? Qin Xiao furrowed his brow, the memories hazy and elusive. He raised his left hand and pressed a button on the wristband with his right. A luminous screen materialized before him as Qin Xiao skillfully, yet hesitantly searched for information. Subsequently, detailed information regarding gene serums was displayed on Qin Xiao's holographic screen. The primary gene serum, designed to disrupt and recombine genetic structures, facilitates bodily transformation. Valued at 100 star coins. The intermediate gene serum awakens latent genetic potential, enhancing physical capabilities, and is valued at 10,000 star coins. The advanced gene serum excavates and activates the body's inherent potential without harm or alteration, enhancing strength, and is valued at 1,000,000 star coins. As Qin Xiao contemplated the gene serums before him, he was reminded of an ancient proverb from Blue Star. Every existing civilization must possess its intrinsic value. The cultivation civilization, though formidable, seldom enhances human strength at the genetic level. He pondered the potential effects if the body of the great Qin dynasty were to consume a gene serum. After a brief moment of reverie, he shook his head. He was still oblivious to how he had arrived in this world. There were more pressing matters at hand. Elevating his strength was of utmost importance. Thus, Qin Xiao entered a state of cultivation, determined to break through to the first-tier warrior realm in one go. He was well aware of the announcement from the Huaxia Federation. Those who could achieve this feat before the age of 16 would receive a complimentary advanced gene serum as a token of support for prodigies. Before long, Qin Xiao found himself immersed in deep cultivation. As he delved further into his practice, a flash of white light enveloped him. Upon opening his eyes, Qin Xiao discovered he had returned to the celestial realm. Gazing at his small hands in astonishment, he murmured to himself, "What has happened to me? Was that merely a dream? Have I traversed into another realm?" In an instant, Qin Xiao furrowed his brow. His experiences as a sovereign in a past life swiftly restored his composure. Following this, a bold notion took root in his mind. He suddenly relaxed his spirit and entered a state of slumber. In a heartbeat, Qin Xiao found himself in the modern world. As he opened his eyes, a faint smile graced his lips. Indeed, as long as I succumb to sleep, my soul transcends into another world. It appears that my spirit serves as the nexus between these two realms. If this holds true, perhaps I, Qin Xiao, may indeed defy fate and alter my destiny. With renewed determination, Qin Xiao clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with ambition. The first objective is to enhance the prowess of the modern incarnation of Qin Xiao. Advanced genetic elixirs await my arrival. Soon, he immersed himself in a state of cultivation. Time became irrelevant during his practice. Before long, 3 days had elapsed. Qin Xiao not only ascended to the 6th level of body refinement, but also amassed an astonishing strength of 1,400 pounds. Had it not been for his attainment of the state of fasting, he might have continued his cultivation without interruption. Indeed, he had become a true master of the art. Standing in his chamber, he reveled in the flow of energy within his body, unable to contain his exuberant laughter. My path bears promise. My path indeed bears promise. Shortly thereafter, Qin Xiao stepped outside to indulge in a delightful meal. This feast, however, completely depleted his meager savings of 2-star coins. Standing before the vendor, he patted his empty pockets, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Alas, I have overindulged. Not a single coin left. What should I do next? Am I to toil away at menial work? Surely, that is beneath me. Once, I was a revered emperor. Qin Xiao departed from the stall, the cold wind howling around him, as he pondered amidst the throngs of people. An apprenticeship at a restaurant beckons, offering 8 hours for a mere star coin. Meals provided, but no accommodation. Delivery personnel for Blue Star earn a base salary of 22 star coins, with additional commissions, replete with benefits. Join us, if you will. The sounds of recruitment echoed in Qin Xiao's ears. What in the world? He muttered. But the certification for a level 1 warrior can yield some currency. The warrior's certification is free, and upon successful completion, one can earn at least 20 star coins. Moreover, demonstrating talent may grant a chance to receive advanced genetic potions from the Huaxiao Federation. He resolved to proceed, intent on visiting the Huaxiao Federation branch in Blue City. Yet, as he took his first step, he halted once more. The Huaxiao Federation branch, the very place for warrior certification, resides in the inner city. And look at Qin Xiao. Does he seem capable of affording life in the inner city? Ahem. The outskirts are a full 30 kilometers from the inner city. Furthermore, Qin Xiao's pockets are utterly empty. 30 kilometers? He gazed at the photon screen before him. Indeed, he was studying the map. A gentle pat on his mouth ensued. How can you consume so much? He scolded himself. Leaving a single coin for a taxi would suffice. Alas, Qin Xiao sighed in resignation. He set forth, dashing towards the inner city. Dragon's dance, let me practice. Soon, at the city's entrance, a youth was racing forward. Unbeknownst to many, one might think a young master was merely engaging in physical exercise. Yet, only the incessant exclamations from Qin Xiao filled the air. By 4 in the afternoon, after 6 hours of relentless sprinting, Qin Xiao finally arrived at the warrior certification office of the Huaxiao Federation. Gasping for breath, he stood in line, relieved to have made it at last. Half an hour later, having completed the necessary registration, Qin Xiao entered the certification chamber. Before him stood a machine designed to test strength. Following the instructions, he delivered a powerful punch to the device. The readings soared. 921, 927, 936, 3 consecutive strikes. Qin Xiao was astounded to discover his strength exceeded his expectations. Over 1,800 pounds of force. This was beyond what I had anticipated. This surely means I can easily certify as a level 1 warrior? A jubilant expression crossed Qin Xiao's face as he eagerly anticipated receiving the advanced gene serum. With the strength test passed, the speed and reflex tests commenced. Chapter 3, Breakthrough, Level 1 Warrior. Within the testing chamber, Qin Xiao had yet to savor his triumph when the second round of tests abruptly began. Suddenly, a barrage of lasers shot towards him. His rational mind informed him that these lasers were part of the assessment. Fortunately, Qin Xiao's speed far surpassed that of a level 1 warrior. After a brief interval, he flawlessly completed the test. Before him, 2 characters appeared, passed. Simultaneously, a notification chimed. Congratulations, Qin Xiao, for successfully passing the level 1 warrior certification. Certification level, level 1 warrior. Rewards have been issued. Please collect your warrior badge and rewards. Level 1 warrior Qin Xiao. The information of the first-tier warrior Qin Xiao has been transmitted to the cloud platform, and the Huaxiao Alliance will ensure the confidentiality of your information. Following the prompt, Qin Xiao approached a small box and received his warrior badge. The badge contains an electronic chip that records his personal information while also providing an introduction to certain warrior benefits. Furthermore, Qin Xiao finally laid eyes on the advanced gene elixir he had long yearned for. In addition, there were 180 star coins. Such a substantial amount of star coins? Qin Xiao's face lit up with delight. No one would ever complain about having too much money, especially considering the considerable purchasing power of star coins in the modern era. After collecting his items, Qin Xiao contentedly took a taxi back to his rented apartment. Who needs to walk when one has money? As for the implications of Qin Xiao's personal information being uploaded to the Huaxiao Federation's cloud platform, he paid little mind. Upon leaving the Federation branch, Qin Xiao promptly entered the Federation Mall with his star coins. With a grand gesture, he spent 100 star coins to purchase a bottle of basic gene elixir. Subsequently, he indulged himself and took a taxi back to his rented room. Why did Qin Xiao decide to buy a bottle of basic gene elixir? Naturally, it was for experimentation. To Qin Xiao, the body of the immortal realm is the true essence, while the modern body is merely a projection. Although he had reviewed countless tutorials on taking gene elixirs, for the sake of caution, Qin Xiao resolved to let his modern self consume it first to understand the effects beforehand, thus gaining insight into the whole picture. If not for a lack of funds, he would have eagerly prepared 2 bottles of the advanced gene elixir. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Qin Xiao immediately recalled the steps for consuming the gene elixir. Without further ado, he downed the gene elixir in one gulp. Subsequently, Qin Xiao concentrated his soul power to perceive the changes within his body, with the chaotic devouring technique poised to activate at any moment. Should anything appear amiss, Qin Xiao would immediately employ the technique to refine and consume the genetic elixir. In reality, After ingesting the genetic elixir, he could distinctly sense, through his soul power, its digestion in the intestines, swiftly permeating into his cellular structure. Soon after, a small cluster of cells seemed to detach from the body's control, quivering as if resonating with an unseen frequency. Gradually, surrounding normal cells began to join this rhythm, vibrating in unison. What started as a small group expanded into a larger multitude. Qin Xiao felt an increasing warmth within his body. His soul meticulously observed the transformations occurring. A wave of pain surged into his soul's perception. Fortunately, his robust soul rendered him relatively indifferent to the discomfort, although beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Such wondrous energy. It appears to be altering my very bloodline. No, it feels less like a mere alteration and more akin to a transformation. I sense my power burgeoning. A quarter of an hour passed. Though brief, it heralded a cataclysmic shift within Qin Xiao's body. The activity of his cells surged tenfold. Their division accelerated by more than double. His physical strength was continuously augmenting. Alas, while his soul could observe the cellular changes, it remained unable to penetrate the depths of the alterations occurring within the cells themselves. Upon completing his evolution, Qin Xiao moved his body, feeling the energy within him rapidly ascending. The strength has reached at least 2,000 pounds. The chaotic devouring heavens technique has also progressed to the 7th level of body refinement. Qin Xiao has further discovered that his strength continues to grow. Although the pace has somewhat slowed, he is confident that the breakthrough to the 8th level of body refinement is not far off. Currently, his strength is sufficient to reach 2,000 pounds, equivalent to a warrior of the first tier in this world. He is still 3,000 pounds away from breaking through to the 2nd tier of warriors. Should he manage to achieve this before graduation, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of the academy, resulting in a favorable allocation of resources. Perhaps by then, he might even gain access to the more advanced scientific achievements of this world. A smile graced Qin Xiao's lips as he contemplated this. The modern side is no longer a concern. With an increase in strength, benefits will naturally follow, at least regarding the realm of cultivation. Upon this thought, Qin Xiao furrowed his brow. Holding a high-grade gene elixir, he sat cross-legged and entered a meditative state. Indeed, he wished to test whether he could bring the gene elixir into the celestial realm. Suddenly, lying on his bed, Qin Xiao opened his eyes and looked down at his palm. The gene elixir was not there. A heaviness settled in his heart. It seems that these are indeed two distinct worlds. I cannot carry items from one world to another. Qin Xiao's brow slightly furrowed. The nature of his millennial temperament did not greatly affect him, for he could still conduct research, as long as he comprehends the essence of things. What is there to fear in replication? It is important to note that the celestial realm is the culmination of myriad small and large worlds, filled with wonders. Even a waste physique is merely one of those wonders. Suddenly, the door swung open. A group of ethereal elders entered through the door, with Qin Xiao trailing behind. Before Qin Xiao could react, they began to examine his body one by one, subsequently shaking their heads in unison. Your Highness, the young master's health is not in grave danger. It appears that his frail constitution renders him unable to assimilate the celestial energy, resulting in frequent drowsiness. This issue is not particularly serious. If a forced solution is sought, it may necessitate sending the young master into the little thousand world for recuperation, where the spiritual energy is sparse. Qin Xiao observed silently as these individuals scrutinized his condition, then watched them depart. His composure remained unperturbed. However, Qin Xiao left with a resigned sigh. Later, through inquiries, Qin Xiao learned that this group of ethereal figures comprised physicians and alchemists, one of whom was even a royal court physician. Yet, their examination yielded no results regarding his health. He had slept for 3 days and nights. It seemed that the passage of time in both worlds was equivalent, and he could not remain conscious in both realms simultaneously. This served as a reminder that during such slumber, one must ensure a secure environment. Fortunately, these physicians provided him with a convenient excuse. Otherwise, frequent episodes of sleep would be difficult to explain. There was, however, a matter that stirred a sense of urgency within Qin Xiao, the concern that Qin Xiao might be influenced by the physicians, potentially leading to his being sent into the little thousand world. If that were to happen, his quest for vengeance would drift further from reach. Yu Jian, I shall ensure your demise. It is inevitable. With that resolve, Qin Xiao commenced his research into how to reverse the elements of both worlds. Chapter 4. Oh no. I forgot to attend class. Qin Xiao tirelessly conducted experiments, yet the results were profoundly disappointing. The interchange of resources between two worlds proved to be an arduous endeavor. Moreover, the celestial realm was a pinnacle of existence. If he could manage to transfer resources from the celestial realm to the lower realm, the impact on the latter would be monumental. Alas, failure ensued. It appeared that the situation was far more intricate than I had anticipated. The conduit for this interchange between the two worlds lay within my very soul. The crux of the matter must reside in my spirit. If I could forge a space within my soul, perhaps I could facilitate the connection between the two realms. Qin Xiao swiftly grasped the essence of the situation. Consequently, he succumbed to slumber, drifting into the modern era. Compared to the celestial realm, he found himself more inclined to remain in contemporary society. The body he inhabited in the celestial realm instilled within him an inexplicable dread. 3000 Jin. Having attained the 8th level of body refinement, he finally broke through. Once my strength in this world surpasses the fetal movement stage, I should be able to commence the cultivation of my soul, given my physical prowess. At that time, unlocking the soul space would undoubtedly propel my power to unprecedented heights. While Qin Xiao was engrossed in his cultivation, a notification from his intelligent wristband broke the silence. He glanced down to see the name of his homeroom teacher. Oh no, this is terrible. I completely forgot about my modern identity. I am now a second-year high school student, skipping an entire week of classes right at the beginning of the semester. Isn't the teacher going to reprimand me? Qin Xiao clicked to answer the call, and a deluge of admonishment ensued. He wore an expression of embarrassment. After what felt like an eternity, the call finally ended. Qin Xiao let out a long sigh of relief. It's not the vitriol of others that one should fear, but the sincerity of false affection. This education is unavoidable. With a shake of his head, Qin Xiao proceeded towards the school. Upon arrival, he located the office of Class 3 in the 2nd grade, guided by his memory. He rapped on the door. Enter. A voice beckoned. Qin Xiao opened the door, beholding his homeroom teacher, Lin Yasi, for the first time, a 5th-level battle master. Contemporary cultivation levels were stratified into Battle Apprentice, Battle Warrior, Battle Master, Battle General, and Battle King, each divided into 9 levels. Beyond mere strength, each realm possessed distinct capabilities. Upon entering the office, Qin Xiao was greeted by a fragrant aroma. The office was impeccably tidy, with books arranged in a harmonious disarray. Lin Yasi, a quintessential mature woman, exuded an aura that naturally drew one closer. Intriguing. The arrangement of this environment seems to bear traces of a formation. As Qin Xiao stood in contemplation, Lin Yasi's voice broke through his reverie. Why are you standing there? Come in. Surely, you don't think I'll devour you, do you, Qin Xiao? She jested, her gaze fixed upon him, scrutinizing his every detail. Qin Xiao offered a faint smile. How could I? If Teacher Lin desired to consume me, I would consider it an honor. With a nonchalant shrug, Qin Xiao confidently approached Lin Yasi, stepping further into the office. His conviction solidified. A formation was indeed present within the room. Though somewhat rudimentary, its existence in this modern era was a rarity. The allure of beauty invariably inspires a desire for closeness, and Qin Xiao was no exception. He casually strolled to a position before Lin Yasi. At this juncture, it was Lin Yasi's turn to appear astonished. At this moment, Qin Xiao appeared quite different from the Qin Xiao she had come to know. Qin Xiao, I have heard about your situation. There are countless girls in this world, and I hope you can gather your spirits. As long as you are strong enough, you will encounter even better girls. Lin Yasi said earnestly as she looked at Qin Xiao. As for the student Han who bullied you, I have already warned him. From now on, you can focus on your studies at school without fear of being bullied. Lin Yasi spoke with great seriousness. A man is undeniably handsome when he acts decisively, and a woman possesses a captivating charm when she speaks with sincerity. Qin Xiao gazed at Lin Yasi with admiration, seemingly unfazed by her words. A sycophant? Bullying? Huh. A great emperor reborn should not be subjected to the whims of mere trifles. If he were to be bullied by a pack of insignificant individuals, he might as well forego his existence. Qin Xiao, were you paying attention to what I said? Lin Yasi observed his dazed expression and furrowed her brow. Yes, I was listening. Qin Xiao replied with a smile, noticing Lin Yasi's earnest demeanor. Teacher Lin, when you mentioned that I would meet better girls, did you include yourself in that? At this question, Lin Yasi was momentarily taken aback, her gaze fixed on Qin Xiao. They locked eyes for a brief moment until suddenly, a loud voice erupted from the office. Qin Xiao, get out. As he exited the office, Qin Xiao heard the sound of someone banging on the table behind him, but remained indifferent, a subtle smile playing on his lips. After a tiring day of cultivation, teasing the beautiful teacher is indeed a delightful diversion, Qin Xiao murmured to himself as he made his way to the classroom. In the mornings, lessons typically revolve around the study of liberal arts, focusing on the historical development of the world and fundamental scientific knowledge. After all, the advancement of global civilization is inextricably linked to the accumulation of knowledge. As civilization and strength evolve, the requisite knowledge also expands. One must grasp a wide array of subjects, from geography and meteorology to astronomy and personal cultivation. It would be unthinkable for graduates to emerge as mere brutes, lacking even the most basic understanding of the world. As Qin Xiaojing approached the classroom door, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Upon entering, he was met with a multitude of curious gazes and murmurs among his peers. What is he doing here? Didn't he get beaten up by Han Li and vow never to return to school? Whispers circulated, suggesting that Qin Xiaojing's conflict with Han Li stemmed from his involvement with Wang Zhejia, culminating in a severe thrashing at Han Li's hands. It was said that he had been recuperating at home since then. Could he truly expect to return to school unscathed after offending Han Li? Was he not afraid of another confrontation? The hushed conversations reached Qin Xiaojing's ears, yet he remained unfazed. The actions of my predecessor bear no relevance to me. If he possesses the audacity, let him provoke me. I shall demonstrate the vibrancy of my spirit. Upon settling into his seat, Qin Xiaojing promptly closed his eyes to meditate. His immediate priority was to break through to the fetal movement realm. The next stage following the body refinement realm is the fetal movement realm. Only by achieving this breakthrough would the strength of his physical form be adequate to support the expansion of his spiritual space. Failing to do so could result in physical decay or, in the worst-case scenario, the shattering of his soul. Just as Qin Xiaojing settled into his thoughts, he sensed someone calling his name. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered a large, rotund figure tugging at him. Brother Qin, you must leave quickly. Han Li is on his way. He has made it known at school that Wang Zhejia is his woman. If you compete with him for her affections, he will confront you every time he sees you, and he is already en route. This rotund individual is Zhang Sun, Qin Xiao's deskmate. The two have been inseparable since their first year of high school. Due to his physique, Zhang Sun has always been rather overweight, placing him at the lowest tier within the school hierarchy, and he has constantly faced bullying. It is universally acknowledged that studying is the most comfortable endeavor. However, the reality of class divisions also exists within the school environment. As one matures, these divisions become increasingly pronounced, only to be fully unveiled upon entering society. Qin Xiao firmly grasped Zhang Sun and pulled him down, after which Zhang Sun promptly seated himself on a stool. It's fine. Let him come. Chapter 5. Genetic serum for dog. Zhang Sun stared at Qin Xiao in astonishment. He was well acquainted with his steadfast companion. Yet he was taken aback by the strength displayed in that moment. Before he could utter a word of inquiry, a girl clad in a white school uniform approached Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao narrowed his eyes, fixated on her. Zhang Sun, too, found his attention drawn to this figure. It was none other than Wang Zhejia, Qin Xiao's former girlfriend. Qin Xiao, there is no possibility for us, she declared. You are merely an ordinary person. While Han Li is the heir of the Han family, Han Li possesses an entire clan to provide him with resources for cultivation, whereas you have only yourself to rely upon. By aligning myself with Han Li and leveraging the Han family's resources, I will undoubtedly break through to become a warrior and gain admission to university before graduation, thus achieving great success. You and I are not of the same world. Wang Zhejia exclaimed, surrounded by several female classmates, collectively imposing pressure on Qin Xiao. Zhang Sun glanced at Wang Zhejia and then at Qin Xiao, mustering his courage to speak. Wang Zhejia, what are you even worth? If it weren't for Brother Qin bestowing his cultivation resources upon you, would you have been able to advance to the 8th level of warrior? You claim you don't need it. Then have the audacity to return the primary gene potion that Brother Qin provided you. I am eager to see how you will break through without it. Zhang Sun was perplexed at the source of his audacity in delivering such a statement. He understood that offending Wang Zhejia was tantamount to incurring the wrath of Han Li, leaving him with no place to stand at Haiqing High School. Yet, what did it matter? The fervor of youth often leads one to stand for something, or to refuse to yield. He had already been bullied to such an extent within the school. If necessary, he could always choose to drop out. Zhang Sun's bold words surprised Qin Xiao, stirring a flicker of emotion within him. After all, Zhang Sun's declaration was made without knowledge of his true strength, the repercussions of which could be dire. Though we may not be together, we can still be friends. Wang Jejia suddenly retrieved a vial of primary gene potion from her pocket, directing her gaze at Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao, if you give me the primary gene potion, I will ensure that Han Li does not harm you. Moreover, we are friends. Even if I become someone else's girlfriend, you would still wish me well, wouldn't you? Wang Jejia looked at Qin Xiao with genuine sincerity. In a prior existence, such words from Wang Jejia would have rendered Qin Xiao unable to refuse. Friends, indeed. How utterly ironic. However, at that moment, Qin Xiao abruptly rose to his feet and seized the elementary gene potion from Wang Jejia's grasp. I apologize, but I have no desire to befriend you, he declared. Furthermore, regarding this item, before the entire class, he opened the cap of the elementary gene potion and poured its contents onto the ground. Qin Xiaoyu, Wang Jejia exclaimed, unable to contain her shock as she pointed an accusing finger at him. What are you doing? Qin Xiao cast the potion to the floor. Just then, a dog dashed in from outside, immediately licking the spilled gene potion. What is it to you? What I choose to do is none of your concern. I discarded my purchased gene potion. Do you have an objection? It is my property, and how I dispose of it is entirely my prerogative, he retorted, dismissively swatting Wang Jejia's hand aside. It's merely an elementary gene potion. Is it truly of great value? Qin Xiao scoffed. For in his possession lay a bottle of advanced gene potion. Given his current prowess, he could easily apply to universities beyond his level. It was said that the cultivation resources within universities were far more abundant. Once he entered university, would he truly lack for resources? Moreover, Qin Xiao's confidence was never predicated on the university. It stemmed solely from being Qin Xiao. His words left the onlookers in astonishment, gazing at him in disbelief. They were all aware of the origins of that bottle of elementary gene potion. It represented years of diligent savings on Qin Xiao's part. In a corner of the classroom, a woman clad in a white dress turned her gaze toward Qin Xiao, intrigued. Though clad in a white dress that renders her petite and charming, every gesture she makes betrays her regal demeanor. Qin Xiao, you, I shall remember you, she exclaimed. You would rather pour the gene serum on the ground to feed the dogs than share it with me? Truly, I must be blind. Just you wait. When Han Li arrives, I shall ensure that he renders your hands useless. Wang Jejia seethed through gritted teeth. Qin Xiao curled his lips slightly in a dismissive smirk, settling onto a chair and closing his eyes. Begone, he said nonchalantly. Wang Jejia clenched her fists, contemplating striking Qin Xiao, but ultimately bit her lip. It was not that she did not wish to vent her frustrations. Rather, with her cultivation at the 6th level of a combat disciple, she was no match for the 7th level combat disciple, Qin Xiao. Just wait, Qin Xiao. Han Li is a 1st level warrior. I hope that when he arrives, you do not find yourself begging for mercy, Wang Jejia declared in fury as she swept away. Brother Qin, how imposing. Now this is true manhood. Zhang Sun praised Qin Xiao profusely. Then, he scrutinized Qin Xiao with a puzzled expression. Wait a moment. Brother Qin, this is not like you. Aren't you usually utterly obedient to Wang Jejia? What has changed today? Surely, you haven't been possessed by someone else? Qin Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, meeting Zhang Sun's curious gaze. The tides of the Qiantang River surge. Today I have come to know my true self, he remarked unexpectedly. What? What does that mean? Brother Qin, do you think I am uneducated? When did you become so eloquent? Zhang Sun scratched his head, a look of bewilderment upon his face. Qin Xiao turned his head away, disinterested and engaging. Just as Zhang Sun was about to inquire further, a group of individuals stormed into the classroom with an imposing presence. Han Li had arrived. A spectacle was about to unfold. Upon noticing the newcomers, whispers rippled through the classroom. Han Li strode confidently among the crowd, flanked by his followers who cleared a path. Some even went so far as to hurl desks and chairs aside. The surrounding students cowered, too intimidated to express their discontent. Han Li, a first-tier warrior and a senior student, belonged to the prestigious Han family of Haiqing. Ordinary students tended to steer clear of such privileged scions who wielded both power and influence. Li Gu, Qin Xiao just bullied me, exclaimed Wang Jejia, her eyes lighting up as she rushed towards Han Li. Without hesitation, Han Li swept her into his embrace, exuding an air of dominance. Wang Jejia's circle of friends followed suit, rallying around her. Young Master Han, Qin Xiao has gone too far. He even fed Jejia's junior gene serum to his dog. You must understand how vital gene serums are to us ordinary folks. He may not need it, but that hardly justifies using it to feed a dog. Upon hearing their words, Han Li's fists clenched in fury. Qin Xiao, how dare you bully my woman? You seek death. Without the need for Han Li to utter another word, his subordinates immediately encircled Qin Xiao and Zhang Sun. You're talking nonsense. Qin Xiao discarded his own gene serum. Why should you concern yourselves with his belongings? Chapter 6. My unwarranted inquiry. As a crowd gathered around, Zhang Sun's face turned pale with fear. His right hand discreetly grasped a jade pendant, ready to crush it at any moment. You are courting death, Han Li exclaimed furiously, releasing Wang Jiejia with his left hand, preparing to take action himself. At that moment, Qin Xiao suddenly struck. His speed was so swift that the onlookers hardly had time to react. Qin Xiao seized Han Li by the throat and forcefully slammed him to the ground. The scene unfolded with Qin Xiao gripping Han Li's neck, who lay on the ground, his face flushed and filled with terror. I warn you one last time, do not provoke me. Otherwise, death awaits. Qin Xiao's eyes radiated an unreserved, murderous intent. The crowd, witnessing this display, dared not to make a move. In the face of Qin Xiao's lethal aura, Han Li, standing closest to him, felt the weight of impending doom. He sensed that his life was hanging by a thread. Qin Xiao's gaze slowly shifted towards Han Li. I do not mind a mere jester attempting to disturb me. However, since you have chosen to intrude, you shall pay the price. Before Han Li could utter a word, Qin Xiao rose to his feet and delivered a kick towards him. In an instant, Han Li was sent flying several meters away, crashing heavily onto a table. Qin Xiao dusted off his hands and turned his attention to Wang Jiejia. I was truly blind to have ever taken a liking to someone like you. Knowing you has brought me nothing but misfortune. Remember this, do not provoke me. His gaze towards Wang Jiejia was laden with warning. Ah, that hurts so much. Qin Xiao, how dare you harm me? Just wait. Han Li, lying on the ground, slowly rose, his eyes filled with resentment as he fixed them on Qin Xiao. Just as Han Li was about to utter some harsh words, he caught Qin Xiao's gaze and swallowed them back. You useless lot, what are you still standing there for? Hurry and help me. Han Li scolded his lackeys. The group of subordinates quickly rushed to assist him. Wang Jiejia wished to express her concern for Han Li, but in the glaring eyes of the crowd, she chose to withdraw. Have I truly made the wrong choice? No, I have not. Qin Xiao must have launched a sneak attack. Yes, it was indeed a sneak attack. If Qin Xiao hadn't ambushed him, how could he have possibly harmed Han Li? Just wait. Once Han Li recovers, Qin Xiao, brace yourself for the retaliation of the Han family. Wang Jiejia returned to her seat, her fists clenched tightly, her eyes averted from Qin Xiao. But to admit defeat? Absolutely not. Qin Xiao remained indifferent to the crowd's reactions. His presence at the school was merely a means to participate in the college entrance examination and gain admission to a more prestigious institution. Brother Qin, you are magnificent. With just one move, you incapacitated Han Li. How did you manage that, my esteemed elder brother? Please teach me. Zhang Sun incessantly queried Qin Xiao. However, Qin Xiao showed no interest, closing his eyes to enter a meditative state. Unbeknownst to him, a certain gaze in the classroom was scrutinizing him from time to time. A murderous aura. How could he emanate such a murderous aura? Has he taken a life? And more than one? Impossible. He is as young as I am. How could he have killed someone? Qin Xiao remained oblivious to the fact that someone was secretly observing him within the classroom. Even if he had noticed, it would have been of no concern to him. Prior to entering the classroom, he had already conducted a thorough assessment. There was not a single individual present who posed a threat to him. It is important to note that he practiced a supreme technique from another realm. The chaotic devouring technique, which encompassed numerous abilities that Qin Xiao had yet to reveal. As the bell rang for class, Lin Yasi made her way towards the classroom. In the same breath, she witnessed Han Li fleeing in disarray. Through the accounts of her fellow classmates, Lin Yasi grasped the unfolding events. Damn it! How audacious of Han Li to disregard my warning. He deserves a beating, she thought, a surge of anger igniting within her. However, her attention was soon diverted by another matter. Could Qin Xiao truly have defeated Han Li? Was it genuine? Han Li was a level 1 warrior. Could Qin Xiao have vanquished him with a single strike? Had he possibly advanced to a level 2 warrior? That seemed implausible. He was merely 15 years old. Perhaps 16 at most. A 16-year-old level 2 warrior in Haiqing, a third-tier city, would indeed be an extraordinary genius. Lin Yasi furrowed her brow. Memories of Qin Xiao teasing her flooding her mind. Never mind, she resolved. Attending class would reveal the truth. With this thought, a faint smile graced her lips. Lin Yasi was the homeroom teacher of Class 3 in the second year at Haiqing High School. and she also taught liberal arts subjects. Coincidentally, her next class was upon them. As she entered the classroom, an instant silence enveloped the space, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The position of the homeroom teacher among the students remains undeniably significant. As Lin Yasi ascended the podium, she inadvertently cast a glance at Qin Xiao, who happened to open his eyes at that precise moment. Their gazes met, but Lin Yasi quickly averted her eyes, unwilling to appear overly concerned. The class commenced formally. With a wave of her hand, a projection materialized. Lin Yasi employed an advanced pedagogical approach, enriching her lecture with case studies, videos, and illustrations. Qin Xiao listened attentively, and before long, the class concluded. Through this session, he gained a profound understanding of the world, astonished by the depth of its insights into time and space. Could this truly be merely a second-tier civilization? Such thoughts prompted deep reflection within Qin Xiao, alongside a burgeoning sense of urgency to enhance his abilities. This world was evidently not as secure as he had envisioned. As soon as the class ended, Lin Yasi intended to call Qin Xiao over for a brief inquiry. However, in the blink of an eye, he had vanished from sight. Indeed, upon the conclusion of the lesson, Qin Xiao departed the classroom without hesitation. With no afternoon classes, he had no desire to linger. His immediate objective was to rapidly elevate his strength and unlock his soul space, thereby determining the efficacy of the genetic elixir in relation to his own cultivation journey. Should it prove ineffective, he would need to seek alternative paths. Though Qin Xiao often appeared carefree, he approached significant matters with utmost caution. Yet, on his way home, an unexpected occurrence transpired. A young girl clad in a white dress obstructed his path, exclaiming, "Qin Xiao, please wait a moment. I have a question I wish to ask you." The young maiden possessed a beauty that was both enchanting and ethereal, her words imbued with the vitality of youth. Being in her presence effortlessly bestowed a sense of comfort. Alas, time was not on his side. Her appearance did not stir any turbulence within Qin Xiao's heart. Indeed, the girl was stunning, and he could sense an immense power emanating from her. Yet what of it? Rejected, Su Lingxian wore a look of astonishment. Did he truly just walk away? In the past, her mere presence commanded attention, drawing the gaze of many admirers who longed for a conversation with her. Yet, this man before her seemed to disregard her entirely, leading Su Lingxian to experience an unprecedented insecurity regarding her own beauty. "I do not seek your guidance without recompense. I am willing to offer something in return, such as this Chapter 7. The energy starstone. Su Lingxian hurriedly approached Qin Xiao, retrieving an object from her bosom, a white jade stone that she presented before him. Upon beholding the stone, Qin Xiao halted his steps. "What is this?" Furrowing his brow, he gazed at Su Lingxian. From the jade, he sensed a tremendous surge of energy. Should he utilize this stone to aid his cultivation, his progress would undoubtedly accelerate. "It is a starstone," Su Lingxian declared, her eyes fixed on Qin Xiao. "This white starstone is worth 10,000 star coins. If you can reveal to me the secret behind your mastery of killing intent, I shall gift you this stone. With it, your abilities should see a remarkable enhancement." Qin Xiao accepted the starstone from Su Lingxian, carefully attuning himself to the energy it contained, before shifting his gaze back to her and inquiring further. "Do you wish to know how to master the aura of killing, or do you aspire to wield it yourself? I possess a method that could assist you in mastering this formidable energy. However, how many starstones are you prepared to offer in exchange? Remember, you have but one opportunity to make your proposal, and should it fail to meet my expectations, the transaction will be nullified. I do not have the luxury of time to engage in frivolities with you." Qin Xiao returned the star stones he held to Su Lingxian before turning to depart. He had already assessed the star stones, and based on his calculations, he would require at least 100 of these stones to break through to the. If Su Lingxian could only present a few, it would be futile. Such time could be better spent on cultivating his skills. While having the assistance of star stones would undoubtedly be beneficial, Qin Xiao dreaded the complications that could arise, especially under tight time constraints. With his current pace, he estimated that a month would be necessary to achieve the. Yet, with an ample supply of energy, he could accomplish it in just 7 days. "Can you assist me in mastering the aura of killing? How long will it take? If you can enable me to generate and control this aura within a month, I will offer you 50 star stones. Should you manage to do so within a fortnight, I shall provide you with 100 star stones," Su Lingxian remarked, observing Qin Xiao's retreating figure. Qin Xiao, with his back turned to Su Lingxian, shook his head. Sensing his rejection, Su Lingxian let out a sigh. Indeed, it seemed that generating the aura of killing was not as simple as she had once envisioned. However, the deadline for the college entrance examination registration loomed just a month away. If one were to miss the examination for a month, even with the mastery of killing intent, it would likely be too late. Su Lingxian's face displayed urgency. I may have been somewhat fanciful in my thoughts. Your ability to harness killing intent must be a mere stroke of fortune, for even the elders of our clan might not possess such a skill. How could you possibly teach me? After uttering these words, Su Lingxian intended to depart. 3 days. In 3 days, I can help you cultivate killing intent and master it. How many star stones are you willing to offer? Just as Su Lingxian took a step forward, she abruptly halted. Her expression one of incredulity as she gazed at Qin Xiao. You truly believe you can achieve that? I possess only 200 star stones. Is that sufficient? If it falls short, I shall gather more, striving to amass 500 star stones. Su Lingxian regarded Qin Xiao as if he were her last beacon of hope. That will suffice. Over the next 3 days, you must adhere to my instructions, and you shall undoubtedly cultivate killing intent. Now, how many star stones do you currently possess? Hand them all over to me. Qin Xiao instructed Su Lingxian. She promptly presented the 8 star stones she carried on her person. I only have these 8 star stones. Although I possess 200 in total, I cannot carry them all with me. Qin Xiao accepted the star stones and nodded. You promised 500 star stones, leaving you with a debt of 492. Once I have taught you to master killing intent within these 3 days, you must settle the balance. We shall conclude our discussion for today. Let us connect on Star Message. I will send you a location tomorrow so that you may arrive early. Upon the conclusion of Qin Xiaohua's words, the two individuals exchanged a brief touch of their wristbands, thus establishing a connection. Without waiting for Su Lingxian's response, Qin Xiaohua turned and departed. As he left, his gaze flickered towards a certain corner by the roadside. Su Lingxian, wishing to convey something further to him, found herself confronted only by his retreating figure. After Qin Xiaohua's departure, an elderly man suddenly emerged from the very corner Qin Xiaohua had just observed, materializing before Su Lingxian. Miss, why did you so hastily bestow the starstone upon him? Although he may possess the ability to control his murderous intent, that does not imply he is capable of imparting knowledge to you. What if he is a deceiver? Su Lingxian inhaled deeply and shook her head. Uncle Fu, you are aware that I have no other choice. For the disciples of the Su family, particularly the females, if one fails to demonstrate any aptitude for cultivation by the age of 16, the family will inevitably arrange a marriage to protect its interests. Now at 15, my cultivation level is merely that of a level 4 warrior. Should I not exhibit talent in other areas, the family may well decide to marry me off. The ancestral laws are binding, even upon my father. With those words, Su Lingxian continued onward, while Uncle Fu followed behind, letting out a heavy sigh and shaking his head. In the Su family courtyard, within the study, Uncle Fu meticulously reported the events of the day to a middle-aged man. This man was none other than Su Lingxian's father, Su Jun, the commander of Haiqing. The Blue Star is home to 720 cities, comprising 480 third-tier cities, 210 second-tier cities, 24 first-tier cities, and 6 premier cities. Among these, Haiqing ranks at the lower end of the third-tier cities. In each city, 3 commanders jointly wield significant power, and Su Jun is one among them. Absurd. Even if my Su family possesses considerable wealth, we cannot afford such extravagance. That scoundrel is clearly a fraud. How could one so easily grasp the essence of killing intent? This is not a battlefield. To deceive my Su family is an audacious act. Su Jun exclaimed in fury. Standing silently beside him, Uncle Fu chose not to speak. After a prolonged moment, Su Jun let out a heavy sigh. Very well. Let that spirit be tormented as it will. If that lad truly possesses the ability to teach Lingxian the nuances of killing intent, it would be splendid. If not, having already offended the Han family, he shall likely meet his demise without my intervention. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Su Jun signaled for Uncle Fu to exit the study. Killing intent, in the civilized world, is a unique form of energy. In confrontations, it can enhance the user's capabilities to a certain extent. When a cultivator breaks through to the rank of battle master, they awaken their innate talents. What Qin Xiao remains unaware of is that the manifestation of killing intent is one such talent. The civilized world is capable of unraveling any form of energy, and killing intent is merely one variant of it. Meanwhile, upon returning to his rented dwelling, Qin Xiao eagerly commenced his training with star stones. As for teaching Su Lingxian about killing intent, Qin Xiao dismissed it entirely. Mastering killing intent offers countless methods for a mighty emperor. What a potent force of the stars! The essence contained within these star stones is indeed the power of the celestial bodies. Qin Xiao mused, intently absorbing the energy. The chaotic devouring heavens technique swiftly activated, and soon, the star stones crumbled into fine powder. Chapter 8. The condensation of killing intent in less than a quarter of an hour. Qin Xiao had completely exhausted the energy within the star stone. Simultaneously, his cultivation had ascended to the 9th layer of body refinement, with his strength reaching an astonishing 10,000 pounds. According to the classification of civilization levels, Qin Xiao could now be considered a second-tier warrior. Once his strength reached 100,000 pounds, he would be able to transcend to the next realm, that of a battle master. Achieving this status would allow for the awakening of innate talents, granting him extraordinary powers and the ability to manipulate energy into tangible forms, revealing myriad wonders. Alas, the star stones were far too scarce. He consumed them in a single breath, utterly insufficient for his needs. While the inhabitants of this civilized world cultivate the power of the stars, I practice the chaotic devouring technique, enabling me to absorb any form of energy. In this realm, I possess an inherent advantage. Qin Xiao carefully attuned himself to the energy coursing through his body, which was continuously transforming his flesh. Although the energy from the starstone was singular in nature, it significantly benefited my cultivation. I had underestimated the role of the starstone. It seems I must also incorporate the training of Su Lingxian into my plans. The following day, Su Lingxian rose early, quietly awaiting a message from Qin Xiao. In truth, she felt a profound unease, deeply concerned that Qin Xiao might be deceiving her. Yet, she fervently hoped that his words were indeed true. The Su family was one of the prominent clans within one of the 6 major cities, where various factions intertwined, their interests entangled. A moment's carelessness could lead to the downfall of even the most prestigious families. Therefore, aside from self-reliance, the Su family often resorted to strategic marriages as a means to navigate these complexities. Due to the interests of familial alliances, such occurrences are commonplace among prominent families. Beep, beep, beep. Su Lingxian did not wait long before she received a message from Qin Xiao through the star communicator. It was succinct, merely a location and a brief request. Bring more star stones. Su Lingxian refrained from further elaboration and set out with the star stones in hand. Having chosen to place her trust, she would await the outcome in 3 days' time. After Su Lingxian departed, Uncle Fu followed closely behind. Inside the rental apartment, Qin Xiao had just concluded his cultivation. Lacking an energy supply, he was left to absorb the energy molecules that lingered in the air. Compared to other genetic warriors, his cultivation speed was indeed considerably swift, yet it still fell short of his expectations. The primary concern was that the realm of immortals posed a significant danger to him, a danger which he remained oblivious to, unaware of the crises that awaited him there. Qin Xiao did not have to wait long. Su Lingxian soon appeared at the door of his rental apartment. Upon seeing her, Qin Xiao inquired, "Have you brought the star stones?" Su Lingxian furrowed her brow but presented the star stones. However, this time, she produced red star stones. Without waiting for Qin Xiao to ask, she elucidated. These are level 2 star stones, containing energy 10 times that of level 1 star stones. I have brought 20, which equates to 200 level 1 star stones. The remainder will be given to you once you teach me the art of killing intent. Qin Xiao accepted the star stones, sensing the energy within and nodding in acknowledgement. What Qin Xiao was unaware of was that, in the marketplace, while a level 2 star stone could be exchanged for 10 level 1 star stones, very few would opt for such a trade, as low-quality stones held little value, while high-quality ones were exceedingly rare. The rarer the item, the more valuable it becomes. Qin Xiao did not dwell on such matters. In his view, as long as the energy was sufficient, anything was possible. All right, Qin Xiao replied. I do not have much time to teach you the art of cultivation. I can only impart the essence of killing intent to you in the quickest manner. Once you have mastered it, we shall settle our affairs and part ways. Without waiting for Su Lingxian to respond, he led her into the rented apartment. Once inside, Qin Xiao instructed Su Lingxian, sit cross-legged on the bed. Soon, I will transmit my energy to you. Open your mind and do not resist. Su Lingxian furrowed her brows, glancing at Qin Xiao's bed. Although the room was tidy, the thought of lying down on the bed made her uneasy. Suddenly, she began to perceive Qin Xiao as a charlatan, seeking both wealth and allure. Hesitation gripped her, and she remained motionless. Hurry up. What are you dawdling for? I cannot afford to waste time here. If you are unwilling, there will be no refunds. Qin Xiao scolded. Seeing this, Su Lingxian gritted her teeth and approached the edge of the bed. Slowly, she removed her shoes, revealing her white stockings, before sitting cross-legged upon the bed, making an effort to cover herself with her short skirt. In her heart, she had already resolved that should Qin Xiao attempt any improper behavior, she would ensure he understood the consequences of deceiving her. Unbeknownst to Qin Xiao, Su Lingxian's thoughts were far from his own. Despite her beauty, she was merely a girl in the eyes of a great emperor, and thus failed to pique his interest. Close your eyes and open your mind. It may hurt a bit, but you must endure. Restrain yourself, and you shall attain that which you desire. Su Lingxian nodded in assent. With Uncle Fu present outside, she harbored no apprehension regarding her safety, only concern as to whether she could master the homicidal aura. As Su Lingxian closed her eyes, Qin Xiao touched her forehead. A glimmer of spiritual light emerged, swiftly entering Su Lingxian's mind. Instantly, a plethora of images materialized within her consciousness. Subsequently, Su Lingxian's mind delved into these scenes. Su Lingxian dreamt of being bound to a bed, while Qin Xiao was on the verge of committing an indecent act against her. Su Lingxian struggled frantically, incessantly pleading for mercy. In another scene, Su Lingxian witnessed her kin being slain one by Qin Xiao, while she remained imprisoned, forced to observe. The look in Su Lingxian's eyes, as she gazed upon Qin Xiao, was imbued with murderous intent. Su Lingxian vociferously exclaimed to Qin Xiao, I shall certainly kill you. Kill, kill, kill. A surge of crimson energy commenced gathering upon Su Lingxian's person. The homicidal aura coalesced, tempering the chains that bound her, layer upon layer. In reality, Qin Xiao observed the incessant accumulation of homicidal aura upon Su Lingxian's body, and he nodded in approval. This young lass possessed a rather commendable aptitude. She was on the cusp of mastering the homicidal aura so swiftly. He wondered what she had dreamt of that could elicit such potent murderous intent within her. Alas, it mattered not. As long as she awakened the homicidal aura, the transaction would be fulfilled. Verily, employing illusions to awaken her homicidal aura proved to be the simplest and most effortless method. A trace of smugness graced Qin Xiao's lips. At that very moment, Su Lingxian, in reality, abruptly cried out, I shall slay you. Kill, kill, kill. The intensity of the murderous aura is escalating rapidly. Is the illusion shifting into reality? What has she truly dreamt of? Qin Xiao furrowed her brow. At that moment, the door to her rented room suddenly shattered. Uncle Fu burst in, shouting, Thief! How dare you bully my young lady? Prepare to pay with your life. As Uncle Fu launched his attack, his right hand transformed into a dragon claw, aimed directly at Qin Xiao's heart. Just as the dragon claw was about to pierce her body, Qin Xiao abruptly retreated. In the process, the items in the room were smashed to pieces. It was then that Uncle Fu finally noticed the murderous aura coalescing around Su Lingxian. Soul transmission. Uncle Fu couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, he truly realized that Qin Xiao was instructing Su Lingxian in the art of condensing killing intent. However, it was too late. The dragon claw, filled with resentment, was already unleashed, and he had no time to withdraw. The violent energy rampaged through the room, targeting Qin Xiao's heart. Just as it seemed that Qin Xiao was doomed, she concentrated all her strength into a single point. The chaotic devouring technique operated at overload, supplying her with energy. Heavenly finger. A beam of light coalesced at the tip of Qin Xiao's right index finger, and in an instant, a wave of light erupted, shattering Uncle Fu's dragon claw. At that moment, Qin Xiao soared into the air, her gaze towards Uncle Fu brimming with murderous intent. The materialized killing aura directly restrained Uncle Fu's movements. How audacious you are to ambush me. You have sealed your own fate. Heavenly finger. Annihilate. Once more, a white light gathered at Qin Xiao's index finger, and upon witnessing this light, Uncle Fu's complexion turned pale. He discerned a lethal aura emanating from the incandescent light. The essence of his life force detached, coalescing into a radiant halo of protection. However, the encroaching specter of demise did not diminish. Rather, it intensified with each passing moment. As a dire crisis loomed, precipitating a matter of life and death, Forbes, with nary a moment to spare, prostrated himself in supplication. A misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. I beseech you. Sir, spare me. With the celestial finger technique consummated, Qin Xiao had not anticipated Forbes' sudden act of kneeling. The digit's trajectory shifted ever so slightly, and a beam of pure white light instantaneously pierced Forbes' astral barrier, concentrating its force upon the right side of his chest. Forbes was immediately sent hurtling backward, crashing through the wall behind him and collapsing outside. A torrent of crimson blood erupted from his mouth, as a wave of excruciating agony engulfed his entire being. Yet, in this critical moment, Forbes had no time to dwell on his suffering. He steeled himself against the torment, and with a trembling frame, he approached Qin Xiao, kneeling on one knee. "This old one was blind and ignorant, and has trespassed against you, sir. I beg your forgiveness. I am the young lady's protector, and upon hearing her cries, I acted rashly in my concern, resulting in this unfortunate misunderstanding." Qin Xiao, too, was far from his best, having employed the celestial finger technique twice, transcending his current level of ability, had completely drained him of his inner reserves. Qin Xiao paid no heed to Forbes' entreaties. Instead, he swiftly produced a level 2 star stone and initiated the chaos-devouring heaven art, absorbing its energy to replenish his depleted vitality. The excessive strain on his body's energy reserves demanded immediate attention, lest it leave lasting damage. The level 2 star stone, held within Qin Xiao's grasp, visibly transformed into dust with astonishing rapidity. Forbes, witnessing the spectacle, was utterly dumbfounded. Is this a demon? To absorb the energy of a star stone at such an accelerated rate? Unbeknownst to Qin Xiao, Forbes was lost in contemplation of the young man's extraordinary abilities. Having consumed all the star stones in one go, Qin Xiao finally came to a halt. Simultaneously, his physical condition had largely restored. Only then did Qin Xiao cast his gaze upon Uncle Fu. "You shall bear the entirety of the losses incurred. Do you have any objections?" Qin Xiao looked down upon Uncle Fu. Although Qin Xiao's realm did not surpass that of Uncle Fu, his enigmatic nature was undeniable. The warrior's body had astonishingly unleashed the power of a battle general, utterly captivating Uncle Fu. "I have no objections. It is a grace that you spare this old man's life." Uncle Fu, suppressing his pain, bowed to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao waved his hand dismissively, then glanced at Su Lingxian before sitting cross-legged in another position to begin restoring his vitality. Although the star stones had promptly replenished his energy, the intense concentration of superhuman strength still bore its share of side effects. Qin Xiao needed to absorb energy to mitigate these impacts. Seeing Qin Xiao commence his cultivation, Uncle Fu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He understood that his survival was entirely due to the favor of the young lady in their household. Otherwise, that beam of light would have done far worse than merely piercing his chest. Within the dilapidated rental space, Uncle Fu also began to mend his wounds. After ingesting healing elixirs, he entered a state of recovery. Fortunately, Uncle Fu's injuries were not severe, aside from the impact caused by the breach of his life domain. He was otherwise unharmed. The heavenly spirit finger had penetrated his chest, but not his heart. Had it done so, even divine intervention might have been futile. Meanwhile, after being carried home by his younger brothers, Han Li's father, Han Wei-ning, the head of the Han family, was seething with rage. "How dare someone strike my son? Who is it that shows such contempt for the Han family?" Han Wei-ning gazed at Han Li, whose body was entirely wrapped in bandages, wishing to comfort his son, but finding no way to start. "Father, you must avenge me. The one who injured me is a worthless Qin Xiao. If he hadn't ambushed me, I wouldn't have been severely injured. You must kill him for me. You must kill him." The image of Qin Xiao's overwhelming strength flashed through Han Li's mind, filling him with an uncontrollable fear. Following the fear was a surge of madness. Han Li clenched his teeth, his face twisted with malice. "Qin Xiao, a mere commoner. How dare you lay a hand on a member of the Han family? You're seeking death. Where are the Han family's death warriors? Before dawn tomorrow, I want to see Qin Xiao's head on my desk." Han Wei-ning clenched his fists tightly. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed across the clear sky. Meanwhile, in Qin Xiao's rented room, Fu Bo had already recovered from his injuries and stood quietly by, guarding Qin Xiao and Su Lingxian as they cultivated. Once Qin Xiao's condition stabilized, he immediately resumed his cultivation, unwilling to waste even a moment. That day, Qin Xiao's cultivation was only superficial, yet his vigilance towards Fu Bo did not diminish in the slightest. Several hours passed, and suddenly, Su Lingxian awoke from her trance. At the same time, a red energy began to coalesce around her. This energy caused red circles to appear around her eyes. Wherever the red energy spread, it brought a chilling cold that made one shiver uncontrollably. Even Fu Bo, standing nearby, could feel the impact of this red energy. Is this the aura of killing intent? Indeed, it is no surprise that this is one of the top 10 domains in Huaxia. The young lady has just awakened her murderous intent, which surprisingly affects me, causing my breath to involuntarily slow. Fu Bo gazes at Su Lingxian in astonishment, soon replaced by delight. Qin Xiao, sensing the aura of killing intent, withdraws from his cultivation. Upon witnessing Su Lingxian's condition, he cannot help but nod in approval. It seems that the plan to assist Su Lingxian in mastering her murderous aura within 3 days may be expedited, given her remarkable talent. Just as Qin Xiao contemplates the forthcoming training regimen, Su Lingxian suddenly makes a move against him. Qin Xiao, you scoundrel, you wretch. I shall kill you. I will have you torn apart. Su Lingxian unleashes her tangible killing intent towards him, her fists clenched, aimed directly at his head. Her actions leave both Fu Bo and Qin Xiao in a state of bewilderment. What is happening? Have I wronged you in some way? Why such intense hatred towards me? Before he can receive an answer, Su Lingxian's formidable strength descends upon him. Chapter 10, The Embryonic Stage, Break. Just as Qin Xiao prepares to retaliate, Fu Bo intervenes, subduing Su Lingxian. Green energy swirls around Fu Bo, manifesting into verdant vines that restrain her. Although the killing intent seeks to erode the green vines, it is insufficient in quantity. For the moment, Su Lingxian remains immobilized. Please, do not harm the young lady. Fu Bo implores anxiously as he sees Qin Xiao approach Su Lingxian. Qin Xiao halts before her, meticulously observing her state. Qin Xiao could distinctly sense that the closer he drew to Su Lingxian, the more intense her killing intent became. It was not akin to being consumed by madness. Rather, it felt as though he were her sworn enemy. What had she experienced in her dreams? Qin Xiao pondered within himself. In that moment, he unleashed his soul power, manifesting an ancient bell above him. Awaken! A resonant sound of the soul reverberated throughout the room. The formidable force of his soul power caused Uncle Fu great discomfort, prompting him to cover his ears. Yet, the sound targeted the very essence of the soul, rendering his efforts futile. Fortunately, Qin Xiao's intention was solely to rouse Su Lingxian. After a brief moment, he retracted the soul bell. At this juncture, Su Lingxian's consciousness began to clarify, and she turned her gaze toward Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, you're alive. You're not dead. How wonderful! Su Lingxian exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy and tears. At that moment, Qin Xiao approached her side and gently patted her shoulder. Su Lingxian was startled by his sudden presence and instinctively stepped back. Qin Xiao furrowed his brow in response. Just then, Su Lingxian's realization struck her. What I just witnessed, was that a dream? She tentatively inquired. Qin Xiao met her gaze, asking, what precisely did you dream about? Why do you harbor such resentment towards me? The first thing upon awakening was to confront me. I am most curious about what transpired in your dream. Su Lingxian looked into Qin Xiao's eyes, and suddenly vivid images flashed through her mind, causing her face to flush crimson. While she indeed possessed a formidable killing intent, she could not comprehend why she had dreamt of such things. It felt so achingly real. Qin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Your affairs are of no concern to me. You have already mastered the aura of killing. With diligent practice, you will undoubtedly make further progress. Having settled the final payment, our transaction is complete. He then turned his gaze towards Uncle Fu. You are aware of the damages caused to this room. You must compensate for them. Uncle Fu nodded in acknowledgement. As Qin Xiao spoke, he had already issued the order for departure. He did not take the matter of the damaged property to heart, as acquiring a house required but a trifling sum of star coins, especially for a rental. Uncle Fu stepped forward and clasped his hands towards Qin Xiao, saying, My lord, given the current state of this house, it is likely uninhabitable. Perhaps you could accompany me to the Su residence? They have ample guest rooms and a serene environment. During your stay at the Lin family, you would be undisturbed. Uncle Fu's invitation was somewhat presumptuous, yet as a seasoned warrior, his considerations were undoubtedly more profound. Standing nearby, Su Lingxian glanced at Qin Xiao and spoke. Now that I have mastered the aura of killing, I am unable to provide your remuneration at this moment. However, you can accompany me to the Su residence to retrieve it. Upon finishing her words, her gaze remained fixed intently on Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao praised the two of them and nodded. He was not intimidated by the Lin family, regardless of how perilous they might be. If anyone sought to do him harm, he possessed means to defend himself. Moreover, he held only gratitude towards the Lin family, with no enmity. Subsequently, under Uncle Fu's arrangements. Qin Xiao boarded the chariot with Su Lingxian, heading towards the inner city. Neighbors around peered out, curious about the unfolding events. Curious to witness the remarkable prowess emerging from this ordinary slum, Qin Xiao arrived at the Su residence. His gaze meticulously scrutinized the surrounding architecture, not overwhelmed by the grandeur of the Su family, but rather intrigued by the technological marvels it housed. In this era, magnetic levitation has become quite commonplace, and even anti-gravity is no longer a rarity. As Qin Xiao explored the Su manor, Su Lingxian stood behind him, observing him with keen interest. Unintentionally, she found herself captivated by this enigmatic and formidable peer. Uncle Fu had discreetly informed her along the way that Qin Xiao's strength was unfathomable, claiming even he could not match him in prowess. Though Su Lingxian had encountered many geniuses in the premier city, none had reached such a young age while having engaged in combat with warriors of the general rank. While Qin Xiao assessed the Su estate, Uncle Fu was covertly observing him as well. The extraordinary status of Qin Xiao had already left an indelible mark on Uncle Fu's mind. Otherwise, he could not fathom how someone merely 15 or 16 years of age could contend with a warrior of his caliber, possessing the capability to take his life with the slightest gesture. Such a prodigy could only be nurtured by the elite families of the foremost cities. He could think of no other explanation. This was a presence that even Su Jun, the head of the Su family, would approach with utmost caution. To put it in perspective, if Qin Xiao possesses such formidable talent at this tender age, he is destined to become an undeniable powerhouse in the future. If not now, then when should one express admiration? After escorting Qin Xiao to his room, Su Lingxian departed without delay. As for Uncle Fu, once he confirmed that Qin Xiao had no further requests, he discreetly withdrew. Qin Xiao surveyed his surroundings within the confines of the room. Indeed, the technologies I had previously encountered were but a mere drop in the ocean when considered against the vast tapestry of civilization. In the hands of these formidable powers, it was certain that even more advanced technologies existed. Qin Xiao nodded to himself. It was not long before a maid arrived, presenting him with 60 pieces of secondary starstones, part of which was compensation from Uncle Fu. Naturally, Qin Xiao was more than pleased to accept the starstones. Subsequently, drawing upon fundamental modern knowledge, he activated the cultivation function within the room. During the cultivation process, unless granted special permissions, disturbances were prohibited. With the starstones in hand, Qin Xiao eagerly entered a state of cultivation. He aimed to swiftly break through to the fetal movement realm, thereby opening his soul space and transporting advanced genetic elixirs into the celestial realm. Before commencing his cultivation, Qin Xiao utilized 6 secondary starstones to meticulously arrange a formation. This was not due to a lack of trust in the Su family, but rather an embodiment of the adage that caution is the mother of safety. The chaotic devouring heaven technique commenced, and over 50 secondary star stones were reduced to powder at a visible pace. A surge of formidable energy flowed through Qin Xiao's skin, seeping into his body with each breath. Guided by his focused intent, this energy refined his limbs and bones, having already surpassed the 9th level of body refinement. Qin Xiao gathered this immense energy solely to facilitate his breakthrough into the fetal movement realm. The extraction of energy from the star stones made his advancement to this stage almost inevitable, as all the energy completed its refining process within Qin Xiao's body. A portion of it ultimately converged in his dantian through his meridians. The fetal movement realm, broken through. Chapter 11. The soul space, a formidable aura emanated from Qin Xiao's body. Concurrently, his cultivation successfully transitioned from the body refinement realm to the embryonic movement realm. The body refinement realm primarily focuses on honing physical strength and enhancing one's vital energy. Upon breaking through to the embryonic movement realm, he could condense spiritual energy within his dantian. At critical moments, he could manipulate this spiritual energy externally to confront adversaries. This bears a resemblance to the role of a warrior. However, ancient martial arts and cultivation diverged significantly from the path of a warrior, with the former being more enigmatic and unpredictable. At last, he had achieved the embryonic movement realm. Drawing from the experiences of my past life, I now possessed a modicum of self-preservation on this literary star. Once the opportunity arose to acquire sufficient materials to refine a spiritual weapon, my strength would be further augmented. Qin Xiao calmed his mind, attuning to the power within his body, and then solidified his newfound realm. The next step was to cleave his soul, thereby creating an internal space. The soul's encapsulation and the space within it are distinctly different. The former is external, while the latter is internal. In another sense, one could liken the power of the soul to a bag. I can fill this bag with certain substances, yet these substances remain external to the bag itself. However, once the soul space is established, any substance within this space becomes an integral part of the soul. Thus, any location harboring a soul equates to a switch, allowing for the retrieval of its contents, akin to a multidimensional space. It is precisely for this reason that Qin Xiao felt a degree of confidence in his ability to transport high-grade genetic elixirs into the immortal realm after establishing the soul space. Without hesitation, he set forth to take action. At this moment, Qin Xiao was oblivious to everything else. He directly summoned his soul. The soul could take on any form, and while most individuals would manifest as their own likeness, Qin Xiao would diverge from this norm. He transformed his soul into a grinding wheel, while another portion morphed into a hammer and a small knife. To alter the essence of the soul and expand its capacity, there were two methods. The first involved erasing the soul's own power to create a small space, while the second required mastering spatial energy, which could also be infused into the soul to achieve the same result. The former was excruciatingly painful, and the latter demanded exceedingly high prerequisites. Lacking any other options, Qin Xiao had no choice but to opt for the first method. He began to obliterate his soul's power to carve out a certain space, subsequently reinforcing this space with his soul's energy. This approach would fulfill his requirements, albeit the process was intensely agonizing. The grinding wheel of souls clashed relentlessly, inflicting immense pain upon Qin Xiao. Meanwhile, the soul energy, shaped into hammers and knives, continued to chip away and refine the essence. Even with the composure of a great emperor, Qin Xiao could not suppress a cry of anguish. Expanding space within the soul was not a task to be accomplished in a day. He could only grind away bit by bit, taking it step by step. On another front, Uncle Fu entered the study to meet Su Jun, recounting in detail the events he had encountered in the rental apartment. Su Jun looked at Uncle Fu incredulously. "You mean to say, the spiritual immortal truly wields the power of killing intent? That young man actually possesses a way? Yet, you nearly lost your life at Qin Xiao's hands? Is this true? Is it possible that you were careless? Is that why you were injured, leading you to this misconception?" Su Jun paced back and forth before Fu Bo, then turned his gaze toward him and inquired. Before Su Jun, Fu Bo lifted the fabric of his left arm, revealing a gruesome wound. "Master, behold this injury. Qin Xiao's power has completely penetrated my body. Had it not been for the urgent moment when Qin Xiao slightly altered his trajectory, the blow might have struck not my chest, but my heart. I implore you, master, to think carefully. We must not provoke Qin Xiao," Fu Bo asserted gravely to Su Jun. He even harbored doubts about whether Qin Xiao could have avoided harming him altogether. Perhaps this piercing of his chest was merely a warning for them. Su Jun gazed at Fu Bo's wound, lost in contemplation. As a warrior at the 7th tier of the Battle King, he was acutely aware that beyond the Battle King realm, there existed even more formidable adversaries. The Su family, even in a top-tier city, was merely a second-rate clan. Had it been otherwise, he would not have been assigned to such a low-ranking third-tier city. The Su family's dealings were naturally more extensive. You mentioned that he has also displayed his soul power? This suggests that we must treat Qin Xiao with utmost seriousness. Perhaps his identity is far more intricate than our investigations have revealed. He may originate from one of those prominent families. The manifestation of soul power is a hallmark of a battle sovereign, and for one as young as Qin Xiao to wield such control over the soul is indeed remarkable. It is evident that behind him, there is at least one formidable warrior nurturing his talents. Su Jun thought to himself, increasingly convinced of this notion. After all, how could an ordinary third-tier city suddenly produce such a prodigy? Upon hearing Su Jun's remarks, Uncle Fu breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely concerned that Su Jun might act recklessly. If he were to offend someone of great significance, not only would the Su family of Haiqing face repercussions, but even the Su family of the imperial capital might find themselves entangled. There are 6 major cities in total: the imperial capital, the magic city, the demon city, the spiritual city, and the soul city, with the imperial capital holding the highest prestige amidst a complex web of influences. The family head has spoken. Now, Qin Xiao resides in our Su family. How should we extend our hospitality to him? Uncle Fu inquired of Su Jun, just as Su Jun was about to respond. He abruptly halted, contemplating for a moment before answering. Let it unfold naturally. If Qin Xiao indeed hails from the imperial capital, he is not someone we can easily fathom. We shall allow Ling Xian and Qin Xiao to interact more. Whether fortune may arise from Qin Xiao will depend on Ling Xian's own destiny. Upon finishing his words, Su Jun let out a deep sigh, feeling a sense of helplessness. Despite being as powerful as a battle king, he found that not everything in today's world could align with his desires. In the room, Qin Xiao appeared pallid, as a potent force of spiritual energy surged above his head, cascading in waves. Were it not for his breakthrough to the fetal movement realm, which provided a steady flow of energy nurturing his physical body, he would likely have already succumbed to destruction. Nonetheless, even in this state, Qin Xiao was far from comfortable. At long last, after a prolonged struggle, a fissure tore through Qin Xiao's soul. Waves of other spiritual energies surged forth, relentlessly expanding this rift. Enduring immense torment, Qin Xiao lost track of time, whether it had been mere minutes or countless hours. Eventually, the rupture in his soul stabilized, undergoing a process of refinement and solidification. At last, Qin Xiao's spiritual realm had been successfully established. Exhausted, he lay on the ground, relieved that it was finally accomplished. He hoped that this spiritual domain would not betray his expectations. Without pausing for rest, Qin Xiao placed a vial of advanced genetic elixir into his spiritual realm, his consciousness sinking into the celestial realm. Chapter 12. Success. The path to cultivation within the confines of the room. Qin Xiao reclined on his bed and slowly opened his eyes. Even in the celestial realm, fatigue enveloped him. After all, the weariness of the soul far surpassed that of the body. Nevertheless, Qin Xiao steeled himself, gathering his spiritual energy above his head to unlock his spiritual domain. Within this sacred space, a deep blue potion materialized before his eyes. It worked. Qin Xiao exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Simultaneously, under the nurturing essence of the celestial energy, his spirit experienced a measure of restoration. Alas, he could not cultivate at this moment. Had he been able to, his spiritual power would undoubtedly have surged immensely, transcending earthly limits. He contemplated whether the advanced genetic elixir could alter his physique at a genetic level. He did not seek monumental changes, merely a hint of efficacy. Even if it could merely allow his body to bask in the celestial energy, he would be content. Qin Xiao mused within himself, as his state resembled that of an oxygen-intoxicated reverie. The abundance of oxygen overwhelmed the body, primarily due to the elevated quality of the celestial energy. Clearing his mind, Qin Xiao swallowed the advanced gene elixir in one gulp. He then closed his eyes, patiently awaiting the transformation within. After a brief moment, he distinctly felt a surge of heat coursing through his body, which soon morphed into pain, a sensation absent when consuming the basic gene elixir. Indeed, the effects of the advanced gene elixir were markedly different from those of its rudimentary counterpart. Enduring the pain, Qin Xiao diligently focused on channeling the power of the elixir through his system. Simultaneously, the ethereal energies of the universe flowed uncontrollably into his being. This sight brought a smile to Qin Xiao's face. It was indeed effective. He had not anticipated that merely consuming the advanced gene elixir would enable his meridians to establish a circulation. With this development, the absorption of celestial energy and the practice of cultivation would no longer pose a challenge. Just as Qin Xiao could not contain his joy, he suddenly realized that the pace of the celestial energy's flow was far too rapid for his small physique to endure. In response, he immediately activated his soul's power to isolate the celestial energy. Although it required considerable effort, he managed to achieve a delicate balance under the circumstances. With a sigh of relief, Qin Xiao acknowledged his prudence. Had he acted impulsively, he would have surely been overwhelmed by the influx of celestial energy. He cautiously controlled a small portion of the celestial energy, allowing it to gradually enter his body for transformation. Time slipped away unnoticed until the servant outside presented him with food, signaling the end of his cultivation session. Now, his body has adapted to the cultivation of the celestial realm, no longer susceptible to the effects of oxygen intoxication. The only regret that Qin Xiao harbors is that his legs still seem incapable of movement. Young master, today's meal consists of spirit rice from the lower realm. Although this rice is suitable for your constitution, it should not be consumed in excess. The prince has already dispatched someone to search for more ordinary food from the lower realm. I believe it won't be long before the young master can experience the sensation of fullness. The servant placed the spirit rice on the table and prepared to assist Qin Xiao with his meal. However, Qin Xiao waved his hand, indicating the servant to withdraw. Though he is merely 8 years old, he is quite capable of managing his own meals. Moreover, His body has undergone enhancement through advanced genetic serums and is gradually acclimating to the environment of the celestial realm. It is perplexing to consider how his previous incarnation managed to survive in this realm. Surely, it must have endured considerable suffering. Yet, that notion is somewhat flawed, for the six senses sealed within his body essentially make the previous incarnation a part of himself. Qin Xiao chuckled to himself, casting his gaze upon the spirit rice on the table. Though this is deemed the most inferior food in the celestial realm, it is difficult to ascertain its value in the lower realm. As he contemplated this, he harnessed his soul power to draw the spirit rice into his soul space. Since Qin Xiao's soul has yet to undergo transformation, the resources he can bear are limited, especially concerning items like spirit rice, of which he can only transport 10 at a time to the lower realm. Thankfully, it is not entirely impossible to bring some along. The advanced genetic serum. Being an earthly substance, possesses minimal energy. Its essence lies in altering genetic structures. However, Lingmi is distinct, embodying an entirely superior energy, rendering any comparison between the two utterly inconceivable. Qin Xiao swiftly deduced the underlying reasons. Subsequently, Lingmi was ensconced within his soul space. In the realm of modern civilization, Qin Xiao gradually began to awaken. His soul, nourished by celestial essence, had already regained considerable vitality. For a complete restoration, however, he still required a period of recuperation, predominantly reliant on the strength of his imperial soul. Otherwise, the outcome remained uncertain. The chasm between the mortal realm and the celestial domain is vast beyond measure. This truly exemplifies the distinction between the divine and the mundane. This Lingmi possesses an extraordinary spiritual energy. Qin Xiao extracted Lingmi from his soul space and commenced his cultivation. At present, his cultivation had transcended the initial stage, having already surpassed 90,000 pounds of strength. A further advancement would undoubtedly propel him into the ranks of a battle master. In the civilized world, one must possess a strength of 100,000 pounds to be deemed a battle master. As for the breakthroughs beyond that, along with the awakening of other innate talents, Qin Xiao could not ascertain. Just then, as Qin Xiao prepared for his cultivation, a soft alarm resonated within the room, accompanied by a knock at the door. Observing this, Qin Xiao relinquished his intention to cultivate, stowed away Lingmi, and approached the door. Upon opening it, he beheld Su Lingxian standing at the threshold. At that moment, Su Lingxian had donned a new blue dress. Indeed, given the damage to the rental unit, she must have been affected to some extent. It is a universal truth that the desire for beauty resides within us all, particularly in women, who often place great emphasis on their attire. Thus, it comes as no surprise that she chose to change clothes upon her return. "I hope I haven't disturbed your cultivation," Su Lingxian inquired softly, her gaze directed towards the ground. As she realized that Qin Xiao was staring at her intently, she felt a rush of shyness. Do not misunderstand. This was merely admiration. Indeed, pure admiration. Simultaneously, images from her dreams flitted through Su Lingxian's mind, intensifying her bashfulness. "What brings you here?" she inquired. Qin Xiao observed Su Lingxian's demeanor, reminiscent of a delicate woman, and furrowed his brow in concern. He wondered if Su Lingxian had been cultivating murderous intent and experienced some adverse effects. After all, there exists a significant disparity between simulation and reality. Although his imperial soul was remarkably potent, capable of crafting convincing illusions, no one could guarantee against unforeseen complications. "No, it's nothing," Su Lingxian replied hastily. But as soon as the words left her lips, she immediately countered. "Actually, there is something. My father wishes to meet you to express his gratitude for your assistance in helping me consolidate my murderous intent." Su Lingxian lifted her gaze to Qin Xiao, who nodded in acknowledgement. As they exited the room, he glanced back at her, only to find her lost in thought, staring at him. "Shall we go?" he asked, puzzled. "Aren't you going to lead the way?" Su Lingxian hesitated for a moment. Oh, all right. Follow me." Chapter 13. The Gift of a Villa, a Refusal. Su Lingxian hastily walked ahead, leading the way while her mind raced with thoughts. "Oh dear, how embarrassing. What is wrong with me? Dreams are not reality, and besides, in my dreams." "Calm down, Su Lingxian." Qin Xiao followed behind, bemused by Su Lingxian's peculiar behavior, sensing that something was amiss. He could surmise that the issue lay within the realm of dreams. However, the specifics remained elusive. In the grand hall of the Su family, Su Jun sat on the sofa, awaiting the arrival of guests, with Uncle Fu standing respectfully behind him. Upon noticing Qin Xiao's approach, Su Jun immediately rose to his feet. At that moment, Su Lingxian introduced Qin Xiao, saying, "Father, this is my classmate Qin Xiao. He is the one who taught me how to harness killing intent." After the introduction, her gaze shifted towards Qin Xiao as she continued, "Qin Xiao, this is my father, Su Jun, and this is Uncle Fu, who has watched over me since childhood. I believe you have met." Uncle Fu placed his hands in front of him and nodded respectfully towards Qin Xiao. "I have met Uncle Su and Uncle Fu," Qin Xiao replied, acknowledging them. "Excellent, excellent. Qin, my dear student, please have a seat," Su Jun said with extraordinary warmth, gesturing for Qin Xiao to sit down. Immediately, a group of servants appeared, serving tea and presenting an array of fruits and pastries. Su Lingxian settled beside Qin Xiao, her demeanor tinged with shyness, while Su Jun took a seat opposite him. "You are indeed remarkable, Qin. I did not expect someone so young to possess the ability to cultivate killing intent, and furthermore, to assist Lingxian in doing so. Your innate talent is, without a doubt, the most astonishing I have encountered in my lifetime. May I inquire as to who your esteemed father is? For it is truly impressive to witness such potential nurtured within our homeland. Should fate allow us the privilege to meet, it would be an extraordinary honor." As the Su family conversed, they scrutinized Qin Xiao closely. Maintaining his composure, Qin Xiao lifted the teacup before him, taking a sip and meeting Su Jun's gaze. "Uncle, you flatter me. I have merely been fortunate. As for my father, my parents perished in battle, and now I am but an orphan." Qin Xiao spoke with a measured tone, devoid of any emotion. However, to Su Jun, this demeanor suggested that Qin Xiao was reluctant to divulge his origins. Observing this, Su Jun ceased his inquiries. At that moment, Qin Xiao abruptly rose and addressed Su Jun, saying, "Uncle Su, now that the matter is concluded, I must take my leave." Qin Xiao clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. The situation had unfolded so unexpectedly that the Su family had yet to fully comprehend it. Had he not just settled down? Why was he departing so soon? Was it due to some inadequacy in Su Jun's hospitality? Su Jun furrowed his brow and inquired cautiously. Qin Xiao shook his head. "No, I intended to leave regardless, but since I have arrived at Su Jun's residence, it would be somewhat impolite to depart without first meeting the head of the Su family. Now that I see that classmate Su Lingxian has successfully moderated her killing intent, our transaction can be considered complete. I have come to formally take my leave from you, Uncle Su." Qin Xiao looked at Su Jun earnestly as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Su Jun relaxed his brow. He had initially planned to persuade Qin Xiao to stay, but suddenly reconsidered his words. "Student Qin, due to some misunderstandings with the servants, your accommodation has become uninhabitable. How about this? I have a villa that I can offer you as a gesture of goodwill," Su Jun suggested tentatively. Qin Xiao shook his head. "No, I cannot accept something without merit. It is merely a matter of finding a place to stay, and I can manage that myself." Though his tone was light, it was resolute. He understood Su Jun's intentions, but was unwilling to accept. "Oh, please, just take it. The place where you reside is teeming with merfolk, making it nearly impossible to cultivate in peace. The villa my father provided for you can have its access rights entirely entrusted to you, and it is also protected by federal law. No one will disturb your training. If you truly do not wish to accept it, you may stay there temporarily until you find a more suitable place to move to." Su Lingxian suddenly interjected, her gaze fixed upon Qin Xiao. However, it wasn't long before Su Lingxian relented, casting her eyes elsewhere. Qin Xiao pondered deeply. "All right, classmate Qin, please do not be modest. Your assistance in helping Lingxian condense her killing intent is a tremendous favor to my Su family. It is merely a villa. How can it compare to Lingxian's significance?" Su Jun spoke earnestly. After much deliberation, and with Su Lingxian and Su Jun continuously persuading him, Qin Xiao finally nodded. "Very well. I accept Uncle Su's kind offer. However, I shall only be residing here temporarily. Before long, I fear I shall take my leave. If it were to be given to me outright, it would be quite a pity," Qin Xiao remarked to Su Jun. Yet, Su Jun discerned a deeper meaning in his words. Not for long. He will leave soon. This only further solidified Su Jun's certainty regarding Qin Xiao's identity. In truth, Qin Xiao was not contemplating such matters deeply. He merely believed that his strength was surging rapidly. Before long, he would venture to the central city of this world to comprehend its technological civilization, thereby empowering himself. Genetics would enable him to cultivate within an advanced physique, which also indirectly illustrated the merits of modern civilization's evolution. Even in the realm of cultivation, significant repercussions may arise. Well said. When you find it inconvenient to reside here, simply inform Ling Xian, and I shall arrange for someone to retrieve the permissions. However, during your stay, you possess the utmost authority over the villa, safeguarded by federal law. The Su family expressed this with utmost seriousness, eager to convey their sincerity. Qin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement before turning to leave, with Uncle Fu seeing him off. Su Lingxian, standing behind, wished to accompany Qin Xiao. Yet the Su family was close at hand. Maintaining the decorum befitting a young lady, Su Lingxian ultimately refrained from following. Qin Xiao, do visit me when you have the time. Qin Xiao paused, turning to glance at Su Lingxian, and nodded in response. Young Master Qin, please. Uncle Fu interjected after observing Su Lingxian, and Su Jun Qin Xiao turned and departed, with Uncle Fu leading the way. As Qin Xiao made his way to the villa, a group of uninvited guests appeared outside his rented accommodation. A band of individuals clad in black cautiously surveyed the premises. Boss, there's no one inside. One whispered. What a revelation. The house is in such disrepair. Who could possibly reside here? Another black-clad figure activated his wristband, perusing the information. The data is accurate. This is indeed Qin Xiao's residence. Yet we are unaware of the reasons behind its demolition. The group exchanged glances, sharing information amongst themselves, before their leader spoke decisively. Withdraw. In an instant, the group vanished without a trace. At the Han family estate, the black-clad figures reported, Master, Qin Xiao's home has been demolished, and there is no sign of him. It appears he has offended a formidable individual, to the extent that even his rented abode was dismantled. This is a photograph from the scene. The man in black submitted the documents. Han Weining reviewed the materials and nodded. Consider yourself fortunate. Offending an unknown powerhouse. You deserve it. Ba. Chapter 14. Entering the Imperial Palace in the villa situated on the mountain near Haiqing High School, Qin Xiao assumed control of the villa's privileges. At the same time, he activated the villa's protective functions. Should anyone attempt to intrude without permission, the alarm system would automatically engage, relaying information directly to the Haiqing Guard. The guards would be able to arrive at the scene without delay. Observing this, Qin Xiao could not help but marvel at the privileges of the powerful. Upon entering the villa, Qin Xiao immediately sought out a room to rest, as he sensed that there seemed to be disturbances in the immortal realm. Ever since his cultivation had advanced, the connection between the two worlds had grown increasingly robust. Once he returned to his body in the immortal realm, he found Qin Zhan examining his physical condition. Suddenly, Qin Xiao opened his eyes, locking gazes with Qin Zhan. Ahem. Qin Zhan cleared his throat. Xiao, you have awakened? Do you feel any discomfort? He inquired. Qin Xiao shook his head in silence, his gaze fixed on Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan rose, poured a glass of water for Qin Xiao, and approached him. Xiao, the elder brother will host a family banquet tomorrow, requiring the attendance of all royal heirs. Will you be attending? If not, I shall speak to the elder brother and have this matter postponed. After all, your constitution is rather frail, and the rumors. Just as Qin Zhan was about to say more, Qin Xiao interjected, Uncle Emperor, I shall go. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, Qin Zhan's expression grew somewhat complex. After casting a deep glance at Qin Xiao, he stated, I will come to fetch you tomorrow evening. Take good care of your health. With a sigh, Qin Zhan departed. Qin Zhan's royal brother, in this world, was none other than his biological father, Qin Zheng. The family banquet tomorrow? Qin Xiao was well aware of Qin Zhan's concerns. However, he felt no anxiety. In his previous life, unburdened by attachments, how could he be encumbered by familial ties in this existence? His desire to attend the banquet stemmed primarily from a wish to observe the character of his father in this life, who had deemed him a burden and relegated him to a lesser status, seemingly indifferent to his well-being. What kind of father behaves in such a manner? Moreover, this individual was a sovereign. It could be said, in a favorable light, that he adopted his brother due to a lack of heirs. But what was the reality? Alas, perhaps it is for the best, serving as a farewell to my former self. Now, my body is capable of absorbing celestial energy. In due course, once my body is transformed by this energy and fully becomes a celestial spirit, I shall be able to cultivate. Qin Xiao contemplated within. In the future, there will be milk and bread, and vengeance can also be exacted. In the realm of modern civilization, Qin Xiao was absorbing the spiritual energy of the spirit rice, rapidly enhancing his strength. Meanwhile, at the Su family residence, after sending Qin Xiao off, Uncle Fu prepared to personally tidy up Qin Xiao's room. primarily concerned that he might have left something behind. The next morning, as Fu Bo pushed the door open and stepped inside, he immediately activated his wristband, summoning Su Jun and Su Lingxian to hasten to the room previously occupied by Qin Xiao. The energy was remarkably potent. What could possibly contain such rich and pure energy? Upon entering, Su Jun felt the residual energy in the room and couldn't help but take a deep breath, allowing a trace of feeble energy to enter his body. He sensed a remarkable vitality coursing through his cells. What kind of energy is this? It is igniting a thirst within my very cells. It is worth noting that even the infusion of Star Spring energy would not elicit such a fervent response from my body. Su Jun glanced at Su Lingxian and Fu Bo, both of whom shook their heads. This must be what young Master Qin left behind. Perhaps young Master Qin holds the answer, Fu Bo remarked. Su Jun furrowed his brow, fully grasping Fu Bo's implication. It was possible that Qin Xiao still possessed such energy. Should he be able to cultivate with this energy, Su Jun was confident that his strength would ascend to a new height. Yet, the question loomed, would Qin Xiao willingly part with such a precious resource? He shook his head, calming his thoughts and dismissing the notion. While treasures are indeed desirable, one must also be able to obtain them. In Su Jun's mind, Qin Xiao had already carved an indelible mark of untouchability. Unbeknownst to Su Jun, Su Lingxian had quietly slipped away while the two were distracted. Outside, she bolstered her resolve, vowing to herself that she would procure the treasure from Qin Xiao's grasp. Only in this way could she enhance her power and seize control of her own destiny. Su Lingxian clenched her fist tightly. The house rules of the Su family dictate that if Su Lingxian does not excel in the college entrance examination before the age of 16, she will be arranged into marriage by the family, thereby losing her autonomy. Presently, her prowess has reached the level of a fifth-tier warrior, wielding immense strength with effortless grace. In Haicheng, she is regarded as a prodigy. However, in the 6 foremost cities, she does not even rank. Despite the assistance of her killing intent, her prospects remain precarious. It is not unheard of for warriors to achieve the separation of their abilities from their physical forms, yet her current cultivation remains insufficient. The college entrance examination allows for multiple attempts before the age of 20, and the majority strive to secure commendable rankings to gain admission to superior universities. Some individuals, even at 20, have yet to enter university as they endeavor to enhance their strength to the 9th tier of warriors prior to enrollment. The university's stipulation favors the strongest candidates under 20, granting older individuals a distinct advantage. The rules are rife with inequity. Yet they simultaneously ignite a fervent ambition within the youth. I aspire to ascend. I shall surpass my elder peers and reach the pinnacle at a younger age. As civilization advances, calamity follows closely behind. Humanity must persist in its quest for self-improvement. Without waiting for Uncle Fu, Su Lingxian took it upon herself to drive to the villa where Qin Xiao resides early in the morning. In the celestial realm, it is now evening. Qin Xiao and Qin Zhan sit in their palanquin, making their way to the royal palace. For the past 8 years, Qin Xiao has spent his days within the palace walls, and the surrounding architecture feels familiar. Though he cannot pinpoint the source of these memories, perhaps it is a consequence of his reincarnation. After an indeterminate duration of travel, the palanquin comes to an abrupt halt. Your Highness, we have arrived at the inner city. Please disembark and walk, Qin Zhan instructed, without uttering any further words. He assisted Qin Xiao in alighting from the carriage and continued onward. Throughout this journey, silence enveloped them. Perhaps it was merely Qin Xiao's illusion, but he felt as though their walk had not lasted long before they arrived at the imperial palace. He found it hard to believe that the distance to the palace could be so brief. It was undoubtedly a result of Qin Zhan employing some extraordinary means. Upon entering the palace, Qin Xiao observed numerous palace attendants bustling about, their movements hurried. Yet, upon noticing Qin Zhan, they all bowed in deference. Qin Zhan, however, appeared indifferent to their salutations as he pressed forward. Soon, a grand palace loomed before Qin Xiao. As he stepped onto the palace grounds, a mystical aura enveloped him, emanating a celestial essence that far surpassed that of the outside world. The palace was imbued with formations designed to gather celestial energy from across the realm, enhancing the speed of cultivation. This will be quite a trial for you, Qin Zhan remarked to Qin Xiao. Chapter 15. The Emperor's Humiliation of His Son. The Collapse of the Court. With that, Qin Zhan unleashed a surge of energy, enveloping Qin Xiao and shielding him from the celestial essence. Observing this, Qin Xiao refrained from protest. He had now reached the threshold of cultivation, indistinguishable from those of the traditional celestial realm, and felt no need for such protective barriers. However, Qin Xiao chose to keep this to himself. The celestial realm was fraught with peril. It was prudent to maintain a low profile. After all, he was no longer the Qin Xiao of old. Before the celestial king, Qin Xiao dared not exhibit any peculiarity. Indeed, Qin Xiao's biological father was none other than Qin Zheng, the emperor of the great Qin dynasty, who had already attained the rank of celestial king. The realms of the celestial world could be roughly categorized into human celestial, earth celestial, heaven celestial, golden celestial, and celestial king, among others. Beyond that, Qin Xiao had not inquired further about the subsequent realms. The banquet had yet to commence when Qin Zheng led Qin Xiao to their designated position. Within the palace, numerous princes and princesses engaged in playful antics, though these were predominantly the younger ones. The elder princes and princesses dared not indulge in such frivolities. Suddenly, a 7-year-old child approached Qin Xiao, identifying himself as the 23rd prince. "Isn't that my 17th brother? Why is he not seated with us, but rather alongside Uncle Wang?" he inquired, perplexed. Instantly, more princes gathered around. "Ah, father has abandoned him. Did you not know?" The 16th prince declared boldly. "From now on, he shall no longer be our brother. He is the son of Uncle Wang," he proclaimed with unwavering confidence. The other younger princes and princesses began to weep. "No, father, please don't abandon us. Will father forsake 17th brother, and then us as well? We promise not to misbehave. Please do not cast us aside." The lamentations of the children echoed before Qin Xiao. Observing this, Qin Zheng furrowed his brow in concern. At that moment, the elder 7th prince stepped forward, firmly grasping the 16th prince and admonishing him. "16th brother, do not speak such nonsense here. Look at what you've done. You've upset the younger siblings. Come with me," he reprimanded as he led the 16th prince away. However, in front of all the younger siblings, the 16th prince remained obstinately defiant. "I am not speaking nonsense. He has indeed been rejected by father. I am not speaking nonsense. I am merely stating the truth." As the 16th prince finished his words, the sound of weeping intensified throughout the scene. At this moment, all eyes converged upon him. The younger princes and princesses expressed their fears of being abandoned, incessantly crying out, "Father, do not forsake us." Just then, the 4th prince approached, casting a glance at Qin Xiao before addressing the others. "Dear siblings, please lend me your ears. The reason father does not wish for our 17th brother is that he cannot cultivate. Observe, 17th brother is enveloped by an energy barrier from our royal uncle, designed to isolate him from celestial energy. Our 17th brother is frail, with crippled legs, unable to absorb celestial essence. Thus, he was entrusted to our uncle." As the 4th prince spoke, the crowd's gaze followed his gestures towards Qin Xiao. Indeed, as the 4th prince asserted, an energy field surrounded Qin Xiao. "Oh yes, I am not disabled. I can walk. My legs are perfectly fine, and father would never abandon me. Haha, I can walk, and I can cultivate as well. I have already reached the 2nd level of celestial being. Father would certainly not forsake me." In an instant, the palace resonated with a fervent competition of boasts. Qin Xiao maintained a stoic expression, yet a tempest of fury brewed within him. This was an affront to his dignity. Sitting not far away, Qin Zheng had naturally noticed the unfolding situation, keeping a vigilant eye on Qin Xiao. At this moment, he could not help but clench his fists tightly, feeling utterly helpless in the face of such a scenario, for it was a clash among the younger generation, including several princes and princesses younger than Qin Xiao. These individuals are nominally his nephews and nieces, nothing more. If Xiao cannot endure it, it may be best for him to abstain from this gathering. Surely, the emperor is aware of the events transpiring within the palace. However, he has chosen not to intervene. Just then, an unexpectedly furious Qin Xiao transformed, a smile gracing his lips. When one's strength is inadequate, one must endure, biding time until energy is fully amassed. Then striking with the ferocity of a beast pouncing on its prey, akin to a mountain crushing an egg, soaring upwards with unrestrained might. In such a realm, who could possibly rival him? Patience. While a smile lingered at the corners of Qin Xiao's mouth, a hint of madness flickered within his gaze. Cultivating immortality is a perpetual contest against heaven, earth, and humanity, an exhilarating pursuit. Upon realizing this, Qin Xiao could scarcely restrain himself from unleashing a roar to the heavens. At this moment, everyone around conspired against him, humiliating him. In the days to come, let them witness the dragon's roar. Qin Xiao forcefully suppressed the surge of emotions within him, concealing all his brilliance deep within. When he glanced again, A seemingly harmless smile adorned Qin Xiao's lips, akin to an innocent child observing the commotion. His Majesty has arrived. Just then, the voice of a eunuch echoed from outside the palace. Instantly, all within the palace rose, adopting a demeanor of reverence as they gazed towards the entrance. Only Qin Xiao remained seated in his wheelchair, a smile illuminating his face as he observed the scene outside. Yet, his eyes meticulously scrutinized the surroundings. Subsequently, the ceremonial procession commenced. At the center of it all, clad in a five-clawed dragon robe, Qin Zheng emerged before the assembly, exuding an air of authority that rendered the onlookers unable to meet his gaze. Everyone averted their eyes, bowing their heads in deference, save for Qin Xiao, who surreptitiously assessed Qin Zheng, the biological father of his current form. As Qin Zheng navigated through the crowd, he suddenly halted beside Qin Xiao. Abruptly, Qin Zheng froze, prompting surreptitious glances from the assembly. Insolent wretch, devoid of all decorum. How dare you scrutinize your sovereign? Qin Zheng erupted, his reprimand directed at Qin Xiao, who stood bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. A potent surge of energy emanated from Qin Zheng, instantly shattering Qin Xiao's chair into fragments. Qin Xiao was sent hurtling through the air, landing with a resounding thud. A mouthful of blood spewed forth. Fortunately, the residual energy from Qin Zheng had shielded him, averting dire consequences. Observing the spectacle, Qin Zheng's hand involuntarily trembled. Save for Qin Zheng's discerning eye, the collective gaze of the gathering remained fixated on Qin Xiao. With a furrowed brow, Qin Zheng swiftly interposed himself between Qin Zheng and Qin Xiao. Gasping for air, Qin Xiao coughed violently, blood continuing to trickle from his mouth. Disgraceful object! Who authorized your presence before me? Begone from my sight! Qin Zheng thundered, his gaze fixed upon Qin Xiao. An aura of draconic surged forth, aimed directly at Qin Xiao. Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? Qin Zheng retorted. Do you presume my insignificance? Xiao is now my son, the heir apparent of great Qin. Does he not warrant attendance at this family banquet? Or do you deem even me unworthy of participation? Qin Zheng channeled his magical power, instantly nullifying Qin Zheng's oppressive aura. Qin Zheng, you are out of line. Qin Zheng roared in fury. Within the palace, the assembled courtiers prostrated themselves in fear. Your Majesty, we beseech you to quell your anger. Chapter 16. A visit from Su Lingxian. The crowd below was filled with trepidation, with Qin Zheng alone braving Qin Zheng's pressure. Standing behind Qin Zheng, Qin Xiao's eyes were filled with fear. Yet, deep within, Qin Xiao harbored profound thoughts. He had not anticipated that his predecessor would be viewed so unfavorably in Qin Zheng's eyes. Minor grievances were magnified so greatly by Qin Zheng. He could not tolerate even the smallest grain of sand, this grain being himself. What fate awaits me? Is His Majesty contemplating my demise? Qin Zheng inquired sternly, locking eyes with Qin Zheng. Ultimately, it was Qin Zheng who took a step back. Let this matter rest, he declared, turning towards the dragon chariot atop the palace. At that moment, Qin Zheng bowed respectfully to Qin Zheng. Your Majesty, my brother is unwell, so I shall take my leave. This gathering? I wish you a delightful time. Qin Zheng's expression was laced with mockery. Without waiting for Qin Zheng's response, he carried Qin Xiao out of the palace. Qin Zheng, hearing Qin Zheng's words, turned to watch as they departed. The palace fell into a hushed silence, with everyone afraid to utter a sound. Qin Zheng personally placed Qin Xiao in a room and then examined him closely, relieved to find no serious ailments. He then gently asked, Xiao, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Qin Xiao shook his head, his gaze reflecting an unexpected maturity for his age as he met Qin Zheng's eyes. I am in no discomfort. It is my own inadequacy. Were it not for that, how could I have faced humiliation today? How could I have allowed my uncle to fall into a trap? Qin Xiao clenched his fists tightly. At that moment, Qin Zheng suddenly grasped Qin Xiao's hands. Realizing it, Qin Xiao acknowledged that he had indeed been overly emotional. So much so that he could not help but utter these words. Qin Zheng looked at Qin Xiao with eyes full of astonishment. Do not overthink. Rest well. I shall take care of everything. Qin Zheng did not wait for Qin Xiao to respond, gently patting his shoulder before turning to leave. Upon exiting, Qin Xiao heard Qin Zheng's voice from outside. Xiao's wheelchair is broken. Have someone craft a new one from celestial Namu wood. Additionally, keep a constant watch on Xiao's condition. If anything seems amiss, you must inform me. He is still young and cannot endure any further harm. Listening to the words from beyond the door, Qin Xiao felt deeply moved. Damn it, just because I cannot cultivate, I am treated this way. Such a father, I would rather do without. Were it not for a lingering affection for his father, he would never have attended today's banquet, placing himself in peril. I, Qin Xiao, vow from this day forth to undergo a complete transformation, relying no longer on external forces, but rather focusing on strengthening myself. Until the day I possess the power to confront him directly. With this resolve, Qin Xiao began to operate the chaotic devouring heaven technique within him. At this moment, his body was on the brink of metamorphosis, still incomplete. Forcing himself to absorb celestial energy to hasten his physical transformation brought Qin Xiao immense pain. Yet, he chose to persevere. The chaotic devouring heaven technique is a method of cultivation at the peak of the mortal realm. Though it does not compare to the techniques of the celestial realm, it can still be employed in the initial stages. When the opportunity arises, I will seek a method of cultivation from the celestial realm. With no one to guide him, Qin Xiao instinctively began to devour celestial energy to refine his body. And according to the cultivation method, he absorbed the celestial energy into his dantian. Meanwhile, after leaving Qin Xiao, Qin Zhan arrived at a desolate courtyard. Within the courtyard, a figure clad in a black night cloak awaited him. Even from a distance, one could sense the overwhelming aura emanating from this individual. What on earth do you intend to do? Qin Zhan could not restrain his anger upon seeing the figure. Do not concern yourself with my intentions. Focus solely on your own affairs, the figure replied. From now on, do not appear in the capital. I fear for your safety. Without waiting for Qin Zhan to respond, the cloaked figure vanished in an instant. Damn it! Qin Zhan shouted in fury. Subsequently, he channeled his formidable power, infused with an aura of destruction, and in an instant, the abandoned courtyard before him was reduced to ashes. Witnessing this, Qin Zhan's rage subsided considerably. The next day, Qin Xiao received news that the Qin royal residence was to relocate. Qin Zhan, originally the Northern War King of the Qin dynasty, was urgently summoned to the front lines due to the stirrings of the demonic beasts in the northern mountains, which threatened unrest and required the Northern King to suppress them. Simultaneously, the court issued an edict commanding Qin Zhan to head north to oversee the military operations. Following this, Qin Xiao joined the main force as they migrated towards the north, away from the capital, a prospect that delighted him. He could hardly wait to depart from the capital. I shall return to the capital, he vowed. In due time, I will reclaim all that I have lost. The celestial realm? Merely a more powerful, vast world. In the celestial realm, Qin Xiao immersed himself in deep cultivation within his carriage. His consciousness transcended into the real world. In just a few days, Qin Xiao's strength ascended to the second layer of the fetal movement realm. With a casual wave of his hand, the physical strength could reach an astonishing 2,000 pounds. Having attained the embryonic movement realm, Qin Xiao's advancement in cultivation was not merely confined to the enhancement of his corporeal power. At his dantian, 10 strands of spiritual energy had already coalesced. Indeed, the level achieved in the embryonic movement realm is characterized by the gathering of spiritual energy through physical strength at the dantian. The accumulation of a single strand corresponds to the first layer of the embryonic movement realm, while 10 strands signify the second layer. However, to ascend to the third layer, one must gather 100 strands of spiritual energy, a feat tenfold in difficulty. Nonetheless, the augmentation of physical strength also manifests in exponential growth. Furthermore, the exquisite utilization of spiritual energy can significantly amplify Qin Xiao's combat prowess. For instance, the celestial finger. During his physical refinement phase, Qin Xiao could barely invoke the celestial finger with the aid of starstones. Yet now, a single strand of spiritual energy suffices for him to employ it without any adverse effects. The celestial finger can be further enhanced with multiple strands of spiritual energy, effectively doubling his combat capability. The chaotic devouring technique allows for the absorption of various energies from the cosmos, transforming them into chaotic spiritual energy that can take on diverse attributes. For example, with a snap of his fingers, a flame ignited. The modest fire manipulation technique was well within his grasp. A faint smile graced Qin Xiao's lips. Following his breakthrough to the embryonic movement realm, he finally felt a semblance of self-preservation in this world. Just as Qin Xiao reveled in the experience of his newfound strength, an unexpected notification echoed through the room, alerting him of a visitor. Upon hearing this sound, Qin Xiao furrowed his brow. He had only recently moved into this villa. Who could possibly know of his whereabouts? And who would come to visit? At that moment, an electronic screen abruptly materialized before Qin Xiao. Shortly thereafter, Su Lingxian appeared on the screen, standing at the entrance with an expression of urgency etched upon her face. Yet, beneath her exterior lay a hint of inner turmoil and trepidation. Observing Su Lingxian's demeanor, Qin Xiao felt a profound sense of astonishment. What could possibly be troubling her? Was there some calamity afoot? A wave of confusion washed over him as he, utilizing his control privileges, unlocked the door. Following the cue, Su Lingxian approached Qin Xiao. Chapter 17. Star Moon Purple Ginseng. Upon entering the chamber where Qin Xiao resided, Su Lingxian beheld him, diligently immersed in his cultivation. Witnessing his unwavering dedication stirred within her a deeper admiration. Su Lingxian, what brings you to me at such a late hour? Qin Xiao inquired, observing her conflicted expression, akin to one hesitant to ask for a favor. While you were cultivating in my abode, did you perhaps utilize some precious artifact? I wish to barter with you. I am willing to offer anything of mine that holds value, she declared in a single breath, her gaze laden with apprehension as it met Qin Xiao's. The request for cultivation resources felt embarrassing to Su Lingxian, thus she framed it as a trade. Yet, she was acutely aware that none of her possessions could rival the resources Qin Xiao possessed. What artifact are you referring to? I am unaware of any, Qin Xiao mused, a frown of bewilderment crossing his features. However, upon witnessing the earnest anticipation in Su Lingxian's eyes, he sensed authenticity in her plea. Suddenly, he produced a grain of spirit rice and, casting a probing glance at Su Lingxian, asked, "Is this what you mean?" Upon witnessing Qin Xiao produce the spiritual rice, Su Lingxian was immediately enveloped by the overwhelming aura emanating from it. She could not help but take a deep breath, as if inhaling opium. Without hesitation, she replied, "Indeed, this is it. I wish to exchange with you. Anything in return will suffice. Just grant me this, please. It is of utmost importance to me." Su Lingxian's tone was filled with earnest supplication. At that moment, she was no longer the aloof figure encountered during their first meeting, but rather resembled a pitiable lamb, evoking deep sympathy. "You desire this?" Qin Xiao casually extended the spiritual rice towards Su Lingxian. "Take it," he proclaimed generously. "Since it holds such significance for you, consider it a gift." To Qin Xiao, the spiritual rice was not of great consequence. He could effortlessly retrieve items from the soul space whenever he wished. As his powers grew, the quality of the items he could acquire would also enhance. Presently, with his strength at the fetal movement stage, he could transport spiritual rice approximately once every 3 days. Should he attempt to transport it multiple times in a short span, it would push him to his limits. After all, traversing between two worlds with physical goods involved more than mere soul travel. It was also subject to the constraints of the world's rules. "Are you truly giving this to me?" Su Lingxian gazed at Qin Xiao in disbelief. She had even contemplated that he might demand something exceedingly unreasonable in return. Yet, as long as it did not contravene her principles and boundaries, she was prepared to acquiesce. To the utter astonishment of all, Qin Xiao unexpectedly bestowed upon her a gift. This left Su Lingxian both surprised and flattered. It was merely a handful of spirit rice. At present, her cultivation level was low, and her daily consumption was limited. It was entirely sufficient. Given Qin Xiao's current cultivation realm, even at full throttle, he could only consume a maximum of 2 grains of spirit rice per day. He still possessed 8 grains, more than enough. Now, in the celestial realm, Qin Xiao was also able to cultivate. Once he breaks through another level, he was certain that his resources would multiply exponentially. After all, the celestial realm was vastly different from the mortal realm. "What must I offer in return?" Su Lingxian inquired, not directly accepting the spirit rice that Qin Xiao extended to her. She posed her question with a touch of curiosity. Qin Xiao shook his head. He had not contemplated asking Su Lingxian for anything in return. It was merely a grain of spirit rice, a spontaneous act from him. He placed the spirit rice into Su Lingxian's palm, which she then clasped tightly to her chest. The Su family's trial stipulated that the one who secured first place would be awarded the stargrass, which significantly enhances mental fortitude and aids in breaking through to the warrior realm. "I am determined to obtain the stargrass. When the time comes, I shall present it to you," Su Lingxian declared earnestly, her gaze fixed on Qin Xiao. "Even if I do not succeed, I will surely repay you in other ways in the future." Su Lingxian possessed her own pride. Qin Xiao waved his hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned. Witnessing this, Su Lingxian took a deep breath and then stepped back. The spirit rice was now in her possession, and it was imperative to act swiftly. Su Lingxian set about her cultivation, drawing the energy from the spirit rice into her being. Now, Su Lingxian has attained the rank of a level 6 warrior, possessing a physical strength of 60,000 pounds. She aspires to advance to the rank of a level 9 warrior before participating in the college entrance examination. Thus, with the aid of her killing intent, she might not be unable to seize the top position in the Su family's trial. Indeed, the rankings of the college entrance examination serve as one of the trials for the Su family. As Su Lingxian approached the door, preparing to leave, she suddenly inquired of Qin Xiao, "Will you be participating in this year's college entrance examination?" At that moment, Su Lingxian felt an overwhelming significance in this matter. The college entrance examination? Am I eligible to participate now? Given Qin Xiao's previous experiences, he was unaware that one could take the examination earlier. Naturally, for those lacking strength, such considerations were entirely unnecessary. However, the present circumstances differ. Su Lingxian sensed that Qin Xiao's prowess might far exceed her own. "You may not realize," she continued, "that the college entrance examination occurs annually. However, achieving a commendable rank is exceedingly challenging. As long as one is under the age of 20, participation is permitted. It is said that last year, some participants had already attained the status of level 8 warriors. This year, certain scions of illustrious families may even include level 9 warriors." Suddenly, Su Lingxian halted, as if she had forgotten that Qin Xiao was no ordinary individual. He likely hailed from a prestigious family in the capital. Would such a person be unaware of the college entrance examination? Would her explanation render her appear foolish in his eyes? Just as Su Lingxian was about to clarify, Qin Xiao interjected, "I understand." After stating this, he turned his attention away from Su Lingxian, who, displaying great tact, gracefully withdrew. After Su Lingxian's departure, the dealer began to browse the star network, searching for relevant information. Soon, he stumbled upon details regarding the college entrance examination. In essence, anyone under the age of 20 is eligible to participate. The stronger the individual, the more likely they are to attract the attention of prestigious institutions and secure admission. The age of 20 serves as a dividing line, while strength is an unequivocal criterion. There exists no notion of fairness or unfairness. Universities solely consider outcomes. Qin Xiao found this challenge rather appealing and promptly submitted his application according to the registration procedures outlined online. Thus, he realized he need not wait several years to take the exam. Otherwise, he would have to contemplate taking a leave of absence to enhance his abilities. He chuckled. In truth, there were certain pieces of information Qin Xiao could inquire about from Su Lingxian. However, due to personal prudence, he preferred to keep his circumstances private. The reward for topping the college entrance examination was a millennium-old purple ginseng. Initially, Qin Xiao had overlooked this detail, but upon closer examination, he couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, "What the hell? How did the star moon purple ginseng end up here?" Chapter 18. The innate star moon divine body. Qin Xiao scrutinized the photograph before him with great care. He was utterly convinced that the ginseng depicted was not merely a purple ginseng, but rather the star moon purple ginseng he was familiar with. While ordinary ginseng absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to undergo transformation, there exists a particular type that is an exception. This ginseng does not draw from the earthly essence. Instead, it absorbs the energies of the sun, moon, and stars. This unique attribute underscores the rarity of the star moon purple ginseng. Although rare, its efficacy vastly surpasses that of ordinary ginseng. The primary distinction lies in the star moon purple ginseng possesses the remarkable ability to elevate an individual's physical constitution. Typically, practitioners are unable to attain a state of flawless perfection in their corporeal forms, regardless of their cultivation methods. However, the star moon purple ginseng can achieve this feat with the overwhelming power of the star moon. It cleanses the physical body, merging it into a harmonious whole, as if divinely crafted. Those who have consumed the star moon purple ginseng can awaken the innate star moon physique, making it the sole entity capable of facilitating the awakening of an innate constitution through external means, something rare and elusive. In his past life, Qin Xiao traversed every corner of the world but was unable to obtain even a single star moon purple ginseng. To his astonishment, he encountered one while browsing the star network. This year, in the college entrance examination, he is determined to secure the top position. The star moon purple ginseng shall be his. Qin Xiao harbors an urgent desire to enhance his strength, for he has discovered that within the premier academic institution of the capital, there exists a transcendent genetic serum. One of its functions is to mend genetic defects, while another is to assist in awakening a particular talent. Although the modern Qin Xiao could benefit from it, he undoubtedly requires it far more than his celestial counterpart. Repairing genetic flaws also implies the possibility of restoring Qin Xiao's legs. Should the celestial Qin Xiao engage in cultivation, the amplification of his abilities compared to the modern Qin Xiao would be monumental. Little do they know, a single grain of spiritual rice could propel Qin Xiao from the second layer of the fetal movement stage to the next. Subsequently, in pursuit of even more audacious breakthroughs, Qin Xiao began to attempt the simultaneous consumption of 2 grains of spiritual rice. Given his familiarity with the chaotic devouring technique, he was barely able to maintain control. In just 2 days, Qin Xiao surged from the 2nd to the 6th layer of the fetal movement stage, exhausting the spiritual rice within this brief period. This remarkable achievement is primarily attributed to the inherent devouring nature of the chaotic devouring technique itself. Otherwise, Qin Xiao may not have been able to achieve such rapid advancement. However, this swift progression has rendered his cultivation somewhat superficial. Fortunately, Qin Xiao is a reincarnated being, and his formidable soul power allows him to suppress these shortcomings. After undergoing further refinement, the issue of a shaky foundation will not pose a significant problem. Just as Qin Xiao concluded his training, he received a message from his homeroom teacher through the star communication. Upon opening it, he was unsurprised to find that she was aware of his participation in the college entrance examination. Indeed, she was preparing to interrogate him. Before he could respond, she commanded him to report to the training ground immediately. Although Qin Xiao initially intended to disregard her, upon reflecting on the memories of his past life, he recalled that this somewhat lenient teacher, Lin Yushu, had shown him considerable kindness. For instance, had it not been for Lin Yushu's intervention during the incident with Han Li, Qin Xiao might have been bullied mercilessly. There exists a saying among Chinese men regarding the protection of women, emphasizing the principle of not allowing others to infringe upon them. In the training room, Lin Yushu was engrossed in her practice, clad in form-fitting attire. Qin Xiao sat nearby, attentively admiring her. Indeed, he was admiring her. The designer of such attire must be a genius, as it accentuated a woman's figure in a strikingly harmonious manner. Were it not for his extensive experiences, he might have found it difficult to maintain his composure. Qin Xiao smiled as he observed Lin Yushu's training, occasionally nodding in approval. On that day, he nearly succumbed to the urge to offer her guidance, but he managed to restrain himself. Otherwise, he could have faced a beating. After a considerable time, Lin Yushu finally ceased her training and, casting a sidelong glance, caught sight of Qin Xiao gazing at her figure with an unmistakable expression. Lin Yasi's face first flushed with shyness, but soon transformed into a frown of anger. She shouted at Qin Xiao, "You little lecher, what are you staring at? If you dare to gawk again, I'll make sure to pluck out your eyeballs." Although Lin Yasi attempted to appear fierce, the smile tugging at the corners of her mouth betrayed her true feelings. Just as Qin Xiao was about to respond, a cacophony of shouts erupted from outside. "Who dares to spy on our beautiful teacher? Step forward if you have the guts." A gruff voice rang out, causing Lin Yasi to furrow her brow. Almost immediately, a burly man strode into the training room, clad in the uniform of Haiqing High School, indicating he was a teacher from there. Upon entering, his gaze fell upon Lin Yasi, particularly her form-fitting attire that accentuated her curves, and a glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes as he instinctively licked his lips. "Sun Chang, what are you looking at?" Lin Yasi reprimanded him. At her angry outburst, Sun Chang retracted his covetous gaze, shifting his attention to Qin Xiao. "You brat. What are you staring at? This is not for your eyes. Who allowed you into the training room? You're not as young as you think. Yet your lust knows no bounds." Sun Chang seethed at Qin Xiao, flames of fury igniting within him. Especially at the thought of Lin Yasi training in her outfit being seen by this young boy, he felt an overwhelming urge to teach Qin Xiao a lesson. "Sun Chang, what are you planning to do?" "Qin Xiao was summoned by me. Do not harm him," Lin Yasi observed as Sun Chang approached Qin Xiao, a sense of foreboding swelling within her. "Teacher Lin, please refrain from defending this scoundrel," he declared. "At such a tender age, he's already lecherous and unruly. Allow me to teach him a lesson." With those words, Sun Chang closed the distance to Qin Xiao, channeling his star energy into his right hand, unleashing a violent slap aimed at Qin Xiao's ear. Should a mere mortal receive such a blow, they might suffer from a bloody nose or a concussion. In severe cases, it could even prove fatal. At that moment, Lin Yasi realized it was too late to intervene. Just as Sun Chang's hand was about to strike Qin Xiao's face, Qin Xiao infused his feet with spiritual energy, evading the attack in an instant. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Yet, at that very moment, Qin Xiao chose to retaliate. What audacity! I neither provoked you nor sought conflict, and yet you dare to strike first? Do you think I am made of clay, to be bullied at will? Qin Xiao seethed internally, while simultaneously harnessing energy throughout his body. His strength and speed surged dramatically. In a flash, he appeared before Sun Chong, swiftly delivering a resounding slap to his left cheek. A loud crack echoed through the air as Qin Xiao's hand connected forcefully with Sun Chong's face. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, while Lin Yasi could hardly believe her eyes. Sun Chong, feeling the fiery sting on his left cheek, was on the brink of an Chapter 19 counterattack before Sun Chong could finish his words. Qin Xiao abruptly interrupted him. Who seeks death? It appears to me that it is you who courts demise. Assaulting students indiscriminately, you disgrace the very essence of a teacher. You are utterly unworthy of this role. Allow me to impart a lesson to you today, and let me witness your true capabilities. By what right do you presume to teach in this institution? With his declaration, Qin Xiao advanced with measured steps, launching a punch towards Sun Chong. It was evident that anyone capable of teaching at Haiqinghai possessed the strength of a battle master, able to harness energy externally. As Qin Xiao's fist approached, Sun Chong immediately released his energy, forming a fiery barrier around himself. Flames danced at his hands and feet. Qin Xiao, be cautious, Lin Yasi warned, her concern for Qin Xiao's safety evident. Sun Chong has awakened a fire-based ability. Beware of its scorching heat. She swiftly moved to confront Sun Chong, unleashing a blast of frigid wind and icy shards toward him. Has Lin Yasi awakened an ice-based ability? Qin Xiao pondered. But there was no time for further contemplation as the two engaged in combat. Sun Chong swung his right fist, which Qin Xiao blocked with his left hand before attempting a kick aimed at Sun Chong. However, the fiery barrier absorbed the impact, causing Qin Xiao to be repelled backward. A mere junior warrior dares to contend with a battle master? How utterly foolish. You cannot even breach my defenses. How could you hope to harm me? Had it not been for my momentary lapse, do you think you could have laid a finger on me? Now, allow me to demonstrate the formidable prowess of a battle master. Sun Chong cast a disdainful glance at Qin Xiao, then briefly turned his attention to the swiftly approaching ice spirit. He unleashed a powerful wave of flame, which promptly consumed the icy entity. With the threat of the ice spirit neutralized, Sun Chong's gaze returned to Qin Xiao. To be struck by a mere student was an unbearable humiliation for him. If I do not avenge this affront today, I shall have no place in Haiqing High School. A mere warrior, can I not subdue you? A glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in Sun Chong's eyes. It was evident that he intended to be serious and resort to lethal force. Dragon's breath. Ignite. Energy surged within Sun Chong, and an overwhelming torrent of fiery power surged forth towards Qin Xiao. This force had transcended the level of a mere warrior. Only a battle master could unleash such devastating might. You seek your own demise. Seeing Sun Chong's intent to kill, Qin Xiao's heart seethed with fury. Indeed, in this world, strength reigns supreme. Without the means to defend himself, should he perish at the hands of Sun Chong, even if justice were to be served later, it would not resurrect him. At Haiqing High School, a teacher daring to strike a student with lethal intent before another educator's eyes was a grave affront, let alone the implications for others. As the specter of life and death loomed, Qin Xiao could no longer afford to hold back. Dozens of strands of spiritual energy converged upon his legs, greatly amplifying his speed. Immediately after, Qin Xiao concentrated his energy at his fingertips. Celestial finger, a finger imprint, formed from the condensation of ethereal energy, transformed into a beam of laser-like intensity, hurtling towards Sun Chong's head. Observing Qin Xiao, Sun Chong summoned flames with both hands and charged at him, narrowly evading a lethal strike. However, he was not entirely unscathed. A formidable force penetrated through Sun Chong's fiery barrier, causing the flames to ripple in response to the energy of the heavenly spirit finger, instantly piercing through his thigh. As Sun Chong advanced towards Qin Xiao, he fell to one knee. A cry of agony echoed through the air. Witnessing this, Qin Xiao chose not to deliver a fatal blow. Instead, two more heavenly spirit fingers were unleashed, striking Sun Chong's arms. With two soft thuds, blood gushed from the wounds created in his arms. Sun Chong, confronted with the scene before him, was rendered utterly speechless. At that moment, he found himself immobile, his arms incapacitated and one knee on the ground, as if he were a mere shell of a man. More importantly, the gaze he cast upon Qin Xiao was filled with sheer terror. How could this be? How could you possess such strength? You are merely a warrior. How can you unleash such formidable power? I am a battle master. How could I possibly be defeated by you? In Sun Chang's mind, all warriors were just that, warriors. At this moment, Lin Yasi finally reached Qin Xiao's side. The distance between them was neither far nor close. By the time Lin Yasi arrived, the battle had already concluded, primarily because the clash between Qin Xiao and Sun Chang had transpired with astonishing swiftness, resulting in a decisive victory for Qin Xiao through overwhelming strength. Indeed, no one could have anticipated that Qin Xiao, seemingly only of the warrior realm, possessed such extraordinary prowess. Certainly, in Sun Chang's heart, Qin Xiao's realm was merely that of a combat apprentice. You actually defeated Sun Chang? How on earth did you accomplish that? Lin Yasi gazed at Qin Xiao, her face a portrait of astonishment, her curious eyes scrutinizing him. Defeating him? Was it truly that difficult? Was it not merely a matter of having hands? Qin Xiao cast a calm glance at Lin Yasi before directing his gaze towards Sun Chang. He strolled leisurely to Sun Chang's side, looking down upon him with an air of superiority. You harbored murderous intent against me. You were destined to perish. However, I later realized that allowing you to die would be too merciful, inflicting upon you the loss of 2 hands and a leg, while permitting you to cling to life in this world, is far more gratifying. Sun Chang, upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, felt an overwhelming rage swell within him, grunting incessantly as he attempted to rise and redeem his honor. Yet, his incapacitated left leg rendered him unable to stand. He endeavored to use his hands for support, but ultimately, he tumbled back to the ground. What have you done to me? Why can I not move? Fear began to creep into Sun Chang's heart. With his back turned to Sun Chang, Qin Xiao spoke leisurely. I have done nothing but sever your meridians. Should you manage to reconnect them, I shall concede your skill. However, those who have provoked my Tianling finger and expect to restore their meridians without my assistance shall find it no easy feat. The Tianling finger is a manifestation of condensed spiritual energy, released with a single gesture, and all attacks are purely comprised of spiritual energy. This energy can aid in cultivation or seal one's power. The celestial strike leaves a residue of energy that inevitably inflicts harm upon the body. Similarly, when Uncle Fu sustained his injuries, it was under the same circumstances. However, Qin Xiao discreetly lifted the restrictions on his spiritual energy, which prevented Uncle Fu from noticing anything amiss. But now, as for scoundrels like Sun Chang, Qin Xiao harbors a fervent desire to eradicate him at once. After dealing with Sun Chang, Qin Xiao's gaze shifted to Han Yasi. Teacher Lin, may I inquire as to the purpose of your summons today? Qin Xiao spoke in a manner that contrasted sharply with his usual frivolity, adopting a more formal demeanor as he regarded Lin Yasi, maintaining a deliberate distance between them. Indeed, Qin Xiao was keen to uphold this separation. Qin Xiao, what is the meaning of this? Chapter 20, Testing the Waters. Lin Yasi's mind was rife with questions. For instance, how had Qin Xiao's strength escalated to such heights? Why was he now distancing himself from her? The reason I called you here is to ask why you are participating in this year's college entrance examination, given your youth. I worry about your safety. However, it appears I have underestimated you. No, it seems everyone has underestimated you. Lin Yasi's eyes scrutinized Qin Xiao closely. In truth, she had much to convey to him, numerous inquiries to make. Yet, upon observing his aloof demeanor, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. As for Qin Xiao, upon hearing Lin Yasi's words, his expression remained unchanged. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Lin. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, he replied, turning to depart after finishing his polite dismissal. Qin Xiao comprehended Lin Yasi's intentions. However, the recent events had ignited a sense of resentment within him. After all, it was Lin Yasi who had summoned him, and the ensuing conflict had arisen due to her actions. Yet, the outcome had nearly cost him his life. Had it not been for his recent breakthrough in cultivation, he might have found himself lying lifeless on the ground. In their shared realm, how could Qin Xiao not trust that Lin Yasi would protect him? Such a notion seemed impossible, unless Lin Yasi had no intention of intervening. Regardless of her reasons, this incident marked the end of their fated connection. Qin Xiao. Lin Yasi gazed at his retreating figure, yearning to call out to him, but her words faltered. Her right hand reached toward the air, only to be lowered in resignation. Alas, have I truly erred? I merely wished for Sun Chang to gauge Qin Xiao's strength, while simultaneously conveying that there are always greater forces beyond our comprehension. Was that such a grave mistake? How could I have known that Sun Chang, that worthless fool, would resort to violence? Observing Qin Xiao's departing silhouette, Lin Yasi clenched her fists tightly, ultimately directing her gaze towards Sun Chong. At that moment, Sun Chong lay on the ground, writhing in agony. Upon noticing Lin Yasi's attention, he adopted a pitiful expression and spoke, "Yasi, I endured this for you. You cannot abandon me." Lin Yasi regarded Sun Chong with disdain. "You worthless fool. Do you dare to resort to violence against a fellow student? How could I bear to associate with you?" With those words, she dismissed him with a flick of her sleeve and turned to leave. Sun Chong, witnessing her departure, hurriedly pleaded, "Yasi, please don't go. You cannot simply disregard me." Sun Chong exclaimed. However, Lin Yasi pretended not to hear, showing no sign of pause. Meanwhile, after leaving the training room, Qin Xiao took a deep breath. His mind flooded with memories of Lin Yasi's support. "Let the past remain in the past," Qin Xiao muttered, shaking his head as he turned to leave. 5 minutes later, at the spot where Qin Xiao had departed, Lin Yasi gazed at his receding figure, furrowing her brow before dialing a number. "He seems to have misunderstood my intentions. However, this primarily stems from our lack of understanding of him. After all, he is the son of that esteemed individual. How could he possibly be as ordinary as we perceive?" She continued, "He is set to take this year's college entrance examination, and we must expedite our preparations." With that, Lin Yasi ended the call. At the same time, a 5-pointed star pattern emerged on the back of Lin Yasi's right hand. Qin Xiao remained oblivious to her subsequent actions, and even if he were aware, it is unlikely he would have cared. For after the events of today, their paths would not cross again. Although the incident was abrupt, it was indeed connected to Han Yasi. This rationale alone was sufficient. Practitioners of cultivation must not only confront challenges head-on, but also possess the wisdom to navigate fortune and misfortune. Within the training room, Sun Chong lay alone, groaning in agony. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, and not a single soul passed through the training hall. Realizing this, Sun Chong succumbed to despair. With only one intact arm, he began to crawl across the floor. At that moment, he could rely solely on himself. If he failed to escape and find aid soon, even his formidable combat prowess would not save him from succumbing to the loss of blood. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Sun Chong finally emerged from the training room. What in the world? An invasion of star beasts at the school? How audacious of these creatures to infiltrate the institution with such impunity. I shall not let this transgression go unpunished. As a mentor strolled by, he was suddenly confronted by a blood-soaked figure. Mistaking Sun Chong for a star beast, he instinctively prepared to strike. For the bloodied Sun Chong bore an uncanny resemblance to a blood slave of the star beasts, both drenched in crimson. "Stop! It is I, Sun Chong," he exclaimed urgently. As the mentor was about to act, the familiar voice caused the mentor to pause, and he cautiously scrutinized Sun Chong, wary that he might be a star beast in disguise. Upon finally confirming Sun Chong's identity, the mentor could not suppress his astonishment. "Sun Chong, what on earth has happened to you? How did you sustain such grievous injuries? Was it an attack by a star beast?" As he spoke, the mentor examined Sun Chong's wounds, attempting to ascertain whether they were inflicted by a star beast. Sun Chong, observing the scene, could not help but curse inwardly. "Is this fellow a simpleton? With such severe injuries, should he not be rushing me to the hospital? Does he not fear I might bleed to death?" Though he grumbled internally, Sun Chong maintained a cheerful facade. "It was not a star beast. It was merely a sparring session," he replied with an awkward smile. A sparring session? The passing mentor was filled with skepticism, yet upon witnessing the murderous glint in Sun Chong's eyes, he restrained his curiosity and assisted Sun Chong toward the infirmary. As they walked, a fierce aura emanated from Sun Chong's gaze. "Qin Xiao, just you wait. Once I recover, I shall exact my vengeance," Sun Chong murmured to himself. However, his words caught the attention of his mentor. "Qin Xiao? Does this imply that Qin Xiao is still alive? If so, it is imperative to report this to the family head promptly for a decisive course of action." The mentor contemplated, then unceremoniously deposited Sun Chong at the entrance of the infirmary before turning away. This encounter profoundly challenged Sun Chong's worldview. He had never encountered such an eccentric mentor in this institution, prompting him to curse under his breath. Damn it, this energy is infuriating. Meanwhile, in the Han family, Han Weining received the alarming news that Qin Xiao was indeed alive. Instantly, the entire Han household was thrown into turmoil. Damn it, how could you all mess this up? Was it not stated that Qin Xiao was dead? Why am I now being informed of his survival? Find him. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you must. I demand you locate Qin Xiao. The audacity to disturb the peace of the esteemed clan was intolerable. If this individual remained alive, how could the Han family maintain its standing in Haiqing? Consequently, the entire city of Haiqing trembled with the repercussions of the Han family's urgency. Both the underworld and the legitimate society were in pursuit of one singular individual, Qin Xiao. Hey, buddy, have you heard of Qin Xiao? He's worth 1,000,000 star coins. If you have any information, do let me know. We can split the rewards. Chapter 21. Self-awareness. After departing from the school, Qin Xiao had nowhere else to go. As was customary, he returned to his dormitory to continue his cultivation. His primary focus now was on refining his skills. A year has passed since the breakthrough in the celestial realm, yet it remains uncertain how many millennia may follow. Qin Xiao grows increasingly impatient. If given the opportunity, he yearns to harness the resources of the celestial realm to achieve immortality in the mortal world. In due time, he envisions returning the favor to the celestial beings with his mortal form. Although the physique of the celestial realm may be somewhat inferior, it would still be indistinguishable from that of a conventional immortal. Despite the seemingly superfluous nature of Qin Xiao's aspirations, they serve as a contingency plan. He has not forgotten the deep-seated enmity that runs through his veins, the destruction of his homeland, and the loss of his loved ones. Presently, while he embraces an optimistic approach to life, the demons within him remain unvanquished, and it is only a matter of time before he becomes a mere shell of his former self. Upon returning to his villa, Qin Xiao resumes his cultivation of the chaotic devouring technique. At this juncture, as long as he possesses sufficient energy, he can continue to make breakthroughs indefinitely. At least, he need not worry until he reaches the realm of the War King. This is one of the benefits accrued from his previous life. The chaotic devouring technique proves to be exceptionally effective. Regardless of the world he inhabits, he can cultivate it. It is indeed worthy of the insights he gleaned from the unmarked stone tablet. Legend has it that this stone tablet originated from beyond the heavens, and it is quite possible that it hails from the celestial realm. Regrettably, his talent was too meager at the time, allowing him to only comprehend the techniques of the mortal extremity. Had his comprehension been a touch greater, and he had transcended the mortal extremity, perhaps in the celestial realm, he would have encountered far greater opportunities. Unbeknownst to Qin Xiao, during his intensive training, the city of Haiqing has erupted into chaos. Due to the exorbitant bounty placed upon him, countless individuals are scouring for his whereabouts. The bounty information disseminated by the Su and Han families has naturally reached the Su clan. Su Jun is incensed by this audacity. The audacity of the Han family is truly remarkable. They dare to place a bounty on Qin Xiao. Do they seek to hasten their own demise? Furthermore, offering a mere 1,000,000 star coins as a reward for Qin Xiao is nothing short of an affront. It appears that the Han family is utterly doomed. Su Jun, seated at his desk in the study, voiced his indignation while angrily striking the surface before him. The actions of the Han family filled him with profound disgust. Uncle Fu, instruct the clan members to prepare. We shall annihilate the Han family tonight. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Jun commanded Uncle Fu, who stood behind him. Master, might such an action be somewhat improper? Uncle Fu, upon hearing Su Jun's words, pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed, Su Jun turned to face Uncle Fu. What do you mean by that? He inquired. Uncle Fu stepped closer to Su Jun, surveying the surroundings before speaking. Master, our destruction of the Han family would merely serve to stand up for Qin Xiao and seek to align ourselves with the forces backing him. However, have you considered whether Qin Xiao actually requires our assistance? If we act impulsively without consulting him, could we not inadvertently create counterproductive consequences? Upon hearing Uncle Fu's words, Su Jun was momentarily taken aback, then gradually nodded in agreement. Your words hold wisdom. You have reminded me that this course of action may indeed be ill-advised. The Han family could very well serve as a sharpening stone for Qin Xiao. If there truly are influential figures from the capital supporting him, then how could Qin Xiao possibly be in danger? As Su Jun contemplated this, clarity dawned upon him. He realized that his earlier impulse had been rash. The foolishness of the Han family has provoked me, prompting this decision. How fares Lingxian? Since she retreated to the villa, she has remained ensconced in her cultivation chamber, emerging not even once. Su Jun began to inquire about Su Lingxian's circumstances, as the impending college entrance examination left him no room for complacency. He reported to the family head that the young lady seemed to have acquired cultivation resources from Qin Xiao, the very pure energy we sensed in that room. Perhaps when she emerges from her seclusion, her strength will experience a significant enhancement. Fu Bo spoke with a grave expression, pondering the source of such refined energy. In his lifetime, he had never encountered anything like it. Even the energy contained within the star's spring might not possess such purity. This is indeed fortuitous. As long as Lingxian secures a place among the top 100 in the examination, she will thereafter possess the autonomy to govern her own life, free from family interference. The family will even allocate resources in her favor. In this way, Lingxian would have ascended to great heights. Su Jun sighed as he spoke. For while many envy the splendor of prominent families, few realize the heavy price that lies beneath such grandeur. In the celestial realm, after delving deeply into his cultivation, the modern Qin Xiao found his consciousness involuntarily returning to the heavenly domain. After numerous validations, he had come to the realization that his existence in the celestial realm was his true self, while the technological world served as a mere projection of his being. Both realms shared a singular consciousness, yet his soul remained as the Emperor's soul, currently indivisible. However, should his soul transcend once more, reaching the realm of celestial spirits, perhaps both versions of himself in these two worlds would no longer require slumber. At this moment, as the carriage progressed, Qin Xiao had traversed 80 million miles from the imperial capital. Yet, the distance to the northern frontier remained considerable. The celestial realm is vast, stretching beyond countless billions of miles. Even at the pace of celestial steeds, which traverse 10 million miles a day, it would take over 30 days to reach the northern borders. Bored during the journey, Qin Xiao took the initiative to approach Qin Zhan for the first time. He arrived at the entrance of the main tent and, after bowing respectfully, spoke. Uncle Wang, the journey is rather tedious. Do you have any books to help pass the time? Inside the tent, Qin Zhan, who had been in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the tent flaps parted automatically. Observing this, Qin Xiao stepped into the carriage and entered the tent. Qin Zhan regarded him and remarked, "The journey is indeed long. I had forgotten you cannot cultivate, and thus have no means to alleviate your boredom. As for books, there are but a few in the army. I shall instruct my men to procure some texts along the way to be entrusted to you. Would that suffice?" Qin Xiao beamed with joy and nodded eagerly. "Thank you, Uncle Wang. Please continue your cultivation. I shall not disturb you." He clasped his hands in gratitude and exited. Akin to a child on the verge of receiving a delightful toy, overwhelmed with joy. Yet, within this child's form resided a mature soul. Upon returning to his own carriage, Qin Xiao murmured to himself, "Once the texts arrive, perhaps I shall uncover the nature of this world." At that moment, Qin Xiao hoped to receive news of the moonlit gathering. With this thought, he could not help but clench his fist tightly. "You ascend to immortality, while I guard the mortal realm for millennia. Who would have known you would forsake your ancestral land, casting it aside like a fleeting spark? No matter how splendid the path, devoid of compassion, it bears no distinction from that of a beast. Even if I were to attain immortality in the future, I would never wish to become a heartless immortal. I am who I am." Chapter 22. The College Entrance Examination in Another World. As Qin Xiao contemplated this, a surge of spiritual power coursed through him, vibrating with intensity. There were faint signs of a breakthrough to the celestial soul. However, he ultimately fell just short of the mark. This commotion did not escape Qin Zhan's attention. Yet, upon sensing that Qin Zhao's spiritual power had not yet reached the celestial level, he let out a deep sigh. Though powerful, spiritual energy that has not manifested into a celestial soul is, in the eyes of the immortal realm, still that of an ordinary being. No matter how formidable an imperial soul may be, its quantity cannot surpass the importance of its quality. It is regrettable he was so close. Studying could enhance one's six senses. Even if he could not cultivate, it might still strengthen Zhao's spiritual power. Perhaps, in time, he could break through to the celestial soul. If he could attain such a breakthrough, nourishing his physical form with the celestial soul, there might come a day when Xiao could walk the earth like any normal person. If circumstances were more favorable, he might even engage in cultivation. Qin Zhan envisioned this in his mind, and soon thereafter, issued a military command to gather various books along the way. In the realm of immortals, the common literature is inscribed on scrolls, explored through the power of the immortal soul. However, considering Qin Xiao, his soul force has yet to transcend into the realm of the immortal soul. Thus, he can only gather a few texts and engage with them visually to gain insight. Although this method pales in comparison to the reading facilitated by the immortal soul, it remains his only option. In the civilized world, After 2 days of diligent cultivation, Qin Xiao's cultivation level surged once more, reaching the 7th layer of the fetal movement realm. His physical strength has now attained an impressive 70,000 pounds. Within him, strands of spiritual energy intertwine, as if on the verge of coalescing into a sphere. Qin Xiao understands that the day these energies finally merge and transform into spiritual liquid will mark his breakthrough into the fetal movement realm. Although his soul perception indicates that this spiritual energy is close to condensing into liquid, the reality is still a considerable distance away. The transition from gas to liquid encompasses a staggering multitude. Qin Xiao initially intended to continue his cultivation. However, Su Lingxian once again arrived at the villa for a visit. He found himself compelled to interrupt his practice. Why has she come again? Could it be that she seeks more spiritual rice? 3 days have passed, and Qin Xiao has once again acquired a modest amount of spiritual rice from the immortal realm. While spiritual rice holds little significance for him, he is reluctant to offer it freely, not wishing to be seen as a soft touch. With the villa's permissions now accessible, Su Lingxian approached Qin Xiao with a light, graceful stride, a smile adorning her face as she gazed at him. Can you guess what realm I have broken through to? She inquired. Warrior level 9. Qin Xiao responded without hesitation. Su Lingxian, upon hearing his answer, was initially incredulous, and then she asked, how did you discern that I have reached the 9th level of a warrior? I have not disclosed this to anyone, not even to my father, who remains unaware of my breakthrough. You must have merely guessed. Indeed, it is simply a conjecture. Guess? Qin Xiao was questioned by Su Lingxian, yet he offered no explanation. With the prowess of his imperial-grade soul, was it truly difficult to ascertain another's cultivation level? To put it bluntly, as long as Qin Xiao's physical form could withstand it, there would be no more than a handful of beings in the entire human realm capable of evading his keen perception. Were it not for the limitations of his corporeal body, he could, within a mere breath, scour the entirety of a civilization's knowledge. Consider it a correct guess. What do you think? I have broken through to the 9th level of a warrior. Are you not astonished, even shaken? Su Lingxian continued without awaiting Qin Xiao's response, engaging in a self-dialogue. With my strength at the 9th level, I am certain my name will appear among the top 100 in this year's college entrance examination. Perhaps, infused with my killing intent, I might even break into the top 10. Her right hand clenched into a fist, her face alight with enthusiasm. Is this why you have come here, to share such news with me? Qin Xiao inquired, gazing intently at Su Lingxian. Her fervor diminished significantly at his question, and she awkwardly replied, what? Are these matters not worthy of your delight? Su Lingxian cautiously observed Qin Xiao. It dawned on her then that the relationship between herself and Qin Xiao was not as familiar as she had imagined. Yet, in the course of her recent training, his figure had lingered in her thoughts incessantly. Su Lingxian pondered why Qin Xiao would bestow spirit rice upon her, and why he was so supportive and kind. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she felt herself growing more familiar with him. Of course not. Su Lingxian responded somewhat awkwardly. I have come primarily to inform you that the college entrance examination is tomorrow. This year, the exam may differ significantly from previous ones. The organizers have decided to hold the examination in a different dimensional space. Within this realm, there exist celestial beasts, and points can be earned by hunting different grades of constellations. Ultimately, participants will be ranked based on the points they accumulate. As Su Lingxian spoke, she observed Qin Xiao, hoping to discern a look of astonishment on his face. However, Qin Xiao's expression remained unchanged. He merely replied, oh, please, do you not have even the slightest reaction? Have you not realized that this year's college entrance examination has become more challenging? We will be hunting celestial beasts in this space. If luck is not on our side, and we encounter a formidable celestial beast, won't that easily diminish our rankings? Are you not worried at all? Su Lingxian gesticulated animatedly before Qin Xiao, emphasizing her concerns. Yet, Qin Xiao's focus lay elsewhere. I am indeed astonished. I wish to know, are we not a second-tier top civilization? We still have a considerable distance to cover before reaching a third-tier civilization. How, then, has this spatial technology been realized? Isn't such technology only attainable by civilizations that have reached tier 3 or 4? Qin Xiao inquired of Su Lingxian. Qin Xiao's words left Su Lingxian momentarily speechless. Space technology? Level 3 civilization? Level 4 civilization? Have your studies advanced to such an unprecedented level? It seems we are not even on the same wavelength. Nevertheless, you are correct. The creation of space appears to be a feat achievable only by those endowed with awakened spatial abilities. Yet, That remains merely an extraordinary power. And when compared to the tangible world, there is still a fundamental distinction. The pressing question is, how did the Federation manage to transform an alternate dimension into an examination venue? As Su Lingxian inquired, she gazed at Qin Xiao, who, in turn, was equally fixated on her. Upon hearing her question, a wave of disbelief washed over Qin Xiao. Sister, am I the one interrogating you, or are you questioning me? Have you turned the tables on me? Is it the case that all the women from the civilized world are so remarkably gifted? Qin Xiao pondered, then shook his head. Perhaps it would be best to discuss matters pertaining to the examination. Wasn't it said that the college entrance examination is shrouded in utmost secrecy? How did you come to know? Chapter 23. Entering the examination hall, Su Lingxian found herself at a loss when Qin Xiao pressed her with inquiries. Are the examination questions truly that challenging? It seems that obtaining level 2 access to the Star Network would grant one insight into the exam content. Do you mean to say you are unaware? Su Lingxian regarded Qin Xiao with suspicion. Qin Xiao refrained from answering directly and instead retorted, "Did you come to seek me out merely to discuss this matter?" As for Su Lingxian, in truth, she was uncertain of the reasons behind her visit to Qin Xiao. Perhaps she was aware, yet reluctant to confront the truth. Of course not, Su Lingxian replied. My father told me that the Han family is searching for you everywhere. I heard you offended someone from the Han family. The entire city of Haiqing is offering a reward for information about you. The class group chat is going crazy. Everyone is trying to pry information from you, wanting to know where you are. The Han family has announced a reward, 100,000 star coins for finding you, and 1,000,000 star coins for capturing you and delivering you to them. My father suggested I ask you if you want our Su family to intervene. Su Lingxian directly revealed her father's intentions. Su Jun had specifically emphasized during his conversation with Su Lingxian that it was merely a probe, unlike Su Lingxian, who straightforwardly disclosed it. The Han family? That must be Han Li. Among the people I've offended, it's only Han Li. I never imagined that a mere Han Li could cause me such significant trouble. Had I known, I should have eradicated the problem at its root. As Qin Xiao thought this, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Hearing Qin Xiao's words, Su Lingxian was startled. It wasn't that she didn't understand Qin Xiao's implications. It was precisely because she did that she found it terrifying. Qin Xiao is only 15 years old, yet for some reason, he gives Su Lingxian the impression that he doesn't value human life at all. His words and actions don't seem like those of a model youth of the new century. So what are you planning to do? Su Lingxian asked Qin Xiao tentatively. Let it cool, he replied. Taking one step at a time, Qin Xiao solemnly declared, if anyone dares to provoke me, I shall show no mercy. He was inherently averse to complications, and should trouble come his way, the simplest solution would be to eliminate the source of that trouble. Heh, as long as you understand, he added with a hint of amusement. I shall take my leave now. Su Lingxian bid farewell, needing to relay the information to Su Jun. The notion of resorting to violence was beyond her moral compass, making it difficult for her to accept. As Su Lingxian departed, Qin Xiao remained impassive. He was not of this world, having attained the status of a great emperor. He had faced countless life and death situations. In moments of decision, he was inevitably decisive and ruthless. What Su Lingxian thought mattered little to him. At present, what truly captured Qin Xiao's attention was the impending college entrance examination, along with its reward, the Star Moon Purple Ginseng, a substance capable of awakening the innate Star Moon divine body. This year's top scholar would undoubtedly be him. The following day marked the arrival of the examination. Qin Xiao joined a throng of candidates as they entered the high school plaza, which was already teeming with spectators. The audience consisted of parents and younger students. Some were there to observe the performance of individuals they admired, while others were preparing for their own future examinations. All spectators were confined to the stands, while the candidates had their own designated path to the plaza. In the center of the plaza stood a massive clock, its hands ticking away the seconds. As the time approached 8:30, the clock suddenly emitted a gentle radiance. Immediately, the multitude of candidates in the square was illuminated. When the radiance faded, the presence of the candidates had vanished. Latecomers arrived, but upon their appearance in the square, they found themselves barred from participating in the examination. For the light of the examination would not descend upon them again. Among the crowd, Qin Xiao felt the gentle blue glow emanating from the clock. This luminescence was imbued with a soothing energy that evoked a sense of comfort. Yet, upon closer inspection, Qin Xiao discovered he could not discern the source of this energy. All energies in the world are constituted by merely 9 elemental forces: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, time, space, light, and darkness. However, this soft blue energy eluded Qin Xiao's understanding, as if it existed independently of these elements. Just as he sought to delve deeper into this sensation, the energy began to grow restless. Suddenly, Qin Xiao found his body beyond his control, swiftly drawn into a soft blue vortex of light. When he reopened his eyes, he realized he had entered an entirely different realm. The scenery was picturesque, with clear mountains and flowing waters, accompanied by the melodious songs of birds and the fragrant blossoms. One might mistakenly believe this was not an examination site, but rather a hidden paradise. Such a vivid sensation. Was this merely a projection or an illusion? As Qin Xiao surveyed his surroundings, a colossal serpent suddenly lunged at him, its scarlet tongue flickering menacingly. Blood-red python. Qin Xiao instinctively uttered its name. He had meticulously studied the various exotic beasts of Blue Star on the Star Network. The blood-red python, a serpentine creature that thrives in sunlight and enjoys basking in its warmth, is aptly named for its vividly crimson scales, though its weakness lies in its eyes. The information about the blood-red python quickly surfaced in Qin Xiao's mind. Subsequently, a celestial finger of energy shot forth from his fingertip, striking the python squarely on its forehead. How audacious for a mere 8th-tier warrior to attempt a surprise attack on me. Is this not akin to delivering a meal to my doorstep? Just as Qin Xiao dispatched the blood-red python, a surge of pure energy flowed from its body into his own. The speed at which spiritual energy coalesced within his dantian intensified. Qin Xiao was taken aback, grappling with the unfolding scene. What could this mean? Is it possible that slaying a star beast could yield energy rewards? Is this truly a new world? Doubts began to creep into Qin Xiao's mind. Before he could ponder further, a transparent halo suddenly materialized around his left wrist. Almost immediately, a score of 8 appeared upon it. Very well. Qin Xiao accepted this as a testament to modern civilization, a phenomenon that defies explanation within the realms of traditional cultivation. Is this what the examination entails? I find it rather delightful. A smile crept upon Qin Xiao's lips as he resumed his pursuit, eager to hunt star beasts. At this moment, he had discerned the rules of the examination. Strength reigns supreme. The top position is undoubtedly linked to the accumulation of points. Hunting star beasts not only grants energy, but also rewards points. What could be more advantageous? Meanwhile, in another sector of the examination grounds, Su Lingxian had also joined the ranks of star beast hunters, facing off against a 5th-tier blood moon fox, a foe that posed little threat to her. A palpable aura of menace permeated the air, momentarily stunning the blood moon fox. Chapter 24. The Valley of Hunger. Before the blood moon fox could react, a slender white sword severed its throat. The lifeless form of the blood moon fox transformed into a stream of stellar energy, merging with Su Lingxian's body. However, as Su Lingxian had not cultivated any techniques, the energy that could be absorbed by his body was but a mere fraction. In a secluded valley, Qin Xiao perched upon a tree, keenly observing the movements within. Having fought his way through, Qin Xiao's score had surpassed the significant threshold of 700 points. Additionally, the bracelet on his left wrist displayed another feature, the leaderboard. At present, the individual at the top of the leaderboard had amassed 1,500 points, leading Qin Xiao by more than half. With his 713 points, Qin Xiao found himself ranked 174th. The leaderboard showcased only the top 200 scorers. Acknowledging the disparity, Qin Xiao set his sights on the valley ahead. A wolf's howl pierced the silence, followed by a chorus of howls echoing throughout the valley. Indeed, there were numerous wolves within this valley. If he could decimate the wolf clan, his cultivation might very well transcend the 9th layer of the fetal movement realm. Furthermore, he could potentially claim the top spot on the leaderboard in one fell swoop. Qin Xiao quietly assessed the gap between himself and the leader. The top rank in this examination was within his grasp. Fortune favors the bold. With my strength, even a warrior-level star beast would be unable to restrain me. I possess the capability to contend with a general. Yet, could a king-level star beast truly exist in an examination of this nature? Qin Xiao shook his head in disbelief. Subsequently, Qin Xiao strode towards the valley with the star-treading gait, a movement technique he had chosen to cultivate upon entering the Gaokao battlefield, perfectly suited to his current level. With 7 star strides, Qin Xiao could instantaneously appear 3 kilometers away, 7 steps, merely 10 seconds. Having mastered the star-treading gait in his previous life, employing it now was as natural as breathing, or rather, as natural as walking. Just as Qin Xiao was about to reach the valley, a commotion erupted outside. Instantly, Qin Xiao concealed himself. "Halt right there, lass," a gruff voice commanded. "If you proceed any further, you'll enter the Wolf Valley. Be warned. If you perish in the examination hall, you won't survive in reality either. Cooperate and let us brothers enjoy ourselves, and perhaps we'll even help you earn some points." A group of burly men accosted a young woman. Qin Xiao observed that although her garments were partially torn, her face betrayed no sign of panic. A wolf in sheep's clothing, Qin Xiao surmised immediately. No, I'm so scared, sirs," she feigned. I'll submit to you, but you must promise to be gentle." The woman adopted a delicate, yielding pose, eliciting lecherous grins from the 4 hulking men surrounding her. Sensing the impending misfortune, Qin Xiao instinctively retreated a short distance and leaped into a tree. "These fellows are doomed," he mused. Scarcely had the thought formed when Qin Xiao witnessed the woman suddenly conjuring bolts of lightning in her hands, which she unleashed towards the upper reaches of the valley. A colossal boulder was struck directly by lightning, tumbling down from the mountaintop with a thunderous roar. "What in the world have you done, you wretched woman? Your actions will surely lead to our demise," exclaimed a burly man, unable to contain his frustration at the commotion outside the valley. At that moment, the woman transformed, a smirk of derision playing upon her lips. "Brother, did you not promise to take me hunting for star beasts? There are plenty within this valley. Why not finish hunting them first? I shall then attend to you all." With that, she vanished in a flash, her form becoming a streak of lightning. Energy transformation? Is this the manifestation of supernatural abilities in this realm? How did she accomplish such a feat? Qin Xiao's mind brimmed with curiosity. As for the 4 burly men below in the valley, he dismissed them from his thoughts. Their fate was all but sealed. However, he was intrigued by their earlier conversation. Could one truly perish within the examination grounds? Would individuals in reality meet their end as well? Was this truly an independent dimension rather than a mere simulation? Before Qin Xiao could delve deeper into his thoughts, hundreds of wolves surged forth from within the valley, their presence formidable. Initially, he had intended to eradicate the pack on the spot, but upon witnessing the woman from before dart into the fray as a bolt of lightning, he sensed something amiss. Following closely, he felt certain that she harbored secrets yet to be unveiled. Following closely behind, Qin Xiao stepped lightly, entering the valley within a mere 10 seconds. As he unfurled his spiritual power, he swiftly discerned the woman's trail. He refrained from alarming her, opting instead to pursue her quietly. At that moment, a faint sound of screams reached his ears from outside the valley. It was evident that the 4 burly men had likely been torn apart by the wolf pack. What a folly to invade another's territory and smash their door. Surely, the wolves would not spare them. As Qin Xiao trailed the woman, he soon arrived at the heart of the valley. There, nestled within, was a serene pool with a small patch of land at its center, upon which a solitary lotus flower bloomed. "At last, I have found you, Star Lotus." Legends spoke of its power to awaken extraordinary abilities. Having already awakened the power of lightning, he pondered the potential of awakening another. With dual abilities, he would undoubtedly secure a place for himself at the War Academy. With determination, Feng Qingxue hastened towards the Star Lotus, unaware that Qin Xiao was following closely behind, biding his time. In his estimation, while the woman was clever, her wits had their limits. Wherever precious treasures lay, fearsome beasts were sure to guard them. Although he had diverted the attention of the wolf pack towards the 4 men, it was naive to think that no guardian creature would be present near such treasures. There was no rush. He would allow her to test the waters first. Soon enough, he would intervene. Although he was unfamiliar with this object, he sensed a considerable amount of energy within it. If he could assimilate it, perhaps it would facilitate his breakthrough. A subtle smile played upon Qin Xiao's lips as he plodded in silence. Indeed, as the wind and snow approached the Star Lotus, a fierce beast suddenly emerged from behind it. Merely a level 7 star beast, it dared to obstruct me? Prepare to meet your end. With a surge of lightning power, Feng Qingxue launched an attack towards the beast. Yet, the creature did not retaliate. Instead, it let out a howl that echoed through the valley. Almost immediately, a chorus of howls responded from beyond the valley, as if summoning reinforcements. This is troublesome. The wolf is signaling for help. Regret washed over Feng Qingxue for not having eliminated it at the first opportunity. At that moment, Qin Xiao appeared beside the Star Lotus and swiftly plucked it from its place. "You scoundrel, how dare you?" Chapter 25. Release my Star Lotus. A slight smile graced Qin Xiao's lips as he cast a glance at Feng Qingxue, before hastily snatching the Star Lotus and turning to leave without a hint of hesitation. "Release my Star Lotus," Feng Qingxue cried out, her heart racing at the thought of her efforts being in vain if the lotus were taken. Unable to contain her fury, she abandoned her need for stealth and unleashed a bolt of lightning towards Qin Xiao's direction. Though he evaded the strike, it slowed his pace considerably. Realizing Feng Qingxue was relentless in her pursuit, Qin Xiao abandoned his plan to flee and confronted her directly. "You claim it as yours, but by what right? This Star Lotus was plucked by me. How can it be deemed yours? If mere glances could determine ownership, then I have looked at you. So why are you not mine?" Qin Xiaomei raised an eyebrow and inquired. You are merely grasping at straws. You must have stealthily followed me, intent on seizing my fortune. Seeing me ensnared by the Blood Moon Star Wolf, you could no longer restrain yourself and sought to snatch away my Star Lotus. Feng Qingxue analyzed as she swiftly approached Qin Xiao, her right hand grasping a long sword, the remnants of which crackled with the power of thunder, as if lightning could be unleashed at any moment. Suddenly, Qin Xiao clapped his hands together, a smile spreading across his face as he regarded Feng Qingxue. "Your words hold considerable merit. I wholeheartedly concur. But what of it? In this world, strength reigns supreme. Whoever lays claim first shall possess it. Things without an owner belong to those with the prowess to claim them. If you truly believe the Star Lotus to be your destined treasure, how could it possibly be in my possession? If it were truly fated for you, it would not have been seized from you." As Qin Xiao spoke, he tucked the Star Lotus away. Upon witnessing this, Feng Qingxue was consumed by fury. The thunderous power within her surged even more intensely, crackling ominously. Just as she prepared to strike Qin Xiao down with her sword, a wolf's howl pierced the air. The wolf pack had returned to the valley. At that moment, hundreds of blood wolves surrounded both Feng Qingxue and Qin Xiao, each one gazing at them with blood-red eyes. The once howling wolf had mysteriously concealed itself among the pack. "Damn it! It's all your fault. We are surrounded by wolves now. At this point, not only is our fortune at stake, but our very lives are in jeopardy." Upon finding herself encircled, Feng Qingxue felt a surge of irritation. According to her plan, even if the wolf pack discovered her after entering the valley, she would have swiftly harvested the Star Lotus and departed with haste. However, the unforeseen complication posed by Qin Xiao had completely disrupted her progress, leading to her current predicament of being surrounded by wolves. "Is this my fault now?" she retorted. "Had you not obstructed my escape just as I was about to flee, I would have been long gone. If you had merely followed my lead, this calamity would not have befallen us." Qin Xiao, on the other hand, appeared utterly unconcerned. His demeanor relaxed and carefree, as if he were on a leisurely holiday in the valley, completely oblivious to the looming danger. "I cannot be bothered to engage in verbal sparring with you. We are currently ensnared. What do you propose we do?" "Only by joining forces can we hope to escape this valley," Feng Qingxue cautioned, her gaze scanning the blood wolves surrounding them. Yet Qin Xiao remained indifferent, for he had ventured into the valley precisely to confront this pack of blood wolves. This was not merely a pursuit of points. It was also a valuable opportunity for cultivation. As for his quarrel with Feng Qingxue, the path of cultivation could be monotonous, and it was essential to inject a bit of levity now and then. "Why should we flee? Do you not see all these points before us? If we vanquish these blood wolves, we are bound to secure the top score. If you do not desire it, I certainly do," he declared, taking a few steps forward. Meanwhile, Feng Qingxue, sensing the gravity of the situation, retreated a couple of steps, maintaining her distance from the feral pack. At the same time, she maintained a distance from Qin Xiao. "A madman, truly a lunatic. If you wish to perish, then do so on your own accord. I shall not accompany you." As Feng Qingxue spoke, she once again increased the space between herself and Qin Xiao. Subsequently, without waiting for the wolf pack to make a move, she executed a feint and swiftly charged towards the wolves on her left front. A magnificent surge of thunderous power flashed by, and in an instant, Feng Qingxue darted to the right, deftly unleashing another bolt of lightning. The crackling thunder struck a level 7 blood wolf with a resounding impact. Following the 2 strikes of lightning, the blood wolf was left in a gruesome state, the scent of roasted meat faintly wafting through the air. However, despite its grievous wounds, the level 7 blood wolf was still alive, recklessly lunging toward Feng Qingxue. With a swift stroke of her sword, she severed the creature's throat, and the blood wolf disintegrated into a stream of energy that merged into Feng Qingxue's body. Simultaneously, no energy overflowed around her. It appeared she had not fully absorbed it. Only a portion had been taken in, while the excess energy dissipated entirely. I wonder if I can absorb the energy from others' kills? Observing this scene from the side, Qin Xiao quietly watched. He then activated the chaos-devouring heaven technique within him, drawing in the energy surrounding Feng Qingshui. As he felt the energy surging through his body, joy welled up within him. Indeed, it works. This chaos-devouring heaven technique seems as if it were tailor-made for this world. In his previous life, it could only absorb various energies from the heavens and the earth, lacking such efficacy in this realm. On the other side, after Feng Qingno vanquished the Blood Wolf, her expression did not reveal any joy. Instead, it grew more solemn. Were it not for the close combat circumstances that allowed for a swift kill with a single strike, she would have needed to unleash at least 3 attacks to slay a single Blood Wolf from a distance. Executing 3 skills would take no less than a minute and a half, averaging 30 seconds per skill. Yet, she faced hundreds of Blood Wolves, with the most formidable among them reaching the 9th level of warrior prowess. How could she possibly contend with this horde? As this realization dawned on her, Feng Qingsno's complexion turned pale, for she had foreseen her inevitable demise in this place. Her resentment towards Qin Xiao deepened within her heart. Lost in thought, she inadvertently let her guard down, and in an instant, 2 blood wolves lunged at her, their sharp claws aimed, one at her head and the other at her heart. Additionally, 4 more blood wolves obstructed her escape. As they all attacked simultaneously, Feng Qingno struggled to fend them off. She swung her long sword to deflect one wolf's claws. But as the other came perilously close to piercing her heart, a laser shot forth from Qin Xiao's hand, instantly penetrating the wolf's forehead. These points are mine. Do not steal them. Chapter 26. Slaying the Wolf King. Another laser erupted from Qin Xiao's hand, striking the blood wolf that Feng Qingsno had just defended against, piercing its forehead as well. Such prowess? Feng Qingsno was utterly astonished by Qin Xiao's display. With a mere finger, he had dispatched a blood wolf. Had he already transcended to the rank of a battle master? Qin Xiao paid no heed to Feng Qingsno's astonishment. His gaze was solely fixated on accumulating points. The top scorer of the college entrance examination is none other than him. Otherwise, treasures such as the celestial moon purple ginseng would be wasted in the hands of others. Strike. Without waiting for the wolf pack to form a siege, Qin Xiao took the initiative to attack. One after another, his celestial finger strikes shot towards the foreheads of the wolves. With each blood wolf he dispatched, it transformed into crimson energy, soaring into Qin Xiao's body. Points increased by 7, points increased by 7, points increased by 3, points increased by 5. A continuous series of beeping sounds echoed in Qin Xiao's ears, which he promptly muted. Just as he had slain over 10 snow wolves, a massive wolf king, far larger than the others, leapt from behind and landed before the pack. It then unleashed a powerful howl directed at Qin Xiao. Howl! With an imposing presence, Qin Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, expressionless as he regarded the Wolf King. Run! That Wolf King possesses strength at least equivalent to a battle master. You are no match for him. Feng Qingshui shouted to Qin Xiao. At this moment, all the wolves' attention was drawn to Qin Xiao. If Feng Qingshui chose to flee now, she might indeed escape. However, seeing Qin Xiao surrounded, she clenched her teeth and ultimately decided against leaving. Damn it! You are surrounded by wolves because of me, and I, Feng Qingshui, owe no one a debt of gratitude. I will stand with you. Feng Qingshui swiftly dispatched 2 blood wolves before making her way closer to Qin Xiao. As she approached him, she felt the oppressive aura of the Wolf King. At this point, not only was fighting impossible, even taking a single breath was exceedingly difficult. This is the pressure that emanates from a higher realm. How did you manage to arrive here? Upon seeing Feng Qingshui approach, Qin Xiao offered a subtle smile and nodded slightly. Foolish indeed. This was Qin Xiao's assessment of Feng Qingshui. You, Feng Qingshui, filled with exasperation, felt an intense urge to deal with Qin Xiao immediately. However, upon encountering the Wolf King before her, she exhaled deeply, conceding, "Very well, I shall spare you this time. Now, let us see how to escape from the clutches of this Wolf King. Otherwise, we shall both meet our demise here." At this moment, engaging in petty disputes holds little significance. Feng Qingshui channeled the energy within her, forcibly resisting the oppressive aura of the Wolf King. Only when Feng Qingshui's energy began to flow did Qin Xiao gauge her strength. Warrior, level 9. It appears that Blue Star is not as feeble as I had imagined. A mere passerby has already reached Warrior level 9. Qin Xiao pondered silently. Yet, his hands did not cease their advance, charging directly at the Wolf King. The Wolf King, sensing the provocation, felt a surge of indignation. In the past, whenever a bipedal creature displayed such an aura, which of them did not turn and flee? Who would dare confront him head-on? A howl erupted from the Wolf King, unleashing a shockwave. The force shattered stone and sent the surrounding wolf pack retreating involuntarily. While a warrior is indeed formidable, it depends on whom one encounters. Qin Xiao, in his previous life, had attained the pinnacle of human cultivation, akin to a terrestrial true immortal, poised to transcend realms at any moment. Displaying an imposing presence before Qin Xiao? Isn't this akin to flaunting a great blade before Guan Yu, an act of sheer folly? At the very least, in terms of momentum, it bears some influence over Qin. Qin Xiao was deftly forming a seal with his hands, channeling spiritual energy into a formidable force that enveloped his entire being. He concentrated an even greater energy between his palms and struck towards the Wolf King's head. The Wolf King, displaying remarkable reflexes, leaped forward as he observed Qin Xiao remain unfazed, narrowly evading the impending blow. In quick succession, his claws descended menacingly towards Qin Xiao's back. Yet, without turning around, it was as if Qin Xiao possessed eyes in the back of his head. He adeptly raised his right hand to block the Wolf King's claws, halting them with a powerful defense. The friction between the spiritual energy and the claws ignited a spark of brilliance. Swiftly, Qin Xiao pivoted, delivering an uppercut aimed at the Wolf King's jaw with his left hand. The Wolf King parried the blow with his other claw. Thus began a fierce melee, witnessed by Feng Qingxue and the pack of wolves. Ha ha ha, how exhilarating. I am eager to see just how many punches this beast can withstand. Qin Xiao's fists, infused with spiritual energy, unleashed a force of at least 100,000 pounds with each strike. The augmentation from the energy was far from trivial. Each punch and claw met in a relentless exchange. After all, the Wolf King was a combat master, a formidable star beast with a robust physique. He endured several of Qin Xiao's punches without flinching. Were a human combat master to face Qin Xiao's fists with mere flesh, they would undoubtedly be obliterated in a single blow. However, each race possesses its own strengths. Humans have their advantages, while star beasts wield their own, predominantly characterized by their immense physical prowess. The advantage of the human race lies in its ability to create martial arts, significantly enhancing its combat prowess. Goodness, is this fellow truly so formidable? A warrior, capable of engaging in hand-to-hand combat with a star beast at the rank of a battle master? If this were to be disclosed, others would undoubtedly consider me a fool. And here I was, contemplating competing with him for the Star Lotus? A wave of trepidation washed over Feng Qingxue at this thought. The Star Lotus is undeniably a treasure, with an 80% probability of augmenting one's extraordinary abilities, which is undeniably enticing. However, all of this is predicated on the fundamental question of whether one can survive. To oppose such a prodigy? Is that not tantamount to courting death? After hundreds of exchanges between a man and a wolf, an energy shockwave erupted, propelling both combatants apart. Qin Xiao felt his spiritual energy rapidly deplete, and the Wolf King was in no better condition, blood gushing from its mouth, splattering onto the ground multiple times. This was a manifestation of the internal injuries inflicted by their brutal exchanges. The Wolf King attempted to howl, but the torrent of blood prevented it from uttering a sound. Comforting. The only useful thing you, a mere beast, have accomplished in this world is to allow me to sit in ease. However, it ends here. Accumulating points is vital. You have fulfilled your purpose. Upon concluding his words, Qin Xiao's internal spiritual energy ignited, amplifying his strength and speed more than tenfold. Feng Qingxue merely caught a glimpse of a fleeting shadow darting past her. In the next instant, a gaping, fist-sized wound appeared on the Wolf King's neck, so swift that the blood had yet to register the injury. Through the translucent cavity, the azure sky was visible. The Wolf King remained oblivious to the true nature of the entity he had offended until his last breath. After a fierce battle, the rapid advancement in his cultivation had rendered his realm somewhat superficial, a situation that he had now resolved. In Chapter 27, 9th Level Battle General. Following the demise of the Wolf King, a brief moment passed before the entity transformed into a magnificent surge of energy, merging seamlessly into Qin Xiao's body. A wave of comfort washed over Qin Xiao, who sensed that if he were to refrain from suppressing his realm, a breakthrough might be imminent. The next stage beyond the fetal movement realm is the spiritual spring realm, akin to the modern civilization's battle masters. These masters possess the ability to awaken extraordinary powers, specifically the awakening of attributes that allow energy to separate from the body. This bears resemblance to the grandmasters of martial arts, particularly in their capacity for internal energy dissociation, albeit with distinct differences due to the inherent properties of energy, encompassing metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, among others. After vanquishing the Wolf King, Qin Xiao paid no heed to Qin Xiao, who stood by. His gaze was fixed upon the surrounding pack of wolves. With the Wolf King defeated, the remaining wolves instinctively scattered in terror. Yet, how could Qin Xiao allow this pack of bloodthirsty wolves to escape? His very purpose for being here was to accumulate points. He could not let the prize slip away. Seizing the moment before the wolves could fully flee, Qin Xiao acted decisively. Channeling his spiritual energy, he unleashed a powerful force. His spirit fingers shot forth like a barrage from a machine gun, scattering in all directions. Coupled with Qin Xiao's formidable soul, each strike found its mark with unerring precision. With every bullet fired, a blood wolf's life was claimed, causing Qin Xiao's points to soar at an astonishing pace. In the end, Qin Xiao's score settled at 21-24, far surpassing the second place by a margin of 300 points, thus claiming the top position. Qin Xiao, witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily stunned. Was this truly a human? His strength was more than double her own. At that moment, the wolf pack began to flee. Realizing this, Qin Xiao was quick to respond. She was unwilling to miss the opportunity to seize points through such an advantageous tactic of striking a downed foe. Although her tally of kills did not match Qin Xiao's, she managed to slay over 10 blood wolves due to their retreat, thereby increasing her score by over 100 points, bringing her total to 1432, placing her at 56th. The two did not completely eradicate the entire pack of blood wolves from the valley, for the sheer number of wolves was overwhelming. Additionally, some blood wolves were solely focused on escape, leaving no time for thorough extermination. Fortunately, as Qin Xiao observed his commanding lead in points, his desire for further accumulation began to wane. The energy of hundreds of blood wolves converged, absorbed by Qin Xiao. Furthermore, he encountered no bottleneck in his cultivation, with the potential to break through at any moment. Had he not exerted considerable restraint, he would have likely achieved a breakthrough already. The reason for his hesitation lay in a premonition. He sensed that if he could consume the Star Lotus before advancing, it might yield unforeseen benefits. The sixth sense of a strong individual not only perceives impending crises, but also recognizes opportunities. Thus, Qin Xiao resolutely restrained himself from breaking through. Otherwise, he would have long since ascended to the Spirit Spring realm. After vanquishing the blood wolves, the valley was not as chaotic as one might have imagined. On the contrary, due to its regenerative mechanism, it seemed to be gradually restoring itself. Ling Xiao could perceive faint energies meandering within the valley, though they were exceedingly weak, barely noticeable. You are truly remarkable. Have you really slain hundreds of blood wolves? Even the warrior-level blood wolves were no match for you? How on earth did you accomplish that? Qin Xiao approached Qin Xiao, inquiring earnestly. Qin Xiao appraised Qin Xiao with a discerning gaze. Suddenly, she clasped her hands protectively over her chest, assuming he harbored ulterior motives. Did she truly believe he intended something untoward? Have you taken a moment to reflect on your own appearance? Are we so intimately acquainted that I owe you any explanations? I certainly haven't forgotten your attempts to seize my treasure, the Star Lotus. As he spoke, Qin Xiao produced the Star Lotus from his robe, waving it tantalizingly before Qin Xiao before swiftly concealing it once more. He then strode past her, seemingly indifferent to her presence. What is there to protect? I have encountered countless women far more captivating than you. Do you truly believe your allure could tempt me? Disdain dripped from the corners of Qin Xiao's lips. At that moment, a roar echoed through the valley. You scoundrel! Qin Xiao felt a wave of indignation wash over her. Throughout her life, she had never experienced such humiliation. When she looked up, Qin Xiao had vanished from sight. Scoundrel, do not let me find you. Otherwise, even if I cannot defeat you, I shall still endeavor to bite you to death. As Qin Xiao spoke, she assumed a fierce demeanor. At that moment, Qin Xiao suddenly appeared before her. Qin Xiao had yet to react when she felt herself seized by Qin Xiao, who then swiftly darted in a particular direction. You scoundrel, did you not leave? Why have you returned? Could it be that you were reluctant to part with me? Why are you holding me? Set me down at once. As Qin Xiao protested, her body writhed in an attempt to break free. Just then, Qin Xiao admonished her sharply, silence. It would be best if you remained still. Something is pursuing us. After uttering these words, he fell silent. Feng Qingxue was about to retort, believing it to be merely an excuse. But the sixth sense of a cultivator alerted her to the genuine presence of a terrifying entity behind them. After what felt like an eternity of running, Qin Xiao finally deemed it safe enough to release Feng Qingxue. Breathing heavily, he ignored her and retrieved several star stones, quickly arranging a small formation around them before entering a meditative state to replenish his spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Feng Qingxue crouched nearby, her curiosity piqued as she observed Qin Xiao. She then inquired, "What was it that chased us just now? Why did you run? Did you not effortlessly slay that blood wolf of the warrior level?" That single blood wolf granted you 1,500 points, and it was at least a level 3 warrior. After a brief respite, the spiritual energy within Qin Xiao had substantially replenished. He opened his eyes and gazed at Feng Qingxue. "Can I not discern whether I can prevail? It's merely a battle master level, which poses little challenge. Yet, the one pursuing us is a battle general, a level 9 no less. Can you even fathom that? If not for my swift escape, we would both be in dire straits." Upon finishing his words, Qin Xiao paid no further heed to Feng Qingxue, as the priority was to recover. Within the examination grounds, even battle general level star beasts had emerged. Who could predict what other unforeseen circumstances might arise? Goodness, is this examination truly so arduous? Battle general level star beasts are already present, and of the 9th rank no less. What use is there in even trying? Aren't they simply instant annihilation upon encounter? In an instant, Feng Qingxue also joined the chorus of grievances against the organizers. What Qin Xiao remained unaware of was that the battle general level star beast pursuing him was also a blood wolf, albeit a mutated variant known as the Blood Moon Demon Wolf. Such entities were not meant to appear in the examination grounds. Were it not for Qin Xiao's extraordinary prowess in dispatching even battle master level star beasts, the appearance of a battle general level beast would not have occurred. On Blue Star, under certain circumstances, a tacit agreement had been reached between humans and star beasts, particularly in the context of the current examination grounds, which were treated with utmost caution. Meanwhile, as Qin Xiao vanquished the battle master level star beast, his points surged to the top of the leaderboard, drawing considerable attention. However, due to the confidentiality of the examination, many details remained shrouded in mystery. Even the organizers, before the conclusion of the examination, are unable to unveil the mysteries. They are merely aware that among this year's candidates, there exists an extraordinary talent who has slain a battle master level star beast. Moreover, the demise of a battle master level star beast inevitably leads to the emergence of a battle general level beast to take its place. At this juncture, Qin Xiao's name still graces the top of the leaderboard, indicating that he remains alive and well, having evaded the clutches of a battle general level, particularly a high-ranking battle general level star beast. This serves as a testament to the immense potential that Qin Xiao possesses. The gazes of several first-tier cities, and even the most prestigious ones, gradually converge upon him, each contemplating how to entice Qin Xiao to join their ranks once the examination concludes. On the other hand, after regaining his strength, Qin Xiao did not hastily resume the hunt for star beasts. Instead, he sought refuge in a cave, intending to consume the star lotus within, to break through his current limits. Once he achieves this breakthrough, he may very well seek vengeance against the battle general level star beast that had pursued them. "Lend me your sword. I shall clear this cave," he requested. Upon entering the cave, Qin Xiao illuminated his surroundings with a torch, revealing the rugged contours of the space, which were far from even. "Why should I use my sword? Can't you wield your own?" Feng Qingxue retorted upon hearing Qin Xiao's request. "If I had a sword, would I need yours?" Qin Xiao replied. Feng Qingxue pondered this response, recalling that throughout the entirety of Qin Xiao's battles, he had not employed any weapon. Wait a moment. Don't all participants in the examination receive a weapon? How could you possibly not have one? Did you perhaps damage it or simply overlook it? Feng Qingxue inquired with uncertainty. Does everyone possess a weapon? This time, it was Qin Xiao who found himself perplexed. With a simple gesture, he activated his wristband. Immediately, an array of weaponry materialized before him, offering options such as swords, guns, and axes. Once he selected a weapon, the choice would be irrevocable. As Feng Qingxue spoke, she demonstrated the process in front of Qin Xiao. In an instant, the long sword she held vanished, only to reappear moments later amidst a fluctuation of space. Witnessing this spectacle, Qin Xiao pondered to himself, there exists another realm within this space. This world is far more enigmatic than I had ever imagined. It resembled an item akin to a spatial ring. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he followed Qin Xiao's instructions, and indeed, he too was able to summon his weapon. Qin Xiao opted for a long sword, which he swiftly retrieved and returned, only to repeat the action again. To Qin Xiao, this appeared as if Qin Xiao was reveling in playfulness, akin to a child. The fluctuations in space seemed to echo the laws governing it. Could it be that in the mortal realm, individuals are beginning to comprehend the laws of space? This is truly extraordinary. After extracting the long sword, Qin Xiao could not contain his astonishment. In his deep contemplation, he exerted force with his hands, vigorously clearing the sharp rocks around the mountainous terrain. Then, before both him and Qin Xiao, he brandished the long sword he had just summoned. The two individuals exchanged glances, a moment of silence enveloping them. You handle your affairs. I shall venture outside to see if there is anything to eat. With that, Qin Xiao swiftly sheathed her sword and turned to depart. Qin Xiao gazed at the blade he had drawn, his silence betraying his dissatisfaction. The quality was abysmal. Was the organizer intent on jesting, presenting such inferior weaponry? Qin Xiao could not help but scoff inwardly. As for clearing the remaining obstacles, he found it an unworthy endeavor. Instead, he casually found a spot to sit cross-legged and, utilizing star stones, he arranged a small formation around himself. This was not due to a lack of trust in Qin Xiao, but rather a prudent approach. Caution begets longevity. Hey, you there. It's rather dim in this cave. Could you conjure a few bolts of lightning to illuminate the place? Once Qin Xiao finished speaking, he immersed himself in his cultivation, his ears shutting out the world beyond the cave. Outside, a cacophony of curses echoed, yet soon, several streaks of lightning illuminated the cavern. Igniting a few torches, what extraordinary properties does this purple lotus possess that could awaken latent abilities? And by what principles are these awakened powers manifested? Such questions sparked genuine curiosity within him. Qin Xiao retrieved the star lotus from his bosom and, adhering to the refining steps provided by Qin Xiao, began to absorb the surrounding energy into his body. He refrained from directly refining this energy, as he was on the precipice of a breakthrough. Should he refine it now? He feared he might transcend immediately. Instead, Qin Xiao chose to temporarily store this energy within himself, assessing the situation as it progressed. Qin Xiao swallowed the star lotus, savoring the transformations occurring within his body. Suddenly, he felt an intense heat enveloping him, as if every cell were ablaze, accompanied by a painful itch. Must it be so? Is every transformation fraught with such agony? He couldn't help but lament. In that moment, he sensed his body beginning to elementalize. Surrounding him were vibrant energies, each representing a distinct attribute: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, ice, thunder, spirit, light, and darkness. However, he did not perceive energies related to time and space in this realm. Gradually, he felt his own form becoming elemental, turning increasingly black. Each cell, every particle of his being, transformed into darkness. Am I awakening the attribute of darkness? Qin Xiao pondered. Eventually, he confirmed that indeed, he had awakened the power of darkness. With a gentle clasp of his left hand, a black hole manifested within it. At that moment, Qin Xiao had completed his awakening of supernatural abilities, embodying the essence of darkness, which could also be described as devouring. Darkness consumed all surrounding entities, including light. Wherever the black hole resided, all matter was obliterated. My first awakened ability is the devouring darkness? Could this be related to the chaotic devouring technique? Chapter 29. Seeking the Blood Moon Demon Wolf. Qin Xiao, attuned to his newfound powers, placed a stone into the black hole. In mere moments, the stone was entirely consumed. Simultaneously, a stream of energy surged into Qin Xiao's body. This feeble energy was nearly negligible. Had it not been for Qin Xiao's formidable soul, he might have failed to perceive it. Contemplating this, Qin Xiao retrieved a piece of starstone and placed it into the black hole. With the naked eye, one could observe the starstone being devoured by the black hole, transforming into energy that flowed into Qin Xiao's being. The chaotic devouring technique was designed to absorb the energies of the cosmos and convert them into spiritual essence. However, this black hole ability seemed capable of consuming anything. Any tangible substance could be devoured. While it appeared somewhat trivial, it also suggested potential for enhancement. Just as Qin Xiao contemplated further experimentation, Qin Xiao entered the room. Upon seeing her, Qin Xiao promptly retracted his dark abilities. Due to the nature of the dark energy's consumption, numerous energies had been engulfed, including those within Qin Xiao himself. His cultivation had not only failed to advance, but had instead regressed to the 7th level of a warrior. Although his realm had diminished, the presence of the dark devouring ability had significantly augmented his combat prowess. Have you already absorbed the Star Lotus? What ability have you awakened? Feng Qingxue observed Qin Xiao's state, noting his somewhat languid aura, indicative of the side effects from awakening his powers. I have awakened wind energy, Qin Xiao replied, simultaneously forming a hand seal. In an instant, a blade of wind sliced through the air before Feng Qingxue. You have awakened a wind attribute ability? Although this power is one of the 4 primary special attributes, it is indeed somewhat lacking. Among the wind, ice, and lightning spirits, the wind attribute is considered the weakest. Spirit refers to the power of the soul, now commonly known as mental strength, the embodiment of will. After Feng Qingxue finished speaking, it seemed she realized her words were misplaced and quickly clarified. However, do not lose heart. At the very least, you have awakened a unique ability, which is considerably stronger than that of others. Furthermore, even if you had not awakened such powers, your inherent strength could likely surpass countless practitioners of abilities. Feng Qingxue's words had little effect on Qin Xiao, who, in truth, did not require any consolation. What perplexed him now was the nature of his body's ability to undergo elemental transformation. If he could decipher this principle, perhaps he could simulate all 5 elemental attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Moreover, he might even evolve them. Among the 12 attributes of the universe, he might be able to master them all. The chaotic devouring technique allows one to consume various energies of the world, including the 12 unique attributes. If he could fully grasp all 12 fundamental attributes and cultivate them to perfection, who in the world could rival him? No matter, to gain is fortune, to lose is fate. After speaking, Qin Xiao glanced at his bracelet. At this moment, he had accumulated 232 points. During his search for the cave, he encountered numerous star beasts, and he currently ranked 4th. The first place had already amassed 500 points, while the second place had 470, just a mere 30 points ahead. The third place stood at 279, considerably distant from Qin Xiao. 6 days had elapsed, with the examination lasting only 7 days, meaning he had but 1 day left. If he could not surpass the first place, thus, the celestial moon and purple ginseng would remain beyond his reach. A single day as time to strive for the top position would suffice. Qin Xiao murmured to himself. Is your aim to achieve first place in the college entrance examination? Feng Qingxue inquired upon overhearing Qin Xiao's musings. Qin Xiao nodded affirmatively. I have come to participate in the examination with the singular goal of securing the top spot. He replied. However, you are over 300 points behind the first place. Is 1 day truly sufficient? While it may sound like a day, in reality, you only have 8 hours. Had you not squandered your time on the Lotus transformation, your victory would have been assured, Feng Qingxue stated earnestly. Qin Xiao chuckled lightly. It is not too late, he retorted. A Battlemaster level star beast is worth 500 points, is it not? Feng Qingxue shook her head. That is not the case. Have you not reviewed the examination regulations? She asked. At this, Qin Xiao felt a wave of confusion. Are there rules for the college entrance examination? Wasn't I simply transported to this alternate world upon entry? Was there supposed to be an instructional period? Why was I not informed? Subsequently, with Feng Qingxue's guidance, Qin Xiao indeed discovered the examination regulations, all contained within his wristband. However, he was not yet fully acquainted with the operation of modern wristbands and had not utilized its functions thus far. It turned out that the wristband would only activate upon the candidate slaying their first star beast. Additionally, within the wristband, there were corresponding weapons and the examination rules. Among these was a particular stipulation. Candidates could seize points from one another, but could only claim half of another's points. Furthermore, one could only rob the same individual once. Upon encountering this rule, Qin Xiao could not help but exclaim in frustration. Why had he not discovered it sooner? The notion of seizing others' points was quite astonishing. However, Feng Qingxue continued to elaborate. The true accumulation of substantial points was predominantly achieved by the offspring of prominent families. This included not only their immediate kin, but also affiliated clans. As all participants engaged in the college entrance examination, towards the conclusion, those who were acutely aware of their impending failure could opt to bestow their points. One could easily envision that if someone were willing to pay a certain price for these points, the value of their accumulated scores would be immense. Feng Qingxue need not elaborate further. Qin Xiao understood. As the final moments approached, should an individual make a compelling offer for points, many would likely choose to sell. Consequently, the first-place contender would amass an astronomical sum of points. Although the college entrance examination encompassed more than just this singular event, Qin Xiao was resolutely aiming for the top position, leaving no room for error. Acknowledging her insights, he expressed gratitude. Yet he firmly believed that securing the first rank was imperative. His gaze was unwavering. Following this trial, there might be other facets of the examination. Yet he was determined to strive for the first place in this particular challenge. Even if he could not achieve it, he would ensure that the gap from first was not insurmountable. He pondered the rationale behind such an examination system, questioning its significance. Nevertheless, within this framework, adherence was obligatory. With his resolve stated, Qin Xiao made his way towards the cave's entrance, his objective clear: the Blood Moon Demon Wolf, a 9th-tier battle-class star beast. The Battlemaster level star beasts provide him with 500 points each. But what about the Battle General level? Surely, at least 10,000 points for the first rank. And for the 9th rank, at least 90,000. Acquiring 90,000 points in one fell swoop. Regardless of any conspiracies others may concoct, he will single-handedly dismantle them. However, Battle General level star beasts are not easily dispatched. First, he must locate that beast and ascertain its whereabouts. Chapter 30. The array devours stars. Qin Xiao emerged from the cave, his feet gracefully treading the stellar path as he swiftly sought out the valley he had previously encountered. Feng Qingxue observed Qin Xiao's departure, yearning to pursue him. Yet, as he exited the cave, Qin Xiao had already vanished from sight. It appeared he did not desire her company. Indeed, facing a Battle General level star beast, she lacked even the courage to confront it, let alone offer assistance. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her fists instinctively clenched tightly. Just as she contemplated retreating back into the cave, she ultimately decided to race in the direction Qin Xiao had taken. How infuriating! Even if I cannot be of aid, I can at least observe from a distance. Surely, I can discern the movements of the star beast, can't I? Feng Qingxue was reluctant to allow too great a gap to form between herself and Qin Xiao. Gritting her teeth, she followed her memory to locate the valley. Before long, Qin Xiao reappeared near the original Wolf Valley. He remained perched upon the same tree, not venturing further into the valley, having sensed a terrifying aura within. Without a doubt, it was the Battle General level Blood Moon Demon Wolf they had encountered previously. A 9th-rank Battle General indeed posed some challenges, but it was not without the potential for confrontation, especially after Qin Xiao awakened his dark abilities. On the path to the valley, Qin Xiao seemed to have discovered a remarkable function of his dark abilities. With his current command over darkness, he could summon multiple black holes. Furthermore, he possessed the capability to position these black holes at designated locations, thereby laying traps in anticipation of the appearance of that monstrous beast. For added caution, he decided to establish a formation. Utilizing the black holes to create a formation that absorbed energy, he intended to unleash a counterattack when the moment was right, potentially yielding unexpected results. With this thought in mind, Qin Xiao took immediate action. He directly positioned himself at the valley's edge, using the black holes as a foundation to set up two formations, the Star-Devouring Array and the Dark Ice Array. The primary function of the Star-Devouring Array was to consume the energy within the body of the star beast, thereby diminishing its combat prowess. The Dark Ice Array, however, played a more critical role. Qin Xiao aspired to employ the Dark Ice Array to restrain the Blood Moon Demon Wolf, allowing for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. If the situation proved dire, it would also serve as a means of escape. Qin Xiao had only engaged in combat with a general-level opponent, Mr. Fu. But that encounter had merely been a surprise attack. The star beast, in contrast, possessed an exceptionally formidable physique, and a general-level star beast could wield certain abilities. Thus, Qin Xiao remained vigilant. Once all preparations were complete, he strode confidently to the entrance of the valley, releasing his aura without reservation. He was confident that the general-level Blood Moon Demon Wolf would undoubtedly recognize his presence, especially considering that its numerous disciples had perished at his hands. Indeed, as Qin Xiao arrived at the valley's entrance, a tremendous wolf howl echoed from within, followed by a violent tremor throughout the valley. A formidable pressure enveloped the surroundings, stirring up sand and stones. Qin Xiao, enveloped in spiritual energy, stood resolutely unmoved. It has emerged. Today marks your demise. Confronting a star beast even more powerful than himself. Qin Xiao's fighting spirit surged. The Blood Moon Demon Wolf appeared, instantly delivering a tremendous shockwave upon him. Qin Xiao ignited the spiritual energy within, transforming it into raw power to withstand the impact with all his might. Nevertheless, he was still hurled several meters away. What an extraordinarily powerful creature. As Qin Xiao rose, he inhaled sharply. Before he could regain his footing, the Blood Moon Demon Wolf lunged at him again. Qin Xiao hastily dodged. In their initial confrontation, he merely sought to gauge the destructive force of the Blood Moon Demon Wolf. Under the strain of a determined strike, he found he could endure the assault. However, should it strike him repeatedly, he feared for his very life. There was no time to assess the condition of the Blood Moon Demon Wolf. He fled, hastening towards the location of the array he had previously set up. The Blood Moon Demon Wolf, frustrated by its earlier failure, swiftly pivoted. Seeing Qin Xiao attempt to escape ignited a fierce urgency within it. After all, it had endured days of vexation after allowing Qin Xiao to slip away, particularly since its painstakingly nurtured progeny had perished at Qin Xiao's hands. How could it not be enraged? This time, no matter what, it could not allow Qin Xiao to evade capture. Thus unfolded the scene. Qin Xiao sprinted ahead, occasionally taunting the Blood Moon Demon Wolf, while the beast pursued him. Growling in fury, the speed of the Blood Moon Demon Wolf was astonishing, yet, fueled by his inner spiritual energy, Qin Xiao's pace was not significantly slower. Although it was inevitable that the Blood Moon Demon Wolf would eventually catch up to him, yet how many could reach their destination? The Blood Moon Demon Wolf pursued closely behind. Suddenly, Qin Xiao came to a standstill. The Blood Moon Demon Wolf, undeterred by the imminent danger, leaped into the air, brandishing its claws, aiming a vicious strike at Qin Xiao's head. Undoubtedly, should the claws of the Blood Moon Demon Wolf seize Qin Xiao's head, death would be inevitable. However, at that very moment, the airborne Blood Moon Demon Wolf was abruptly ensnared by a formidable force from the ground, pulling it downward. The momentum of its leap dissipated in an instant, and the entire wolf crashed heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, four black holes emerged beneath its forepaws, binding it firmly in place. Its body was rendered immobile, and even more terrifying was the fact that its energy was being siphoned by these four black holes. A beast remains a beast. Even after attaining the rank of a warrior, its power remains scant. The incessant energy drain would eventually reduce it to mere jerky. Qin Xiao stood before the Blood Moon Demon Wolf, his expression devoid of emotion. He then slowly raised his left hand, conjuring a black hole far surpassing the others within it. With a gentle wave of his hand, this black hole instantly hovered above the Blood Moon Demon Wolf's head, unleashing a powerful suction that rapidly consumed its energy. The Blood Moon Demon Wolf let out a pained howl, thrashing about in agony, gripped by an overwhelming fear of this unprecedented force draining its essence. Yet, at that moment, Qin Xiao's brow furrowed in confusion. What was happening? Why was this dark devouring ability consuming so slowly? Qin Xiao observed the waning energy of the Blood Moon Demon Wolf, yet the rate of depletion was excruciatingly slow. At this pace, it would take no less than 3 days to fully refine the creature. However, time was of the essence, as he had scarcely 7 hours remaining. Should he fail to vanquish the Blood Moon Demon Wolf, the prospect of claiming first place would slip further from his grasp. Presently, the leaderboard's frontrunner had amassed a staggering 9,000 points, and it was anticipated that by the conclusion of the examination, the top scorer's total would undoubtedly surpass 20,000. There was no time left to pursue other celestial beasts. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. While the black holes devoured the energy of the Blood Moon Demon Wolf, instilling fear within its heart, the wolf soon realized that despite their enigmatic nature, the black holes could only absorb so much of its energy. It was not devoid of the opportunity to resist. With a thunderous howl, the Blood Moon Demon Wolf summoned all its strength, striving to break free. In an instant, the formation faltered. A resounding wolf's howl echoed as the black holes that had momentarily contained the Blood Moon Demon Wolf shattered under the sudden surge of its energy. In the next moment, the wolf leapt into the air, completely liberated from the confines of the black holes. Once more, it howled towards the heavens. Suddenly, the Blood Moon Demon Wolf's body expanded dramatically, its once pitch-black eyes transforming into a vivid crimson. Not far away, Qin Xiao finally arrived. Upon witnessing the wolf's swelling form, She could not help but exclaim in alarm. Oh no, the Blood Moon Demon Wolf has been thoroughly provoked. It is beginning to beastify. Beastification was a customary ability among celestial beasts, and each transformation heralded a formidable escalation in their power. The strength of the Star Beast is set to undergo a significant enhancement. Its speed, power, and resilience to blows will all experience remarkable improvement. Qin Xiao is perplexed by how Qin Xiao has managed to provoke the Blood Moon Demon Wolf. Observing the current situation, it is evident that Qin Xiao's predicament is dire. Is this an awakening of the Star Beast's bloodline? It does not seem to be the case. The beast has entered a frenzied state, its aura considerably strengthened. Qin Xiao watches the transformation of the Blood Moon Demon Wolf before him and swiftly turns to flee. The star-devouring array has already been shattered, leaving Qin Xiao reliant on another formation, the Dark Ice Array. However, while Qin Xiao's aspirations are grand, reality is starkly unforgiving. The Blood Moon Demon Wolf has learned from its previous encounter and is now unwilling to allow Qin Xiao to escape. With its newfound speed from the frenzy, the beast intercepts Qin Xiao's path before he can distance himself. Attempting to change direction, Qin Xiao finds the Blood Moon Demon Wolf always a step ahead. In mere seconds, it appears before him, blocking his escape. The wolf's gaze towards Qin Xiao is laced with mockery. Indeed, the Blood Moon Demon Wolf harbors a deep-seated desire to eliminate Qin Xiao swiftly. Yet, now that its strength has surged, it refrains from dispatching him so easily, instead opting to toy with him. No matter the direction in which Qin Xiao attempts to flee, the wolf is able to swiftly obstruct him. Furthermore, the frenzied aura emanating from the Blood Moon Demon Wolf forces Qin Xiao to retreat. The creature has certainly quickened its pace. However, if this is your sole reliance, you shall still meet your demise here today. Mocked by a mere beast, Qin Xiao felt a surge of anger within. He clasped his left hand, forming a seal. In an instant, the elemental forces of the universe began to resonate with the movements of his fingers. Beast, while I cannot directly consume the elemental power to enhance myself, I can certainly harness a portion of it, Qin Xiao declared. You pride yourself on your speed, do you not? Let us see if your swiftness can prevail now. As he spoke, his hands moved with increasing rapidity, and a chilling aura materialized before him. The Blood Moon Demon Wolf, witnessing this scene, was suddenly gripped by an ominous sensation. It wished to retreat momentarily, yet the pride inherent to the wolf forbade it from taking even a single step back. With a howl, it sought to dispel the unease within. Go, Qin Xiao commanded, channeling the ice elemental energy that surrounded them, though the quantity was modest. As Qin Xiao intoned, the ice energy he conjured obeyed his will and surged toward the wolf like a streak of light. Moving with such velocity that it was nearly imperceptible, the wolf instinctively sensed the threat posed by the approaching energy and attempted to evade it swiftly. Yet, even before the frost descended, the frigid air had already reached it. Ultimately, the wolf's reaction was a fraction too slow. The moment the ice energy struck, the wolf shuddered involuntarily, feeling as though its very blood had frozen. This sensation was profoundly discomforting, leaving no room for delay. The demon wolf immediately channeled the energy within its body, dispelling the frigid aura and the ice attribute energy with ease, thanks to its battle general level prowess. Qin Xiao did not contemplate what harm this ice attribute energy could inflict upon the demon wolf. Its primary purpose was merely to delay the creature for a fleeting moment. It was during this brief interlude that Qin Xiao seized the opportunity to escape swiftly, making his way toward another location of the formation. By the time the demon wolf regained its senses, it was already too late. Qin Xiao had arrived at the designated position. The Blood Moon Demon Wolf hastily pursued Qin Xiao, demonstrating a lack of caution. Once more, it entered the formation. With a deliberate grace, Qin Xiao raised his hands, and a mysterious resonance emanated from his gestures, activating the surrounding grand formation. The devouring black holes reappeared beneath the feet of the Blood Moon Demon Wolf. Observing these formations, the demon wolf displayed a human-like disdain. Indeed, it had previously escaped from a similar setup, leading it to believe that this new formation could also be effortlessly evaded. However, at that moment, Qin Xiao could not afford to ponder the demon wolf's thoughts. The battlefield was in a state of constant flux. Suddenly, Qin Xiao summoned the water attribute energy from the heavens, directing it toward the Blood Moon Demon Wolf. In an instant, a torrential downpour descended from the skies. The rain, while purely a natural phenomenon, bore no offensive intent. The Blood Moon Demon Wolf, witnessing this, did not struggle. Instead, it tested the gravitational pull of the black holes. It discovered that with a surge of rage, it could easily break free from the current formation. Yet, just as the Blood Moon Demon Wolf prepared to escape, a sudden chill, one that he detested, enveloped the formation. With this unsettling thought, the Blood Moon Demon Wolf was gripped by an ominous premonition. Struggling, it quickened its pace. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Qin Xiao had nearly completed his preparations. To contemplate escape now was to realize the futility. It was too late. Rain cascaded down, soaking the Blood Moon Demon Wolf entirely. The frigid energy instantly froze the raindrops. At this juncture, Qin Xiao's assault truly commenced. The vast might of heaven surged forth, crashing like thunder, veiled in the wind, manifesting at his command. Divine thunder of the 9 heavens, heed my call, descend, Qin Xiao murmured. In an instant, a lightning array took shape. Just as the array formed, dark clouds congregated overhead, and a furious thunder roared within. Subsequently, a colossal bolt of lightning plummeted from the sky, striking the Blood Moon Demon Wolf directly. Simultaneously, Qin Xiao coughed up blood. After wiping the crimson stain from his lips, he turned his gaze toward the Blood Moon Demon Wolf. The power of thunder erupted forth. The Blood Moon Demon Wolf was engulfed in surging lightning. The violent energy continued to ravage its corporeal form. The creature howled in agony, its cries a haunting blend of despair and fury. Yet, this was merely a desperate struggle before its demise. With all my spiritual energy, I have woven this lightning array to summon the heavenly thunder. I refuse to believe you shall escape death. The heavens possess 9 types of thunder, each adorned with its own hue, merging into a spectrum of 9 colors. To perish beneath the 3-colored thunder is indeed a mark of honor for you. Chapter 32. Entering the valley, Qin Xiao gazed at the Blood Moon Demon Wolf lying lifeless before him, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. At this moment, exhaustion overcame him, and he settled into a cross-legged position upon the ground, beginning the process of recovery. The Blood Moon Demon Wolf had perished, and the vast energy it had amassed, intertwined with the world's governing rules, flowed into Qin Xiao's being. His spiritual energy swiftly rejuvenated, and his injuries began to mend. Simultaneously, the overwhelming energy surged through his body, enhancing his physical prowess. From a distance, Feng Qingxue could not discern the fierce battle surrounding the valley. It was only when the fighting ceased that she hastened toward the valley, her concern for Qin Xiao palpable. After all, they had once shared the perils of life and death together. Meanwhile, other participants in the trials also took note of the commotion within the valley. However, the formidable aura of the Blood Moon Demon Wolf had deterred them from approaching. Yet, as tranquility enveloped the valley, curiosity compelled many to draw nearer. At this juncture, Qin Xiao remained oblivious to the numerous aspiring candidates approaching the valley. Even if he were aware, he would be powerless to act. His spiritual energy was depleted, and an immense force roiled within him, making any reckless movement unwise. Observant individuals soon noted a significant shift in the rankings on the leaderboard. At this moment, the top rank has shifted from the previous champion, Wu Linfei, to Qin Xiao. Moreover, the staggering number of points amassed is simply jaw-dropping. 94, 236. What on earth has transpired? Has this individual vanquished a warlord? Otherwise, how could one possibly accumulate such an extraordinary amount of points? Could it be that the examination committee has engaged in some form of foul play? How could anyone achieve 90,000 points? The second-place contender, the young master of the Wu family, Wu Linfei, has merely 23,241 points. The disparity between the first and second ranks is a staggering 70,000 points. Various individuals and teams are rife with speculation. Without a doubt, curiosity about Qin Xiao, the first-place recipient, is palpable. What monumental feat has he accomplished to earn over 90,000 points? He is indeed formidable. How is this even possible? What method did he employ? Outside the valley, Su Lingxian, following the main group, began to probe the inner recesses of the valley. Suddenly, she caught sight of Qin Xiao, the top scorer, and her face reflected disbelief. She was aware of Qin Xiao's strength and that he might indeed clinch the top spot, but this was beyond reason. To instantaneously acquire 90,000 points? Could there be a miscalculation in the system? Among the crowd, there was another individual, Zhang Sun, Qin Xiao's close friend. Due to family arrangements, Zhang Sun had also participated in this examination, and by sheer luck, his points were also relatively high. Goodness! This Qin Xiao is truly formidable. By the way, why is my buddy such a slacker? It is astonishing that one woman's desperation could evoke such fervor. If my friend Qin Xiao were indeed the same individual as the top scorer on the leaderboard, I fear I would awaken from my dreams in laughter. Zhang Sun could not help but ponder this in his heart. Presently, the entire cohort of college entrance examination candidates is abuzz with discussions surrounding this first-place Qin Xiao, eagerly inquiring about his background. Naturally, Zhang Sun refrained from disclosing that Qin Xiao is his friend, although his deskmate shares the same name. Zhang Sun is certain that should he utter such a claim, he might very well find himself in a precarious situation. What status could he possibly have to claim kinship with the top scorer? With a staggering score of 90,000 points, he has shattered records in the college entrance examination. Even without participating in subsequent tests, he would undoubtedly be accepted by the premier institutions of the most illustrious cities, as long as his data remains untainted. Such individuals are inherently the favored children of destiny. How could mere mortals contend with the brilliance of the sun and the moon? The commotion in the valley was considerable, yet the curiosity of the masses was even greater. Coupled with the throngs of examination candidates, the multitude surged towards the valley. Even those who hesitated, fearing potential danger, felt reassured at this moment. I refuse to believe that someone could suddenly amass 90,000 points. This figure must surely be a fabrication. I am the true first place. A group of young men and women sat huddled together. Among them, a youth clad in tiger stripes clenched his fists in indignation and declared, "I too find his score dubious. Could anyone genuinely achieve 90,000 points in an instant? What level of star beast would he need to vanquish? It must be at least a general S rank. Is that even feasible? In our esteemed lineage, who possesses the strength to reach such a rank?" Lin Wanchuang spoke up, while the others remained silent. The top score in the college entrance examination was originally contested between Wu Linfei and Lin Wanchuang. Wu Linfei had been slightly ahead, seemingly on the verge of securing the first position. Suddenly, however, an unknown individual surged past them. 90,000 points, a disparity akin to that between heaven and earth. Although Lin Wanchuang had been defeated, he was well acquainted with Wu Linfei. Even with a single misstep, there would still be opportunities to reclaim his honor in the future. Yet, the emergence of this stranger who surpassed both of them was profoundly unsettling for Lin Wanchuang. Staying here is futile. With merely 4 hours remaining until the examination, I've heard that there has been significant commotion in the Wolf Valley. Why don't we venture there together? Who knows what treasures we might uncover? Lin Wanchuang's sister, Lin Wanxiang, suddenly interjected. Both of them were prodigies of the Lin family, alongside Wan Feishue from the Wan family and Tang Junwen from the Tang family. Let us go to the Wolf Valley and set aside the matter of points for now. I refuse to believe that those points are genuine. If someone has indeed manipulated the examination, the Wu family will not be courteous in their response, Wu Linfei declared vehemently. As more and more people gathered around the valley, none dared to advance. After all, the college entrance examination was a mere external concern. One's life held paramount importance. In this small world, death was a very real possibility. Within the valley, Qin Xiao was nearly restored to his former state, though it was unlikely that he could fully recover his internal spiritual energy in such a short time. At this moment, he was still capable of handling ordinary combat. Outside the valley, Wu Linfei and his companions approached, noticing the crowd gathered around, hesitating to venture into the valley. Furrowing his brow, Wu Linfei inquired, "What are you all doing here? Is there something happening inside the valley? Why not go in for a look?" Upon his questioning, the others quickly dispersed, eager to avoid confrontation. After all, it was wise to steer clear of influential figures whenever possible. Let us investigate ourselves. Asking them is futile. Just look at their demeanor. Do they seem like they would dare to enter? Tang Junwen stepped forward, shaking his head, his gaze filled with disdain for the crowd. Chapter 33. Settling the score, ignoring the throng, Tang Junwen boldly strode towards the valley. Wu Linfei shot a fierce glare at the surrounding crowd before following closely behind. Damn it, Tang Junwen is stealing the spotlight. I ranked first in the college entrance examination. I am your leader. Wu Linfei muttered under his breath. As onlookers saw someone take the lead, they began to trail behind. Do you see? Leading the way is a member of the Tang family from the Magic City. A top-tier family not to be trifled with. Who are those following him? I recognize one as a member of the Wu family from the capital. That's Wu Linfei, ranked second on the college entrance examination leaderboard. The other siblings belong to the Lin family, also from a prestigious lineage. Following them ensures safety, for their strength is formidable. Amidst the crowd, some knowledgeable individuals began to enlighten others about the identities present. Wu Fei and his companions paid little heed to the discussions surrounding them. Hailing from the upper echelons of society, they were no strangers to such trivialities. Wherever they ventured, they invariably became the center of attention. Su Lingxian and Zhang Sun naturally followed in the wake of the ruffians, making their way toward the valley. However, it was not Wu Fei and his group who first entered the valley, but rather Feng Qingxiao. She was the first to discover the eerie stillness within the valley and the first to disregard the peril to her life as she recklessly rushed towards its depths. You mustn't come to harm, you scoundrel. You still owe me a star lotus and a unique ability. Is it truly your intention to perish just like that? Such a waste. The battle between the generals was beyond Feng Qingxiao's capacity to engage. She remained at a considerable distance, unable to discern the clash surrounding the valley. However, when the tumult subsided and she could approach, she dashed into the valley, intent on rescuing Qin Xiao. Upon entering, she beheld a solitary figure, desolate and withdrawn. There sat Qin Xiao, with his back to her, cross-legged on the ground, head bowed. Instinctively, Feng Qingxiao exclaimed, Are you dead? How could you die? You still owe me. Her trembling form drew nearer to Qin Xiao. Suddenly, he turned, a smile illuminating his face as he regarded her. Who said I was dead? Could you not harbor a glimmer of hope? I am very much alive. At the sound of his voice, Feng Qingxiao was startled, swiftly retreating. Yet, upon confirming that Qin Xiao was indeed unharmed, she hurried back to his side. You are still alive. How is that possible? That was a 9th-level battle general star beast, and you managed to slay it? Feng Qingxiao cautiously surveyed her surroundings, genuinely apprehensive about any unforeseen developments. It cannot die again. Did you not see? I am at the top of the leaderboard, Qin Xiao retorted. Apart from vanquishing that beast, what else could you possibly conceive? This miniature world possesses a self-protective mechanism. After he defeated the Blood Moon Demon Wolf, its remains would not persist in this realm. Rather, they would transform into energy to nourish the Slayer. Should the Slayer fail to fully absorb this energy, it would revert to the universe. Qin Xiao harbored a curiosity about this small world, yet he found himself bereft of the time to delve into it. Goodness, your combat prowess is astonishing. You can even slay battle general level star beasts. No, it is more accurate to say you possess remarkable courage. No warrior would dare to hunt battle general level star beasts. You are the only one bold enough to do so. Feng Qingxiao unabashedly lauded Qin Xiao. I believe that once this matter is reported, those old geezers will surely be unable to remain composed. With a beaming smile, Feng Qingxiao approached Qin Xiao and patted him on the shoulder. When you achieve greatness, do not forget about me. Remember, your strength is partly due to my contribution of a rare treasure. Just as Qin Xiao intended to counter this statement, he ultimately swallowed his words. He could sense that Feng Qingxiao regarded him as one of her own. Before me stands a strikingly beautiful and enigmatic woman, undoubtedly of significant origin, seemingly aware of the events yet to unfold. How unforgettable! Qin Xiaoshan responded with a smile. At that moment, Wu Fei and the others finally made their entrance from the valley. Upon entering, they immediately spotted Qin Xiaoshan and Feng Qingxiao, who had not concealed themselves in the slightest. Naturally, they were visible. Hey, you two were the first to arrive. What did you witness in this valley? Wu Fei inquired directly, addressing Qin Xiaoshan with an air of superiority, as though speaking to him was a grand privilege. However, Qin Xiaoshan chose to disregard Wu Fei, continuing to engage in light-hearted banter with Feng Qingxiao. As for Feng Qingxiao, she regarded Wu Fei and his companions with utter indifference, as if they were invisible. Their dismissive demeanor instantly incited a sense of profound humiliation among Wu Fei and his associates. Just then, a familiar voice emerged from the crowd. Qin Xiaoshan, is that really you? You actually participated in the college entrance examination? I can't believe you didn't inform me. Do you even consider me a brother? Suddenly, Zhang Sun stepped forward, striding towards Qin Xiaoshan with an expression of excitement. The surrounding crowd quickly picked up on the key phrase. Qin Xiaoshan, is he the one I think he is? The top scorer in the college entrance examination rankings, standing right before us? How did he amass such points? Oh, great master. Please take me along. Upon witnessing Zhang Sun's arrival, Qin Xiaoshan was equally astonished. Did you not participate in the examination as well? What is going on? I have not received any news, Qin Xiao retorted. Subsequently, Zhang Sun provided a lengthy explanation. stating that he was compelled by his family to participate in the college entrance examination, regardless of his preparations being in vain. This was due to having certain resources at home, which could potentially secure some points. Currently, gaining admission to a university through recommendation should not pose a problem. Are you Qin Xiao, the one who tops the points leaderboard? Wu Linfei brandished a spear, his expression filled with animosity, ready for a confrontation. However, Qin Xiao chose to disregard him. That is not my concern. You didn't inform me about your participation in the exam, and I didn't inform you either. We are even. Qin Xiao replied. He was relatively accepting of this body's close companions. All right, this matter is settled. But who is this beautiful lady? Do enlighten us about how you came to know her. Zhang Sun turned his attention to Feng Qingxue. In Zhang Sun's subconscious, he still perceived Qin Xiao as a lovesick individual. To put it nicely, he was a romantic. To put it less kindly, well, everyone understands. May I inquire your name? Will you not introduce yourself? Otherwise, should I wish to inquire about you in the future, I would not even know your name. Chapter 34. What? You don't know her name? Qin Xiao's gaze shifted to Feng Qingxue. It appeared that she had not introduced herself in front of Qin Xiao either. Thus, he truly did not know her name. Xiao, please do not tell me that you are also unaware of her name. Zhang Sun gazed at Qin Xiao in utter disbelief. Qin Xiao nodded. I am truly astonished. You do not even know her name. Just a moment ago, you were so cordial. I even saw her resting her hand on your shoulder. You both. At that moment, Feng Qingxue observed Zhang Sun's bewildered expression and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Haha, you are all too amusing. I never anticipated that someone with such a stern demeanor would have such an entertaining companion. The trio engaged in lively conversation, laughing heartily while completely disregarding Wu Linfei and his companions. Wu Linfei, infuriated, brandished his spear, prepared to strike. The trio ignored his inquiries, effectively slapping his face with their indifference. Other onlookers bore witness to the scene. If he did not act, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule within their circle. However, just as Wu Linfei was about to take action, someone was swifter than him. From the crowd emerged a group that swiftly surrounded Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao, you have finally appeared. We have been searching for you. Today marks your demise. The group exuded an intimidating aura, with the two leaders boasting a formidable level of prowess. Reaching the 9th rank of warrior, more than a dozen individuals encircled Qin Xiao, placing him in a precarious situation. What do you intend to do? This is the national examination, an official venue. Do you dare commit murder here? Beware, I shall report you. Zhang Sun, witnessing his companions being cornered, promptly admonished those surrounding them. Although Zhang Sun's actions seemed rather naive, to Qin Xiao, they were undeniably heartwarming. After all, Zhang Sun is standing up for himself. Qin Xiao patted Zhang Sun on the shoulder and then shielded him behind his own figure. You belong to the Han family. I have previously stated that should anyone from the Han family dare to trouble me, I shall deal with them one by one. If you provoke me, I will annihilate your entire clan. As Qin Xiao spoke, a palpable aura of menace enveloped him, instantly disturbing the hearts of those present. Those of lesser strength turned pale and retreated in haste. The likes of Wu Linfei and others, feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from Qin Xiao, involuntarily took a step back. Lin Wanchuang shook her head at Wu Linfei. Understanding her silent warning, Wu Linfei refrained from making the first move. Qin Xiao, you worthless fool. It is clearly your fault. Why can't you acknowledge it? Do you think you can afford to offend the Han family? I have warned you before that Han Li is the heir of the Han family and must not be crossed. You chose to humiliate him. And now look where that has led you. The Han family has already resolved to execute you. With your life hanging by a thread, will you not kneel and confess? If you prostrate yourself before me in repentance, I might intercede on your behalf. Among the crowd, Wang Jejia stepped forward. Her unexpected presence caught Qin Xiao off guard, though it was somewhat anticipated. After all, securing a connection with the Han family and participating in the college entrance examination ahead of time was not an insurmountable task. What did you say? You want him to kneel? Suddenly, Feng Qingxue, standing beside Qin Xiao, revealed a glint of murderous intent in her eyes. Her aura erupting as her formidable 9th-level warrior strength became fully apparent. As Wu Linfei sensed the formidable aura of Feng Qingxue, he could not help but be taken aback. A warrior of the 9th level. The woman beside him also possessed the strength of a 9th-level warrior. Observing the presence of a 9th-level warrior beside Qin Xiao, the members of the Han family hastily urged, "Who are you, esteemed guest? If you have no business here, We kindly ask you to maintain your distance from Qin Xiao. This individual is our family's sworn enemy. Associating with him is tantamount to declaring war against the Han family. One of the Han family members threatened Feng Qingxue. However, it seemed that Feng Qingxue paid no heed to their words. Her gaze remained fixed upon Wang Jejia. In an instant, a surge of icy power swiftly surged toward Wang Jejia. The Han family members, quick on their feet, managed to intercept it just in time, dissolving the icy force. Yet, the scene before them left Wang Jejia utterly petrified. She had never witnessed such a display before. It was clear that the attack was aimed at her life. Had she been struck by that icy force, she would have faced certain death or grievous injury. Consider this a warning. Should there be a next time, you shall surely perish. No one can save you, not even this group of imbeciles. Rather than resorting to humiliation, Feng Qingxue garnered the respect of those present. Her display of icy power, a rare and extraordinary ability, coupled with her mastery at the 9th warrior level, suggested that her origins were surely remarkable. We must tread carefully in her presence, cautioned Tang Junwen to Wulin Fei and the others. Wulin Fei and his companions nodded in deep agreement. They are undeniably rebellious. Yet this does not imply a lack of intellect. The significance of extraordinary abilities is self-evident, requiring no contemplation. It serves as a passport to the finest cities and elite academies, ensuring admission even to the most prestigious institutions. Being selected by such esteemed academies indicates a formidable backing from these institutions. Who would dare provoke such entities lightly? Even the most powerful families cannot contend with the elite academies, which stand as independent entities within the Huaxia Federation, unbound by constraints. Esteemed sir, our Han family harbors no desire to be your adversary. However, Qin Xiao has ascended to our family's list of targets. Even if you can protect him temporarily, you cannot safeguard him for eternity, a member of the Han family threatened. Yet this time, Feng Qingxue displayed an unexpected demeanor. Who said I intend to protect him? I merely find that woman's demeanor intolerable. How dare she insult Qin Xiao? You are Qin Xiao, are you not? Feng Qingxue turned her gaze towards him. And upon his nod, her attention shifted to Wang Jejia. To insult him is to insult me. If you deem him worthless, then what does that make me? The members of the Han family were about to speak, but were abruptly interrupted by Feng Qingxue. I will not involve myself in your disputes. Pursue whatever course you desire. However, I urge you to tread carefully. As Feng Qingxue concluded her statement, a subtle smile graced her lips, and she stepped aside. Qin Xiao couldn't help but nod at her actions, recognizing her poise and grace. Feng Qingxue's upbringing suggests she undoubtedly has a remarkable presence behind her. Qin Xiao made a resolute judgment in his heart. Enough. I am weary of engaging in idle chatter with you. Since you wish to take my life, I shall escort you on your final journey. Immediately, the aura within Qin Xiao surged forth, causing the onlookers to gasp in astonishment. A warrior of the 9th level. His prowess is indeed that of a 9th level warrior. Yet, what instilled even greater terror among them was Chapter 35, Dual Attributes of Water and Fire. Suddenly, Qin Xiao struck with a celestial finger technique, and one of the Han clan members collapsed to the ground, a bloody hole punctured in their forehead. In this realm, the deceased remain, their bodies persist. With a mere flick of his finger, all the Han clan disciples surrounding Qin Xiao fell to the ground, not even a scream escaping their lips. Even those of 9th level warrior status were no match for Qin Xiao, who dispatched them with ease, leaving only Wang Jejia standing alone. At that moment, Wang Jejia was enveloped in profound fear, her gaze towards Qin Xiao betraying her terror. However, Qin Xiao regarded her with indifference, coldly stating, I have no desire to kill you. Go back and convey a message to the Han clan. Should anyone dare to disturb my life again, I shall surely ascend to the Han clan and obliterate them. As Qin Xiao uttered these words, a surge of murderous intent radiated from him. The onlookers beheld a strange phenomenon behind him, a scene of countless mountains of blades and seas of blood. Merely a glance was enough to instill dread. Is this the realm of his killing intent? No wonder he can assist me in mastering such power. When he was besieged earlier, did my inaction provoke his ire? How infuriating! In less than a day since their parting, he has already entangled himself with other girls? Amidst the crowd, Su Lingxian quietly observed this scene. She neither approached Qin Xiao to greet him nor chose to leave. She simply watched in silence. After dealing with the Han family, Qin Xiao turned his attention towards Wu Linfei and the others. At that moment, Wu Linfei and his companions were already intimidated by Qin Xiao's display of power. It was no jest. That overwhelming aura of killing intent had clearly demonstrated that they were no match for him. To oppose Qin Xiao would be tantamount to courting death. Did you seem to have something to say to me? Qin Xiao inquired of Wu Linfei. Instantly, Wu Linfei wilted. He was defiant, but not foolish. There was a time and place for bravado. No, I absolutely have nothing to say to you. I merely wanted to ask for directions. But that is no longer necessary. Please, continue with your affairs. I shall not disturb you. Wu Linfei's demeanor was remarkably humble. After this explanation, he redirected the inquiry towards his companions. Do any of you have questions? Upon hearing this, Tang Junwen and the others hastily shook their heads in denial. No, we have no inquiries. How could we possibly have anything to discuss? We can manage our own matters. On second thought, I do have something to attend to. I must take my leave and refrain from further engagement with you. Lin Wanshuang and the others swiftly retreated, leaving Wu Linfei in their wake. At this moment, Lin Wanshuang and her companions harbored deep resentment towards Wu Linfei, viewing him as a liability to their team. His presence was bound to lead to their downfall. Feng Qingxue, observing this spectacle, couldn't help but chuckle once more. At this moment, the world trial of the college entrance examination has officially reached its conclusion. The countdown to the exam has begun. One by one, candidates have begun to withdraw from this realm. Qin Xiao and his companions are also preparing to exit. However, just as they were about to leave, Feng Qingxue suddenly whispered in Qin Xiao's ear, I am Feng Qingxue, waiting for you at the Imperial University in the capital. You must come. Without waiting for Qin Xiao's response, Feng Qingxue exited the examination hall. Qin, you are impressive. In just a few days, you've managed to charm such a beautiful girl. I underestimated you, Zhang Sun declared with an air of arrogance. As the saying goes, a scholar should be viewed with new eyes after 3 days apart. The ancients truly did not deceive me. Qin Xiao kicked Zhang Sun playfully. The examination concluded without any surprises, and Qin Xiao, as expected, ranked first with the highest score. However, immediately after the scores were announced, Qin Xiao was escorted away by 2 soldiers to a room filled with advanced technology. The chamber was adorned with numerous optical devices, each projecting different images, nearly saturating the entire space. Qin Xiao, filled with curiosity, examined the room until he reached its end, where a middle-aged man, wearing a friendly smile, regarded him. You must be Qin Xiao, he said. I have reviewed your profile. Truly, a prodigious talent, having shattered the records of the Chinese college entrance examination. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Feng Qingyang, the commander of Haiqing. Feng Qingyang introduced himself, while Qin Xiao remained silent, listening attentively. Dear Qin Xiao, please do not misunderstand. We all hold your college entrance examination results in high regard. After all, the data from the Little World statistics is undeniably accurate. Although it remains a mystery how you amassed 90,000 points, it stands as a testament to your prowess. The purpose of your invitation today is to conduct a private assessment of your innate talent. The college entrance examination is divided into 2 subjects. The first is practical combat, which you have already experienced in the Little World, while the second is a talent assessment. As you are the top candidate, you have the privilege of an early evaluation. Seeing Qin Xiao's silence, Feng Qingyang hastily elaborated. Qin Xiao, acknowledging this, slowly nodded and inquired, What must I do? With a wave of his hand, Feng Qingyang summoned 2 warriors who approached with a shimmering crystal ball. This is the talent assessment device, which will reveal your inherent abilities. The rankings for the college entrance examination have already been established. This talent assessment is merely to provide the various academies with a better understanding of you and to formulate corresponding developmental plans for your future, Feng Qingyang explained. Yet, Qin Xiao remained somewhat skeptical of Feng Qingyang's assertions. Since talent assessment is a component of the entrance examination, it undoubtedly plays a significant role. Even if one achieves high scores, a lack of corresponding talent may lead to disqualification. After all, Qin Xiao was well aware of the rules governing these trials. Members of prominent families could even resort to bribing candidates to enhance their own scores. The issue lay plainly before them. Yet it was an unspoken understanding that everyone chose to ignore. The crystal ball was presented before Qin Xiao. Next, simply place your hand upon the crystal ball, and it shall, through its unique energy, assess your physical constitution, thus unveiling your innate talents. Fear not, for the potential of humanity is often boundless. Perhaps you possess other extraordinary abilities that you have yet to recognize. While individuals endowed with dual or even multiple abilities are rare in this world, they certainly exist. Qin Xiao remained silent, then placed his right hand within the crystal ball. He distinctly felt a cool energy coursing into his body, devoid of malice. Merely traversing through his meridians, he sensed that, should he wish, he could easily restrain this energy, yet it was unnecessary, as this was merely a test of his aptitude. Now, Qin Xiao grappled with the question of what talents he should reveal, for he noticed the energy from the crystal ball had already penetrated into his dantian. It seemed that the crystal ball assessed an individual's attributes through the energy stored within the dantian. As Chapter 36 unfolds, the playful Wang Jia, Qin Xiao contemplated this as he activated his cultivation technique, suppressing all the energy within his dantian, leaving only two types, one of wind attribute and one of fire attribute. Thanks to Feng Qingshua's earlier explanations, Qin Xiao understood that wind energy is classified as a special energy type. However, due to the world's inadequate investment in the development of wind attributes compared to others, the abilities of wind attribute practitioners generally remain weak. This unfortunate cycle has led to a diminishing status for wind attributes, nearly relegating it below the 5 elemental attributes. His wind attribute energy has been unveiled. To further enhance his potential and worth, he must incorporate a fire attribute. The synergy of wind fueling fire can yield extraordinary results. In the future, as he manifests his fire attribute, there will be an undeniable expression on his face. Indeed, just as Qin Xiao had anticipated, a refreshing surge of energy entered his body. And after assessing its elemental properties, it returned to the crystal ball. Within the crystal orb, two hues, blue and red, radiated, accompanied by varying tiers of brilliance. Based on the feedback from the crystal ball, Feng Qingyang swiftly discerned Qin Xiao's talents, a wind attribute at level 5 and a fire attribute at level 6. Achieving a talent level exceeding 5 places one among the elite of humanity. Moreover, the rarity of possessing dual attributes indeed marks him as a true genius emerging from Haiqing. Feng Qingyang gazed at Qin Xiao with a beaming smile. For administrators like them, the emergence of a cultivation prodigy within their jurisdiction significantly enhances their political accomplishments. Each Haiqing is overseen by 3 commanders, each responsible for distinct duties, with Feng Qingyang primarily focused on nurturing talent. It won't be long before Qin Xiao presents himself as the top candidate before the esteemed officials. Given his commendable gifts, he is sure to garner substantial political merit. A smile graced Feng Qingyang's lips. Very well, Qin Xiao, your aptitude has been thoroughly assessed. Subsequently, your examination results will be communicated to your school and class in due course. At that time, the administrative department and the school will have specific individuals contact you. You may return now. Thank you for your cooperation. A prodigy has emerged in Haiqing, and Feng Qingyang feels a surge of joy within. Initially, Feng Qingyang intended to host a banquet for Qin Xiao. However, his primary task remains to report Qin Xiao's achievements to the higher authorities. Although the results of the trial world have already been disclosed and communicated to the heavenly realm, he must still adhere to the established protocols as a sign of respect. More importantly, he needs to advocate for the corresponding cultivation resources for Qin Xiao. With warrior-level prowess, slaying a 9th-level war general, could such a talent truly exist in this world? It is indeed astonishing. How did he accomplish such a feat? Feng Qingyang murmured to himself as he watched Qin Xiao's departing figure. For individuals of their caliber, they are naturally aware of the deeper occurrences within the examination hall. While they may not know every intricate detail, they are certainly privy to the main reasons. After leaving the Federal Center, Qin Xiao returned to his villa and subsequently accessed the Star Network for inquiries. What Qin Xiao urgently wishes to ascertain is when the Star Moon Purple Lotus will finally be delivered into his hands. He has coveted the Star Moon divine body for quite some time. It is a divine entity indeed. Possessing such a body would render him nearly invincible among mortals, provided he does not encounter another divine body. Furthermore, the overall probability of the possessor breaking through to the immortal realm would significantly increase. After conducting a thorough search, he found that the general consensus indicates a time frame of 1 day. The efficiency of the Federation is remarkably swift. Upon receiving the reward, perhaps on the 2nd or 3rd day thereafter, preparations to embark on a journey to the university would commence. Qin Xiao had just completed gathering this information when a message arrived on his Star Network. It was recognition of his achievements, accompanied by a link to select a university. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose the esteemed Imperial Capital University. As for the rationale behind his choice, each university was virtually indistinguishable in quality, with resources allocated quite equitably. Therefore, why not opt for an institution where he had acquaintances? Upon finalizing his selection, Qin Xiao promptly received a response on his star network, instructing him to assemble at the gates of the Federation 3 days hence, where arrangements would be made for a unified transport to the university. Contrary to his expectations of a multitude of universities vying for his attention post-examination, no one had reached out to him since the conclusion of the entrance exams, save for a few messages from Zhang Sun and Su Lingxian. Having settled his mundane affairs, Qin Xiao sought to enter a state of cultivation, his consciousness plunging into the celestial realm. At that moment, a sudden knocking resounded from outside the villa. Wang Jejia appeared at the entrance. The sight of her presence caused Qin Xiao to furrow his brow. He wondered how she had discovered his residence and what her intentions were. He opened the door, and Wang Jejia stepped inside. Upon crossing the threshold, she was taken aback by the grandeur of the villa. Qin Xiao, you have always been quite affluent, haven't you? How else could you afford such an expansive abode? Were you testing me all along? In truth, my feelings remain unchanged. I still love you. As she spoke, she moved closer to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao gazed at Wang Jejia, feeling a surge of disdain. However, a playful thought crossed his mind. Stand still, he instructed Wang Jejia. I have a cleanliness obsession. I do not favor girls entangled with others. Keep your distance from me. Our connection is no longer feasible. Qin Xiao's words lacked conviction. Yet to Wang Jejia, they seemed to express an unspoken reluctance to part. Wang Jejia stammered, I am still a virgin. I have not been with anyone. I truly love you. In the trial's secret realm, she had already been captivated by Qin Xiao's prowess. A top scorer in the college entrance examination destined for a prestigious institution. His future was boundless, while she was merely the heir of an ordinary family. The distinction was clear to her, particularly as she sensed Qin Xiao's feelings for her, filling her with elation. You claim you are not a frivolous person? Qin Xiao inquired. Wang Jejia nodded earnestly. As for being a virgin, does it troll? Chapter 37. Humiliation upon hearing the figure of 500,000 star coins. Wang Jejia's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Truth be told, she had never encountered such a substantial sum of star coins. The prospect of possessing 500,000 star coins would ensure her lifelong security. Nevertheless, she found herself hesitating. Qin Xiao, with unyielding candor, stated 1,000,000 star coins. If you decline, so be it. However, should you acquiesce, I suggest you disrobe yourself, as I am not accustomed to serving others. With a chilling indifference, Qin Xiao continued, 1,000,000 star coins. I consent. Wang Jejia exclaimed with fervor, hastily shedding her garments. Being with Qin Xiao was undeniably significant, but the allure of 1,000,000 star coins was not to be dismissed. It could procure a high-grade genetic serum. Moreover, as long as she did not become an anomalous being, 1,000,000 star coins would suffice for a carefree existence. As the adage goes, relying on another is often less reliable than depending on oneself. 1,000,000 star coins could very well become her safeguard against future uncertainties, granting her the confidence she desired. Wang Jejia fervently continued to undress, even with a hint of frenzy. However, at that moment, Qin Xiao's voice cut through the air. I've had a change of heart. I suddenly find that anything attainable for 1,000,000 star coins fails to pique my interest. Additionally, it appears you are not a person of restraint. 1,000,000 star coins. How utterly laughable. Wang Jejia, are you truly worth only 100 star coins? With that, Qin Xiao turned on his heel and departed. In the living room, Wang Jejia was left alone, her face a mask of shame and anger. She finally comprehended that Qin Xiao harbored no feelings for her. His actions were nothing short of a humiliation, more painful than death itself. Enraged, Wang Jejia donned her clothes and turned to leave. At the entrance of the villa, she silently cursed, Qin Xiao, do not let me seize an opportunity. If one day I can rise again, I shall undoubtedly repay everything that has transpired today, 100-fold. Qin Xiao remained indifferent to Wang Jejia's plight. It was merely a diversion in his cultivation journey. After dismissing her, he returned to his room to resume his training, his consciousness journeying back to the celestial realm, just as it always did. The army was advancing northward, charging with relentless vigor. The only notable difference this time was the abundance of books within his carriage, filled with insights from the celestial realm. The nation he inhabited was the Great Qin dynasty, which had existed for 982 years since its establishment. There were rumors that if a dynasty could endure for a century, it would achieve the status of an imperial dynasty. However, to ascend from a dynasty to an imperial dynasty, it must endure the trials of heaven and earth. Qin Xiao paid little heed to such matters. He focused on gathering knowledge beyond the confines of the great Qin dynasty. The world he resided in was the far northern reaches of the celestial realm. Above the great Qin dynasty were three major sects: the Upper Clear sect, the Nine Nether Valley, and the Demon Palace, alongside the Great Zhou Empire. Peer nations included the Great Sui dynasty, the Great Song dynasty, the Wujiman, and the Ta Qing sect, with the Great Qin dynasty being a vassal of the Great Zhou Empire. In addition to the Great Qin dynasty, which is a subordinate nation of the Great Zhou Empire, there also exists the Great Song dynasty. The Great Sui dynasty, on the other hand, belongs to the subordinate forces of the Nine Nether Valley. After examining the distribution of all these powers, Qin Xiao found that in this extreme northern land, there was still no trace of the heartless path related to Yuejian. The celestial realm is vast and boundless. Perhaps she is not located in this frigid expanse. Nonetheless, as long as she resides within the celestial realm, there will inevitably come a day when she is found. When that time arrives, a reckoning shall ensue. Furthermore, whenever the modern-day Qin Xiao engages in cultivation, his consciousness will return to the celestial realm, absorbing knowledge pertinent to that realm to enrich himself. The experiences and insights gained in the celestial realm can indeed serve as guidance for his cultivation in the lower realms. As modern civilization unfolds, a notification chimed. "Xiao Gu, let's go? I'm already at the entrance of the Alliance. When will you arrive?" The sound interrupted Qin Xiao's meditative state. For the past few days, he had not delved deeply into his cultivation, focusing instead on laying a solid foundation. Fortunately, the awakening of his extraordinary abilities had absorbed some of his spiritual energy, allowing him to refine his cultivation further and build a stronger base. "I'm on my way," he replied. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Federation, Qin Xiao attracted considerable attention. After all, everyone was curious about the top contender. In the realm of examinations, the finest talents from across the nation congregated, and to emerge victorious among them speaks volumes of one's strength. As Zhang Sun spotted Qin Xiao approaching, he stepped forward, addressing him amidst the crowd. "You've finally arrived. We are about to set off. You have quite the knack for timing." Qin Xiao smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, nothing will be delayed," he replied. Following his appearance, Feng Qingyang swiftly made his entrance as well. Under the meticulous arrangements of the soldiers, they began to board the spaceship one after another. After delivering an encouraging speech to the crowd aboard the vessel, Feng Qingyang disembarked. There was no need for him to lead the way to the Imperial Capital University, as the institution would naturally assign instructors. Subsequently, Feng Qingyang distributed the rewards for the college entrance examination to everyone. It was then that Qin Xiao finally laid eyes upon the starry moon purple ginseng he had long yearned for, stirring a wave of excitement within him. However, surrounded by so many people, he endeavored to rein in his emotions, taking a deep breath and closing his eyes to compose himself. "Qin Xiao, I have something to say to you." Suddenly, Su Lingxian approached him on the spaceship. Qin Xiao opened his eyes, perplexed by her intentions. Before leaving, he had already informed Su Jun that he would not be residing in the villa any longer. Now that he was departing from Haiqing, he was uncertain when he would return, and he felt no obligation to occupy the villa indefinitely. Upon reflection, it appeared he owed the Su family nothing. "What is it?" Qin Xiao inquired of Su Lingxian. Her expression wavered momentarily before she spoke. "I saw you kill people. Within the examination's small world, you took the lives of many. I would like to ask if you could refrain from killing in the future. The way you kill is quite terrifying." Upon hearing Su Lingxian's words, Qin Xiao frowned. "What do you mean? Miss Su, are you out of your mind? Those individuals were intent on taking my life. Why should I spare them? If one seeks to kill, then I too shall respond in kind." Seated beside Qin Xiao, Zhang Sun interjected on his behalf. "But with your formidable strength, you could incapacitate them. If news of a murder spreads." Su Lingxian attempted to continue, but was abruptly interrupted by Qin Xiao. "If what you wish to convey is merely this, I kindly ask you to leave. Do not presume that merely awakening a murderous intent makes you exceptional. Without a true understanding of the essence of killing, it will inevitably fade, for you lack comprehension of it." Chapter 38. The shattered starship. Su Lingxian sought to argue further. However, Qin Xiao dismissed her, closing his eyes to rest. The journey to the imperial capital was lengthy, and along the way, they would need to collect other candidates for the Imperial Capital Academy from various cities, thus allowing ample time. Were it not for the absence of a private cultivation chamber, Qin Xiao would have been inclined to immediately refine the star moon purple ginseng. The yearning to refine, yet being unable to do so indeed stirred a sense of restlessness within him. As for why Zhang Sun and Su Lingxian were also heading to the imperial capital university, Zhang Sun had inquired with Qin Xiao. Additionally, having awakened the extraordinary ability of the Holy Cross Sword during the assessment, Zhang Sun qualified for admission to the imperial capital university. Su Lingxian, with her wood element life healing abilities, enhanced by her innate murderous intent to boost combat prowess, was undoubtedly a candidate the imperial capital university would not overlook. It is worth mentioning that Wang Zhejia was also aboard this starship. As for the nature of her awakened abilities, Qin Xiao was unaware. Brother Xiao, having killed members of the Han family, their bounty on your head remains unrescinded. Be cautious upon your arrival in the imperial capital. I have consulted the information. The prestigious university in the capital indeed offers protection to its students, but this is primarily directed towards those of higher realms, ensuring that the mighty do not oppress the weak. However, if individuals of the same realm initiate a challenge, each university possesses a certain quota for fatalities. Upon witnessing Su Lingxian depart, Zhang Sun whispered to Qin Xiao. Hearing Zhang Sun's words, Qin Xiao's expression darkened. I understand. Rest assured, I harbor no fear towards those of the same realm. Observing Qin Xiao's unwavering confidence, Zhang Sun contemplated offering further caution, yet ultimately refrained from voicing his concerns. Qin Xiao had already slain formidable warriors of the general rank, a feat that had circulated through the school's official channels. As long as the Han family refrained from ambushes and assassinations, Qin Xiao should remain out of mortal peril. His remarks were merely a precautionary note. In a small interlude aboard the spaceship, students applying to the capital's university were collected, heading towards the center of the metropolis. To Qin Xiao's surprise, Wu Linfei and his companions also appeared on the vessel, an unexpected twist of fate. Wu Linfei and the others, upon spotting Qin Xiao, could not help but display expressions of dismay. The 5 major universities generally offer the same resources. The choice among them is inconsequential. Yet, the odds of 1/5 had inexplicably turned against them. Their gathering was largely motivated by a sense of chance. If all 5 were to apply to the same university, they would either rise together or fall together. More critically, they all harbored trepidations about encountering Qin Xiao. After all, should they find themselves enrolled in the same institution, their prospects for success would likely be extinguished. With such a prodigious talent in existence, who could possibly rival him? 5 individuals approached with an impressive sense of camaraderie, greeting Qin Xiao in a playful manner. Subsequently, they positioned themselves at a considerable distance from him and settled down. As the spacecraft descended, one would normally expect a view of the city below. However, due to the completely enclosed nature of the vessel, visibility was utterly obscured. Should the need arise, projections could be viewed, yet few were inclined to indulge in such distractions. Pardon the interruption. I am Zhao Ting, a representative from the admissions office of Imperial Capital University, entrusted with escorting you to our esteemed institution. There are 2 essential points regarding Imperial Capital University that I feel compelled to share. Firstly, the university encourages students to engage in friendly competition, including interactions across different academic years, as long as it does not lead to any dire consequences. Therefore, I urge you all to maintain a low profile once you arrive at the university, as not every senior is as amicable as they might seem. Zhao Ting's words subtly hinted at the underlying tensions within the university, suggesting that admission to Imperial Capital does not guarantee safety, and may, in fact, invite greater peril. Observing that everyone was attentively listening brought her satisfaction, as this group did not seem to harbor any troublemakers. If one were to identify troublemakers, it would certainly be the 5 seated in the corner, who remained silent out of respect for Qin Xiao's presence. Who could possess a more profound understanding of imperial capital than they? Among them were individuals born and raised in the city, gathered together to share their grievances following the rigors of the college entrance examination. With the first point articulated, she proceeded to address the second. Just as Zhao Ting was about to continue her introduction, a sudden tremor shook the spaceship. The vessel swayed violently, and everyone felt an unsettling shift in balance. Almost immediately, a piercing alarm blared. Star beasts are attacking the spaceship. A large number of star beasts detected ahead. The ship has sustained 5 damage. The ship has sustained 30 damage. The ship has sustained 75 damage. The spaceship is on the verge of exploding. Attention, please evacuate the ship at once. This relentless series of announcements abruptly interrupted Zhao Ting's speech. At this moment, She had no time to ponder the reasons for the chaos and swiftly instructed the students nearby. Everyone, immediately press the red button beside your seats. This is an emergency evacuation device that will allow you to leave the ship swiftly. Star beasts are attacking, and your safety is paramount. Panic surged through the crowd as the unexpected calamity unfolded. Yet, in this dire moment, fear was inconsequential. Escaping and surviving became the utmost priority. The 5 individuals closest to the front acted without hesitation, pressing the red button without a moment's thought. Qin Xiao and the others followed suit, and in an instant, their seats were propelled away from the ship. Simultaneously, a blue energy shield enveloped their seats, creating friction with the surrounding air as they accelerated, igniting flames in their wake. Thanks to the protective blue energy shield, they felt little of the tumult around them. Numerous fireballs shot outward from the spaceship, each representing a student. However, mere moments after their ejection, the spaceship erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The potent energy surge propelled the aerial assembly earthward. Several protective energy shields were compromised, exposing individuals to the full brunt of atmospheric pressure. Fortunately, each person was a cultivator, at a minimum a level 9 warrior, possessing a physical resilience capable of withstanding such duress. Otherwise, the sheer velocity of their descent would have resulted in incineration before reaching the ground. In the vicinity of the spacecraft, some students who were ejected more slowly succumbed to the direct force of the explosion. Despite the protection afforded by their energized seats, the magnitude of the blast reduced them to ashes. Wu Linfei beheld the spectacle with incredulity. "Is attending Imperial Capital University this perilous?" he exclaimed. "Are we really risking our lives? Is this merely a test?" Wu Linfei surmised that the spacecraft incident might be an elaborate university assessment, as many institutions of higher learning are wont to stage such events for incoming freshmen. However, the current situation seemed to belie this notion. Heavens, Star Beasts. Chapter 39. Survival in the aftermath of the spacecraft's detonation. A powerful energy wave carved out a temporary vacuum. However, as the survivors peered through the wreckage, they beheld a dense flock of avian creatures in the distance. Each bird was of human size, forming a dense, cloud-like mass in the sky. To their dismay, the creatures appeared to be converging upon their location. Qin Xiao, observing the scene and the forest below, acted without hesitation. Quickly adjusting his direction, he plummeted towards the forest. At that moment, Qin Xiao noticed a parachute beside his seat. He swiftly unfastened the parachute and leaped from his seat, racing into the depths of the forest. Others, reacting with comparable swiftness, followed suit, descending into the wooded area. The survivors at this juncture did not need to ponder. It was evidently an accident, a star beast attack. With such a multitude of star beasts, failure to devise a means of self-preservation would render them mere prey. The reason for the star beast's appearance was not their immediate concern. A chilling scream echoed from the sky. It was Zhang Sun, who, having failed to secure himself, had fallen from his seat. Not far away, Qin Xiao witnessed this scene unfold. With a distance that was not insurmountable, he gradually altered his course, hurtling towards the spot where Zhang Sun had fallen. In a deft maneuver, Qin Xiao grasped Zhang Sun before he touched the ground and promptly deployed the parachute. As they descended into the forest below, Qin Xiao quickly gathered the parachute, burying it beneath the fallen leaves and twigs. Its bright colors were too conspicuous, especially with the flying star beasts sweeping across the sky. Concealing it was the wisest strategy. "Brother Xiao, what on earth is happening? This is utterly terrifying. I just saw someone. Someone died right before my eyes. This can't possibly be the entrance exam for Kyoto University, can it?" Zhang Sun, still reeling from the shock of landing, anxiously inquired of Qin Xiao. "Something feels amiss. Those star beasts appear to be in a frenzy, swirling through the sky. Moreover, there seems to be a force aiding them in concealing their presence. Otherwise, it would be implausible for the spacecraft of the Imperial Academy to remain oblivious." Qin Xiao distinctly recalls the alarm of the vessel. It was only upon sustaining damage that the star beasts were revealed. This implies that the creatures were only detected after they initiated their assault. Otherwise, even if they were to fly closely alongside the ship, they might still go unnoticed. "We are still alive, but what of the others?" Zhang Sun raised his gaze to the heavens, where a multitude of avian star beasts filled the sky, devoid of any sign of humanity. Qin Xiao shook his head. "I do not know. It is likely that the survivors are hidden within these woods. As for the rest, they are presumably lost." The sky was entirely dominated by the avian creatures. If there truly were individuals who had not yet descended from the heavens, it seemed they would never return. Qin Xiao glanced skyward. Run. The flock is attacking, he urged Zhang Sun. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, Zhang Sun wasted no time and sprinted in the direction indicated by Qin Xiao. There was no choice but to flee. When one considers the dense swarm of ominous creatures approaching from behind, fear grips the heart. One could either be paralyzed by terror or run for their life. Those who could muster the strength to flee would do so with all their might. Qin Xiao led the way, constantly shifting positions. The star beasts must have sensed some movement within the forest, yet they had not truly discovered the two of them. Were it not for this, I fear it would be the moment of a large-scale assault by the star beasts. However, even under these circumstances, Qin Xiao and his companions may not necessarily be safe. They find themselves amidst the mountains and forests, where the presence of avian star beasts is but a fraction of the danger. There are other star beasts as well. As civilization evolves, so too do certain animals, transforming into the star beasts of today. Snakes, insects, tigers, and leopards, all abound. Follow me. Over here, Qin Xiao instructed. Possessing formidable spiritual strength, he could keenly observe his surroundings and evade peril. When the avian star beasts descended, Qin Xiao had already led Zhang Sun away, steering clear of other star beasts lurking in the forest, ultimately discovering a relatively secure location. It was only at this juncture that they began to rest. All right, let us pause here. This place should pose little threat, Qin Xiao remarked to Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun was panting heavily, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. Initially, he had been caught off guard, but now he sensed his legs weakening. After a considerable duration, he regained his composure and lifted his gaze towards Qin Xiao, who was currently regulating his breath, ensuring he remained in optimal condition. Brother Xiao, what shall we do next? Zhang Sun inquired, a sense of uncertainty clouding his mind as they wandered through the forest. He felt utterly adrift, unsure of their next steps. First, let us survey our surroundings to ensure our safety. We must strive to survive, Qin Xiao replied, his expression serious. Entering the forest evoked memories of the past for him. This was once his battleground, despite the changing world. However, Qin Xiao's experience in surviving within the mountains and forests had not diminished. To survive? Zhang Sun muttered to himself. At this moment, he was not easily swayed. Qin Xiao cast a glance at Zhang Sun, noticing that his state was not much improved. Without further consideration for Zhang Sun's days, he declared, "We must depart." Depart? Zhang Sun exclaimed in surprise. Where are we to go? Isn't it quite safe here? He continued. Brother Xiao, I propose we send a signal to the Federation, requesting them to dispatch a rescue team. We could simply wait here. Zhang Sun felt that having stayed here for so long without encountering danger, this place should be relatively secure. Remaining here seemed to be the most prudent choice. Yet, to leave, the uncertainty of other locations was fraught with peril. Are you certain you do not wish to leave? If you choose to stay, then I shall take my leave. Should I be devoured by some formidable star beast, do not hold it against me. Qin Xiao was not one to indulge Zhang Sun. He turned and strode away. Upon witnessing Qin Xiao's departure, Zhang Sun was instantly gripped by fear and hurriedly followed. Brother Xiao, wait for me. I still feel safer in your company. Zhang Sun closely trailed Qin Xiao, entirely abandoning his own judgment. It was daytime, and any location was relatively safe. Remember, that was only relatively safe. Come nightfall, what was deemed relatively safe could very well become a banquet for wild beasts. Along the way, Qin Xiao elucidated to Zhang Sun. For indeed, many predators in the jungle emerged to hunt after dusk. Zhang Sun nodded earnestly in acknowledgement. No, there is someone here. Chapter 40. Discovery. As the two advanced, Qin Xiao suddenly came to a halt and spoke. What? Zhang Sun responded, perplexed. He saw no signs of anyone around. How could Qin Xiao be so certain someone had passed through? Following Qin Xiao's gaze, Zhang Sun noticed fragments of clothing caught in the thicket. It appeared as though someone had hurriedly passed by, their garments snagged by the branches. Be cautious, there may be danger lurking nearby. The individual must have been in a rush, which explained the torn fabric. This suggested that if they were not hastening for some urgent matter, they were likely being pursued by something ominous. Qin Xiao elucidated to Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun nodded earnestly and then cautiously navigated through the thicket, glancing back to ensure his own clothing remained intact. Brother Xiao, what should we do next? Zhang Sun inquired, his demeanor reminiscent of an eager disciple. Wholly compliant to Qin Xiao's guidance. We shall retreat in the opposite direction, Qin Xiao replied. He was not a man driven by curiosity, especially amidst such perilous circumstances. The immediate priority was to locate a safe haven for the night. Otherwise, enduring the night in the jungle would be exceedingly treacherous. Shouldn't we take a look? What if it's a fellow student? Zhang Sun pressed. Qin Xiao shook his head. One of the fundamental rules of survival in the wilderness is to prioritize one's own safety before concerning oneself with others. If you cannot safeguard yourself, how can you hope to rescue anyone else? As Qin Xiao concluded his words, he departed in the opposite direction. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed from a distance, a sound that struck him as vaguely familiar. Qin Xiao and Zhang Sun exchanged glances, both simultaneously exclaiming, "It's Wang Jiejia." Concurrently, rustling noises emerged from the depths of the jungle. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Xiao seized Zhang Sun's arm and swiftly ascended a nearby tree, utilizing its branches to obscure their forms. This maneuver elicited an exclamation of admiration from Zhang Sun, who remarked, "Brother, your tree-climbing skills are truly impressive." Qin Xiao gestured for silence, directing his gaze toward the approaching figures. Following his line of sight, Zhang Sun discerned several silhouettes making their way toward them. "Oh, is that Wulin Fei and his companions? They've managed to escape as well? But why are they heading this way?" he whispered to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao shook his head, his expression growing serious as he peered behind Wulin Fei and the others. "If anyone else from our spaceship could make it down, my highest hopes are pinned on Wulin Fei and his crew. They possess exceptional talents and the finest resources, enabling them to react swiftly in times of crisis." After uttering these words, Qin Xiao fell silent. Meanwhile, Wulin Fei and his companions hurried past the tree where Qin Xiao and Zhang Sun concealed themselves, completely oblivious to their presence. However, in that tense moment, Zhang Sun inadvertently stepped on a nearby branch, producing a sharp crack. Instantly, Wulin Fei and his group halted in their tracks, sensing an unexpected presence. As the foremost figure of the martial arts realm, Wulin Fei suddenly let out a shout. In swift response, 5 individuals rapidly adjusted their formation, one at the front, 2 flanking the sides, and the final 2 bringing up the rear, advancing in a tortoiseshell formation. At that moment, Zhang Sun dared not breathe, cautiously glancing at the expressionless Qin Xiao beside him. After surveying their surroundings, Wulin Fei and his companions confirmed the absence of danger and once again altered their formation, hastening forward. Only after the 4 had distanced themselves did Zhang Sun exhale a long sigh of relief. "That was close. We almost got discovered," he remarked. However, Qin Xiao shook his head. "No, we have already been noticed. They merely sensed that we meant no harm. I am prepared to make a sacrifice." Furthermore, their eagerness to escape prevented them from probing further. With that, Qin Xiao leapt down from the tree, and Zhang Sun followed suit, trailing behind him. "They noticed us? Impressive," Zhang Sun thought, wholly convinced by Qin Xiao's assertion. Comparing himself to Qin Xiao, he suddenly realized the widening chasm between their abilities. Not only that, even Wulin Fei and his companions, whom they had just passed, far surpassed him. He questioned himself. Had he been in their situation, he might not have detected any clues. "Let us go. We must follow them," Qin Xiao declared, abruptly changing course to pursue the direction in which Wulin Fei and the others had departed. At this moment, Zhang Sun ceased his inquiries, remaining silent as he closely followed Qin Xiao. The events unfolding within the forest had dealt him a profound blow. Were it not for Qin Xiao, he might have been nothing more than a lifeless corpse. No, perhaps even a corpse would not remain. Soon, Qin Xiao came to a halt before a serene lake. Zhang Sun's gaze drifted toward the waters, where he beheld Wulin Fei and others, cautiously observing the center of the lake. The area surrounding the lake bore the scars of battle, with several bloodied tentacles strewn across the ground, emanating a pungent odor. At that moment, Wang Jiejia sat on the ground, her complexion ashen, gasping for breath. It appeared that Wang Jiejia had been rescued by Wulin Fei and his companions, suggesting the presence of a star beast within the lake. Judging by the evidence, it likely belonged to the octopus variety. Yet, one might ponder, should not such a creature dwell in the ocean? How could it have surfaced in the inland? A sense of bewilderment enveloped Qin Xiao. Zhang Sun remained silently beside him, absorbing Qin Xiao's line of reasoning. There was undoubtedly something amiss here. First, there was a riot among avian star beasts, and now, aquatic star beasts had appeared. "Let us take refuge for the time being and observe the situation," Qin Xiao advised Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun nodded, having no objections. Just then, Wulin Fei spoke up. "Since all of you have arrived, why not reveal yourselves for a meeting? In this forest, our survival hinges on unity, which offers us a greater chance of survival. I possess some intelligence, and if you are willing to collaborate, I am prepared to share it. As soon as Wu Linfei finished speaking, Zhang Sun instinctively approached him and inquired, "What news do you have? Have you discovered anything?" Standing behind, Qin Xiao, upon seeing Zhang Sun heading outside, immediately attempted to detain him. Yet it was all in vain. Zhang Sun had already spoken. Wu Linfei and others had caught sight of him. Witnessing this, Qin Xiao could not help but exhale a sigh. Zhang Sun turned around, directing his gaze towards Qin Xiao. "Brother Xiao, why the sigh? Hasn't he already noticed us?" A look of confusion crossed Zhang Sun's face. Qin Xiao remained silent. At that moment, many individuals began to emerge from the thicket. These were the surviving classmates, providing Zhang Sun with the answers he sought. Chapter 41. The Ancient Secret Realm. Zhang Sun instantly came to a realization. It turned out that the classmates Wu Linfei mentioned were not referring to him and Qin Xiao, but rather to others. The place I chose is not so easily discoverable by them. Even if they pass right before me, they may not necessarily perceive my presence. Qin Xiao shook his head and passed by Zhang Sun. In that instant, Zhang Sun fully grasped the situation. Indeed, how could Qin Xiao be so easily detected? Wu Linfei and the others had just traversed under their very noses, had it not been for their carelessness. "Qin Xiao, I knew you were not so prone to mishap. Your strength is unparalleled among us. With you here, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief." Wu Linfei beamed upon seeing Qin Xiao emerge. His appearance was unexpected, yet not entirely surprising. Qin Xiao had always been a lone wolf. The reason for his appearance this time? Wu Linfei noticed Zhang Sun behind Qin Xiao. Indeed. One need not fear a godlike opponent, but rather a teammate who is akin to a pig. I may not necessarily extend my assistance. If I can lend a hand while ensuring my own safety, then so be it. Qin Xiao stepped forward, addressing the matter directly. Wu Linfei nodded in agreement. Although they referred to each other as classmates, in times of genuine adversity, who would truly sacrifice themselves for another, he questioned his own capacity for such selflessness. Yet, he would never be as forthright as Qin Xiao. After all, they were not yet classmates. Perhaps in the future they would be, but that was a matter for another day. Indeed, Wu Linfei nodded once more. Subsequently, Qin Xiao found a stone and seated himself upon it. Wu Linfei and the others chose to disregard Qin Xiao, instead beginning to rally their fellow students around them. The 5 of them held considerable influence within the crowd, and other students were eager to heed their guidance. One by one, they detailed their individual strengths and talents. Wu Linfei and his companions categorized their classmates based on their abilities, combat, support, and speed. They began to strategize for potential emergencies, thereby forming a nascent fighting force. Zhang Sun approached Qin Xiao and spoke softly. "Brother Xiao, I sincerely apologize for dragging you into this." Zhang Sun sensed that Qin Xiao was reluctant to emerge, and it was his presence that had drawn attention. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. The truth remains that there is strength in numbers. However, the increase in power also heightens the risk of exposure. Most importantly, I am exceedingly intrigued by the information Wu Linfei shared. I shall await the completion of their organization, as announcements are sure to follow. At this moment, the number of individuals converging around the lake continued to grow. It appears as though there is a conscious gathering towards the lake. Indeed, those who gain admission to the prestigious capital university are undoubtedly elite, save for a few undeserving scions sent by their families. Being elite, they naturally possess a certain awareness of crises. Moreover, given the disturbances in this vicinity, it is not surprising that others would hasten towards this location. Now, let us proceed with the structure as we have discussed. Should any other classmates arrive, they too will be categorized into the respective factions we have delineated. In a mere moment, Wu Linfei had organized the 30-odd students present into various teams based on their talents. At this juncture, Qin Xiao also rose to his feet, directing his gaze towards Wu Linfei. Just then, Zhao Ting, the admissions officer from Capital University, unexpectedly emerged from the thicket. At this moment, Zhao Ting did not appear as pristine and composed as when they first met. Rather, she resembled someone who had just escaped a dire situation. "Teacher, what has happened to you?" The crowd inquired, expressing their concern for Zhao Ting's disheveled appearance. She shook her head. "I am fine. It is the teacher's inadequacy that has brought you all here. However, rest assured, I will do everything in my power to safely escort you out," Zhao Ting declared earnestly. At this point, Wu Linfei and the others approached Zhao Ting. "Teacher, may I have a word with you privately?" Wu Linfei inquired. Zhao Ting nodded in agreement. Subsequently, under the guidance of Tang Junwen, the surrounding teams settled in for a timely rest and adjustment. Teacher, we have just conducted a reconnaissance of the surrounding area. Wu Linfei informed her. I have discovered that we are ensnared within a formation, utterly unable to escape. Even the birds and celestial beasts in the sky seem to be trapped, endlessly circling above. It appears as though an invisible barrier confines them, allowing only entry but no exit. This predicament has undoubtedly incited the unrest among the celestial beasts. Wu Linfei spoke earnestly to Zhao Ting. He had anticipated that upon hearing his words, she would display a look of astonishment. However, Zhao Ting merely nodded slowly. Could it be that she already knew? This left Wu Linfei in doubt. Was this truly a test from the Imperial Capital University? When did the assessments become so arduous? I have just conducted my own investigation, he continued, and traversed each of the 4 cardinal directions. Yet, I could not find a way out. It seems as if some force is obstructing us, akin to a transparent barrier. I even dug 300 meters underground in the west, but to no avail. I suspect we have entered an ancient secret realm, Zhao Ting asserted with a serious expression. An ancient secret realm? Nearby, Qin Xiao, utilizing his spiritual power, overheard the conversation between Zhao Ting and Wu Linfei. Given the current situation, how should we communicate this to our classmates? Having entered an ancient secret realm, what means do we possess to escape? Wu Linfei, as if grasping at a lifeline, turned to Zhao Ting. If she could articulate the notion of an ancient secret realm, she must possess some understanding of it. Perhaps there truly exists a method for our departure. Yet, Zhao Ting shook her head in response. I have only heard whispers of the ancient secret realms, yet have never laid eyes upon them. My cultivation is merely at the level of a battle king, far removed from the realm of the ancient mysteries. It is said that treasures undoubtedly reside within these ancient secret realms. If one could obtain the corresponding treasures, the realm would yield without resistance. Otherwise, one may find themselves trapped for eternity. Wu Linfei and Zhao Ting were engaged in an ongoing exchange of information, while Qin Xiao pondered the nature of the ancient secret realm. Could it be akin to a miniature world crafted by formidable ancient cultivators? Typically, such realms are imbued with legacies. Upon reflection, this seems plausible. Yet, it is curious how fortuitous it is that we happened upon this location just as the secret realm was emerging, allowing us entry within its confines. After conducting a cursory analysis of the situation surrounding the ancient secret realm, Qin Xiao felt a sense of assurance. Meanwhile, Wu Linfei and the others were busy disseminating news of the ancient secret realm to their fellow students. The revelation of the inability to exit sent ripples of astonishment among the crowd. The phrase unable to leave loomed ominously over the students like a heavy cloud. This lake must surely be the focal point of this area. I suspect it harbors the very items we seek. Chapter 42. Investigating the lake bed. Zhao Ting approached the lake's edge, gently stirring the water with her hand, then addressed the group. Teachers, there are star beasts within this lake, and their prowess is immensely formidable. We are no match for them. Moreover, the vastness of this lake may conceal other dangers as well. Given our capabilities, can we investigate this lake? Tang Junwen furrowed his brows as he approached Zhao Ting. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Ting also knitted her brows. At that moment, Qin Xiao stepped lightly onto the surface of the lake, his feet resting upon the water as he attentively sensed the lake's movements. His spiritual power extended from beneath him into the depths of the lake. However, once Qin Xiao's spiritual energy penetrated the water, he could perceive nothing but darkness. This revelation caused him to frown, for his soul was of an imperial level, and nothing in this world should evade his scrutiny. Yet here, within this lake, he encountered an obstruction. There was undoubtedly something concealed within. Qin Xiao soared back to the shore and approached Zhao Ting, then spoke. Zhang Sun jogged over to Qin Xiao, exclaiming, Brother Xiao, that was too reckless. There are star beasts in this lake. What if one suddenly attacked while you were out there? Qin Xiao shook his head and turned his gaze to Zhao Ting. The dangers of the lake were well known, yet the means of escape lay within its depths. In such a situation, someone must take the lead and enter the lake for reconnaissance. But who would be willing to descend first? I shall go down to investigate. If there are indeed formidable star beasts, I will deal with them first. Once I ascertain that the lake is safe, we can all enter together for exploration. Zhao Ting took a deep breath and replied, In this case, it is only fitting that I, as the instructor, should lead the way. Amidst the scene, she alone possessed the highest cultivation and the greatest chance of survival. Upon hearing Zhao Ting's words, everyone turned their gaze towards her, their expressions tinged with reluctance. Yet, they were also hesitant to descend into the lake for inspection, as none wished to risk their lives. "Let me go down," Qin Xiao asserted. "The teacher possesses the greatest strength and should remain on the shore to protect the other students. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the teacher can command the battle." As Qin Xiao spoke, he turned sharply and dove into the water. "Qin Xiao, Xiao Gu." Wu Lin Fei and the others were taken aback by Qin Xiao's sudden plunge into the lake, their faces displaying shock as they could not help but shout his name. As for Zhang Sun, he was even more anxious, fearing for Qin Xiao's safety. If anything were to happen to him, who would shield him in the future? The other students merely witnessed one person leap into the lake, oblivious to what transpired beneath the surface. Alas, so be it. Zhao Ting sighed heavily. Qin Xiao ventured into the lake to probe the situation, seeking a glimmer of hope for everyone. His spirit of self-sacrifice is truly commendable and worthy of our emulation. We must not remain idle. Let us swiftly adjust our own states. If Qin Xiao requires assistance, we shall offer our help immediately, Zhao Ting proclaimed to her fellow classmates. Even the smallest of creatures strive for survival. How much more should they? It is only natural that no one wishes to step forward and lead the way, especially without systematic training or a steadfast belief. How many can truly embody the spirit of self-sacrifice for righteousness? Amidst the crowd, when Su Lingxian heard that Qin Xiao had leapt into the lake alone to investigate the depths, she felt as though a piece of her heart was missing, making it difficult to breathe. After a considerable time, she managed to regain her composure. How could he be so foolish? With so many present, why should he aspire to be a hero? Even if it were to come to that, he was not the one meant to take on such a role. Su Lingxian's heart was in turmoil. The recent changes she had experienced had already altered her perspective. Is murder truly a crime? Does it invoke a genuine sense of guilt? Yet, if someone were to threaten your life, would you take theirs? One scenario involves you taking another's life, while the other involves someone taking yours. In the face of life and death, how would you choose? Qin Xiao merely opted to preserve his own life. What fault lies in that? If one genuinely falls in love with another, what fear is there of their character, whether virtuous or wicked? To love is a rational choice. To fall in love is destiny's decree. I understand now. I have come to realize. But upon this realization, you are no longer here. Why could I not have understood this sooner? Su Lingxian was now certain. She had indeed fallen for Qin Xiao. Falling in love is a matter of fate, devoid of reason. Perhaps it stems from myriad experiences, or perhaps it is simply due to a dream. In the depths of the lake, Qin Xiao exerted all his soul power to explore. Alas, even with his efforts, he could only perceive 3 meters ahead. Had it been anyone else, they would likely be plunged into darkness. Qin Xiao is not one who embodies self-sacrifice for the sake of righteousness. His decision to lead the charge into the water stemmed from other motives. It was because he sensed the presence of opportunities within the lake. If they were indeed in a secret realm, and the heart of that realm was the lake, then it was without doubt that the opportunities lay within its depths. Even his soul force could be isolated, suggesting the significance of the opportunities within the lake. Otherwise, Qin Xiao would not have taken such a perilous risk to plunge into the water with such eagerness. Just as Qin Xiao was meticulously investigating, a sudden attack from a pitch-black tentacle surged toward him. He swiftly dodged, relying on his combat instincts and the limited visibility of 3 meters. He narrowly evaded the tentacle's strike. Soon after, another tentacle lunged at him, followed by yet another. Damn it! There was no room to maneuver in this lake. Qin Xiao couldn't help but curse under his breath. He unleashed a series of heavenly spirit fingers, directing them outward. Bubbles erupted in the water, and with the surge of spiritual energy, the lake's surface churned violently. The commotion instantly captured the attention of those on the shore, who watched the surface with growing anxiety. Yet none dared to venture into the lake to investigate. Goodness, there are octopuses in this lake. The tentacles of an octopus can regenerate. And even if my heavenly spirit fingers strike them, they would inflict no substantial harm. At worst, they'd lose a limb and regenerate. Qin Xiao cursed inwardly. Subsequently, he decided not to waste any more time with these octopuses and swiftly ascended toward the lake's surface. With a splash, he broke free from the water. Almost immediately, dozens of octopus tentacles surged toward him. Zhao Ting stood nearby, keenly observing the lake's disturbances. Upon witnessing the tentacles, he did not hesitate for even a moment. A blade of sword energy sliced through the air, instantly severing the writhing tentacles. Following this, Another thrust was directed forcefully toward the lake's surface. A tremendous surge of energy swiftly conjured a swirling vortex. Almost immediately, the onlookers were met with a hissing sound, the unmistakable noise of flesh being torn apart. Chapter 43. The Disappearance of the Barrier. The lake's surface soon became stained crimson, and a pungent smell of blood wafted through the air. Beneath the lake, numerous octopuses lurked. Creatures evolved from marine life. It was indeed hard to fathom that such aquatic beings could exist inland. Unless these octopuses were eradicated, any descent to the lake's depths would surely invite ambush. After submerging 3 meters below the surface, a mysterious force would obscure one's vision, rendering visibility to less than a meter. Qin Xiao relayed the information he had gathered to the group. Simultaneously, he momentarily levitated in midair using spiritual energy. Qin Xiao, you have done more than enough. It is time to return, Zhao Ting urged, recognizing the significance of the information he provided. We can formulate a detailed strategic plan based on your insights. Not having undergone formal training, yet already embodying the principles of integrity, made Qin Xiao a remarkably promising candidate for the Imperial Capital University. Zhao Ting's admiration for him grew, as his actions today would surely capture the attention of the higher-ups at the university. This was not merely about talent or cultivation level. It was about character and conduct. Qin Xiao shook his head. If we cannot thoroughly investigate the conditions at the lake's bottom and eliminate the dangers in advance, we shall not be able to escape. Moreover, dear teacher, your initial appearance was indeed quite disheveled, indicating the presence of star beasts within these woods capable of threatening those at the War King level. If we do not find a way to escape soon, we are bound to suffer grievous losses. Such losses, as Qin Xiao conservatively estimates, may very well lead to the annihilation of our entire forces, save for Zhao Ting. Of course, Qin Xiao himself is not included in this dire fate. With a deft motion of his hands, Qin Xiao began to weave a seal, reciting incantations under his breath. In an instant, he successfully set up a thunder summoning array. Indeed, Qin Xiao intended to deploy this array to harness the power of thunder, cleansing the lake waters in the process. This would undoubtedly facilitate his next venture into the depths below. Once the thunder summoning array was established, ominous thunder rumbled as dark clouds gathered. Lightning cascaded from the heavens, crashing into the lake with resounding cracks. In an instant, arcs of electricity danced across the water's surface. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Qin Xiao could not help but exhale in relief. Thankfully, this secret realm permits entry yet forbids exit, thus allowing energy to penetrate. Otherwise, the force he summoned might have rendered futile. Qin Xiao gazed intently at the flickering lightning coursing through the lake, contemplating the anguish the creatures dwelling beneath must be enduring. Water conducts electricity. Attacking from above with thunder resembles the method of electrocuting fish. This technique is most effective, provided the electricity is sufficiently potent. Zhao Ting, observing Qin Xiao's ability to summon heavenly thunder, stood agape. This was no ordinary thunder. Only those who have attained the War King level or higher might possess the capability to invoke such power. Furthermore, there exists a prerequisite. The formidable warrior at the pinnacle of battle possesses the extraordinary ability of lightning. This possibility alone warrants consideration. Yet what of Qin Xiao? At present, his cultivation merely designates him as a warrior. How could he possibly summon the heavenly thunder? Once again, Qin Xiao astounded Zhao Ting. The lightning ceased. Without engaging in conversation with anyone, Qin Xiao plunged once more into the lake. Su Lingxian wished to exchange a few words with him, but before she could utter a sound, he had already leaped into the water. Upon submerging, Qin Xiao indeed felt a significant ease in his descent. Lightning inherently possesses the power to purge impurities. Consequently, he swam deeper towards the lake's bed. Simultaneously, he began to manifest his extraordinary ability, darkness. The dark energy coalesced around him, forming several black holes that devoured the surrounding matter. Thus, his field of vision expanded once more, now allowing him to see 5 meters ahead. At long last, Qin Xiao discovered a peculiar substance at the lake's bottom. As he approached, he realized it was a bronze door. Adorned upon the door were various creatures, phoenixes, cheilants, and true dragons. However, at the apex of this bronze door rested a 3-legged golden crow, exuding an air of sovereign authority, as if all beasts bowed in reverence before it. What could this signify? Curiosity piqued, Qin Xiao reached out to touch the bronze door. In that instant, his body seemed to act of its own volition. The chaotic devouring technique surged within him, channeling vast amounts of spiritual energy toward the bronze door. Qin Xiao attempted to struggle, to free himself from its grip, yet his efforts proved futile. No matter what means he employed, he could not escape the door's insatiable pull. With a resounding crack, the bronze door seemed to swing open as if by magic. A vast surge of energy erupted from within, resembling a torrent of flames. Qin Xiao, witnessing this spectacle, was seized by a frenzied desire to flee. At that moment, he realized that the bronze door no longer consumed the spiritual energy within him, and the chaotic devouring technique ceased its operation. The dilemma was that he stood right at the threshold, and a wave of fire engulfed him completely. Outside the lake, the water churned incessantly, periodically releasing steamy vapors, as if some formidable entity were poised to erupt from its depths. Zhao Ting, observing this scene, instinctively sensed a perilous presence lurking beneath the lake. Thus, she decisively called out to the crowd, urging them to flee, quickly. We must leave this place at once. Just then, a column of flame shot forth from the lakebed, soaring into the sky. Witnessing this, even without Zhao Ting's exhortation, the surrounding students erupted into a mad dash for safety. It was not merely humans who fled. The creatures of the forest, the star beasts, also raced away, as if some terrifying force resided within the lake. Soon after, an overwhelming aura emanated from the depths, causing all the star beasts to prostrate themselves in fear, too terrified to move. Fortunately, this presence was fleeting, vanishing as swiftly as it had arrived. The star beasts and animals remained on the ground for a mere 5 seconds before bolting away with renewed speed. Leading the charge were the martial artists, their strength and keen instincts propelling them forward at the swiftest pace. Upon reaching the boundary, they suddenly halted. As they stood there, a palpable barrier seemed to impede their advance, instilling a sense of trepidation within them. Fearful of colliding with an unseen wall, they hesitated. However, upon glancing back, they were met with an overwhelming sight, an uncountable horde of star beasts rushing towards them. Should they remain stagnant, they would undoubtedly be trampled by these ferocious creatures. With a resolute determination, Wu Lin Fei and his companions gathered their strength and sprinted towards the barrier. At that moment, 2 outcomes loomed before them. Either they would collide with the barrier or be crushed by the relentless star beasts behind them. Fortunately, the barrier that had once hindered their progress had vanished. They successfully broke through, tears of joy streaming down their faces as they exclaimed, "We did it! We have finally escaped." Chapter 44. The Eastern Emperor's Bell. Wu Lin Fei and his companions shouted in exhilaration. Yet, the star beasts behind them showed no signs of halting. Instead, they continued their frenzied pursuit. Their moment of elation lasted but a mere 3 seconds before a monkey leaped over Wu Lin Fei's head. Other smaller star beasts, sprinting ahead, had already caught up with them. Tang Junwen, quick to react, paused only briefly before resuming the run. The immediate danger was not the barrier they had escaped, but the throng of star beasts surging forth. A glance back revealed not only the countless star beasts, but also a towering pillar of fire erupting from the center of the lake they had fled from. It was evident that should this inferno descend, the searing flames would incinerate the entire forest. In such a scenario, there would be no surviving flora or fauna. Perhaps even stones would be reduced to molten liquid. In this small mountainous region, a localized wave of beasts was simultaneously taking shape. Perhaps it was due to the disruption of the mystical barrier that the entire class had received a distress signal from this location. A multitude of formidable warriors was dispatched, including a war emperor, who came to provide assistance. The so-called beast tide was instantaneously vanquished by the hand of the war emperor. What transpired in this place? Why did the beast tide occur? How was the spacecraft destroyed? In the rear, Zhao Ting, who was aiding the students in their escape, hurriedly approached the war emperor without taking the time to organize her thoughts and respectfully bowed, saying, "I pay my respects to you, esteemed elder." She recounted the events that had unfolded in this place in meticulous detail to the war emperor before her. Upon hearing her account, the war emperor swiftly appeared at the side of the lake. He proceeded to examine the area with great care. At that moment, the lake had been reduced to ashes by a conflagration, leaving behind a vast pit in the ground. No other life forms remained. What a pity for such a promising seedling. If only I could bring him to the academy for cultivation. Perhaps our imperial university would witness the emergence of another unparalleled powerhouse, he lamented. The war emperor found no trace of Qin Xiao within the remnants of the lake. Gazing at the charred remains of the once serene body of water, he felt a sense of dread. The temperature here was excessively high. Had he been present during the initial eruption, he too would likely have been reduced to ashes. He held no belief that Qin Xiao could have survived such a dire situation. Subsequently, the Imperial University dispatched another spacecraft to safely return the surviving students to school. As for those who had tragically perished in the incident, the university extended compensation to their families. Zhang Sun stood aboard the spacecraft, gazing through the window at the tranquil lake below, a profound sorrow welling up within him. Elder brother, I believe you are alive. You must still be out there. I await you at the Imperial Capital University, ready for you to shield me. Clenching his fists tightly, tears streamed down his cheeks. At that moment, he resolved with unwavering determination to become a formidable force. He simply must. Within the office of the dean at the Imperial Capital Academy, Zhao Ting recounted the events that had transpired, detailing everything to the dean. Surrounding them were numerous powerful individuals who listened intently. Upon hearing her account, expressions of sympathy crossed their faces. Well, Teacher Zhao Ting, this incident is not your fault. The emergence of the ancient secret realm was beyond anyone's anticipation. Not only you, but even I have limited understanding of it. What transpired in the distant past remains a mystery. With the advancement of civilization, probing into the more ancient matters has become increasingly arduous. The barrier that ensnared you must have been a manifestation of energy, which, after millennia of consumption, finally revealed itself. The dean sighed at this juncture before continuing. It was precisely due to the appearance of that particular student that the energy of the barrier was released, allowing you to return safely. For the surviving students, certain compensations must be made. This is a debt the school owes them. As the dean concluded his remarks, he waved his hand, signaling those present to depart discreetly. Meanwhile, several powerful individuals offered their words of comfort to Zhao Ting. In the recent recruitment of new students, Zhao Ting had played a role, and her appearance before the dean had further elevated her prospects. Everyone believed she had a promising future ahead. Once the gathering dispersed, and everyone returned to the academy. In a secluded forest, within a tranquil lake, behind the bronze door of a diminutive world, Qin Xiao gazed in disbelief at the small bell before him. The Eastern Emperor bell? Could it truly be? Was this a jest? Did the myths of this realm possess an essence of truth? Before this bell, Qin Xiao beheld its round and substantial form, its surface shimmering with iridescent hues. Around it were engravings of the cosmos and living beings, adorned with gold and jade, glittering with a cold radiance. Between the pendulum's sway, it seemed as though the Milky Way hung inverted, the stars swirling in a celestial dance. The bell's ears were fashioned as two coiling dragons of chaos, their mouths agape in a mighty roar. More significantly, Qin Xiao observed the Eastern Emperor bell emanating a resplendent light, imbued with an extraordinary sanctity, reminiscent of the divine radiance that surrounds primordial deities. In an uncontrollable moment, a drop of his heart's blood floated from his chest and merged with the Eastern Emperor bell. Concurrently, Qin Xiao began to receive the bell's inheritance. The chaotic devouring technique activated involuntarily. The Eastern Emperor bell enveloped Qin Xiao completely. As a series of scriptures spiraled around him, he marveled at the unfolding spectacle, for what transpired exceeded his comprehension. Could the chaotic devouring technique possibly originate from this world? Was the so-called celestial monument a fragment that had fallen from this realm? Qin Xiao could not help but ponder deeply. He understood that the Eastern Emperor bell was a primordial treasure from the myths of this world, yet he had only regarded it as a fable, never truly believing in its existence. However, as he found himself within the Eastern Emperor bell, disbelief was no longer an option. Undoubtedly, something momentous had transpired in this ancient world, Qin Xiao declared resolutely. Simultaneously, the starry moon purple ginseng concealed within his embrace erupted uncontrollably, soaring from his body. Subsequently, droplets of liquid cascaded from the ginseng, merging into his being. Was this the beginning of his awakening? Qin Xiao felt no aversion to the essence entering his body, especially with the Eastern Emperor bell aiding him. He sensed a constant transformation occurring within himself. His divine body was awakening. Yet it was certainly not the starry moon divine body. Instead, he felt as though his flesh was igniting, as if he were about to erupt in flames. Within the Eastern Emperor bell, a flame was also purging the impurities within him. Though painful, it was not fatal. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resounded within Qin Xiao's soul. Amidst the vastness, he seemed to hear something whispering scriptures near his ear. Was this the chaotic devouring heaven technique? It appeared to be, yet it also felt different. Oh, could this be an advanced form of the chaotic devouring heaven technique? Was this a celestial realm technique? absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, exhaling celestial sources, severing the creation of the world, mastering the sun, moon, and stars, and controlling the passage of time. What a formidable technique. Chapter 45. Eavesdropping through the wall, Qin Xiao gazed at the summary before him, unable to suppress the surge of excitement within. To defy the very creation of the universe. What immense power must one possess to conquer heaven and earth? To wield dominion over the sun, moon, stars, and the flow of time? Did this refer to the manipulation of temporal and spatial forces? Qin Xiao calmed his mind, immersing himself in contemplation. At this moment, in the modern world, Qin Xiao's body was awakening to the divine form. The awakening of the divine body was not a matter to be accomplished in a single day. Thus, Qin Xiao's spirit gradually returned to the celestial realm. Upon his arrival in the celestial realm, Qin Xiao began to relinquish his practice of the previous chaotic devouring technique, instead embarking on the advanced version of the same. In an instant, as Qin Xiao commenced his cultivation, a surge of celestial energy erupted, swiftly flooding into his being. Simultaneously, his soul's power experienced an instantaneous breakthrough. At last, my soul has transcended. It ought to be referred to as a celestial soul now, does it not? Delighting in the profound essence of the celestial soul, Qin Xiao was overwhelmed with joy. It was only now, with the metamorphosis of his soul's power, that he could truly be regarded as a bona fide celestial being. Such a formidable celestial soul, with every breath, he felt an exhilarating surge of vitality. No wonder mortals aspire to become immortals. In doing so, one may attain everlasting life. To be able to absorb such vibrant energy within oneself, how could one not become immortal? As Qin Xiao reveled in the intricacies of celestial energy, he realized he could genuinely absorb it, transforming celestial energy into internal vitality, cleansing and purifying himself. After experiencing the marvels of celestial energy, he opened his eyes, only to discover that the commotion from his breakthrough had been quite substantial. At that moment, the books within the carriage lay in tatters, seemingly shattered by the celestial energy's turbulence. The surrounding guards maintained their distance from him, wary of the residual power. It was then that Qin Zhan suddenly appeared before Qin Xiao, startling him. He hurriedly bowed, addressing him, "Greetings, Uncle Wang." However, before Qin Xiao could fully express his respect, Qin Zhan swiftly halted him. Qin Zhan extended his right hand, grasping Qin Xiao's left hand, and began to take his pulse. Following this, a hearty laugh resonated within the carriage, echoing Qin Zhan's jovial exclamation. "Ha ha! At last, Xiao, your soul has transcended into the realm of the celestial spirit. From this moment forth, nourished by the essence of the celestial, your corporeal form shall gradually transform into that of a celestial body. When that day arrives, you shall be a true immortal, free from the disturbances of celestial energy. The path of immortality beckons, indeed," Qin Zhan exclaimed joyfully. He gently released Qin Xiao's left hand, a smile gracing his face. "Xiao, henceforth, devote yourself to your cultivation and strive to elevate your mortal body to that of an immortal. When you achieve the status of an immortal, Uncle Wang shall undoubtedly procure various resources to assist you in enhancing your cultivation level." "Ha ha! Splendid. Truly splendid. Xiao, focus on your training. I shall not intrude upon your endeavors." With those words, Qin Zhan vanished from sight. Witnessing this scene, Qin Xiao felt a warmth enveloping his heart. He then glanced at his disheveled carriage and could not help but shake his head. Though he had entered the celestial realm without the love of doting parents, at least he had the affection of Uncle Wang. Thus, this rebirth is not in vain. In this world of civilization, Qin Xiao's physical form was evolving, awakening its divine essence, a feat not achieved in a mere moment. Therefore, Qin Xiao's will remain steadfast in the celestial realm. He realized that during his future cultivation, he must exercise caution. Excessive commotion could draw unwarranted attention. While traveling, he resolved to refrain from rigorous practice and instead immerse himself in the pages of books to broaden his horizons. As he surveyed the chaotic state of his carriage, a plan began to form in his mind. Now, he has acquired a cultivation technique that cannot be measured by any standard. Moreover, his celestial soul has experienced a breakthrough. Thus, he is no longer in a hurry. He merely awaits the moment he reaches the border, to seek a secluded chamber where he can set up an array and cultivate in peace. It is not that Qin Xiao does not trust Qin Zhan. Rather, he possesses his own plans. Keeping this matter from Qin Zhan is also to prevent him from becoming involved. 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. What he has lost, he will eventually reclaim with his own hands. Days have passed, and the Northern Expeditionary Army has finally arrived at the border, which is the destination for Qin Xiao and his companions, the Northern Territory. The Northern Territory is under Qin Xiao's jurisdiction. Although not as prosperous as the imperial capital, the people here are simple and content, living in peace. Compared to the treacherous imperial capital, life here is considerably more relaxed. Under Qin Xiao's arrangements, Qin Xiao naturally has his own small courtyard, situated near the Northern Territory's deliberation hall. Placing Qin Xiao's courtyard here is also a consideration for his safety. There is no place safer in the Northern Territory than the deliberation hall. Xiaoyu, has anything interesting happened in the Northern City recently? In Qin Xiao's room, Xiaoyu is assisting him in dressing. Xiaoyu refers to Qin Xiao's maid, whom Qin Xiao personally selected to serve him after arriving in the northern frontier, responsible for his daily needs. As for the Northern City, it denotes the city within the northern frontier. Your Highness, you inquire of me daily about any interesting occurrences in the Northern City. Why not venture there yourself to explore? Generally, under the prince's management, the Northern City would not dare to cause any disturbances. However, if we speak of interesting events, there has indeed been one recently. However, it is not from our great Qin dynasty, but rather from the illustrious Song dynasty. It is said that the prime minister of the Song dynasty, having defied the sovereign, ultimately faced the dire consequence of having his household confiscated by the emperor. Some relatives of the prime minister fled to our Qin dynasty, perhaps even residing in the northern city. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoyu turned to Qin Xiao and spoke. At that moment, Qin Xiao, who was in the midst of dressing, abruptly paused. The confiscation of a prime minister's household is indeed a significant matter. Defying the sovereign? Why would one choose to do so? Surely serving as prime minister is quite a respectable position. Wouldn't a life of leisure be far more agreeable? Alas, they have now lost everything. I cannot fathom their reasoning. Perhaps the emperor of Song is as foolish and incapable as they come. As Qin Xiao reflected on this, he seemed to recall someone and added, yet, even if he is incompetent, it is still preferable to the cold and unfeeling nature of our own sovereign. Qin Xiao smiled. However, his words startled Xiaoyu, who immediately glanced warily around before whispering, Your Highness, be cautious. The walls have ears. There may well be the emperor's loyalists within the military. Qin Xiao, unfazed, shook his head. It is of no concern. I am not afraid of him knowing. Even if he were to find out, what of it? Am I mistaken in my assertions? Enough of that individual for now. Today, I am in a good mood and wish to take a stroll outside. Please escort me. With that, Qin Xiao summoned the celestial energy within him and swiftly settled into his wheelchair. At this moment, although Qin Xiao was unable to walk, he had already begun to subtly manipulate celestial energy, allowing him to perform certain spells. He could still shift his position. Yes, young master, Xiaoyu promptly responded, gently pushing Qin Xiao's wheelchair as they departed from the North King's residence, making their way toward the northern city. As soon as Qin Xiao left, several powerful shadowy figures within the North King's palace immediately followed in pursuit, accompanied by a contingent of loyal guards trailing behind. Do not employ any celestial arts. Let us proceed at a leisurely pace. I wish to fully immerse myself in the essence of this northern land, Qin Xiao declared. Upon hearing his words, Xiaoyu steadily continued to push the wheelchair, step by step. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao attentively absorbed the surroundings, observing the celestial realm's ebb and flow with the perspective of a mortal. What the world was unaware of was that the merely 10-year-old Qin Xiao had already transcended to the heavenly immortal realm. Indeed, merely 2 years had elapsed, and in that brief span, Qin Xiao's cultivation had soared to the heavenly immortal level. Additionally, within the Eastern Emperor Bell, he had received the Golden Crow inheritance, acquiring numerous divine abilities such as the Golden Crow Divine Eye and the Earthly Golden Light. However, Qin Xiao chose to conceal his prowess, leading others to believe he had just recently attained the human immortal realm, the lowest level of cultivation. As the wheelchair rolled across the ground, Qin Xiao felt the vibrations and fell into deep contemplation. Presently, those around him had reached the heavenly immortal stage and had also consumed advanced genetic elixirs. Logically, his legs should have been transformed, enabling him to walk normally. Yet, for reasons unknown, they remained unresponsive. This predicament filled Qin Xiao with intense anxiety. He had exhausted every conceivable method, yet to no avail. Could it be, he mused, that the only way for me to walk again is to sever my legs and allow them to regrow? For the moment, this remained the sole, untried solution. However, Qin Xiao swiftly abandoned the notion. So be it, he resigned, let me be disabled. It is just as well, I shall bide my time. And no one shall suspect a thing. My nominal father, he pondered, his cultivation must have reached the realm of the immortal king, wouldn't it? Before long, I shall have to thrash you soundly. At this thought, Qin Xiao clenched his fists. The humiliation he had suffered in the palace was still vivid in his memory. Lost in contemplation, Qin Xiao had unknowingly entered the North City. Xiao Yu wheeled him through the streets, and though passers-by cast curious glances, none dared to mock or deride him. The immortal realm was unlike any other place. Its very essence imbued its inhabitants with wisdom. Save for a rare few imbeciles, foolishness was virtually non-existent. After all, could anyone who had cultivated to become an immortal be considered inept? And how many who had been steeped in immortal energy possessed feeble minds? Qin Zhao's journey through the North City proceeded without incident. Your Highness, where shall we go? Xiao Yu inquired softly. Let us go to our usual haunts, Qin Xiao replied. First, we shall listen to tales at the tavern. Then proceed to the academy to procure some books before returning home. Having explored every nook and cranny of the North City, Qin Xiao found little that was truly novel. Moreover, within the Northern Prince's residence, everything one could desire is readily available. Qin Xiao lacks for nothing. If one were to speak of seeking pleasure, it would seem somewhat incongruous with his current age. Thus, the places Qin Xiao frequents are limited to taverns and academies. Taverns, in particular, serve as the most expedient venues for grasping the affairs of the world. After all, in days of yore, whenever an immortal graced a city, they invariably visited a tavern for a drink. In the course of casual conversation, delightful tidbits often emerged. Whenever he felt weary from his cultivation or sought to avoid drawing attention, Qin Xiao would meander to taverns. After all, the nature of his cultivation is known solely to him. Not even Qin Zhan is aware. A person unable to cultivate, spending every day confined to a room, would surely raise suspicions. Very well, young master. Xiao Yu, well acquainted with the route, promptly guided Qin Xiao to the nearest brothel tavern. This establishment, in fact, is a reputable tavern, solely offering food, drink, and lodging, devoid of any additional entertainment. Occasionally, a few storytellers would regale patrons for days and nights on end. For cultivators, time is the one resource they never lack. Is the young master here? The attendant exclaimed. The private room has been prepared for you. It's the same spot as before. Please, follow me. Upon entering the tavern, Qin Xiao was immediately greeted by a server who led him upstairs to the private quarters on the third floor. The second floor housed the storytellers, while the first floor was merely filled with hurried passers-by dining. As usual, Qin Xiao ordered a jug of fine clear wine, 2 plates of fresh beef, and a selection of spiritual fruits. After seating Qin Xiao comfortably on the third floor, the server departed to fulfill his order. At this moment, it was quite fortuitous. Qin Xiao happened to overhear the storyteller recounting the tale of the prime minister of the Song dynasty. To understand this tale, one must begin with the Emperor of Song's desire to select a consort. Every 3 years, the emperor summons 1,000 beautiful maidens with exceptional cultivation talents from across the realm to enter the palace. This practice has been held 3 times consecutively, leading to widespread grievances among the populace. Some speculated whether the emperor had cultivated some dark arts, necessitating the presence of exceptionally gifted women to aid in his practices. Thus, the selection of consorts occurs every 3 years. Prime Minister Wang Jinshi, in council with the current sovereign, urged the abolishment of the consort selection system. However, this endeavor incited the emperor's ire, resulting in Wang's demotion and the execution of his entire family, a tragic fate indeed. The storyteller, with great passion and vivid expression, brought the tale to life, ensnaring the listeners in its depth. Although Qin Xiao listened intently, he remained skeptical of the narrative, for only a select few knew the truth. Undoubtedly, Prime Minister Wang Jinshi had fallen from grace, but the reasons remained shrouded in mystery, possibly entangled with royal secrets. After indulging in the tale and passing the time, Qin Xiao departed directly for the academy. The northern city also boasted an academy, which was quite substantial, second only to the 5 great bookhouses of the realm. It was much like any other. Upon his arrival, he was naturally met with warm welcomes, for Qin Xiao's reputation was widely known. In the northern city, there resided a disabled individual whose true identity was that of royal Qin. Would anyone dare to approach him without a bow of deference? What of immortals? Immortals are not exempt from death. Anyone with a modicum of wisdom understands the importance of seeking fortune and avoiding misfortune. Has the young master arrived? The scrolls have been prepared for you. A young scribe emerged from the academy, bowing respectfully to Qin Xiao before speaking. Qin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. The scribe then produced a storage ring. Xiaoya stepped forward to receive the ring, and after counting its contents, she retrieved another storage ring and handed it to the scribe. Thank you. This contains the scrolls that the master has already perused, and now they shall be returned in full. Once the master has finished reading these scrolls, I shall return them. Chapter 47. The old beggar. At this moment, Qin Xiao's soul had transcended to the celestial realm. Reading was no longer confined to ordinary books. It involved scrolls. Scrolls are vessels that encapsulate written information within jade. To read them, one must first activate them with their soul. A small scroll can contain thousands of characters. This is the most prevalent method of storing texts in the celestial realm. More importantly, scrolls can also preserve images. Some lesser-known techniques are inscribed upon scrolls for the sake of inheritance. Miss Xiaoya, you are too kind. The Academy warmly welcomes both you and the young master. Xiaoya ceased her formalities, nodded, and then turned her gaze toward Qin Xiao. Where shall we go next, young master? Qin Xiao shook his head. Now that we have gathered our belongings, let us return. There is little reason to linger here. We must hasten back to immerse ourselves in reading. Qin Xiao displayed a fervent passion for books. This state of affairs did not escape the notice of the young attendant. The young master truly possessed a passion for literature. Yet alas, he was still too young. If only he were to reach the age of 12, he would then be able to attend the academy, where all the tomes would be at his disposal for his admiration and appreciation. The attendant respectfully bowed to Qin Xiao. With a light chuckle, Qin Xiao replied, "In 2 years, I shall certainly enter the academy, and I may indeed require your guidance within its halls." "It would be my utmost honor," the attendant responded. Once their conversation concluded, Xiaoya guided Qin Xiao towards the Wang residence. The young attendant watched them depart until they disappeared from sight, at which point he returned to the academy. On the way back, Xiaoya maneuvered Qin Xiao through the bustling streets. Suddenly, a beggar by the roadside caught Qin Xiao's attention. The man was clad in tattered garments, his body caked in mud, with hair of a disheveled mix of black and white. As Xiaoya pushed Qin Xiao past the beggar, he suddenly stopped for a moment. Xiaoya, taken aback, complied with his request. She too had noticed the beggar and sensed that Qin Xiao had some interest in him. "Young master, this man is far too filthy. It would be wise for us to maintain our distance so as not to sully your noble form," Xiaoya cautioned. However, it seemed Qin Xiao did not heed her words, his gaze fixed intently upon the beggar. Soon after, he activated his golden crow divine eye, beginning to investigate the beggar's true nature. Yet, even with the divine sight bestowed upon him, Qin Xiao could discern nothing of significance from the beggar. This further piqued Qin Xiao's interest. Although his mastery of the golden crow divine eye was not yet perfected, he possessed the ability to see through individuals of the same realm with a mere glance. However, the beggar before him was shrouded in mystery, eluding even his keen sight. The beggar's cultivation level was at least that of a celestial being. Coupled with the tales he had heard about the chancellor of the Song dynasty, doubts began to stir within him. "Old man, what brings you to this place?" Qin Xiao inquired of the beggar. "Are you not going to respond to the young master? It is your honor that he chooses to converse with you," Xiao Yu hastily urged. In her eyes, Qin Xiao was her entire world. She would comply with his every word. Anyone who dared to upset him would find her vehemently opposed. "Do not be disrespectful to the elder," Qin Xiao commanded. Upon hearing his directive, Xiao Yu immediately fell silent, standing quietly by his side. "I have resided in North City for many years and have never encountered a beggar. The celestial realm is filled with divine beings, drawing upon the essence of the heavens and the earth for eternal life. What circumstance could lead one to be unable to sustain themselves? Elder, your presence here is indeed perplexing," Qin Xiao remarked to the beggar. Xiao Yu, standing nearby, was uncertain of the intent behind Qin Xiao's words, but listened intently. At that moment, the beggar lifted his head, fixing his gaze firmly upon Qin Xiao. It was then that Qin Xiao noticed, despite the beggar's unkempt appearance, his eyes shone with an extraordinary brilliance, more vibrant than those of an ordinary person. This only served to reinforce Qin Xiao's suspicions. The little one may be young, but his words carry considerable weight. The celestial realm is vast. Have you traversed its expanse? How can you assert that this realm is devoid of beggars? The beggar retorted. Qin Xiao shook his head, a smile gracing his features. The beggar's words only served to affirm his extraordinary nature. "I have not ventured there. Could it be that you have, esteemed elder? With such wisdom, How could you find yourself as a beggar in this northern city? Elder, without digressing, my estate is in need of a steward, offering sustenance and lodging. Would you be inclined to accept? Qin Xiao inquired of the beggar. Young master, you must exercise caution. It is unwise to invite just anyone into your household. What if they harbor ulterior motives? Your well-being is far too precious to jeopardize. I suspect this beggar has an agenda, masquerading as a pauper to capture your attention and infiltrate the royal residence. Xiao Yu gazed at the beggar with suspicion, then turned to Qin Xiao to advise him. Qin Xiao gently patted Xiao Yu's hand, offering her a reassuring glance. Fear not, I am well aware of my own discernment. Just then, Qin Xiao received a sudden transmission of soul energy. Are you aware of my true identity? Qin Xiao responded in kind, through the same ethereal medium. I do not know, but I am enlightened now. What say you, esteemed elder? Are you willing to accompany me back to my abode? Trust in me. I assure you will not be disappointed. Qin Xiao exuded confidence. The beggar regarded Qin Xiao with a penetrating gaze before bowing in deference. I am willing to follow the young master back to his residence, the beggar declared. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu stood nearby, continuously casting wary glances at the beggar, yet the beggar remained unfazed. He paid no heed to Xiao Yu, slowly rising to follow her. Qin Xiao nodded in satisfaction at this. Xiao Yu pushed Qin Xiao, leading him toward the residence. A beggar trailed behind them, his steps unsteady yet never faltering. Upon returning to the estate, Qin Xiao addressed Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, please prepare some food. I have matters to discuss privately with the old gentleman. Xiao Yu instinctively felt a surge of resistance at Qin Xiao's words, for the beggar's origins were shrouded in mystery. She was deeply concerned about leaving him alone with Qin Xiao. However, when Qin Xiao's gaze fell upon her, she found herself compelled to comply. Stomping her foot in frustration, she turned and departed. Once Xiao Yu had left, Qin Xiao and the old beggar exchanged glances, each unwilling to yield. Old man, might I request an introduction? Qin Xiao inquired with a smile. Surely you do not expect this young gentleman to guess. Indeed, I am Wang Jinshi, the prime minister of the Song dynasty. Fleeing from persecution, I sought refuge in the great Qin, replied the beggar. I see you are adorned in splendid attire, exuding an air of authority. You must belong to the royal family of Great Qin? Chapter 48. The recruitment of Wang Jinshi. Qin Xiao nodded, neither confirming nor denying the claim. Wang Jinshi continued. Since you have discerned my identity, what is it that you seek? He fixed his gaze on Qin Xiao, devoid of any respect. After all, Wang Jinshi was a former prime minister of the Song dynasty, once in a position of high authority. How much respect could he afford to show a prince of another realm? The prime minister is now being hunted by the Song dynasty, with nowhere to escape. The Qin Empire may not be able to protect you, but I can, Qin Xiao declared with confidence. Wang Jinshi furrowed his brow and inquired. What do you mean by that? Qin Xiao responded with a gentle smile. The prime minister is an intelligent man. I trust you understand without my explicit explanation. As for the ministers of other nations, my emperor of Qin would naturally not dare to employ them. Otherwise, you would not have been reduced to a beggar in this predicament. However, I am different. I recognize your talents. Since you have served as prime minister in the Song dynasty, your abilities must be considerable. Would you be willing to serve as my retainer? Qin Xiao spoke forthrightly. Wang Jinshi was taken aback by Qin Xiao's directness and momentarily at a loss for words. This candid proposal left him speechless. Reflecting on his current situation, he realized he truly had nowhere to turn. Once, he had been the prime minister of the Song dynasty, second only to the emperor himself. Yet now, he found himself hunted by the royal family, with the vast world offering him no refuge. Truly absurd. Young master, you have guessed my identity. Allow me to demonstrate my worth. You must be that prince, deposed by the Qin, Wang Jinshi remarked, all the while observing the changing expressions on Qin Xiao's face. However, Qin Xiao remained impassive. A mere 10-year-old child, yet so astute. This compelled Wang Jinshi to regard him with newfound respect. You are not the prince that the world believes to be incapable of cultivating. Qin Xiao replied succinctly. You possess the ability to cultivate, and your strength has ascended to the celestial realm. As soon as Wang Jinshi finished speaking, the temperature in the room plummeted several degrees. Qin Xiao maintained a demeanor of amusement while gazing at Wang Jinshi, though his eyes betrayed a glimmer of malice. It is well known that I cannot cultivate. How then did you come to know of my abilities? Furthermore, how did you ascertain that I have reached the celestial realm? Qin Xiao did not deny his cultivation. Rather, he inquired how Wang Jinshi had obtained such knowledge. Sensing the murderous intent within Qin Xiao's gaze, Wang Jinshi realized that this matter could not be resolved amicably. Now he was also aware of Qin Xiao's greatest secret. How could Qin Xiao possibly allow him to escape unscathed? At this thought, regret surged within Wang Jinshi's heart. Had he known this would transpire? Why had he accompanied Qin Xiao to the northern Wang manor? He had already come. What was the point in quarreling with a mere child? And yet, he had exposed the other's hidden depths. Wang Jinshi wished he could slap himself twice for his folly. However, at this moment, it was too late for any words of remorse. I naturally cannot discern your highness's level of cultivation. Yet, your highness, have you ever heard of the art of divination? Wang Jinshi inquired of Qin Xiao. Are you implying that you cannot probe my cultivation? That your knowledge of my celestial prowess stems from divination? Qin Xiao retorted. With Wang Jinshi's prompt, Qin Xiao immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Yet, this realization caused his brow to furrow deeply. If Wang Jinshi could rely on divination to surmise his level of cultivation, could others also employ this technique to deduce his abilities? If that were indeed the case, he believed he had concealed his cultivation flawlessly. Before the unfolding of the deduction, one finds oneself laid bare. Wang Jinshi refrained from responding, merely nodding slowly. He understood well what ought to be articulated and what should remain unvoiced. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to the position of Prime Minister. Your Highness, my skills in deduction are merely rudimentary, lacking the refinement to grace the grand stage. Indeed, it is possible that my deductions may be erroneous. Wang Jinshi replied. However, at this moment, Qin Xiao's focus lay elsewhere. Please attempt another deduction and see what you can unveil. You must exert every effort in your analysis and convey the results to me, Qin Xiao said earnestly, his gaze fixed upon Wang Jinshi, imbued with an almost palpable aura of menace. Although Wang Jinshi's cultivation surpassed that of Qin Xiao, he dared not entertain any malevolent thoughts towards him. This was not merely due to the formidable guards outside, but rather because a deducer possesses a heightened sense of perception. He sensed a profound danger emanating from Qin Xiao. Thus, Wang Jinshi held a deep-seated apprehension towards him. When Qin Xiao extended his invitation, he did not refuse outright, but instead accompanied him into the Wang residence. Very well. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's request, Wang Jinshi let out a bitter smile. He retrieved several copper coins from his possession and promptly began his deduction, with Qin Xiao before him. The process was indeed rather straightforward. In a matter of moments, Wang Jinshi discerned the answer. Your Highness, despite your disability, your cultivation has transcended to the level of a celestial being. Allow me to further contemplate your future, he continued, shaking the tortoise shell before him. As he did so, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. The entirety of his being trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, Wang Jinshi opened his eyes wide and collapsed forcefully onto the ground. Oddly, he found himself unable to deduce anything. How could this be? I have calculated His Highness's cultivation level. How could I possibly fail to foresee His Highness's future? A haze enveloped him, as the uncertainties ahead loomed large. Did His Highness possess some extraordinary treasure that could obscure the heavenly secrets? Wang Jinshi rose, furrowing his brow as he gazed at Qin Xiao. Observing Wang Jinshi's demeanor, Qin Xiao was not convinced of any deceit. However, Wang Jinshi's performance did not satisfy him. After a moment of contemplation, the immortal spirit suddenly invoked the Eastern Emperor Bell, drawing a thread of fate to merge with this world. Try to deduce once more. Can he ascertain my realm? Qin Xiao instructed Wang Jinshi. Your Highness, surely there is no need for further deduction? The initial calculation should suffice, though it fails to reveal your Highness's future. Wang Jinshi replied. He had not witnessed Qin Xiao perform any extraordinary feats. Given the circumstances, a second deduction would likely yield the same results. Try again, Qin Xiao commanded with authority. Wang Jinshi dared not defy him and could only attempt once more. However, when Wang Jinshi prepared the tortoise shell and copper coin for the divination, he merely glanced at Qin Xiao and had not yet begun. Both the tortoise shell and copper coin shattered simultaneously, and at that moment, Wang Jinshi spat out a mouthful of old blood, which fell directly onto the shattered remnants. After expelling the blood, Wang Jinshi uttered his first words. Oh no! The repercussions of the divination. Immediately, Wang Jinshi lifted his head, his expression one of incredulity as he gazed at Qin Xiao. Your Highness, what? What have you just done? I find myself utterly incapable of divining your fate. Chapter 49. Cultivating power. However, Wang Jinshi raised his head and suddenly noticed a continuous expanse of purple aura enveloping Qin Xiao, stretching far beyond countless miles. This purple radiance illuminated the heavens, as if the heavenly emperor had descended. By heavens! Wang Jinshi could not help but exclaim in astonishment. He quickly rubbed his eyes. Yet, when he looked at Qin Xiao again, he found him to be indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I could not have been mistaken. That immense purple aura, its boundaries obscured, illuminated all realms. Such fortune is reserved for the sovereign of the heavens, Wang Jinshi murmured to himself. In the celestial realm, one's luck could extend thousands of miles to claim kingship, tens of thousands of miles to attain emperorship, and up to 100,000 miles to be deemed a sovereign. This was a divine bestowal of fortune. Yet, the vast fortune behind Qin Xiao was beyond Wang Jinshi's imagination. What did you perceive? What was the outcome of your calculations? Does it differ from the initial reading? Listening to Wang Jinshi's ramblings, Qin Xiao furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend his words. Your Highness, just now, when I attempted to divine your fate, I merely contemplated your name, and both the silicon tablet and copper coin shattered simultaneously, with blood gushing forth. I cannot fathom what you have done, but in your current state, anyone who dares to speculate upon you will surely face dire consequences. If anyone dares to cast a curse upon you, they shall undoubtedly meet their demise, declared Wang Jinshi with unwavering conviction. In a surprising turn of events, he suddenly knelt before Qin Xiao, bowing his head 3 times with great reverence. Your Highness, I humbly wish to pledge my allegiance to you. I beseech you to accept me, Wang Jinshi implored, as he summoned the innate mark from his celestial essence and presented it to Qin Xiao. Your Highness, please accept my offering. The abruptness of Wang Jinshi's transformation left Qin Xiao astounded. He pondered what vision had compelled Wang Jinshi to relinquish his innate mark. A crucial aspect of a celestial being's soul. Each immortal possesses an innate mark, which symbolizes the essence of one's spirit. To bestow this mark upon another signifies an eternal bond of loyalty, with the understanding that should the recipient perish, the donor would meet the same fate. Wang Jinshi's actions indicated that he had entrusted his very life to Qin Xiao. What are you doing? Qin Xiao inquired of Wang Jinshi. Yet, Wang Jinshi remained steadfast, refusing to rise as long as Qin Xiao did not accept the innate mark. Faced with this unwavering resolve, Qin Xiao reluctantly accepted the innate mark. Although he wished to gain Wang Jinshi's loyalty, he had not intended to claim his mark. At this moment, Wang Jinshi's actions exceeded Qin Xiao's expectations. Now, you are considered one of our own. Pray tell, how might I shield myself from others who seek to uncover my true nature? Qin Xiao inquired of Wang Jinshi. Having already offered his innate mark, Qin Xiao no longer felt the need to be cautious around Wang Jinshi and spoke directly. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, Wang Jinshi did not respond immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment before replying, Your Highness, you possess an extraordinary fortune, and anyone who attempts to speculate about your fate will inevitably face repercussions. However, this very circumstance may lead others to suspect that you are concealing something. I am aware of a secret technique that can create an illusion. When someone endeavors to predict Your Highness's destiny, they will unwittingly enter this illusion. What transpires within the illusion reflects the future they have envisioned. Wang Jinshi spoke earnestly, sharing a method he had acquired. By employing this technique, one could obscure all aspects of an individual's fate, even misleading other diviners regarding their predictions. Nevertheless, utilizing such a technique requires a certain sacrifice. At this moment, the fates of Wang Jinshi and Qin Xiao were intertwined. They would either rise together or fall together. Wang Jinshi was more than willing to assist Qin Xiao in concealing his true nature. We shall discuss this matter further later. For now, you have just returned. Take the time to refresh and recuperate. Tomorrow, come to my study and help me veil the heavenly secrets, commanded Qin Xiao. Wang Jinshi nodded in agreement. The recent attempt to forecast Qin Xiao's destiny had already resulted in a backlash against him. Although the secret technique could still be employed, resting for a day would enhance its efficacy for the following day. Wang Jinshi did not refuse. At that moment, Xiaoyu entered, carrying some fruit. But upon seeing the blood on the floor, she could not help but exclaim, Your Highness, what has happened to you? How could there be blood? How could there possibly be blood here? Old man, did you harm His Highness? I demand your life, Xiaoyu declared, ready to strike Wang Jinshi. Fortunately, Qin Xiao intervened. This is not my blood. It is the old man's blood. He could not contain himself and spat it out just now. Despite Qin Xiao's attempts to reason with her, Xiaoyu held no affection for Wang Jinshi, muttering incessantly, Even if it is his blood, it is unacceptable. before His Highness. Such disgrace should be met with a beating to death. Wang Jinshi, standing nearby, could not help but internally scoff. Is it really necessary? Is it really necessary? This little girl is rather ruthless, isn't she? Old man, the blood I spat is my own. It has nothing to do with you. Although he mocked internally, Wang Jinshi dared not voice his thoughts, for he was unaware of the standing this maid held in Qin Xiao's esteem. As a newcomer, it was wise to remain discreet. With a forced chuckle, Wang Jinshi said, "All right, you two, cease your quarrel. Xiaoyu, please take Wang Jinshi to freshen up." Upon uttering these words, Qin Xiao issued an order for them to leave. The two, understanding the hint, exited without hesitation. The following day, without needing an invitation from Qin Xiao, Wang Jinshi took it upon himself to arrive at Qin Xiao's study. He then employed a secret technique to conceal his overwhelming fortune. After completing the invocation, Qin Xiao began to inquire about the state of the Song dynasty. The monarch of the Song dynasty has likely succumbed to madness. As the world speculated, the gathering of gifted women was intended to absorb their talents, particularly their precious blood, to enhance one's own cultivation level. The emperor of the Song dynasty devised a plan to wage war against the Qin dynasty once he achieved the next level of his cultivation. His ambition was to annex Qin and utilize its national strength to elevate his own empire. Upon hearing Wang Jinshi's words, Qin Xiao nodded. Although he harbored disdain for his father, he did not wish to see the fall of the Qin dynasty. Wang Jinshi, that name is no longer suitable for you. From now on, I shall call you Elder Qi. I now require you to take these items and establish an intelligence organization as the Heavenly Network. This network must be capable of gathering information from across the realm. Furthermore, here is a plan that needs your execution. In 5 years, I want not only to possess ears and eyes that hear all under heaven, but also the power to eliminate anyone I desire. Elder Qi picked up the plan before him and glanced over it. The more he read, the more astonished he became, becoming increasingly engrossed in its contents. Your Highness, this is truly remarkable. How did I not think of this before? It can be accomplished in such a manner. I shall set about it immediately. Chapter 50. The Laws of Time and Space. Initially, Elder Qi received Qin Xiao's plan with a degree of indifference. However, upon delving into its contents, he became utterly unsettled. The new terminologies and industries, along with their interconnections, were laid out with utmost clarity. For instance, the intelligence organization could establish taverns, where information could be discreetly gathered. Within the establishment, other forms of entertainment may also be incorporated, such as casinos and venues for revelry, as well as spaces for musical enjoyment. Virtually every conceivable entertainment service is encompassed within the hall, meticulously arranged from top to bottom. In such circumstances, as long as patrons remain within the establishment, there inevitably comes a moment when they let slip a word or two, thus allowing certain information to circulate within its walls. There are also details that Elder Qi is not entirely familiar with. However, since all this information is meticulously recorded within the jade slips, a mere sweep of his divine sense grants him instant clarity. Proceed with care. This is merely a fragment of what is to come. Take your time to build it up. There will be further tasks for you, and it is imperative to cultivate a circle of trustworthy individuals. For you shall have much to attend to in the future. Qin Xiao instructed Elder Qi with an impassive expression. The plans he proposed are entirely reflective of contemporary business models. Although the celestial realm is not devoid of intelligent individuals, the majority devote their intellect solely to cultivation. The only business model they can boast is monopoly. Now, Qin Xiao has seamlessly transplanted certain strategies from modern civilization into the celestial domain, inevitably causing a stir and heralding a revolution in commerce. Perhaps this commercial upheaval may even lead to a reshuffling of certain formidable powers, which is not an impossibility. In the days that followed, Wang Jinshi appeared before the public in the capacity of steward to Qin Xiao, discreetly executing his plans. A flourishing establishment, known as the Blossom Pavilion, arose in the northern city, captivating numerous cultivators with its unique allure. Certain unique establishments, such as money houses, hotels, and all-encompassing service centers gradually emerged in the eyes of the world. Within this microcosm, the essence of civilized existence continues to awaken, its aura ever intensifying. Qin Xiao's celestial soul intermittently delves into the comprehension of the laws. Indeed, at this moment, Qin Xiao has begun to grasp certain aspects of the law's power. Initially, he found this challenging. After all, the The conventional path for a cultivator involves accumulating energy within the body to effectuate a qualitative transformation, thereby elevating one's rank and enabling the understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. However, thanks to the suppression of the Eastern Emperor Bel, Qin Xiao could circumvent many cumbersome processes and engage with the laws ahead of time. He commenced his studies with the element of fire, specifically the sun's pure fire, a divine ability that the Jinwu clan is inherently capable of awakening. To his astonishment, he managed to master the principles of fire within just 2 years. Qin Xiao's countenance brightened with joy. At that moment, a vast force of time and space surged into his mind. Although his understanding of the fire laws was but a fragment, he could command the sun's pure fire due to the awakening of his Jinwu divine body. Commanding here implies that Qin Xiao, in the celestial realm, is capable of wielding such power, as both his bodies share the same celestial soul, originating from the same source. The chaos-devouring technique allows for the transformation of any attribute of energy. For instance, fire attribute energy can be converted into chaotic energy, which can subsequently metamorphose into water attribute energy and other varieties. Remarkably, this spectrum of energy attributes even encompasses the realms of time and space. In the room, Qin Xiao gently pointed forward with his finger, and in an instant, upon the table, the ripe celestial fruit suddenly began to recede, harnessing the temporal power inherent within it, reverting to its immature state. Subsequently, Qin Xiao unleashed another surge of temporal energy, restoring the fruit to its original form. Could it be that I truly command the power of time and space? Qin Xiao gazed upon this spectacle with astonishment, aware that he had acquired an extraordinary ability. The Eastern Emperor Bel would serve as my greatest trump card. This matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly invite perilous consequences. Qin Xiao murmured to himself. In the modern civilized world, he had perused numerous novels, fully cognizant of the associated advantages and disadvantages. In the realm of immortals, Elder Qi managed affairs on his behalf, alleviating Qin Xiao's burden significantly. Having resided in the celestial realm for 2 years, Qin Xiao had long harbored intentions of cultivating his own power. Yet the constraints of his age had hindered his progress. Elder Qi's emergence provided the opportunity for him to strategize in advance. In the modern civilized world, within the imperial capital university, Zhang Sun had just completed his training in the secret chamber, exhaling a long breath of stale air. Alas, 2 years have passed, and Brother Xiao is yet to return. Has he truly encountered misfortune? Brother Xiao, you must come back. You cannot fathom what I have endured during these 2 years. If you do not return soon, I fear I shall not endure much longer. Without your protection, I am struggling to navigate university life. As Zhang Sun spoke, he emerged from the secret chamber. Almost immediately, 2 maidservants attended to him, one wiping the sweat from his brow, while the other offered him fruit. Over the course of 2 years, Qin Xiao had gradually faded from the memories of those around him. Indeed, this is the truth. In the modern world, Qin Xiao possesses no relatives, nor does he have anyone of significance to cherish. Thus, it is entirely natural that no one remembers him. Occasionally, when people reflect upon that remarkable youth who shattered the college entrance examination records, they may feel a twinge of regret. However, this sentiment is not universal. Within the realm of Huaxia, there exists an organization that has never ceased its quest to uncover Qin Xiao's whereabouts. Time has swiftly passed. 5 years have elapsed. Qin Xiao has deepened his understanding of the laws of time and space. At this juncture, he has altered the flow of time in his small world. 5 years in the celestial realm equate to 50 years in his domain, while merely a year has passed in the modern world. Now, Qin Xiao possesses the ability to manipulate the flow of time in his small world, primarily to hasten the awakening of the Golden Crow divine body and to alleviate the monotony of the celestial realm, which is consumed solely by cultivation. Naturally, his capabilities are limited to this. To effectuate further changes, Qin Xiao must attain greater strength or possess a more profound comprehension of the laws of time and space. Over the course of 5 years, Qin Xiao has spent 3 years studying at the academy. Presently, his prowess has ascended to the 9th layer of the celestial immortal realm, poised to break through to the golden immortal stage as soon as the opportunity arises. Within the academy, he gazes at the blooming lotus flowers in the courtyard, lost in contemplation. 2 years, and then 3, 5 years have passed since his arrival in the celestial realm. Qin Xiao has gained considerable insight into the forces surrounding the great Qin, yet he remains devoid of any news regarding Yujian. Furthermore, His cultivation at the celestial immortal level is relatively modest within the celestial realm, rendering him incapable of traversing the world at will. The celestial realm is brutal, scarcely more forgiving than the lower realms, and indeed, it is even more terrifying and vicious. Were it not for his esteemed status, surviving in the celestial realm would prove to be a formidable challenge. Brother Xiao, are you still troubled by your inability to walk? Chapter 51. The Encirclement. As Qin Xiao contemplated his future, a young man approached him, inquiring about his well-being. This student, named Lu Zifan, shared the same academic institution as Qin Xiao. Their camaraderie was somewhat akin to that of classmates, though Lu Zifan's origins remained shrouded in mystery, seemingly not hailing from the great Qin dynasty. Regrettably, Qin Xiao had been unable to uncover the truth of his identity. Nevertheless, Lu Zifan was quite to Qin Xiao's liking, emerging as his first friend in the celestial realm. They shared a bond akin to that of schoolmates. Having been afflicted with a disability for over a decade, Qin Xiao had not yet discovered a remedy and felt no urgency. But what about you? I have heard you plan to leave. Qin Xiao turned to face Lu Zifan, who nodded in affirmation. Things have stabilized at home, prompting my return. I have been away for so long, and it is high time I reunite with my parents. He sighed as he spoke, acknowledging that his return may not yield much improvement. Qin Xiao remained silent, respecting Lu Zifan's unspoken matters concerning his family, choosing not to pry. Since you must return, I wish you a safe journey and fulfillment of your desires, Qin Xiao remarked with a smile. Brother Xiao, are you urging me to depart? Lu Zifan inquired. Qin Xiao shook his head. Not at all. I merely detest the feeling of parting. If you must go, then go. He waved his hand dismissively. In truth, Qin Xiao had little to anchor him in the celestial realm. His parents had forsaken him, leaving only Uncle Wang as a source of concern. In addition, do not dwell on it. Only the supreme path within one's heart is the true aspiration of Qin Xiao. Yet the road to the heavens is vast and enigmatic. Haha, Brother Xiao, I knew you would find it hard to part with me. I have heard that you have perused all the tomes in the Northern Academy. I am truly impressed. Upon my return, I shall also seek information regarding ailments of the legs, hoping to assist you, Brother Xiao. Farewell. Lu Zifan clasped his hands in salute and turned to leave. Qin Xiao did not look back. After Lu Zifan departed, a member of the Sky Network approached Qin Xiao and respectfully reported, Your Highness, it appears that a formidable golden immortal from the demon clan has entered the northern territories. Not long ago, a battle involving golden immortals erupted along the northern frontiers. It seems that this was the work of the prince. Each month, the Sky Network compiles significant events from across the realm to present to Qin Xiao, and particularly urgent matters are reported promptly, especially those concerning Qin Zhan. What is the status of the conflict? Who emerged victorious? What is the purpose of the demon clan entering the Great Qin? Qin Xiao inquired. In response, Your Highness, investigations are ongoing. This matter appears to involve secrets of the Great Qin royal family from 13 years ago, and further time is needed, the Sky Network member replied. Qin Xiao nodded, and the member of the Sky Network, having said no more, surveyed the surroundings. Confirming that no one was present, he took his leave swiftly. The reckless intrusion of the demon clan into the Great Qin involves the secrets of the royal family? Qin Xiao was filled with curiosity. He did not linger at the academy, turning instead towards the royal manor, determined to have Elder Qi conduct a thorough investigation. What transpired 13 years ago? It seems that 13 years ago was the very year of my birth? Qin Xiao murmured to himself. Over the years, he had come to understand the condition of his crippled legs. They were certainly not a result of congenital issues, but rather the consequence of external factors. What could be the cause? He was in the midst of an investigation. Intriguingly, matters were becoming increasingly captivating. Having left the academy, Xiao Yu swiftly emerged, pushing Qin Xiao back to their residence. He had already perused all the tomes within the academy. Xiao Yu was now searching for hidden texts for him, which had taken some time. Young master, I have found the collection, she exclaimed. From now on, you need not return to the academy. You can entirely study at home. Xiao Yu looked at Qin Xiao with a smile. He remained silent. Once his cultivation reached the golden immortal stage, and he possessed the means for self-defense, excessive caution would no longer be necessary. At present, the network of heavenly surveillance had matured. Qin Xiao had acquired his own set of eyes and ears. The Blood Kill organization had quietly established itself, and the omniscient network spread across the realm. Furthermore, with Elder Qi of the golden immortal realm stationed at the helm, he had unknowingly become a formidable force. Indeed, there is no need to return, Qin Xiao replied. As the two made their way back home, the atmosphere suddenly shifted. The once familiar street was enveloped in a veil of mist. The scene rapidly transformed. What is happening? Young master, someone is attempting to assassinate you. Upon witnessing the change in surroundings, Xiao Yu immediately discerned their perilous situation. She promptly maneuvered the wheelchair in an attempt to escape. However, it was evident that their adversaries were well prepared. As Xiao Yu turned, the path behind them had been sealed. Was it a barrier or an array? Qin Xiao surveyed the environment. It appeared to be a barrier. If it were a formation, surely someone would have been bold enough to set it up by the roadside. The city guards would have discovered it long ago. Who, then, is the visitor that dares to execute such a grand scheme? Erecting a barrier against a mere cripple like me? Qin Xiao inquired toward the water screen before him. At that moment, two figures suddenly emerged from within the water curtain. Yet, to call them human would be a misnomer. They were demons. Qin Xiao instantly discerned their identity, for these two beings possessed elongated pointed ears, and their forms resembled that of a wolf and a fox, complete with tails trailing behind them. Are you of the demon race? Qin Xiao questioned the two demons. Oh, to guess our identity with just a glance. Quite impressive, the fox demon remarked with a hint of amusement. If I'm not mistaken, no demon has ever entered the great Qin. The fox demon scrutinized Qin Xiao closely, a playful smile gracing her lips. No wonder you are the offspring of that esteemed individual. You are indeed extraordinary by birth. However, it matters not whether you are the one we seek. Today, you will find it impossible to escape death. Better to mistakenly kill than to let one slip away. As the fox demon spoke, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. Without delay, she swiftly attacked, her fox claws aimed at Qin Xiao and Xiaoya. Xiaoya immediately stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Qin Xiao. Drawing her longsword, she prepared to strike at the fox demon. However, before Xiaoya could make her move, Qin Xiao yanked her back. Before she could comprehend the situation, a resounding crash echoed as the barrier shattered. In the next moment, Elder Qi charged forward, hurling a compass forcefully toward the fox demon. The fox demon reacted with remarkable swiftness, evading the oncoming attack. However, it seemed as though the compass possessed a tracking ability, relentlessly directing its assault towards the fox demon. Damn it! An ambush! You humans are truly cunning. Old wolf, lend me a hand and shatter this compass. The fox demon addressed the wolf demon. The wolf demon swiftly transformed into its true form, its powerful claws striking down upon the compass with great force. Yet, the compass nimbly evaded the attack and promptly returned. At that moment, Elder Qi appeared before Qin. I apologize for startling your highness. Elder Qi greeted Qin Xiaoxing with a bow. It's nothing, Qin Xiaoxing replied, as the three of them turned their gazes towards the two demon creatures. Immortal King, Qin Zhan has truly made a grand move, enlisting an immortal king to safeguard you. I must admit, I underestimated you. Perhaps you are indeed the one we seek. Chapter 52. The illusory phoenix. The fox demon inexplicably uttered such words, causing Qin Xiaoxing to furrow his brow in confusion. How dare you attempt to assassinate his highness? You shall pay dearly. Elder Qi roared in fury upon seeing the two demons. It is worth noting that within Qin Xiaoxing's immortal soul lies Elder Qi's heavenly heart mark. If Qin Xiaoxing were to perish, so too would Elder Qi. To kill Qin Xiaoxing is tantamount to seeking his own death. Thus, how could Elder Qi possibly tolerate this? Merely one immortal king? Do you truly believe you can withstand us both? The fox demon and wolf demon exchanged a glance. Let us attack together. Elder Qi charged forward to confront the two demons, determined to advance the battlefield and protect Qin Xiaoxing from harm. Little Moon swiftly urged Qin Xiaoxing to retreat, yet his gaze remained fixed on the unfolding battle among the three. The ethereal energy surged forth, shattering the material existence surrounding it. The powerful collision of forces triggered a wave of resonance in the air. Qin Xiao observed the fierce battle among the three entities with utmost seriousness. This was, after all, his first encounter with a confrontation between celestial kings. He diligently absorbed the combat experience, while simultaneously pondering whether he could stand against a celestial king given his own strength. This intensity of power seemed within my reach. Engaging with beings of the celestial king realm, I may not necessarily be defeated. Qin Xiao contemplated within himself. Yet, at that very moment, the wolf demon suddenly summoned its true form, while the fox demon did the same, amplifying their strength manifold. Simultaneously, both demons were enveloped in divine fire. Qin Xiao remained unaware of the true potency of this divine fire. Meanwhile, Elder Qi, witnessing the demons unleashing their powers, did not dare to be negligent. The compass flew back into his hand as he summoned a domain. Instantly, a multitude of compasses materialized within a radius of several dozen meters around Elder Qi, each one spinning with intricate gears. A formidable energy rapidly coalesced, and soon after, the domain of compasses collided with the true forms of the two demons. The overwhelming energy obliterated everything in its vicinity. The fierce shockwave stirred up tumultuous winds and flying debris. Where the two energies intersected, sparks erupted with fervor. Impudent! Do you think I am inconsequential? Qin Xiao's resounding voice echoed from afar. A mere demon clan dares to wreak havoc in my great Qin? Have you forgotten how, thousands of years ago, you were driven into the depths of the 10,000 great mountains by my great Qin? How dare you disturb the peace of my realm? In swift succession, a long spear cleaved through the heavens, aimed directly at the two demons. Two demons, upon sighting the long spear, did not hesitate for a moment. They unleashed a surge of energy and swiftly retreated. When Qin Xiao appeared beside Elder Qi, the two demons vanished in an instant. Consider yourselves fortunate to have fled so quickly. Should you dare to reappear in North City, I shall not hesitate to slay you both, regardless of the cost. This is my final warning. Grasping the spear tightly, Qin Xiao called out loudly to the surroundings. He then cast a glance at Elder Qi before hastily approaching Qin Xiao. Seizing Qin Xiao's arm, he began to examine his body while inquiring, "Xiao, are you unharmed? Is there any discomfort?" Qin Xiao's expression was anxious, genuinely concerned for Qin Xiao's safety, devoid of any pretense. Qin Xiao shook his head, smiling as he replied, "Uncle Wang, I am perfectly fine. Fortunately, this esteemed elder arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. However, I find it perplexing that those two demons were evidently after me. What have I done to provoke the demon clan?" A look of confusion crossed Qin Xiao's face. In response to his inquiry, Qin Xiao's gaze faltered slightly. The demon clan is inherently treacherous. They employ ruthless tactics to eliminate anyone they encounter. Do not take their words to heart. They may be mere ploys to deceive you. For the time being, remain within the Wang residence and refrain from venturing outside. I shall inform you once I have resolved the matter. At that moment, a regiment of guards approached with synchronized strides. Upon seeing Qin Xiao, they all knelt on one knee. "Your Highness, Your Excellency." Qin Xiao's countenance was frigid, his gaze indifferent as he scrutinized the guards before him. "Is this how you safeguard the air? Allowing a barrier to be established right under your noses? You are seasoned veterans of the battlefield. Have you not implemented a single precaution? Or has your responsibility for the city's defense rendered you complacent and negligent?" Qin Xiao reproached sternly. The heads of the guards bowed even lower, too intimidated to retort. "The guard has failed in protecting the air. We implore your Highness to administer punishment," the soldiers chorused. "We beseech your Highness to impose a penalty." Qin Xiao snorted coldly. "You may face the consequences yourselves." Upon finishing his words, he turned his gaze towards Elder Qi. Elder Qi saluted Qin Xiao and then spoke. "Your Highness's presence here suggests that the northern city is free from peril. Therefore, I shall take my leave for now." As Elder Qi finished speaking, he attempted to depart. "Please, do not rush off. Your assistance has saved my family's prodigy. Might I have the honor of inviting you to the Wang residence for a discussion? I have prepared a modest token of gratitude for your life-saving deed," Qin Xiao said, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect towards Elder Qi. Elder Qi shook his head. "Your Highness is preoccupied, and I have my own matters to attend to. Let us defer this for another day. I shall certainly pay a visit." Elder Qi politely declined. Meanwhile, he cast a discreet glance at Qin Xiao, and the two exchanged a knowing look, instantly understanding each other. Thus, Qin Xiao remained in the Wang residence, awaiting favorable news. Elder Qi nodded and then turned to leave. Qin Xiao harbored numerous inquiries he wished to pose to Qin Xiao. However, it seemed that Qin Xiao was already aware of his intentions and offered no opportunity for Qin Xiao to speak. With a commanding gesture, Qin Xiao addressed the surrounding guards, instructing them to escort the young master back to the estate. In a swift motion, he vanished from sight. Observing this, Qin Xiao chose not to press further. He sensed that Qin Xiao was concealing something from him, yet the latter was unwilling to divulge the truth. "Please escort the young master back to the estate." The leader of the guard approached Qin Xiao, interrupting his train of thought. Qin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement, and shortly thereafter, Xiao began to guide him towards the residence. flanked by the guards who formed a protective circle around them. Upon returning to the estate, Old Qi suddenly appeared behind Qin Xiao. "Your Highness." Old Qi bowed respectfully. "Old Qi, what have you discovered? Why have the demon clans entered to Qin, and what is their intent towards me? What transpired 13 years ago?" Qin Xiao turned to Old Qi, his curiosity piqued. He had an inkling that his own disability was somehow intertwined with these events. Perhaps the key to restoring his legs lay within the answers. "Your Highness, I have uncovered a significant piece of information. 13 years ago, a phoenix apparition was witnessed within the palace. It appears that someone awakened the phoenix bloodline, which subsequently drew the attention of the demon clans, prompting them to send scouts. It is said that on that fateful night, the palace was awash in blood." Chapter 53. The Majestic Aura Phoenix Bloodline? Qin Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it is the Phoenix bloodline. In the celestial realm, the Phoenix clan ranks among the top 10 elite races, representing an unparalleled force within this divine domain. Wherever this bloodline exists, supreme opportunities inevitably follow. In ancient times, the demon clan was divided into 3 factions: the aerial beings governed by the Phoenix clan, the aquatic beings led by the Dragon clan, and the terrestrial beings overseen by the Qilin clan. Elder Qi stood before Qin Xiao, expounding upon the tales of antiquity. Since the 3 clans engaged in their fierce rivalry, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans have secluded themselves from the world. Nevertheless, their status within the celestial realm and among the demon kind has remained unblemished. Qin Xiao listened intently, his brow furrowed in contemplation. This narrative seemed familiar, yet he could not place it. In the present day, wherever the presence of these 3 clans manifests, boundless opportunities arise. Elder Qi continued his exposition, but Qin Xiao, drawing from the tomes he had perused, began to form his own conclusions. The Dragon clan, the Phoenix clan, and the Qilin clan, having retreated from the world following their ancient conflicts, were once the sovereign rulers of the celestial realm. Their profound heritage endures, and the might of such formidable races imbues even their physical forms with immense potential. The arrival of such entities within the Qin kingdom could hardly go unnoticed, raising concerns and trepidations. Could it be that members of the Phoenix clan are present within the royal palace? If that were the case, would anyone among the demon clan dare to defy the heavens and conspire against the Phoenix clan? Qin Xiao pondered with keen analysis. Old Qi nodded. On the surface, the demon clan would not dare to act recklessly. Should any member of the demon race dare to harm the bloodline of the ancient 3 clans, it would be a grave matter. If such news were to spread, they would undoubtedly face the wrath of the ancient 3 clans. The ancient war had decimated their ranks, leaving them with diminished talents and offspring born with great difficulty. If anyone were to entertain the thought of targeting the ancient 3 clans, their demise would be assured. It is likely that the demons are particularly fearful of the Phoenix relic appearing within the grand palace of the Qin dynasty, which would compel them to rally their forces and launch an assault on the imperial palace at any cost. Old Qi had some knowledge of this matter. After all, the events that transpired in the Qin palace had attracted significant attention across the realm. Numerous spies from various factions had come to investigate, yet all returned empty-handed, thus leaving the matter unresolved. However, recently, for reasons unknown, the demon clan has made a resurgence. Old Qi, do you believe our forces can infiltrate the palace? Qin Xiao inquired. Qin Xiao had long harbored ambitions regarding the Qin dynasty, yet had refrained from taking action due to his limited strength. In the future, he vowed that he would one day confront the lofty emperor and settle the score, ensuring that the one who once looked down upon him and subjected him to humiliation would regret it. As for Qin Xiao's mother, he had once inquired about her from Qin Zhan, but the answer he received was that she had passed away shortly after giving birth to him, her death directly linked to his birth. This had led to Qin Zheng's disdain for him. The reasoning is quite compelling. However, for reasons unknown, Qin Xiao senses that matters are not as straightforward as Qin Zhan suggests. In response to His Highness, our influence has now permeated the palace. Yet it remains confined to the periphery, merely guards or those engaged in menial tasks. The time has been too brief. No one has infiltrated the management echelon as of yet. Old Qi sighed, fully aware of Qin Zhao's future plans. After all, Qin Zhao's directive to him to establish a power base is no trivial matter. Abandoned by his father due to his inability to cultivate and his physical disabilities, should there come a day when he soars to greatness, how could he not seek to avenge himself and demonstrate his worth to those who failed to recognize his potential? This cannot be easily dismissed. Resources must be invested in this endeavor to expedite progress. I sense that this matter is far from simple. We must intensify resource allocation and focus on nurturing those who ascend from the lower realms. Those who manage to rise are endowed with significant opportunities and immense perseverance, making them worthy of cultivation. Qin Xiao commanded. Once his words were spoken, he dismissed old Qi. Next, Qin Xiao intended to continue his studies. The final batch of books brought by Xiao Yu consisted of historical accounts. Qin Xiao planned to delve deeply into them to uncover what transpired in ancient times. Meanwhile, after securing Qin Xiao's safety, Qin Zhan did not return to the royal residence, but instead proceeded to a certain forbidden area within the palace. With the cultivation level of a celestial king, traveling from the northern wilderness to the imperial capital would take no more than a day. The demon race has made its appearance in the northern wilderness. Though your actions back then were discreet, those involved are not fools. They will inevitably deduce the truth. How should you respond next? The demon clan is merely testing the waters this time, should anyone truly divulge any secrets. You are aware of the peril it would bring to the dynasty. Qin Zhan, within the forbidden grounds, addressed the middle-aged man before him, his eyes brimming with reproach and frustration. The events have transpired, and we must accept them as they are. What else can be done? There exists no remedy for regret in this world. When the time comes to act, I shall protect him. If I cannot, then it is better to end his suffering than to allow him to endure unnecessary pain. Now, it is time for you to depart. You are not to return to the palace unless summoned. Otherwise, should certain individuals discover your presence, it may lead to complications. Upon receiving the dismissal, Qin Zhan scoffed and turned to leave. Yet, after departing from the forbidden grounds, he couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. What a tumultuous time this is. If I were in his position, could I truly do better? Qin Zhan murmured to himself, shaking his head in contemplation. In the small world, Qin Zhan continued to awaken the golden crow divine body, the boundless Tao essence flowing through Qin Xiao's form. In the realm of the celestial, Qin Xiao was engrossed in reading celestial scriptures. Unbeknownst to him, a new white Tao essence had manifested upon his body. Should a great scholar be present, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment. The common consensus in the great Qin is that he is a talent unworthy of cultivation. Yet he is imbued with the righteous aura of the heavens, a miraculous phenomenon indeed. At that moment, the righteous energy coalesced at Qin Xiao's lower dantian. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a powerful surge of righteous energy descended from his spiritual platform, pressing down towards his lower dantian, where a phantom began to materialize. With a profound sense of righteous energy coursing through him, Qin Xiao ceased his reading. Aware of the energy within, he recognized it as the noble aura of Confucianism. The manifestation of this energy was not unexpected, given the multitude of texts he had studied. It was only natural for such an aura to emerge. However, what perplexed him was that this noble energy from his lower dantian surged toward his legs, as if attempting to shatter some hidden barrier. It is important to note that the noble aura does not adhere to any specific cultivation method. It entirely relies on the act of reading and nurturing a sense of righteousness within one's heart. This is a celestial practice, permeating the entire being. Should one master the noble aura, divine favor would surely follow, bestowing a blessing of literary enlightenment throughout the body. At this moment, Qin Xiao found himself in such a predicament. What could this mean? Why did it feel as if certain acupoints in his legs had been unblocked? Chapter 54. Awakening the Phoenix bloodline. Sensing the changes within his body, Qin Xiao was filled with disbelief. A wave of heat enveloped him, accompanied by an indescribable restlessness. An urge to release this pent-up energy. Something was amiss. His body felt distinctly abnormal. With this thought, he hesitated not a moment longer. He summoned the Eastern Emperor Bell, drawing his essence within its confines. Once inside, he could no longer restrain himself. The overwhelming noble aura shattered all seals within his legs, a powerful energy surging from them into his entire being. In an instant, a fiery mark appeared upon his forehead, igniting his form in flames of fire energy. Clang! A sound akin to a phoenix's cry erupted from Qin Xiao's lips. A formidable and unparalleled force of bloodline surged forth from Qin Xiao, instantly engulfing the miniature world. Simultaneously, as Qin Xiao awakened his golden crow divine body, he felt a wave of energy. At that moment, a connection between the two bodies, guided by the celestial souls, compelled him to close his eyes and sit cross-legged. What on earth was about to transpire? Qin Xiao's celestial soul was imprisoned within his body. He yearned to exert control, yet found himself utterly powerless. Just then, it seemed a mysterious force within the East Emperor was drawing the two bodies together. Subsequently, a golden crow phantasm and a phoenix phantasm materialized within each respective body. The two blood phantoms spun rapidly, causing the bodies beneath them to whirl in synchrony. In an instant, two red taiji diagrams appeared before him. Qin Xiao's celestial soul could observe the transformation of his two bodies, but he was rendered helpless. What was happening? Could it be that my body is undergoing a chemical reaction? Surely not. Are the phoenix and the golden crow not two distinct races? Furthermore, how could a phoenix bloodline reside within my celestial body? And why has it been sealed within my legs? What transpired 13 years ago? Qin Xiao's mind was a tempest of questions. Yet, at that moment, he had no time to ponder, for he realized his body was disintegrating. Good grief. Brother, please do not toy with me. If you ruin my body, what am I to do? Who would have thought that merely reading a book could evoke such overwhelming energy? And to produce such celestial vigor is one thing, but could this magnificent aura truly break the constraints binding my legs? Is my body still harboring such a thing? After more than a decade, how could I have remained oblivious? Is this truly my body? A surge of anxiety coursed through Qin Xiao's mind. Yet, regardless of how fervently his ethereal spirit cried out, both of his corporeal forms continued to disintegrate, ultimately coalescing into two spheres of primordial essence. These two spheres intertwined and attracted each other, subsequently forming a yin-yang symbol. After an indeterminate passage of time, these two spheres astonishingly merged into one. Qin Xiao, witnessing this spectacle, felt an overwhelming numbness, for no matter his efforts, he could not exert control over his body. Even the ethereal forms of the phoenix and the golden crow hovered above him, impervious to his spirit's approach. Following the merging of the primordial essences, they swiftly separated once more, as if an inexplicable force endeavored to shape these two entities. Just as Qin Xiao sought to observe more closely, his ethereal spirit was suddenly propelled uncontrollably towards the phoenix and golden crow manifestations. I do not wish to go. I do not wish to go. Qin Xiao screamed in desperation, yet his cries were in vain. The yin-yang symbol formed by the phoenix and golden crow ensnared his ethereal spirit within. Both the phoenix and the golden crow cried out in unison. The two ethereal forms clashed and contended before ultimately merging. Qin Xiao's ethereal spirit was merely a spectator in this cosmic dance. After an undetermined interval, the merged ethereal forms astonishingly transformed into an image of Qin Xiao himself. What has become of me? Why do I sense a peculiar energy within? Is this the essence of the phoenix and golden crow? As Qin Xiaojin contemplated, his bisected forms swiftly rejoined, and his soul settled within his body. A formidable essence of solar flame ignited, simultaneously consuming both his soul and corporeal form. Qin Xiaojin was engulfed in an overwhelming agony, a torment born from the simultaneous conflagration of spirit and flesh, surpassing any suffering he had previously endured. He could not help but scream, "No, stop." He beheld the relentless incineration and depletion of his body and soul. Without a doubt, if this continued, his demise was inevitable. Yet, in this dire moment, Qin Xiaojin found himself powerless, a mere spectator, as both his corporeal and ethereal selves were gradually extinguished. The torment of his soul was incessantly transmitted, and before long, he became numb to the anguish. His essence dwindled to a mere flicker, as if a gentle breeze might disperse it entirely, erasing Qin Xiaojin from existence. However, at that crucial juncture, another flame suddenly emerged within his soul, radiating with a resplendent spectrum of colors. Remarkably, the persistent solar flame, which had been devouring him, ceased its assault upon the appearance of this prismatic fire. Instead, it began to consume itself, dwindling rapidly until it was reduced to a mere spark. In a final act, this remnant of solar flame ascended into the vibrant conflagration. At that moment, the essence of the nine-colored flame surged dramatically, as if it had been granted ample sustenance, burning fiercely, threatening to melt the very fabric of space itself. The celestial energy within the Eastern Emperor Bell swiftly converged towards the radiant nine-colored flame. The flames have burned for an indeterminate duration. At the heart of the resplendent nine-colored fire, something seems to be gestating. Time appears to slip away unnoticed, as a mysterious egg emerges from the very spot where the vibrant flames once danced, adorned with the emblem of a phoenix. As time continues its relentless march, The 9 colored flames seemed to fade into oblivion. Surrounding this egg, white flames blaze fiercely. Once again, time eludes measurement, and the phoenix egg shatters, unleashing Qin Xiao into the realm of the miniature world. A figure materializes, only to split into two. A vast lineage surges into Qin Xiao as consciousness. Is this the inheritance of the phoenix and the golden crow? What of my body? Does it signify a fusion of the phoenix divine form and the golden crow divine form? Am I, then, a phoenix divine being or a golden crow divine being? At this moment, Qin Xiao's awareness has fully returned. He begins to merge with the two bodies before him, possessing the legacies of both the phoenix and the golden crow. Qin Xiao comprehends the trials he has endured and the ancient secrets of the celestial realm. One body is destined to return to the celestial world, while the other must find its way back to modern civilization. Beneath the sage, all are but ants. As long as sages endure, so too will the great thieves. Perhaps I can leverage another unique world as a foundation to become the strategist of the heavenly path. Upon completing the acceptance of his inheritance, Qin Xiao's heart begins to weave intricate plans. He then intends to send the other body into modern civilization. However, just as he prepares for this transition, calamity strikes. The fabric of space begins to unravel, and chaotic thunderbolts wreak havoc, as if seeking to invade the realm of modern civilization. Chapter 55. News from Mother. Qin Xiao furrowed his brow, taken aback by this unforeseen development. The modern civilized world possesses numerous advantages, offering elements absent in the realm of immortals. If he could not return to the modern civilization, the loss would be monumental for him. Could it be that the modern world cannot accommodate the might of my physique? It stands to reason. After the transformation through the bloodlines of two divine beasts, my body is akin to that of an immortal. The mortal realm may indeed struggle to withstand my formidable form, Qin Xiao mused. Nevertheless, this predicament is not insurmountable. Having acquired the legacies of two divine beasts, sending a replica of myself to the lower realm should be a trivial matter. With this thought in mind, Qin Xiao swiftly formed seals to contain the power within his avatar. Yet, upon testing once more, he found the same result. It was simply too powerful. The strength of his corporeal form was overwhelming for the human world to bear. Observing the scene before him, Qin Xiao couldn't help but frown. In truth, he could create another avatar to enter the modern civilized world. However, this would deviate from his original plan. It is preferable to utilize his true self for such an entry, as this body carries the essence of its original realm. While the lack of this essence may not be evident at lower levels of cultivation, as one's power ascends, the absence of the current world's origin would lead to constant obstruction by the heavenly principles. So be it. It merely requires a bit of time. I shall inscribe a few more formations to thoroughly seal my energy. I refuse to believe that after casting millions of seals, I cannot enter the small world. As Qin Xiao contemplated this, a thought stirred within him, commanding the Eastern Emperor Bel to seal another body layer by layer. This was a monumental undertaking. After all, transporting someone from the upper realm to the lower realm was no trivial matter. Moreover, the individual in question was a golden immortal. Indeed, after refining his physical form and receiving the inheritance from the two divine beasts, Qin Xiao had elevated his cultivation to the golden immortal level, placing him on par with Qin Zhan within the same grand realm. However, while Qin Zhan was at the 9th stage of golden immortal, he himself was at the 1st stage. The task of sealing was entrusted to the Eastern Emperor Bel. At this moment, it was time for me to return. The truth can only be uncovered by my own investigation. Qin Zhao's gaze was profound. He suddenly realized that his identity seemed rather extraordinary. The mere possession of the Phoenix bloodline was a clear indication. Furthermore, he was not inherently incapable of cultivation. The reason for his inability to cultivate must lie in the fact that at the moment of his birth, someone sealed his bloodline and meridians. The individual responsible for this sealing possessed formidable strength, far surpassing that of a golden immortal. It could potentially be a celestial king, or even an emperor of immortals, or perhaps something even higher. Thus, when he traversed this world, he inspected his legs, but found nothing amiss. It is known that a celestial king is already in contact with the power of the laws, and a celestial emperor can condense a small world using the power of these laws. Such beings, even in the past, would have been beyond his reach, and even now. At the golden immortal level, he might not be able to break the previous restrictions. Had it not been for the infusion of the righteous qi into his body, he could only wonder how long it would take him to awaken the power of his bloodline. Fortunately, there exists a flaw in the sealed restrictions ahead. The infusion of righteous energy can liberate it from its bindings. Without further contemplation, Qin Xiao returned to the celestial realm. Just as he unexpectedly re-entered this ethereal domain, a sudden pulse surged through his bloodline. In an instant, a vivid image materialized within his mind's eye. He beheld a breathtakingly beautiful woman, imprisoned deep within an unfathomable valley. Her limbs were ensnared by chains, which were simultaneously siphoning her lifeblood. Upon closer inspection of the blood, Qin Xiao discerned ethereal phoenix silhouettes swirling within it. Gazing upon the visage of this woman, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. Unable to contain his emotions, he cried out, "Mother!" This utterance resonated as a call from deep within his lineage. The woman in the valley seemed to have heard his plea, lifting her gaze to survey her surroundings. Though she appeared to be articulating something, Qin Xiao could discern no sound. In a fleeting moment, the vision dissipated from his sight. Could this woman truly be my mother? She is not dead, merely imprisoned? What is the location of her captivity? Is the power coursing through my veins derived from her? Is she of the phoenix lineage? Then who might my father be? Could it be him, Qinzheng? A frown knitted Qin Xiao's brow as a wave of anxiety surged within him. This vision, born of bloodline resonance, ignited an urgent desire to augment his strength. Regardless of my father's identity, I must rescue my mother. Who could have imprisoned my mother in the valley? It would be better if I remain unaware of the identity of this perpetrator, for should I discover who it is, I would ensure your suffering is beyond imagination. Even if it turns out to be you, my biological father. Qin Xiao clenched his fists tightly, and then with a fierce blow, struck the wall before him. Instantly, the wall crumbled into dust. The ferocious energy continued to surge through the marks left by his strike. Utilizing the heavenly heart seal, Qin Xiao promptly transmitted a message to Elder Qi, urging him to arrive without delay. No sooner had the message been dispatched than Elder Qi appeared before Qin Xiao. However, for reasons unknown, Elder Qi sensed an inexplicable terror emanating from Qin Xiao, whose aura had intensified beyond recognition, as though he had transformed entirely in the blink of an eye. "Salutations, Your Highness." Elder Qi bowed respectfully to Qin Xiao. "The primary reason for summoning you is that matter we discussed. I require you to swiftly gather all information pertaining to the Phoenix bloodline. Should there be any signs of activity, you must inform me at once. Additionally, assemble a group of geomancers. I need them to investigate the entire terrain of the Great Qin to ascertain whether anyone is imprisoned within any of the valleys. This matter takes precedence over all else. Other concerns can be set aside for the time being." Qin Xiao instructed Elder Qi, who, upon hearing the command, was momentarily taken aback. Unable to comprehend what had transpired to prompt such orders from Qin Xiao, this was not in line with his expectations. Nevertheless, Elder Qi refrained from inquiring further and simply nodded in agreement. "Understood." Soon after, Elder Qi took his leave to make arrangements. On his way out, he murmured to himself, "Your Highness, what is happening? Summoning geomancers to investigate every valley within the Great Qin? Could it be that someone of great importance is imprisoned? But how could that be?" Elder Qi found himself puzzled, yet he chose to dismiss the thoughts and simply await further instructions. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao found himself unable to settle within his chamber. He promptly summoned Xiaya, requesting her assistance to escort him away from the residence and towards the Northern King's manor. The Northern King's manor was the abode of Qin Zhan. Although Qin Xiao also resided within the Northern King's manor, his dwelling was a separate entity, free from Qin Zhan's scrutiny. Upon entering the manor, Qin Xiao faced no obstacles and soon encountered Qin Zhan, who had just returned from the imperial capital. "Shower, what troubles you? Have you come to seek your uncle for something of great significance?" Qin Zhan inquired, his concern slightly piqued by the thought that Qin Xiao might inquire about matters concerning the demon clan. At present, Qin Zhan was not keen on having Qin Xiao involved in such affairs, given their immense implications. "Uncle Wang, I wish to inquire about news regarding my mother." Chapter 56, Portrait of Mother. Within the study, Qin Xiao posed his question to Qin Zhan, just as Qin Zhan had settled into his chair. Lifting his teacup to quench his thirst, he was caught off guard by Qin Xiao's sudden inquiry, resulting in him spitting water out. Qin Xiao observed this reaction intently. As a formidable figure in the golden immortal realm, one would typically remain unperturbed by external matters, their hearts untouched by worldly affairs, unless, of course, the matter was of utmost importance. Yet, Qin Zhan's response was undeniably excessive. In his heart, Qin Xiao assessed that Qin Zhan must know something. "Shower, have you heard something?" Why the sudden inquiry about your mother? Qin Xiao waved his hand, replacing his teacup with a pristine one, and poured himself another cup, attempting to maintain an air of tranquility. Yet, only he was aware of the slight unease stirring within him. His hand trembled ever so slightly as he poured the tea. I have never heard anything. It's just that I dreamt of my mother last night. However, in that dream, I could not discern her visage, and in my memories, her appearance seems to elude me as well. I cannot even recall what my mother looked like. Xiao is unfilial. Hence, I sought out Uncle Wang to inquire about her past. Upon hearing these words from Qin Xiao, Qin Xiao exhaled a sigh of relief. I see. He nodded slowly. Your mother passed away shortly after your birth. It is entirely understandable that you have never met her. As he spoke, a hint of guilt flickered in his gaze as he looked at Qin Xiao. He approached Qin Xiao and gently patted his shoulder. Xiao, you need not ponder too much. Simply pursue what you love. Uncle Wang is here for you, and as long as he lives, he will ensure your life is filled with prosperity and safety. No one shall dare to bully you, Qin Xiao declared resolutely. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, Qin Xiao felt a sense of clarity emerge within him. He mused silently. It seems Uncle Wang will not divulge any information regarding my mother. Indeed, if Uncle Wang could speak, he would have done so long ago. In the quest to find my mother, everything must rely on myself. Qin Xiao's gaze was resolute. He then turned to Qin Xiao and inquired, Uncle Wang, have you ever seen my mother? Is there a portrait of her? Having never laid eyes on my mother, As Qin Xiao reached this point, he deliberately displayed a look of despondency. Upon witnessing Qin Xiao's demeanor, Qin Xiao's heart softened, and he replied, yes. Immediately, he retrieved a painting from his bosom, cautiously unfurling it. Qin Xiao then beheld a portrait of an exquisite woman adorned in a flowing red gown. Her hair decorated with a phoenix hairpin, her hands gracefully crossed over her abdomen. Her cold gaze exuded an air of nobility that was almost unapproachable, while a faint smile played at the corners of her lips, captivating the heart and mind. Is this truly my mother? Qin Xiao swiftly approached, taking the painting and scrutinizing it with astonishment. Comparing the image with his memories, he mused inwardly. I was not mistaken. The woman imprisoned in the valley is indeed my mother. She resembles the figure in the painting without a doubt. Yet, the former appears haggard and frail, while the woman in the portrait radiates youth, splendor, and grace. At this thought, Qin Xiao tightened his fists. At that moment, he was also certain that his mother was alive, merely held captive in the valley. Qin Xiao wished to share this revelation with Qin Xiao, but the words caught in his throat, uncertain of whether Qin Xiao was aware of the truth. What difference would it make to tell him? Xiao, be gentle. Your Uncle Wang, possess only this singular painting. If you were to damage it, I would be left with nothing. Qin Xiao's expression was one of heartfelt concern, as if he wished to reclaim the artwork. However, Qin Xiao's hands moved with remarkable swiftness, quickly concealing the painting and placing it within his storage ring. He then bowed respectfully to Qin Xiao, inquiring, Uncle Wang, may I keep this painting? I wish to preserve my mother's likeness. It will serve as a reminder during moments of longing for her. The sincerity in Qin Xiao's voice was evident. Qin Xiao's outstretched hand retreated in an instant. He contemplated a refusal, but found himself devoid of a valid reason. If you desire it so, then keep it, he sighed. This painting is unique in the world, Xiao. You must take great care of it, Qin Xiao admonished. Qin Xiao nodded in agreement and took his leave. He did not question why Qin Xiao possessed a painting of his mother or why he carried it with him. Such matters belonged to a previous generation. Qin Xiao's intent in retaining the painting was primarily to use it as a means to enlist his subordinates in the search for his mother's whereabouts. After Qin Xiao departed, Qin Xiao remained alone in the room, letting out a sigh. Perhaps this painting was never meant to be mine. It rightfully belongs to Xiao. Let the past remain in the past, he mused, suddenly opening the study window to gaze outside, murmuring to himself, Xiao, your mother is not dead. Your memories have been erased. So how could you possibly recall the visage of your mother? In your childhood, she cherished you dearly. Alas, as these thoughts crossed his mind, Qin Xiao let out a sigh. Time flowed on, and 2 years passed once more. Qin Xiao secluded himself in his chamber, engrossed in his cultivation. Suddenly, a message from Xiao Yu reverberated from beyond the door. Qin Xiao paused his practice, opened the door, and stepped outside. What is it, Xiao Yu? You seem in quite a rush. Has something occurred? Xiao Yu had served Qin Xiao for quite some time. Yet this was the first instance he had witnessed her so anxious. Your Highness, a grave situation has arisen. Our tavern in the northern city has been vandalized. They claim our wine is counterfeit, and they have wrecked our first floor, driving away many patrons. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Qin Xiao furrowed his brow. Who would be so audacious as to create a disturbance at my establishment? Did the city guards not intervene? He inquired. They did intervene, but therein lies the issue. The city guards were utterly no match for that individual. Over 100 guards were unable to withstand even a single attack before being subdued. They have already called for reinforcements, but given the severity of the situation, I thought it prudent to inform your highness first, Xiao Yu elucidated. However, Qin Xiao discerned something unusual in her account. The strength of the northern city guards was renowned, with each member reaching the earth immortal realm. How could they fail to endure even a single strike from the adversary? The assailant must possess strength at least on par with the celestial immortal or golden immortal tiers. Such a character has come to the hotel to cause a disturbance. What could their intentions be? Qin Xiaoyan pondered. He then turned to Xiaoya and said, "Let us go and take a look." Meanwhile, in Qin Xiaoyan's mind, he received a transmission from Elder Qi. The northern borders of the Great Qin are guarded by two formidable forces, the 100,000 mountain beasts and the Great Song. At this moment, the information relayed by Elder Qi indicated that the troublemaker within the hotel was indeed from the Great Song, possessing the cultivation level of a golden immortal. As for why they chose to create chaos in Qin Xiaoyan's establishment, that remains under investigation. Chapter 57. The arrival of the spirit monkey in recent years. Two grand taverns have emerged in various major cities across the realm. One is named the Blossoming Pavilion, while the other is the Pavilion of Wind and Moon. The latter is managed by Elder Qi, while the former is entrusted to Xiaoya. These two taverns, appearing in every city, exist in a state of rivalry, each with its own disputes, yet they have never escalated into violence. The world remains oblivious to the fact that both establishments share the same owner. Each tavern offers distinct beverages. The Pavilion of Wind and Moon specializes in white and beer, favored by male immortals, whereas the Blossoming Pavilion is known for its red and fruit wines, a popular gathering place for female immortals. Of course, both taverns are open to all, regardless of gender. Thus, the trouble at the Blossoming Pavilion is being caused by a male immortal. Xiaoya urged Qin Xiaoyan forward as they approached the Blossoming Pavilion. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyan's intention was not to make an appearance, but rather to discern who dared to stir trouble in his territory and what their motives were. Upon his arrival at the tavern, the captain of the city guard had already made an appearance, demonstrating that one must possess at least the strength of a celestial immortal to attain such a position. The commander of the city guards immediately saluted upon seeing Qin Xiao. "I pay my respects to his highness." Qin Xiao nodded and was about to enter the flower-full pavilion when the commander called out to him, "Your highness, please wait." Approaching Qin Xiao, the commander spoke earnestly, "Your highness, there is a disturbance within the flower-full pavilion, and several of our brothers have already been injured. This individual poses a significant threat. If you wish to enter and indulge in drink, it would be prudent for me to first resolve the situation inside. Would it not be wiser for you to wait? We must ensure that the coarse individuals within do not harm your precious self." The commander was genuinely concerned for Qin Xiao's safety, knowing that should any harm befall him, the responsibility would rest squarely on his shoulders. "You need not concern yourself with me, General. I am equally curious to see who dares to create such chaos within the flower-full pavilion. This establishment, renowned across the nations, undoubtedly possesses considerable influence. The audacity of this individual to stir trouble here suggests that he is either foolish or has powerful backing." Qin Xiao's words served as a reminder to the commander, especially since even old Qi had yet to ascertain the origins of this troublemaker. The fact that this person dared to cause unrest in the flower-full pavilion indicated that he was not to be underestimated. The commander nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Qin Xiao's assessment. Although reluctant to leave, he understood he had no authority to dictate Qin Xiao's actions. His only duty was to ensure Qin Xiao's safety once they entered. Thus, the commander led a contingent of guards ahead, with Qin Xiao following closely behind. Simultaneously, old Qi relayed a message to Qin Xiao, informing him of his arrival. In Beicheng, Qin Xiao harbored no concerns regarding his personal safety. Ever since the calamity 2 years prior, Qin Zhan had entrusted a portion of the control over the city's defensive array to Qin Xiao. Should he encounter any peril, activating the Grand Formation would ensure that even a celestial immortal would meet their demise. The protective formation of a nation is steeped in profound heritage. Upon entering the tavern, Qin Xiao observed that the city guards had apprehended a middle-aged man. The man's face bore a flush, yet his eyes sparkled with vigor. Unperturbed by the guards, he boldly declared, "I merely came here for a drink. What is the purpose of your encirclement? I seek the tavern's manager, so what do you intend by surrounding me? A bunch of useless fools. I could send you flying with a mere slap." Qin Xiao stood silently by, observing the unfolding scene. Xiao felt a twinge of anxiety, for the uproar was occurring on her territory. However, she could not reveal herself, as her identity as the steward of Womanlu must remain concealed. How audacious! You dare injure a member of my city guard while brazenly boasting? The captain of the city guards reprimanded fiercely. He sensed the formidable strength of his adversary. Yet what of it? The warriors trained by Qin Xiao possessed the audacity to confront those mightier than themselves. This was the foundation of the Great Qin and the strength of the northern frontier. Qin Xiao found it difficult to discern the true nature of the intruder. To shield the Great Qin's soldiers from harm, he communicated telepathically, urging Elder Qi to conceal his identity and intervene. Consequently, Elder Qi stepped forward, inquiring, "Who might you be? And what business do you have at my Womanlu? I am the steward of the Flower Pavilion's northern branch. You may speak with me if you have matters to discuss." Old Qi, adorned with a mask, made his appearance before the crowd. Upon his arrival, all factions began to scrutinize his true identity. The moment Old Qi exuded his formidable presence, the inquisitive gazes of the assembly were instantly withdrawn. Murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they realized he was, in fact, a golden immortal. The steward of the Flower Pavilion's northern branch is a golden immortal? It remains uncertain whether it is just the steward of the northern branch or if all stewards of the Flower Pavilion are golden immortals. If it is the former, that is acceptable. However, if it is the latter, it would be truly terrifying. Whispers of speculation filled the air. A middle-aged man, undeterred by the murmurs, fixed his gaze upon Old Qi. "I have come to pledge my allegiance to you. I too am a golden immortal. As long as you provide ample wine, I shall be at your service," he declared earnestly, his eyes gleaming with desire as he looked at Old Qi. Old Qi regarded the middle-aged man before him in silence. Yet the surrounding crowd continued to gasp in disbelief. A golden immortal? Could it truly be that he is also a golden immortal? Surely, the Flower Pavilion would not actually recruit him? Is this man so spineless that he would sell himself for wine? Enough. Do not say more. To join the Flower Pavilion. Even if it means selling myself, I would willingly do so. How could following the Flower Pavilion lead to misfortune? The crowd buzzed with chatter. At this moment, Qin Xiao was employing his golden crow divine sight to assess the middle-aged man's condition. The revelation was startling. This middle-aged man was, in fact, of the demon race. Moreover, the true form of the demon clan resembles that of the heavenly monkey, having achieved the formidable cultivation level of a golden immortal at the 6th stage. The heavenly monkey possesses two predominant passions, an affinity for wine and an insatiable thirst for battle. At this moment, Elder Qi was awaiting Qin Xiao's directive, particularly regarding the recruitment of a golden immortal, especially one of mysterious origins. "Elder, will it be feasible? Please provide a definitive answer. If you decline, I shall remain here," the heavenly monkey asserted with unwavering confidence. "I understand your cultivation is that of a golden immortal, yet you may not possess the ability to contend with me." The heavenly monkey, endowed with exceptional talent in combat, had never shied away from a fight. "Accepted." Elder Qi commanded his subordinates to diligently investigate the intentions of this heavenly monkey. Through a soul transmission, Qin Xiao issued his orders, doubting that the allure of Huamanlu could indeed entice a golden immortal to join. Elder Qi received the affirmation and responded, "Excellent. Huamanlu welcomes you. Please follow me." Subsequently, Elder Qi turned his gaze towards the commander of the city's guard. "Esteemed General, you have witnessed the events unfolding at Huamanlu. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused. Today, all expenses incurred by the soldiers visiting Huamanlu shall be covered by us, with an abundance of wine." Elder Qi inquired of the general's thoughts. The commander, hesitant and glancing towards Qin Xiao's previous location, found that Qin Xiao had vanished. With the absence of Qin Xiao, the commander felt compelled to acquiesce. "Thus, I humbly accept your gracious offer. Thank you, esteemed host." The leader of the city guard replied with a smile, as this also served to benefit his subordinates. It is worth noting that the wine at Womanlu is rather expensive. Chapter 58. The Dragon Vane. The general, in his magnanimity, expressed, "I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave and allow you to enjoy yourself." With a respectful gesture, Elder Qi bid farewell and turned to depart. The leader of the city guard reciprocated the gesture. Within the top chamber of Womanlu, the celestial monkey stood before Elder Qi with utmost deference. However, as is the nature of monkeys, it could not remain still. Despite its respectful demeanor, it fidgeted occasionally, its nose twitching as it caught the lingering scent of wine in the air. Elder Qi, at this moment, discerned the identity of the middle-aged man before him, one of the demon race, and specifically, a celestial monkey. Among the demon kind, it is regarded as a superior celestial beast. Given the previous crowd, I brought you upstairs to avoid any disturbances. I shall inquire once more. Do you truly wish to join Womanlu? If not, I shall not hold today's events against you. The expenses incurred today shall be entirely covered by Womanlu, and consider it a gesture of friendship. Elder Qi addressed the celestial monkey. Upon hearing these words, the celestial monkey's eyes sparkled with surprise. Do you perhaps look down upon me? Since I have declared my intent to join Womanlu, I assure you, my words are sincere. The celestial monkey spoke with unwavering determination. To join Womanlu, however, one must contribute the heavenly heart seal. Any act of betrayal will result in one's soul being scattered, forever unable to transcend. I advise you to contemplate this matter with great caution, Elder Qi cautioned tentatively. The need to contribute the heavenly heart mark was merely a test from Elder Qi. It is crucial to understand that the heavenly heart mark is the essence of an immortal being. To relinquish it is tantamount to surrendering one's very life and fortune to another. Upon hearing Elder Qi's words, the celestial monkey displayed no hesitation. It summoned its heavenly heart mark forth with conviction. This is my heavenly heart mark. Should you require it, take it freely. This declaration left Elder Qi astounded. At that moment, the words that followed from the celestial monkey shocked Qin Xiao, who was concealed in another room. You are not the master of Womanlu, are you? My heavenly heart mark is not intended for you, but rather for the one who stands behind you. My innate ability allows me to sense that he is present here. I implore you to reveal yourself. As the celestial monkey spoke, it bowed in the direction of Qin Xiao. How does he know I am here? Qin Xiao inquired, astonished. The young girl, Xiaoya, standing behind him, shook her head. Subsequently, under Qin Xiao's command, Xiaoya gently urged him forward, allowing him to step into the light before the celestial monkey. Do you recognize me, or are you searching for me? Qin Xiao addressed the celestial monkey. What transpired next was even more astonishing. The celestial monkey knelt before Qin Xiao. From the celestial monkey clan, Sun Qianquan pays homage to the esteemed clan and humbly requests your shelter. It bowed its head twice in reverence. What is the meaning of this? Why do you seek allegiance with me? What purpose brings you to my Womanlu? Qin Xiao queried the celestial monkey. At this moment, Qin Xiao's heavenly spirit monkey was filled with vigilance. Remarkably, Qin Xiao had also attained the level of golden immortal. Moreover, under circumstances where he deliberately concealed his aura, the heavenly spirit monkey managed to detect his presence. This piqued Qin Xiao's curiosity and perplexity. Was it mere coincidence, or did this heavenly spirit monkey come seeking him intentionally? Returning to the clan, I am a direct descendant of the heavenly spirit monkey lineage, naturally awakened with the divine ability of the Fire Eye's golden gaze, allowing me to perceive what others cannot. From you, I sense the aura of a divine beast akin to the rising sun. Thus I wish to pledge my allegiance to you. I came here under the commission of my kin to infiltrate the Flower Manor and investigate the brewing formula. However, upon sensing your presence, I have abandoned that intention. Sun Qianquan recounted the entire sequence of events to Qin Xiao. Yet at this moment, he was filled with trepidation regarding whether Qin Xiao would still accept him. Nevertheless, he recognized that with a divine beast guarding the Flower Manor, he had relinquished his plans to steal the brewing formula. The heavenly spirit monkey clan has a taste for fine wine, but they are not foolish. Among the demon clans, they can only be considered a superior breed, and there exists a vast chasm when compared to the divine beast lineage. Offending the divine beast clan would yield dire consequences. After Sun Qianquan had conveyed the backstory, Qin Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Fire Eye's golden gaze. This indeed seems to resonate with a certain myth. One cannot help but wonder what connection exists between this world and the mythological tales of modern civilization. Qin Xiao pondered silently, regrettably only possessing fragments of his predecessor's memories. Moreover, having not been well versed in mythological tales, his understanding remained rather superficial. Qin Xiao had resolved that upon returning to modern civilization, he would undoubtedly delve into ancient and contemporary mythologies to discern any potential connections. Surrender the heavenly heart mark, and I shall offer you refuge. However, you must remember this. I abhor betrayal above all else. Should you choose treachery, I will pursue you to the farthest reaches of the heavens and the depths of the underworld. I will not hesitate to eliminate you." As Qin Xiao articulated these words, an aura reminiscent of the Golden Crow Emperor emanated from him. Sun Qianquan, who had initially lifted his head, immediately bowed it in submission. Too fearful to meet Qin Xiao's gaze, his subordinate dared not defy him. Qin Xiao nodded in satisfaction before claiming Sun Qianquan's heavenly heartmark. Standing nearby, Elder Qi was perplexed, unable to comprehend how Qin Xiao possessed the bloodline of a divine beast. Was he not a prince of the great Qin? How could he harbor the essence of a divine creature? As Elder Qi pondered this, he recalled the task Qin Xiao had assigned him 2 years prior. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Was it possible that the divine beast Phoenix and its bloodline were involved? 13 years ago, Elder Qi had indeed guessed a portion correctly. However, Qin Xiao had never exhibited the Phoenix bloodline. Only the Golden Crow lineage had manifested. The implications of the Phoenix bloodline were profound, and perhaps the same could be said for the Golden Crow lineage. Yet, at least for now, the Golden Crow bloodline had remained concealed. Your Highness, the matter you instructed me to investigate has yielded results. At that moment, Elder Qi reported to Qin Xiao. The Great Qin boasted millions of mountains, forming countless valleys. Over the past 2 years, the geomancers we have recruited have tirelessly explored the entirety of Great Qin, yet they have found no anomalies. Only one remains, and that is the dragon vein within the palace. There has been no exploration conducted. Hence, I suspect that what your Highness seeks may indeed lie within that dragon vein, though it is not certain. However, the palace is heavily guarded, making it exceedingly difficult to investigate the dragon vein. Upon finishing his words, Old Qi turned his gaze toward Qin Xiao, awaiting his command. Qin Xiao furrowed his brow, directing his gaze toward Old Qi. "Do you have confidence in this?" he inquired. "Eliminating all impossibilities leaves us with the singular answer. Although I do not know what your Highness is searching for, I believe the answer should reside within the dragon vein." Old Qi responded, taking a deep breath. "All the mountain ranges of the Great Qin have been thoroughly explored. If the object of Qin Xiao's search is not found within the Great Qin dragon vein, it will not exist within the borders of Great Qin." Over the past 2 years, Old Qi has instructed the geomancers to investigate the Great Qin dragon vein, uncovering numerous treasures in the process. Those geomancers were particularly diligent, leaving no room for error. "I understand. Accelerate the training of our various departments, and, if appropriate, recruit some staunch loyalists. We require sufficient incentives to compel them to surrender the Heavenly Heart Seal," Qin Xiao stated, exhaling deeply. At this moment, he was already prepared for the worst. Chapter 59. Journey to the Imperial Capital. If Qin Xiao's mother is indeed imprisoned within the dragon vein, there is no doubt that it must be the Emperor of Great Qin, the current sovereign, and Qin Xiao's father, Qin Zheng, who is responsible for it. The dragon vein is the very foundation of a nation, capable of holding a person captive within its depths. Aside from the Emperor of the Qin dynasty, who else could achieve such feats? After Qin Xiao departed from Huamanlu, Xiaoyu, pushing a wheelchair, arrived at Qin Zhan's study. Qin Xiao faced Qin Zhan directly, stating, "Uncle Wang, I have now read all the books in North City. I wish to study at the Imperial Academy. I implore you to grant me your consent." Qin Xiao approached Qin Zhan earnestly. Indeed, at this moment, Qin Xiao had resolved to journey to the capital to personally investigate the dragon vein. With the likes of Elder Qi unable to intervene, he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. "Are you certain you wish to go? In your current condition, once you enter the capital, those entities there will immediately discern your true identity. Consequently, your father will inevitably target you. If you genuinely seek to learn, I could arrange for someone to deliver the books from the Imperial Academy for your perusal." Qin Xiao's desire to travel to the capital surprised Qin Zhan, leaving him perplexed as to why Qin Xiao suddenly wished to go. Observing Qin Zhan's expression, Qin Xiao instantly understood that if he did not disclose something significant, Qin Zhan would likely deny his request. With this thought, Qin Xiao suddenly summoned the righteous energy within him. In an instant, a radiant white light emanated from his being. "Is this righteous energy? Xiao, you have awakened your righteous spirit?" Qin Zhan gazed at Qin Xiao in disbelief. Qin Xiao nodded. "I recently awakened it. Now, I possess righteous energy and can continue my studies. If I can acquire more knowledge, perhaps my strength will advance further, allowing me to become a great scholar in my own right." As Qin Xiao spoke, he suddenly produced a pair of armored iron legs, hollow within. Qin Xiao donned these iron legs, and then a miracle transpired. Qin Zhan beheld, with astonishment, Qin Xiao walking before him. Witnessing this scene, Qin Zhan felt a sense of disbelief. At that moment, Qin Xiao elucidated, "Uncle Wang, these are a pair of iron legs crafted by a master artificer. Though my own legs cannot walk, with these iron legs, I am no different from an ordinary person. In such circumstances, it is unlikely anyone would question my identity. Furthermore, possessing the righteous energy within me, when I achieve a breakthrough in my realm, I shall be able to traverse the air. At that time, even if there are doubts regarding my identity, no substantial evidence can be presented against me." Standing by, Qin Zhan listened intently to Qin Xiao's words, slowly nodding in acknowledgement. He could perceive Qin Xiao's determination. It was imperative to reach the imperial capital. Though unaware of Qin Xiao's reasons for flying to the capital, could a commander capable of leading thousands of troops not grasp the principle that it is better to be open than to be obstructive? With such thorough preparations, what reason could Uncle Wang have to refuse? Since you wish to go, I shall naturally support you. Immediately afterward, Qin Zhan produced a jade pendant and handed it to Qin Xiao. This is the blood jade of heavenly spirit, imbued with the power of my domain. Should you encounter peril, this jade can withstand 3 attacks from a celestial king and transport you across vast distances 3 times. Moreover, I will arrange for a golden immortal to protect you. If you encounter an adversary beyond your capability, do not engage. Instead, return to the Northern Territory. Uncle Wang will certainly help you regain your dignity." Qin Zhan was meticulously organizing everything, fearful of overlooking any detail and failing to provide adequate care. It is truly difficult to fathom that such a grand prince is presently acting with the fussiness of a woman. Yet, this also subtly illustrates the depth of Qin Zhan's affection for Qin Xiao. After providing his instructions, Qin Xiao received a recommendation token from the headmaster of the Northern Academy. With this token, he could directly enter the Imperial Capital Academy and become one of its scholars. As they prepared to part ways, Qin Xiao suddenly recalled a line of poetry to bid farewell to Qin Zhan. The child vows to leave the Northern Territory. "I shall not return until I have achieved fame." Upon the utterance of these words, an overwhelming aura surged within him, solidifying his righteous spirit once more. This scene left both Qin Zhan and the headmaster of the Northern Academy utterly astonished. In the realm of immortals, Confucianism is similarly divided into various levels. A Confucian scholar is one who has merely begun to study the teachings, someone who has read a handful of books. A Confucian gentleman, however, is someone who has read extensively and awakened their righteous spirit, deserving of the title. The righteous spirit is a manifestation of the energy of the heavens and earth, akin to the power of virtue, yet its actual efficacy is lesser. It is an energy bestowed by the heavenly laws based on an individual's literary accomplishments. Thus, Qin Xiao embarked on his journey back to the imperial capital. On this expedition, he was accompanied by but one individual, Sun Qinquan, a member of the Celestial Monkey clan. Apart from the gifted child with the fiery eyes, there exists another talent, one who can transform into any person or creature at will. It is impossible to discern their true identity merely by appearance. For this reason, Qin Xiao chose to bring Sun Qinquan along to the imperial capital. Otherwise, the journey would have been fraught with risk. Entering the imperial capital under the guise of Sun Qinquan, a member of the demon tribe, is likely to attract considerable attention. It has been many years since Qin Xiao last visited the imperial capital, and he wonders what it has become. Initially, Qin Xiao's first choice was Elder Qi. However, the various factions require his leadership to maintain order. If Qin Xiao's mother is indeed imprisoned by Qin Zheng, he cannot afford to wait for a breakthrough in his cultivation before embarking on a rescue mission. He must act immediately. Thus, Elder Qi's guidance is of paramount importance. Little Yu, possessing only the strength of a celestial being and yet to reach the golden immortal stage, would be of little assistance in the imperial capital, which is why Qin Xiao chose not to bring her along. "Young master, I have just gathered information. We are merely 100,000 miles from entering the imperial capital," Sun Qinquan exclaimed as he swiftly approached from ahead, having just inquired about the road conditions. "Once we arrive in the imperial capital, where shall we go first?" Sun Qinquan asked, his curiosity piqued. As a demon beast, he had never set foot in a royal capital before, and he had long yearned to witness the famed splendor of the imperial city, renowned for its vibrant life and activity. "With our capabilities, we can reach our destination today, covering the 100,000 miles in no time." We shall first find a place to rest, and then visit the Imperial Academy on the morrow, Qin Xiao replied. What is the plan for infiltrating the dragon vein? Qin Xiao pondered. Through the information relayed by the Heavenly Network, he devised a feasible strategy to enroll in the Academy and become one of its most distinguished students. By excelling at the Imperial Academy, he would gain the opportunity to cultivate within the dragon vein for 3 months. The Imperial Academy serves as one of the primary avenues for the Qin dynasty to recruit talent. Imperial capital, here I come. Are you prepared? On that day, the scene of Qin Xiao departing the capital in a dejected manner lingers vividly in Qin Xiao's mind. As Qin Xiao and Sun Qianquan continued their journey, the ground trembled beneath them. Sensing the disturbance, Qin Xiao and Sun Qianquan exchanged a glance and swiftly concealed their figures. On the main road, a troop riding celestial steeds raced forward, pursued by a group mounted on ethereal wolves. Realizing escape was futile, the elder shouted urgently to the young lady, "Hurry, miss. We must leave at once." To his astonishment, our great Qin Liahua sect has allied with the Song dynasty. You must survive and convey this message to the imperial capital. Otherwise, when the Song dynasty invades, our Qin soldiers will suffer a betrayal. As soon as the elder finished speaking, a divine crossbow bolt shot in from the distance, striking him directly in the heart. The elder's soul attempted to escape, leveraging its ethereal power. Yet, another arrow was loosed, causing his spirit to be shattered completely. Chapter 60. A hero saves the beauty. Qin Xiao observed the scene with a cold gaze, devoid of any intent to offer aid. As for Sun Qianquan, standing beside him, he appeared entirely entertained, watching the unfolding drama. Are the Song and Qin about to go to war? Upon hearing the elder's words, Qin Xiao pondered deeply. If war were to break out between Qin and Song, the northern border would be the most perilous. Qin Xiao, the king of the north, would undoubtedly be at the forefront should conflict arise. Although Qin Xiao harbored confidence in Qin Xiao, he recalled that upon his departure, Qin Xiao had mentioned he would enter seclusion to break through to the celestial king realm. Qin Xiao worried this might adversely affect him. Nevertheless, I have already left the northern border. There is little use in dwelling on such matters now. Regardless, old Qi remains in the northern city, with him present. It is unlikely that any unforeseen events will occur. As Qin Xiao contemplated this, he breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the disciples of the fire sect had already approached, and in a brief skirmish, those fleeing ahead had been decimated, leaving only 2 or 3 small fish to protect their master. Why aren't you running? Tang Yao, weren't you quite adept at fleeing? Let us see how you escape now. Do you still intend to reach the imperial capital to denounce us? The emperor there is engrossed in his cultivation. He hardly pays attention to events occurring outside. Submit to us willingly, and when the Song dynasty conquers the Qin, your Tang family shall be regarded as heroes. Why cling so stubbornly to your delusions? On the road, 3 elders of the fire sect, accompanied by over 10 disciples, had encircled Tang Yao. Bah, you traitorous dogs, betrayers of the great Qin. I would rather perish than join you. Today, I shall end my own life here. If my family does not receive my message, they will surely come to the fire sect to investigate. Sooner or later, my family will avenge me. As Tang Yao spoke, she attempted to sever her own life force. Young miss, no. We are here. We will protect you and fight our way out. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, do not give up. The 2 subordinates guarding Tang Yao expressed fervently. Hearing their words, Tang Yao felt a surge of emotion within her heart. In the face of life and death, it was rare to find such loyalty. These 2 had not fled, but instead vowed to follow her to the end. I, Tang Yao, express my gratitude to the 2 of you. If we manage to escape this time, I shall ensure that my family allocates resources to enhance your cultivation. As Tang Yao spoke, gripping her long sword, she intended to break free. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The 2 who had sworn to follow her to the death exchanged glances and simultaneously drew their blades, striking fiercely at Tang Yao's back. Before she could react, 2 gaping wounds appeared, drenched in crimson. How could you? Tang Yao gazed in disbelief at the scene before her. Just then, the Grand Elder of the Fire Sect emerged, a smug expression adorning his face as he looked at Tang Yao. Ah, the little one remains but a child. Far too young. How easily she trusts others' words. No wonder she finds herself in such a predicament. The 2 traitors swiftly approached, kneeling before the Grand Elder. We pay our respects to the Grand Elder. We have found our way back and wish to join the Fire Sect to pursue greater ambitions. The young lady of the Tang family seeks to take her own life, yet her hands are gravely injured, rendering her unable to do so. The Grand Elder stepped forward, lifting the two traitors. "Thank you both. The fire sect welcomes your addition." Suddenly, the Grand Elder unleashed a deadly assault, grasping their necks and swiftly twisting them, ending their lives before they could even summon their celestial energy. Their souls attempted to flee, but a flame ignited within their bodies, consuming both their corporeal forms and their souls. The air was filled with their anguished cries. Witnessing this scene, Tang Yao's heart surged with fury as she shouted at the Grand Elder. You have gone too far. Both of them have surrendered. Why do you still wish to kill them?" The elder looked at Tang Yao with disdain. "Such treachery, and yet you dare to accept them in your Tang family? I, of the fire sect, shall not take them in. Today, he dares to betray your Tang family. Tomorrow, in fear of death, he may not hesitate to betray my fire sect as well. Little girl, it seems you have yet to grasp your precarious situation. You cannot even ensure your own safety, yet you still concern yourself with others? Judging by your appearance, you must still be a novice, yes? I, the elder, have yet to relish the delights of the noble and beautiful in the imperial city." As he spoke, the elder wore a lewd smile, slowly advancing towards Tang Yao. The other disciples of the fire sect also wore similarly lascivious grins, chanting, "Elder, you are magnificent." Upon witnessing the elder's demeanor and the surrounding disciples of the fire sect, Tang Yao felt an overwhelming urge to take her own life. However, as her meridians had been severed, her spiritual energy flowed sluggishly, leaving her unable to act in time. The elder had already appeared before her, lightly tapping her body. In an instant, her meridians were obstructed. Tang Yao gazed at the elder with terror. Alas, is this woman truly so naive? To put it bluntly, she is merely foolish. "Young master, let us depart. This woman is beyond saving," Sun Qianquan said, a straw dangling from his mouth as he spoke leisurely. "No, we must first rescue her," Qin Xiao declared, suddenly revealing himself. Immediately, energy surged within him, and a flame shot forth towards the elder. The Grand Elder was intent on savoring the exquisite essence of Tang Yao when suddenly he felt a searing sensation rapidly approaching him. Instinctively, he dodged aside, inadvertently releasing Tang Yao from his grasp. In that fleeting moment, Qin Xiao lightly stepped forward and appeared beside Tang Yao, enveloping her in his arms and swiftly retreating. Tang Yao gazed at Qin Xiao with an entranced expression, yet he paid her no mind, softly murmuring, "A gentleman should speak not of chaos nor of divine mischief. He must harbor a heart of integrity, loyal to his sovereign and devoted to his nation. Should treachery arise, let the thunder of the heavens be summoned." Striking with the force of 5 thunders. As Qin Xiao spoke, he summoned an aura of righteousness, which, at his command, coalesced into ominous clouds above them. Thunder rumbled ominously, and soon after, a formidable force of lightning surged toward the Grand Elder. Having reached the celestial being realm, the Grand Elder regarded the descending thunder with utter disdain. Qin Xiao held no illusions that the lightning could harm the Grand Elder. His sole desire was to display his righteous aura before Tang Yao. After all, with the power of a celestial being, a mere wave of his hand could spell death. "You dare meddle in the affairs of my flame sect? It seems you have a death wish." The Grand Elder, upon witnessing Qin Xiao summon the thunder to strike at him, was instantly consumed by fury. Though the lightning posed no threat, Qin Xiao's actions were a blatant affront, implying that he was indeed a treacherous villain deserving of divine retribution. Such deeds could be committed, but one must never voice them aloud, otherwise it would be a disgrace. Kill him. Yet, Qin Xiao paid the Grand Elder no heed. Instead, he spoke to Sun Qianquan. The hero had already rescued the damsel in distress, and his righteous spirit had been displayed. His task was complete, and there was no need for further violence. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's command, Sun Qianquan understood the intent behind it. Nevertheless, he executed the order without hesitation. In an instant, he produced a medium-grade immortal weapon, a celestial staff, and struck towards the Grand Elder. How could a mere celestial being contend with a golden immortal? With just a single blow, the Grand Elder's corporeal form, along with his very soul, was shattered into fragments. The other disciples of the fire sect were utterly taken aback by this scene. They cried out in panic, "Flee! We must escape at once." Chapter 61. The Fiancé. Chapter 62. The immortal King's guardian Tang Huaxing remained silent, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings, only to discover that Tang Yao had returned alone. Witnessing this, Tang Huaxing's eyes narrowed. He sensed there was something amiss. Upon their return to the Tang residence, Tang Yao recounted the events that had transpired at the fire sect. When Tang Huaxing learned that Tang Yao had risked her life to flee, he was consumed with rage. Preposterous. How dare a mere fire sect covet my daughter? Who gave them the audacity? He reassured his daughter, "Fear not, my dear. I shall certainly take charge of this matter. Once I enter the palace to report to the sovereign, I will personally lead an expedition to annihilate the fire sect." A glint of murderous intent flashed in Tang Huaxing's eyes. Having spoken, he prepared to head to the palace, when suddenly, Tang Yao called out to him, "Father, the reason I was able to return this time is due to the assistance of two valiant individuals. I have revealed my identity to them. However, upon entering the imperial capital, they vanished without a trace. It seems they wish not to be beholden to me. Nevertheless, our Tang family has never owed anyone a debt of gratitude, and I must ask for your help in locating them, to repay the life-saving favor bestowed upon me." Tang Huaxing laughed heartily. "This is only natural. Do you possess their likenesses? Or perhaps some details regarding them? That way, I may search for them in the capital." Upon hearing Tang Huaxing's agreement, Tang Yao's face lit up with joy. She then gestured with her hands, weaving a spell, and in an instant, the ethereal forms of the two individuals appeared before Tang Huaxing. As he beheld the apparition of Qin Xiao, Tang Huaxing nodded in admiration, exclaiming, "What a remarkable young gentleman, exuding an extraordinary aura. I wonder if this gentleman possesses the charm you claim, or if perhaps my daughter has merely added a touch of embellishment." Tang Huaxing teased, aiming to soothe Tang Yao's spirit after her harrowing experience. "What? How could that be? He is a scion of Confucianism, imbued with righteous spirit. He needs no embellishment from me, for his demeanor exceeds all expectations." Tang Yao sighed as she spoke. "However, during my time outside, one must remain vigilant. I neglected to inquire about the gentleman's name. Who knows why he vanished upon arriving in the imperial capital?" Sigh. As Tang Yao spoke, her expression revealed a hint of melancholy. Tang Huaxing observed her demeanor intently. "Very well. During this audience with His Majesty, I shall convey this matter truthfully. I will then seek assistance from a few of my friends. As long as he remains in the imperial capital, he shall undoubtedly be found. Moreover, this individual possesses an aura of righteousness, suggesting he is likely a student of a certain academy, so locating him should not prove difficult." After offering Tang Yao a comforting word, Tang Huaxing turned to leave. Upon returning to her chamber, Tang Yao suddenly recalled the figure of Qin Xiao, particularly the moment he had rescued her. It was vividly etched in her mind. His timely appearance was remarkable. Tang Yao murmured to herself, "If only my future husband possessed such grace, how delightful that would be." Yet, as this thought crossed her mind, a frown creased her brow. "Alas, I am bound by a betrothal to the 17th prince." Tang Yao clenched her fists tightly. "No, I must devise a way to have His Majesty annul the engagement. At merely 18 years of age, I have already attained the 9th tier of Earth Immortal. Soon, I shall enter Tianlong Academy and participate in the Qianlong assessment. If I can secure a place in the Qianlong secret realm, I am confident I will break through to Celestial Immortal before the age of 20. A Celestial Immortal at 20. Who in the world could rival me?" Tang Yao held an unwavering belief in her own talents. The age of 20 is indeed the prime for cultivators. Beyond this age, the pace of cultivation inevitably slows. Furthermore, the subsequent realms require not just cultivation, but the mastery of profound laws. This is profoundly connected to talent. Meanwhile, after Qin Xiao and Sun Qianquan entered the imperial capital, they promptly established contact with the individuals from the Heavenly Network. Under the arrangements of the Heavenly Network's subordinates, Qin Xiao took residence in the Flowerful Building. Why the Flowerful Building, you ask? Ahem. The Flowerful Building is a frequented locale for women. In Qin Xiao's words, it serves as a means to harness beauty to aid in my cultivation. Qianquan, send word to Elder Qi, requesting him to investigate the matters concerning the fire sect, and concurrently, ascertain how many sects of the Great Qin have been bought off by the Great Song. At this point, Qin Xiao paused, then continued, additionally, prepare a dossier on the imperial capital for me. I wish to know what our Emperor of Great Qin is engaged in day by day. Having given his instructions, Qin Xiao contemplated the forthcoming plans. He had already confirmed that the appearance of the phoenix in the imperial capital 16 years prior was likely due to himself. Being a prince added to his headache. He vaguely speculated whether it was possible that he was not the son of Qin Zheng. If that were the case, the implications would be immense. Was this the reason why Qin Zheng sought to suppress his mother, and simultaneously harbored disdain towards him? These were merely Qin Zhao's conjectures, and he could not yet draw a conclusion. Before long, Sun Qianquan returned with the dossier on the imperial capital. The Minister of Revenue had not changed in nearly a century. Furthermore, since the last family banquet, Qin Zheng had not attended court. All significant affairs of state were entrusted to the crown prince and the eldest princess. As for him, the public narrative was that he was in seclusion, striving to break through to the immortal emperor realm, a sovereign neglecting state matters, while the eldest princess and crown prince vied for power, created an atmosphere of chaos. Fortunately, the ministers of the court routinely managed state affairs. Otherwise, the true nature of the Qin dynasty would remain shrouded in uncertainty. Is he on the verge of transcending to the realm of the celestial emperor? So soon? Upon hearing this, Qin Xiao couldn't help but furrow his brow. If it were merely the celestial king, he could devise a strategy to contend. However, if it is indeed the celestial emperor, the disparity in strength is insurmountable. As the saying goes, in the face of absolute power, any scheme is but a paper tiger, easily pierced. This cannot stand. I must find a way to expedite my own breakthrough. 2 years to ascend to the celestial king is far too protracted. Qin Xiao clenched his fists, a surge of urgency flooding his heart. The 2-year span to attain the celestial king was achieved through the temporal force of the Eastern Emperor's bell. Nevertheless, such a pace of cultivation is already formidable. It is worth noting that in the celestial realm, the ascent through each level typically demands a century or even a millennium, let alone the arduous climb to the exalted realm of the celestial king. For beneath the celestial king, all are but ants. The celestial king is the one who commands the universe. Just as Qin Xiao was deep in contemplation, a visitor arrived at the door. Upon the servant's introduction, Qin Xiao realized that the protector arranged by Qin Zhan had arrived. I am Su Hu, at the first level of the celestial king, sent by the command of the Northern Guardian King to protect His Highness the Young Master. I anticipated encountering Your Highness en route. Yet I did not expect Your Highness to arrive at the imperial capital with such swiftness. I apologize for my tardiness and hope Your Highness will not take offense. As Su Hu introduced himself, he offered a respectful bow to Qin Xiao. Although Su Hu was a celestial king, his military background instilled in him a profound respect for hierarchy. Even if Qin Xiao's strength is not formidable, he is still a master. Naturally, one must not be arrogant in the presence of a master. General Su, you are too modest. From now on, my safety shall rely upon you, General Su. Qin Xiao returned the courtesy, acknowledging, this is merely my duty. At this point, Su Hu glanced around cautiously before quietly remarking, Your Highness, now that we have arrived in the imperial capital, it is best not to mention the title of general anymore. Henceforth, I shall be your bodyguard. You may call me Su Hu. Chapter 63. The Secret Realm Emerges. Old friends reappear. Chapter 64. Those with ability shall obtain it in truth. Only a handful of individuals managed to enter the secret realm, merely a little over 10 in total. As for the younger students, they had been escorted onto a spacecraft by other instructors from the academy prior to the secret realm's emergence, observing the external situation from a relatively safe position. Regrettably, aside from those who personally ventured into the secret realm, no one else could ascertain what transpired within. Not even the world's most advanced technology could penetrate its mysteries. Everyone, be cautious and do not let the allure of the star grass deceive your eyes. Remain vigilant for any potential dangers around you. In ensuring their own safety, they began to gather star herbs and star grass. Zhao Ting maintained a rational demeanor. Faced with such a plethora of treasures, she did not immediately reach out to collect them. Instead, she surveyed her surroundings with vigilance. Only after confirming that there were no imminent threats did Zhao Ting delegate her classmates to harvest the star grass and star herbs. The gathering of these resources necessitated that 3 students work in tandem, one to collect while the other 2 kept watch. Once something feels amiss, one must retreat immediately. Zhao Ting continued. However, no perilous events transpired. Within the secret realm, all was secure. The so-called spiritual herbs and medicines, at their highest, were merely of the 4th tier, while the rest were predominantly 2nd and 3rd tier spiritual entities. Even so, amidst the devastation wrought by technology upon the earth, discovering such 2nd and 3rd tier items was a remarkable feat after the students had gathered all the surrounding spiritual herbs and medicines. Their gazes turned toward the central 4th tier star lotus. When they beheld the star lotus, their eyes brimmed with avarice. Although their desires surged within, not a single individual dared to act. At that moment, an anomaly occurred. Suddenly, one student dashed toward the 4th tier star lotus. Wang Jiejia, what are you doing? Have you forgotten what Teacher Xiao said? Harvesting the star herb requires 3 people to proceed simultaneously. How can you venture alone? Many of her classmates expressed disdain for Wang Jiejia's actions, while others were filled with trepidation, fearing unforeseen calamities. Yet at that moment, Wang Jiejia's eyes gleamed with insatiable greed. I must obtain this 4th-tier star herb. If I consume it, I shall undoubtedly ascend to the 3rd tier of Battle General, and my cultivation will reach unparalleled heights. By devouring this star lotus, I may even awaken a formidable, extraordinary ability. At that point, Su Lingxian shall not stand a chance against me. I too can ascend to the foremost echelon of the Imperial Capital Academy. Wang Jieji pondered within herself, as if she had already seized the radiant star lotus. She never contemplated the potential consequences of consuming the precious star herb before the gathered crowd. Her singular focus was on awakening sufficient talent. Even the school would be powerless against her. Once ingested, what could be done? It could not be expelled. At worst, she might face some reprimand. Yet, should she awaken her gifts as a result, that would be a lifetime boon. After any punishment, she would still remain among the elite. As Wang Jieji envisioned a splendid future, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. Before she could approach, numerous tendrils erupted around the star lotus, swiftly lashing out towards her. Taken by surprise, Wang Jieji was struck by one of the vines, leaving a crimson mark upon her face. She swiftly retreated, but the tendrils of the star lotus were relentless, continuing their assault. Seeing Wang Jieji in peril, Zhao Ting immediately intervened, intercepting the attacking vines. In her moment of shock, Wang Jieji instinctively sought refuge behind Zhao Ting, treating her as a shield. This action drew the ire of Zhang Sun, who had always harbored disdain for Wang Jieji. Wang Jieji, you truly have no shame, he exclaimed, eager to seize the good fortune, yet when danger approaches, you hide. You even use the teacher as a human shield? Have you no sense of decency? The surrounding classmates echoed their scorn towards Wang Jieji. Meanwhile, Zhao Ting had successfully severed the encroaching vines, and it seemed the star lotus had recognized that Zhao Ting was not to be trifled with. Retreating, I turned around to see those around me lamenting Wang Jieji. Zhao Ting promptly stepped forward to mediate. All right, we are all classmates and should coexist harmoniously. Let this matter rest. After all, none of us anticipated that a 4th-tier star lotus would possess a sense of self-preservation. This incident also serves as a reminder that when we encounter treasures in the wild, we must exercise utmost caution. There may well be guardian star beasts protecting such treasures. Wherever treasures manifest, corresponding protectors are invariably present. What we had just encountered were merely 2nd-tier and 3rd-tier star grasses, insignificant in comparison, hence the vines did not launch an attack. However, this 4th-tier star lotus clearly represented a threshold. Zhao Ting had indeed come across records regarding guardian exotic beasts within the archives of the secret realm. Yet this was her first encounter in reality. Teacher, it was not my intention. Wang Jieji approached Zhao Ting, her demeanor one of feigned innocence, as she spoke. That 4th-tier star lotus, I intended to pick it for you. I noticed that no one else was harvesting it, so I took the initiative. I never expected such an outcome. Everyone has misunderstood me. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Those unfamiliar with Wang Jieji might easily be swayed by her act. Only Zhang Sun stood aloof, coldly remarking, "Crocodile tears, how insincere." The classmates began to murmur among themselves, the atmosphere thick with discord, yet without exception. Everyone's focus remained on that elusive 4th-tier star lotus. Even Zhao Ting's heart stirred at the sight of the 4th-order star lotus. However, as a teacher, she restrained her desires and addressed the group. I understand that everyone desires that 4th-order star lotus. However, there is only one, and with so many of us, it is simply not enough to share. I have just assessed the protective vines spawned by this 4th-order star lotus, and they are not particularly strong. If you all exercise caution, there should be no mortal danger. Zhao Ting paused, and everyone's attention focused on her, awaiting her next words. The treasure goes to the most capable. Since everyone desires it, how about we let whoever seizes it first claim it? Do you all agree? She inquired. The students all shook their heads in agreement. Zhao Ting's method seemed the fairest. The able would acquire it. If one succeeded in seizing it, they succeeded, and if not, they did not. It all depended on strength and luck. I concur with the teacher's method. I also agree. I agree. Teacher, you are exceptionally fair. I agree. The students chimed in one after another. Teacher, the treasure goes to the most capable, but you wouldn't participate in the scramble, would you? After all, your strength is immense. If you were to compete, we would stand no chance. At that moment, Wang Jejia suddenly stood up and posed this question. Instantly, everyone's gaze shifted to Wang Jejia. Wang Jejia's face flushed slightly, yet she maintained her composure as she spoke. I am not asking this for myself. I am inquiring on behalf of everyone. Am I mistaken? At that moment, Zhao Ting cast a penetrating glance at Wang Jejia. I shall not participate in this contest for the Star Lotus. This is an opportunity for my classmates. How could I possibly usurp their chance? Upon hearing Zhao Ting's words, a triumphant smile graced the corners of Wang Jejia's mouth. Chapter 65. The Return of Qin Xiao. Wang Jejia, what do you mean? How dare you doubt Teacher Zhao? Were it not for her, you would have long been ensnared by the vines of the Star Lotus. Zhang Sun could no longer contain himself, rebuking Wang Jejia. The gazes of the other students towards Wang Jejia were filled with disdain. Her actions had already elicited considerable aversion among many. Nevertheless, Wang Jejia remained unfazed by the disapproving glances, exuding an air of unwavering confidence. In her view, striving for one's own fortune was a matter of employing all means necessary. When faced with opportunity, what harm is there in using some tactics? Unfortunately, Wang Jejia's schemes were directed against her own peers. All right, everyone, please quiet down. In this secret realm, we must support one another. None of us can predict the dangers that may arise within. It is imperative that we remain united. Observing the frantic expressions of the crowd, Zhao Ting felt compelled to offer her counsel. At that moment, the others showed no reaction. Realizing this, Zhao Ting had no choice but to reveal her trump card. Prepare yourselves. Once I utter the word begin, everyone will commence their competition. Whoever secures the Star Lotus first shall claim it, while the others are forbidden from making another attempt. This time, I shall observe from the sidelines, ready to rescue any classmate who might suffer a fatal injury. However, in doing so, they too shall forfeit their eligibility to compete. As the matter of seizing the Star Lotus was broached, all eyes turned towards Zhao Ting. At that moment, the tumult subsided. Positions, prepare, begin, Zhao Ting commanded. No sooner had her words fallen than a throng of students, akin to tightly drawn bows, erupted forward. The assembly consisted not of novices, but of seasoned seniors who had traversed 4 years of university life, each well-versed in the art of seizing opportunities. They surged ahead without hesitation. Yet, amidst the crowd, there was one exception, Wang Jejia. As Zhao Ting articulated the rules, Wang Jejia had already begun to approach the Star Lotus. When Zhao Ting proclaimed the beginning, Wang Jejia stood as the closest contender to the coveted flower. Perhaps initially, her subtle maneuver went unnoticed by the others. However, as the contest commenced, realization dawned upon them, prompting a chorus of silent invectives. Despicable. Goodness, this woman is cunning. In that moment, time was of the essence, for there was but a single Star Lotus to seize. Wang Jejia was the first to make her advance toward the Star Lotus, and consequently, she was also the first to face its wrath. Tendrils surged toward Wang Jejia. Yet this time, she did not find herself ensnared as she had before. Wang Jejia had long been prepared. As the vines surged towards her, she nimbly evaded them. At that moment, she was merely a few meters away from the coveted Star Lotus. Just as she was about to pluck it, the Star Lotus erupted, unleashing hundreds of vines, many adorned with barbs. Faced with this onslaught, Wang Jejia was compelled to retreat. This retreat, however, allowed her classmates to swiftly catch up. This was the opportunity. Standing on the bank, Zhao Ting observed the scene with an impassive expression. With her formidable combat prowess, she understood that seizing the Star Lotus was far from a simple task. As a 4th-tier star medicine, it possessed a certain level of self-protective instinct, enabling it to defend itself. Otherwise, the 4th-tier star medicine would not be deemed so precious. Wang Jejia exhibited commendable strength and intellect, grasping the importance of seizing the initiative. Unfortunately, her selfishness created discord with her classmates. Among them, the most likely to obtain the Star Lotus were undoubtedly the members of Team 5. Zhao Ting watched from the shore, noting that Team 5 included the likes of Walin Fei and others. Their cooperation during the pursuit of the Star Lotus was seamless, supporting one another, and at this moment, they were the closest to it. Following them were Su Lingxian and Zhang Sun. Due to having endured an attack, Wang Jejia now found herself in 3rd place. Damn it, I never anticipated that the Star Lotus possessed such a defense. Otherwise, I would have already plucked it. Wang Jejia cursed inwardly. Just then, as the crowd vied for the Star Lotus, it seemed to sense the impending danger. Energy surged forth, and astonishingly, it began to flee. The vines clung tightly to the ground, and then, leveraging their strength, the star lotus soared onto the shore. Upon witnessing this, everyone rushed forward to grasp the elusive flower. Confronted by a multitude of warriors, with a formidable battle emperor standing behind, Xinglian found herself at the foot of a mountain, unable to evade her fate. Upon her arrival, she hesitated, pondering whether to step into the depths of the mountain. However, gazing upon the fierce crowd before her, she ultimately took the plunge into the mountain's embrace. Everyone, be cautious. I have yet to explore this area. Return quickly to avoid peril. Zhao Ting was taken aback by Xinglian's unexpected retreat, a turn of events she had not anticipated. As Xinglian reached the mountain's base, she felt an overwhelming and oppressive aura, one that even her battle emperor's prowess could not ignore, sending a shiver through her. This prompted Zhao Ting to urgently call out to her companions. Yet, the others were already consumed with the chase, their eyes alight with determination. Who among them would willingly concede? The first to relent would only find themselves further distanced from Xinglian. Consequently, they all hastened after her to the mountain's foot. At that moment, Xinglian, concealed beneath the rocky overhang, found herself in a precarious position with seemingly no escape. To the onlookers, it appeared she was cornered. As they braced themselves against their fellow classmates, eager to strike first, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Suddenly, they witnessed a hand grasping Xinglian, who radiated a dazzling light, as if struggling against an unseen force. Whose hand could this be? Was someone hidden within the stone wall? The spectators were left in awe at this astonishing sight. By this time, Zhao Ting had arrived, her gaze fixed warily upon the stone wall. She did not believe that Xinglian would flee here without reason. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed from the depths of the earth. Immediately, Qin Xiao's doppelganger shattered the boundaries of space and manifested before the crowd, grasping a radiant star lotus in his hand. With a slight exertion, the aura of the star lotus abruptly constricted, daring not to exhibit any audacity. Zhang Sun gazed at the familiar visage before him, utterly incredulous. Xiao, brother Xiao, you are alive. This is truly wonderful. I thought I would never lay eyes upon you again. While the others remained in a state of hesitation, Zhang Sun disregarded all caution and sprinted directly towards Qin Xiao, enveloping him in a heartfelt embrace. He landed a firm punch upon him. Zhao Ting, standing nearby, felt a knot of anxiety in her throat. Zhang Sun, come back. Be careful, it's dangerous. Zhao Ting maintained her tense demeanor, harboring no illusions about the sudden appearance of Qin Xiao. In the realm of secrets, any peril might ensue. Could it truly be that the figure before them was the genuine Qin Xiao? Fatty, long time no see. You've slimmed down. Qin Xiao suddenly spoke. At that moment, Zhang Sun was entirely convinced that the person before him was indeed his brother, his confidant, his elder brother, Qin Xiao. Only Qin Xiao would address him in such a manner. Ah, brother Xiao, it is you. You scoundrel. After disappearing for so many years, I have finally found you. As he spoke, Zhang Sun released Qin Xiao from his embrace and proceeded to deliver several playful punches to his chest. Bang, bang, bang. Wow, your chest is remarkably hard. Did you stuff it with steel plates? No, I could punch through steel plates. You are even tougher. Zhang Sun regarded Qin Xiao as if he were a marvel. At that moment, Qin Xiao heard the voice of Zhao Ting. Qin Xiao, is that you? Zhao Ting inquired cautiously. After all, she had witnessed Zhang Sun embracing Qin Xiao, and there seemed to be no imminent danger. Thus, did it follow that the individual before her was indeed real? Teacher, have you forgotten me after just a few years? Chapter 66, The Shattering of the Secret Realm. As Qin Xiao's voice resonated, the crowd finally confirmed that the person before them was, indeed, the Qin Xiao they knew. Qin Xiao, how have you been? Have you spent these years within this secret realm? How have you managed? Zhao Ting's barrage of questions revealed her concern as a teacher. Suddenly, as Zhao Ting posed her inquiry, the space around them trembled violently. The earth seemed to convulse beneath them. The once stable environment exhibited a fragile point, which began to fracture. With a sharp crack, the space resembled a mirror shattering as a fragment fell away. This shard vanished in an instant. Witnessing this scene, panic erupted among them. They had never encountered such a phenomenon before. Everyone, we must leave quickly. The secret realm is collapsing. They hurried to escape, otherwise. Once the realm shattered entirely, those remaining inside would undoubtedly be swept into a spatial storm. Entering such a storm would mean certain death. After addressing the crowd, Qin Xiao seized Zhang Sun and swiftly made his way out. As a seasoned warrior, Zhang Sun offered no resistance against Qin Xiao's grip. While running, Qin Xiao infused the fourth-tier star lotus he held directly into Zhang Sun's body. In this scene, everyone witnessed the unfolding events, too pressed for words. Upon seeing Qin Xiao leave, the crowd instinctively fled in the direction he had sprinted. Zhao Ting stood to the side, directing the escape, though it was evident to all how to evade the impending danger. After all, Qin Xiao had just warned that anyone remaining within the fractured secret realm would face certain death. As Qin Xiao departed, he caught sight of Su Lingxian among the throng. She felt a surge of excitement upon seeing him, but ultimately refrained from speaking, choosing instead to follow closely behind him. Their paths briefly crossed, with Qin Xiao being the first to emerge from the secret realm. One by one, the other students managed to escape as well. Fortunately, there were no casualties within the realm, as it posed no immediate threats. Zhao Ting's leadership proved remarkably effective. As for why Qin Xiao had chosen to be the first to flee, it was to buy precious time for those still inside. He sensed that the realm might have fractured due to his very presence. Once outside, a wave of relief washed over him, alleviating some of the oppressive weight on his chest, though it had not entirely vanished, likely due to the suppression of his powers. Moreover, the spatial barriers of the main world were undeniably beyond the comparison of the secret realm. Once everyone had exited, they paused to regroup. Their exploration of the secret realm was undeniably successful, with each individual obtaining a considerable amount of star medicine. Although it was ultimately Qin Xiao who acquired the star lotus and bestowed it upon Zhang Sun, they had suffered no injuries among their ranks. Yet, unforeseen circumstances still arose. Upon exiting the secret realm, Wang Jiajia stepped forward to confront Qin Xiao, questioning him. Qin Xiao, by what right do you give the star lotus to Zhang Sun? What qualifications does he possess to consume the star lotus? Upon hearing Wang Jiajia's voice, all eyes turned towards her. Qin Xiao, upon receiving her inquiry, could not help but furrow his brow. Why should it concern you whom I choose to gift the star lotus to? I distinctly heard the teacher state that whoever obtains the star lotus first rightfully claims it as their own. I have acquired the star lotus. Do I need your approval to bestow it upon someone of my choosing? Surely, your presumption is a tad excessive. Qin Xiao retorted without reservation. He held no affection for Wang Jiajia. Even if, at the outset, the original body may have possessed some sentiment, after undergoing the purifying baptism of the divine beast's bloodline, no one could sway him. You, Qin Xiao, you are crossing the line. The teacher's words were directed at us. Whoever claims the star lotus first owns it. You do not fall under that category. I shall not relent. You must surrender the star lotus today, as it belongs to all of us. At this moment, Wang Jiajia sought to resort to coercion, attempting to drag everyone into her predicament. Observing her anxious demeanor, Qin Xiao found it amusing. Suddenly, a playful smile graced his lips. You desire the star lotus? My apologies, it has been consumed. It's gone. If you wish for it, you shall have to seek it out for yourself. At this juncture, Zhang Sun was incapacitated, continuously digesting the energy of the star lotus that Qin Xiao had infused into his body. He could not move, otherwise, he would have taken it upon himself to deliver several resounding slaps to Wang Jiajia for her audacity to bully his companion. What audacity? How dare you mistreat my brother? You, Qin Xiao, you are utterly despicable. You have consumed the star lotus all by yourself. No, it is clear that the two of you conspired together to devour it. Aye. Wang Jiajia felt a surge of frustration within her. Indeed, in her heart, the star lotus already belonged to her. Anyone who partook of it would invoke her jealousy. At that moment, Zhao Ting emerged last from the secret realm. Upon seeing her, Wang Jiajia rushed forward, her eyes brimming with tears. With a face full of grievance, she approached Zhao Ting and lamented, Teacher Zhao, as soon as Qin Xiao came out. He fed the star lotus to Zhang Sun. You must make him regurgitate it, quickly, or else the star lotus will be lost forever. Wang Jiajia pouted and complained in front of Zhao Ting. The others watched this scene in silence, each one refraining from speaking. The members of the fifth squad could hardly bear to witness it. To them, being grouped with Wang Jiajia was a source of embarrassment. Zhao Ting glanced at Zhang Sun, who was deep in meditation, then at Qin Xiao, and finally focused her gaze on Wang Jiajia, instantly comprehending the situation. Wang Jiajia, we have previously discussed that whoever acquires the star lotus rightfully possesses it. Since it has been obtained by Qin Xiao, it now belongs to him. As for how he chooses to utilize it, that is beyond our concern. Do you understand? Zhao Ting asserted with conviction. Yet Wang Jiajia, still unwilling to concede, replied, But teacher, when you mentioned we, it did not include Qin Xiao. This doesn't count, it simply does not count. What do you mean? Is Qin Xiao not your classmate? How can it not count? Why not ask the other students, aside from you? Is there anyone who disagrees? Zhao Ting reproached Wang Jiajia, who, in turn, cast her gaze towards her classmates, yearning for someone among them to muster the courage to stand alongside her in opposition. Yet, no one did. The group regarded her with peculiar expressions. No, we have no objections, they chorused in unison. However, just as Wang Jiajia attempted to articulate a response, she was abruptly interrupted by Zhao Ting. Moreover, classmate Zhang Sun has already consumed the Star Lotus and is currently refining it. How could it possibly be retrieved for you? Shall we dissect him? Zhao Ting's concluding remarks effectively extinguished any lingering thoughts in Wang Jiajia's mind. The Star Lotus was already refined. What could she possibly do now? These words were once hers. Ultimately, the unexpected arrival of Qin Xiao swiftly claimed the opportunity. Wang Jiajia glared at him with palpable resentment. Her mind flooded with memories of the humiliation she endured prior to entering university. As these thoughts surfaced, a glint of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. Does someone wish to kill me? Qin Xiao turned, only to meet Wang Jiajia's murderous gaze. He chuckled lightly, dismissing her entirely. Such a foolish individual failed to pique his interest in the slightest. Just as Qin Xiao remained unconcerned, he suddenly sensed an alluring yet bewitching attack emanating from Wang Jiajia. To his astonishment, he discovered that she had awakened a skill of charm, a form of psychic ability. In that moment, understanding dawned upon him. No wonder Wang Jiajia had been accepted into the prestigious Ruxu Academy. She had awakened her mental powers. Yet, to employ such tactics against Qin Xiaoka had no intention of letting Wang Jiajia off easily. To employ mental tactics against me? Such arrogance is astounding. Since you seek your own demise, do not blame me. Chapter 67, Meeting the Dean. Qin Xiao pondered. In an instant, he unleashed a far more formidable psychic force. Surging into the enchanting realm conjured by Wang Jiajia, his immense mental power shattered the alluring world she had constructed, leaving no room for resistance. In an instant, the mesmerizing illusion collapsed entirely. Subsequently, Qin Xiao directed his psychic energy to intimidate the source of Wang Jiajia's spirit. At the level of Qin Xiao's celestial soul, merely a wisp of his aura was sufficient to make Wang Jiajia feel as though her mental realm was crumbling. An overwhelming thought surged within her, rendering her face pale. Almost immediately, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. This sudden state of Wang Jiajia drew Zhao Ting's attention. However, upon casting a glance at Qin Xiao, she instantly grasped the situation. Zhao Ting remained silent, only instructing a female classmate to take good care of Wang Jiajia, without uttering anything further. All of this was a consequence of Wang Jiajia's own actions. Qin Xiao could have easily crushed her spirit, rendering her a mere fool, yet he found it unnecessary. Such a foolish individual did not even qualify to be his rival. Why bother with her? A mere display of intimidation sufficed. Moreover, having just emerged from the secret realm, he was unaware of the changes that modern civilization had undergone. Under such circumstances, it was prudent to remain discreet. Thank you, Qin Xiao, for your perseverance over the years. Had it not been for your selfless bravery in venturing alone into the depths of the abyss to seek the key to unlock the secret realm, we might have perished within its confines. Ultimately, it was you who saved our lives. Before the ship had descended, Zhao Ting took the initiative to approach Qin Xiao, her words imbued with profound gratitude. Qin Xiao responded with a gentle smile, saying, "You flatter me, teacher. In such dire circumstances, someone had to step forth. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to emerge unscathed from that perilous realm. In truth, I find myself rather content now." Qin Xiao spoke with sincerity. The opportunities he had acquired were beyond mere terror. His two bodies simultaneously harbored the bloodlines of the Golden Crow and the Phoenix. Furthermore, he had obtained the innate treasure, the Eastern Emperor Bell, and his cultivation technique, the chaotic devouring heaven art, had evolved into a celestial grade method. His soul had transcended into an immortal essence, and he possessed an entire legacy of the Golden Crow. His physique was endowed with two divine forms, the Golden Crow body and the Phoenix body, which he could switch between at will. Such extraordinary fortune was beyond imagination. Were it not for his need to navigate this world step by step as a resident, he could have easily shattered his physical seals and become invincible among mortals. Rest assured, Qin Xiao, the Academy will undoubtedly compensate you for your contributions. A student of your caliber will not be overlooked. Though you may have squandered for years, the Academy's profound heritage will surely help you make up for lost time. Zhao Ting asserted with unwavering conviction. As Qin Xiao emerged with Zhang Sun, Zhao Ting could already perceive the level of Qin Xiao's cultivation. A mere battle master. Those from Qin Xiao's cohort who entered the Imperial Capital Academy possessed strengths that surpassed even the lowest ranks, achieving at least the status of battle general. Those with slightly greater prowess, like Su Lingxian, had ascended to the third tier of battle general. With her formidable abilities and mastery over the realm of slaughter, Su Lingxian could effortlessly vanquish any opponent below the 7th tier of battle general, while those beneath the 9th tier posed no threat whatsoever. Only a fully realized battle general or an existence at the level of battle king might stand a chance against her. Thank you, teacher. Qin Xiao did not offer much of a response to Zhao Ting's words. If she misconstrued his cultivation level, so be it. The truth was simply too astonishing to disclose. After finishing his statement, he fell silent, which Zhao Ting interpreted as a sign of Qin Xiao's modesty regarding his perceived inferiority. Thus, she refrained from pursuing further conversation. In a matter of moments, the spacecraft descended before them, and under the guiding light, they ascended aboard. After 4 years apart, the advancements in the Alliance's technology were staggering. The emergence of the guiding light piqued Qin Xiao's curiosity. Their destination was the Imperial Capital University, where Qin Xiao was supposed to have enrolled 4 years prior. However, what was destined to happen would eventually come to pass. Returning after 4 years was inconsequential. Although Zhang Sun was deep in meditation, the pull of the guiding light did not disrupt his training. Upon arriving at the Imperial Capital Academy, Qin Xiao's presence sent shockwaves through the institution. Had the selfless senior returned? What is the true nature of a senior who has not entered the school? What kind of formidable individual could survive in such a mysterious realm? Students of the Imperial Capital Academy are eager to catch a glimpse of this legendary figure. However, upon Qin Xiao's return to the academy, he is promptly ushered into the office by the dean, leaving his fellow students deprived of the opportunity to witness him. Inside the dean's office, Qin Xiao sits composedly in a chair, while the dean, accompanied by several vice deans, scrutinizes him with utmost caution. They pace back and forth before him, occasionally exchanging comments. Indeed, I find it quite satisfactory. I have not discerned any issues. Neither have I. Should we conduct another examination? We must not overlook any detail. I concur. I share the same sentiment. The group of deans speaks openly in front of Qin Xiao, without any reservation. He observes these elderly gentlemen in silence, curious about their intentions. Qin Xiao, we wish to conduct a physical examination on you. Do you harbor any objections? The dean inquires, adjusting his spectacles and presenting a demeanor of scholarly decorum. Yet, Qin Xiao perceives an underlying complexity in this dean, suggesting he is not merely a benign figure. The deans are intent on their monitoring, and as they prepare their instruments, Qin Xiao retorts, you bring out the monitoring equipment only to inquire if it is appropriate? Is that your notion of courtesy? As if my refusal would halt the process. The deans nod in agreement, as if to imply that a mere student possesses the authority to decline. Internally, Qin Xiao scoffs at the notion. He does not fear their examination. However, Qin Xiao sensed that there seemed to be other factors at play within this examination. Upon receiving Qin Xiao's response, the various deans nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the dean produced a mirror, which illuminated a beam of white light that directly enveloped Qin Xiao. Once the white light passed over him, it returned as another beam of white light. The deans exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting satisfaction. Qin Xiao, you have successfully passed the trial, the dean proclaimed, retracting the mirror, which served as the dean's celestial instrument, and addressing Qin Xiao. The surrounding deans regarded him with approving nods. You are undoubtedly curious as to why we conducted this examination. One of the vice deans interjected. The device the dean just wielded is an instrument for testing demonic energy. As he spoke, the other deans wore expressions of grave concern. Upon hearing the term demonic energy, Qin Xiao could not quell the surging speculation within him. Within his Jinwu inheritance, there existed a notion of demon. Yet, he was uncertain whether this demonic energy was synonymous with his understanding of the term. Qin Xiao remained silent, patiently awaiting further elaboration. It was not long before several deans exchanged meaningful glances and continued, well then, since we are all allies, there is no need for concealment. Qin Xiao, how much do you know about our world? The vice dean inquired. Qin Xiao refrained from responding, as he was acutely aware of his limited knowledge. Would he risk exposing himself through an inadvertent misstep? The Palace Jade Wine. Chapter 68. Entering the Academy, the planet we inhabit is known as Blue Star, or alternatively, Water Blue Star. He is the origin of our Huaxia civilization. Thousands of years ago, Huaxia civilization unified the world, experiencing an explosive advancement in technology and rapidly evolving into a Type 2 civilization. Qin Xiao listened with great interest, with the dean elucidating the origins of civilization. Wouldn't he that save time and effort in understanding the truths of this world? The process of civilization's elevation, for now, remains shrouded in secrecy. Just as Qin Xiao was filled with enthusiasm, the vice dean unexpectedly interjected with a remark that nearly provoked Qin Xiao to unleash his powers and give him a good thrashing. Enough of your teasing. He is still but a child. The dean interjected. Let me explain. The dean continued. The ascension of civilization brings both opportunities and perils. The Type 2 Huaxia civilization has already mastered spatial technology. Should we further develop this spatial capability, Huaxia civilization might leapfrog directly to a Type 4 or even Type 5 civilization. However, scientists have discovered a terrifying truth lurking behind spatial technology. Upon breaking through to this technology, we encountered a form of life known as demons. Demons are truly fearsome. They are bloodthirsty, murderous, beguiling, and parasitic, possessing destructive abilities that far exceed our imagination. Even the demonic energy they emit can ensnare the minds of individuals, polluting their spirits and leading them down a path of ruin, culminating in death. Qin Xiao listened quietly. The demons described by the dean bore a striking resemblance to those in the realm of immortals. Yet, whether they are truly the same remains to be seen. The cultivation world is not devoid of those who practice the dark arts. However, the dean and others stated that demons are a form of life, distinct from humanity, which marks a significant difference. We have just utilized a star device to probe for any traces of demonic energy within you. This energy typically manifests in realms beyond Blue Star. The destructive potential of demonic energy is immense, necessitating our caution. Nonetheless, rest assured, our examination will come with compensation for you, the dean continued. Qin Xiao nodded in agreement, acknowledging this was his first encounter with the existence of demons in this world. Thus, it appears that the greatest threat to Blue Star is not the star beasts, nor the extraterrestrial visitors, but rather the demons. To be precise, demons are indeed a type of extraterrestrial visitor. Following the introduction of demons, it was time to address Qin Xiao's rewards. As a fourth-year student, he would naturally be entitled to the resources allocated to his year. However, considering that Qin Xiao had only recently joined as a freshman and had made outstanding contributions to the academy, his benefits were elevated directly to that of a faculty member. He would have access to a private villa and could freely train at the Star Spring 4 times a month, equivalent to once a week. Furthermore, all materials developed by the faculty would be made available to Qin Xiao. This implies that he could learn any martial arts technique available to the instructors without charge. This privilege far surpasses what other faculty members experience, as instructors at the Imperial Capital Academy can only select 1 or 2 techniques suited to their own cultivation level, with additional techniques requiring merit points for exchange. In contrast, Qin Xiao could acquire any faculty-level technique without the need for merit points, effectively granting him unrestricted access to martial arts privileges. Although Qin Xiao held a dismissive view towards the cultivation methods, he recognized the merit in studying them. For one can always learn from the strengths of others. The myriad benefits available were too numerous to enumerate in detail. In essence, the resources allocated to students were of a combat general caliber, while those designated for teachers were of a combat emperor level, providing a clear distinction. Eventually, guided by a counselor, Qin Xiao arrived at the villa assigned to him. He had no time to explore the villa's functions and promptly focused his mind to enter the celestial realm. Since his avatar had stepped into the modern world, the flow of time across both realms had once again synchronized. Furthermore, Qin Xiao no longer needed to expand his soul space. He could directly utilize the Eastern Emperor Bell to transport materials. The vast space within the Eastern Emperor Bell could accommodate all manner of resources. And with the innate supreme treasure, he could ignore world rules for direct transmission. Thus, in the modern world, Qin Xiao stood invincible. In the celestial realm, he pushed open the door to his chamber, where Sun Qianquan stood motionless at the threshold. Upon noticing Qin Xiao's emergence, he turned his gaze toward him. "Has it been several days?" Qin Xiao inquired. Replying to the young master, "You have cultivated for over a day," Sun Qianquan answered. "We had planned to visit Tianlan Academy yesterday. However, at your command, I refrained from disturbing you during your cultivation." Qin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. He then retrieved a jar of wine from his spatial ring and handed it to Sun Qianquan. Well done. This is your reward. Sun Qianquan, who had a penchant for fine wine and was immune to intoxication, used it as a means to enhance his own cultivation. The higher the quality of the wine consumed, the greater the strength acquired. This was also one of the reasons why Sun Qianquan confronted the Qin Xiao tavern. Upon learning this, Qin Xiao was more than generous in offering Sun Qianquan a drink. After all, the stronger Sun Qianquan became, the more profound Qin Xiao's own foundation would be. Thank you, young master, Sun Qianquan said as he accepted the wine, uncorking the bottle to be greeted by an intoxicating aroma. A smile graced his face as he promptly stowed the bottle in his spatial ring. The essence of items placed within such a ring remains unaltered, and besides, it was not the opportune moment for indulgence. Young master, where shall we go next? Sun Qianquan inquired. To the academy to report, Qin Xiao replied. Upon arriving in the imperial capital, his primary objective was to register at the academy, thereby participating in the Qianlong examination for a chance to enter the Qianlong secret realm. Qin Xiao suspected that the Qianlong secret realm must lie upon the dragon vein. Within the grand palace of the great Qin, there existed only one mountain, and thus, that mountain became Qin Xiao's target. Having spoken, the two departed from the tavern. No sooner had Qin Xiao stepped out than the celestial king from the adjacent room trailed behind him, tasked with ensuring Qin Xiao's safety. Your Highness, what a remarkable strategy. I never anticipated you could recruit a golden immortal as your subordinate. Should the prince learn of this, he would surely be elated. Although the celestial king, Suhu, could not discern Sun Qianquan's origins, he could not overlook the latter's cultivation level, which was evident even to one of his stature. The Tianlan Academy in the imperial capital was easily located in the southern city. Inquiries would quickly lead to its whereabouts. Thus, Qin Xiao and Sun Qianquan made their way towards Tianlan Academy, often referred to as the Imperial Academy by those beyond the capital's borders. Only the locals of the capital would exhibit such meticulous distinctions. Upon arriving at the academy, Qin Xiao presented his letter of introduction and produced a token, swiftly leading to the two being escorted into the institution. Once inside, Qin Xiao and Sun Qianquan made their way to the office of the vice president of Tianlan Academy. In the office, the vice president accepted the token, perused the letter, and then fixed his gaze upon Qin Xiao. You are Qin Xiao? I have read your letter of recommendation from the dean of the Northern Academy. You must possess some talent. I shall assign you to the B class. You may study in the B class for now. Should you demonstrate your academic prowess, it is not impossible for you to transition into the A class later. The vice president addressed Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, he had not yet displayed the majestic aura of a Confucian master. Otherwise, given his age and talent, he would undoubtedly have been placed in the A class. However, as a newcomer still unfamiliar with the academy's environment, being assigned to the B class was quite commendable, ensuring he would not attract undue attention. I will abide by the arrangements of the academy, he thought. Satisfied with Qin Xiao's acquiescence, the vice president nodded approvingly. Ahua, please escort this student, Qin Xiao, to the B class. Inform the teacher of his arrival and ask him to make the necessary arrangements, the vice president called out. A young woman clad in a simple white garment entered. Chapter 69, The Best in the World. Chapter 70, Poetry from the Frontier. Master Su gently stroked his beard. At this moment, he regarded Qin Xiao with admiration. At merely 16 years of age, having attained the rank of a Confucian master and expressing aspirations to become the best in the world is not unreasonable. After all, it is typical for the youth, brimming with vigor and ambition, to be competitive and spirited. Although scholars cultivate their character, they are not devoid of their own aspirations. Indeed, Qin, would you grace us with a poem? We are eager to witness the artistic prowess of a Confucian master at the tender age of 16. Qin, you have expressed your grand ambition to become the foremost in the world. Given this, you should not shy away from the task of composing poetry, should you? Within the classroom, discussions abound, with each individual encouraging Qin Xiao. At this moment, Master Su's gaze upon Qin Xiao has lost its initial indifference. After all, geniuses are afforded certain privileges. Very well, if that is the case, I shall compose a verse. However, what manner of poem should I write? At this juncture, Qin Xiao had no intention of being modest, addressing the crowd with his inquiry. Since everyone desires a display of talent, why not indulge? His arrival at Tianlan Academy was primarily for the purpose of participating in the Qin Qianlong trials. If he does not showcase his gifts, how can he partake in the trials? How about this? Let Master Su provide the prompt for this poem. If I were to create a poem at random, it might be suspected that I had prepared in advance. Qin Xiao's gaze shifted to Master Su. The onlookers, following Qin Xiao's lead, also turned their attention to Master Su. Master Su stroked his beard, a smile gracing his face. Master Su, please issue him a challenge. It would be delightful to see him struggle. Some were audacious, suggesting that a newcomer to the academy should request a challenge from the master. Within the crowd, opinions varied, with some supporting Qin Xiao while others remained skeptical. Very well, since everyone wishes for me to present a prompt for Qin, I shall do so. As Su, the esteemed instructor, descended from the podium and paced back and forth, he pondered for a moment before speaking. Classmate Qin hails from the Northern Territories. He must have witnessed the brutalities of the Northern Wars. How about we explore the theme of frontier poetry? Upon hearing Su's suggestion, the students in the audience lit up with intrigue. The notion of frontier poetry had never crossed their minds, and it was a rare endeavor among them. Living in the imperial capital, they enjoyed a life of luxury, primarily immersed in romance and the arts. To articulate a frontier poem was no simple task for students of the capital. While it may offer an advantage to those from the Northern Academy, what of Qin Xiao? In an instant, images flooded Qin Xiao's mind. The valiant soldiers of the northern city, steadfastly guarding the borders, drenched in the fervor of battle. What do you think? Classmate Qin, does the theme of frontier poetry pose a challenge for you? Su observed Qin Xiao with a smile. Noticing Qin Xiao's furrowed brow, he inquired further. Qin Xiao shook his head in response, saying, "There is no pressure. Allow me a moment to contemplate." With that, he closed his eyes. Sun Qinquan, seated behind him, looked bewildered at the rest of the class. He was perplexed by poetry and felt helpless, merely hoping that Qin Xiao could indeed craft a frontier poem that would astonish everyone. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Qin Xiao exclaimed, and soon the audience watched as he stood up, pacing between the aisles. In summer, the bright moon shines upon the Qin Pass. In summer, the bright moon reflects the essence of the Qin era. Upon reciting this line, he instantaneously transported the audience to the frontier, where the passage of time unfolded. The frontier remains unchanged. A group of valiant soldiers ventures far from home to safeguard the nation's gates. Once again, the bright moon and the formidable barriers evoke a profound sense of desolation. Furthermore, as Qin Xiao recites a line of poetry, an overwhelming spirit emanates from within him, piercing the heavens. Such poetic brilliance illuminates the entire imperial capital. The long march continues, yet the soldiers have not returned. Qin Xiao pays no heed to the reactions of the crowd, persisting in his recitation. With this line of verse, his talent intensifies even further. The grand spirit of the capital converges towards the Imperial Academy. Within this classroom, the depicted scenes become increasingly vivid. Young warriors from all corners of the world, resolute in their duty to protect the borders, are willing to journey thousands of miles. Along the way, they face countless dangers, traversing mountains and rivers, enduring the harshness of winter and the heat of summer, yet nothing can impede their march. Countless individuals, succumbing to harsh conditions or unforeseen events, are forever entombed on the road to the frontier. Even those fortunate enough to reach the borders are greeted not by prosperity, but by a more brutal reality. As the drums of war resound, the soldiers don their armor and wield their blades, charging towards the enemy amidst the thunderous cadence. After a fierce battle and the sounding of retreat, how many shall return? Time flows on, and the years shift. Oh, how many of the once youthful warriors who journeyed to the frontier can find their way back home? At this moment, the sentiment of sorrow reaches its zenith. A tide of melancholy emanates from Tianlan Academy, radiating outward. In an instant, the entire imperial capital is enveloped in a profound sorrow. As such a startling transformation unfolds within the capital, all eyes turn towards its origin, Tianlan Academy. Within the academy, students from other classes have come to realize that someone is reciting poetry, their talent astonishing the heavens and imbuing the verses with a profound aura. Who, then, is the poet capable of invoking such extraordinary phenomena? What events transpired in the northern frontier to inspire such a melancholic border poem? Could it be that the esteemed head of Tianlan Academy, moved by emotion, has composed these lines? The initial couplet of this poem has already reached a level of remarkable brilliance. Might the concluding couplet achieve a timeless legacy? The eloquence of the verses corresponds to the strength of the noble spirit they encapsulate. The more exquisite the craftsmanship, the more potent the aura it conjures. This literary artistry is categorized into 6 distinct levels: world settling, legacy transmitting, astonishing, nation suppressing, prefect reaching, governor knowing, and county circuiting. Only when the poetic expression attains the prefect reaching level can it potentially evoke such phenomena. While the crowd engaged in fervent discussion, Qin Xiao recited the subsequent lines. Only let the flying general of the northern city arise, and do not permit the Hu horses to cross the Yinchuan mountains. As Qin Xiao walked, he pronounced each word with clarity. The final couplet was delivered with conviction, and in an instant, the previously sorrowful tone of the poem underwent a dramatic reversal. A powerful surge of emotion welled up within the hearts of the listeners. The phrase "the flying general of the northern city" refers to all soldiers stationed at the borders to defend their territory. Each soldier embodies the spirit of the flying general. As long as these guardians stand watch over the frontier, the mere Hu horses and monstrous beasts shall never breach the lines of defense. This verse encapsulates the unwavering belief and determination of the people of the Great Qin in safeguarding their borders. After Qin Xiao recited the verses, an ethereal voice from the heavens suddenly echoed, reciting the poem he had composed. In the summer, the bright moon shines upon the time of Qin. A long journey of 10,000 miles, yet the travelers have not returned. If only the northern city could send its valiant general, preventing the Hu cavalry from crossing the Yin mountains. As the celestial voice pronounced Qin Xiao's lines, vivid images materialized before the audience's eyes. Warriors, far from their homeland, ventured to the frontier to guard the nation's gates. Some, tragically, fell along the perilous journey, yet they bore no regrets. Upon reaching the border, the environment grew harsher. At times, they were summoned to battle at the stroke of midnight, amidst howling winds, pristine snow, and scorching sun, enduring the relentless changes of the seasons. The scene vividly depicted the steadfastness of soldiers defending the northern frontier. Witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon, many in the imperial capital wept inconsolably, reminiscing about their own kin who journeyed to the northern border, sons, fathers, brothers. In that moment, the collective emotions of the entire capital were stirred by Qin Xiao's poignant poem. The verses became immortal. The divine force rendered its appraisal of this literary work. Chapter 71, The Departure from the Fort. Boom. Instantly, the entire imperial capital trembled. Quickly, investigate who composed this poem. I demand to know the identity of this individual at once. What manner of person could craft such a monumental piece? The creator of such verses is indeed one of our great Qin, a blessing for our nation. We are grateful for the heavens' protection, allowing such a remarkable poet to emerge within our great Qin. The various factions within the imperial capital were set abuzz. Meanwhile, the originator of these verses, Qin Xiao, was currently immersed in the baptism of the celestial and righteous aura. A masterpiece has been crafted, blessed by the heavens. The majestic aura permeates through Qin Xiao's being, rapidly elevating his literary prowess. He ascends from the first to the second, and then to the third tier of a Confucian scholar, continuously advancing until he reaches the perfect ninth tier. He is but a hair's breadth away from transcending to the esteemed realm of a grand scholar. The majestic energy continues to flow into him, and Qin Xiao absorbs it entirely, refraining from an immediate breakthrough. At this moment, he leaps from the first tier of a Confucian scholar to the pinnacle of perfection at an astonishing pace. To avoid instability in his foundation, Qin Xiao exercises restraint. Nevertheless, it is certain that the day he fully assimilates the majestic aura within him, he will inevitably break through to the status of a grand scholar. It is noteworthy that even within the prestigious Tianlan Academy in the imperial capital, the status of a grand scholar is exceedingly revered. Achieving this rank signifies one's true affiliation with the Tianlan Academy, for only grand scholars can capture the attention of the royal family. Presently, Qin Xiao finds himself merely a step away from this esteemed rank. As he closes his eyes to embrace the majestic energy, Master Su personally oversees him, safeguarding against any unforeseen occurrences. Upon Qin Xiao's completion of the breakthrough, he opens his eyes, and Master Su gasps in awe. A prodigious talent, a true prodigy. How fortunate I am to be your teacher, he exclaims to Qin Xiao. The surrounding classmates immediately rise, bowing respectfully to him. Qin, we are but shallow in our understanding and have failed to recognize the true dragon. If we have spoken inappropriately, please do not hold it against us. Qin Xiao promptly utilizes the righteous aura to assist his fellow classmates in rising. Esteemed classmates, your praises are excessive. We learn and progress together. Qin Xiao responded with a smile. exuding an air of humility. At that moment, he bore no semblance of arrogance, for he understood that those who could attend Tianlan Academy were not of lowly status. He needed to cultivate a persona that would lead others to perceive him merely as an ordinary student, thereby obscuring any suspicions regarding his true identity as the heir of the Northern King. His classmates served as a protective shield for this identity. Qin, does this poem have a title? In the midst of the flattery from his peers, Master Su suddenly inquired of Qin Xiao. Out of the pass. Qin Xiao replied without a moment's hesitation. Out of the pass. Master Su murmured to himself. Excellent, excellent. Out of the pass. A splendid title, and the poem is well crafted. I must delve deeper into this. With that, Master Su promptly exited the classroom. For those enamored with the study of antiquities, encountering something that piqued their interest would invariably draw them into profound contemplation. The students, witnessing Master Su's abrupt departure, were not taken aback. They explained to Qin Xiao that such was his character. Qin Xiao nodded, indicating that he was unperturbed. Thus, the class reached its conclusion. With a glance at the time, Qin Xiao chose not to linger in the academy, quickly ascertaining the schedule for his next class before slipping away. Engaging with fellow students held little necessity. Such relationships were but superficial. After leaving the academy, Qin Xiao returned to Huamen Tower. Along the way, Sun Qianquan seemed hesitant, repeatedly approaching Qin Xiao only to falter in speech. However, he lacked the courage to voice his thoughts and retreated, making several trips back and forth, which ultimately vexed Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao, with a discerning gaze, inquired of Sun Qianquan, "Do you have something to say? Speak plainly. Your usual reticence does not suit your character." Seeing Qin Xiao speak, Sun Qianquan ceased his hesitance and promptly replied, "Young master, I have caused you trouble today? Please punish me severely. Otherwise, I shall bear this guilt in my heart." Upon hearing Sun Qianquan's words, Qin Xiao couldn't help but smile. He was indifferent to the happenings within the academy. In fact, the entire institution held far less significance to him than Sun Qianquan. The former was merely an external entity, a stepping stone in his participation in the Qianlong trial, while Sun Qianquan was undeniably his own. How could Qin Xiao punish one of his own for the sake of external matters? Nevertheless, Sun Qianquan's actions today served as a reminder for Qin Xiao. Feigning anger, Qin Xiao remarked, "Since you acknowledge your mistake, shouldn't you go back and reflect properly? I have a few books here. You shall copy them 10 times, each as a means of cultivating your mind and spirit. Consider it a punishment for your interruption." Upon hearing Qin Xiao's decree, Sun Qianquan's expression darkened considerably. For beings of his kind, the most detestable task was that of reading, let alone being tasked with copying books. This was more unbearable than a death sentence. However, he had just requested a punishment, and now that it had been imparted, how could he shamelessly refuse? Despite his thick skin, Sun Qianquan found himself unable to voice such a denial and could only brace himself for the task ahead. Upon returning to Wamenlu, Qin Xiao pondered deeply over the events of today. With his millennia of experience, he was naturally capable of composing his own poetry. However, he was not a connoisseur of literature. Had he attempted to create verses by his own hand, they would undoubtedly have fallen short of the brilliance witnessed today. Instead, he opted for the path of imitation. The vast expanse of Chinese civilization, with its resplendent cultural heritage, has birthed poetry that, even in its casual form, can evoke a response from the heavens. This signifies that modern civilization is a treasure trove awaiting his exploration. Should Qin Xiao so desire, he could effortlessly conjure dozens of verses in an instant. Under the influence of divine intervention, a surge of righteous energy could envelop him. Provided his mortal form could withstand it, he might ascend to the realm of sages, or perhaps even higher. Yet, he deemed such a pursuit unnecessary. Righteous energy, after all, is but an external force, an energy bestowed by the natural order, destined to wane. The journey of personal cultivation, however, is distinctly different. Refining celestial energy and comprehending the laws of the cosmos is truly his own endeavor. Only that which he thoroughly internalizes can be considered wholly his. He understands the distinction between what is trivial and what is significant. Unless absolutely imperative, he would never choose that path. Within the palace, in the inner court, Tang Yao was presently at the residence of the princess. "Feng Xian," she said, "let me tell you, my return journey was fraught with peril. Had I not been saved by someone, you would not have seen me today. How far apart are we? Nearly 100,000 miles from the imperial capital. Had it not been for my savior, would we be meeting today? Therefore, I insist that you help me find this individual." In the residence of the Grand Princess, Tang Yao was shaking the arm of another woman, none other than the Grand Princess herself, Qin Xiao, the adopted daughter of Emperor Qin Xiao of the Great Qin. All right, I truly am amazed by you. Is it merely a wretched man? I have already arranged for someone to seek him out. I trust news will arrive shortly. I have never witnessed anyone who could capture your attention so profoundly. Pray, do not tell me you have developed feelings for him. As Qin Xiao spoke, her gaze scrutinized Tang Yao closely. Upon mentioning affection, Tang Yao's face flushed, immediately adopting a coy demeanor. What nonsense! I do not harbor any feelings for him. You mustn't speak so carelessly. In Chapter 72, meeting Lin Yasi again, Qin Xiao, observing Tang Yao's bashful demeanor, remained unconvinced by her words. Are you certain you do not have feelings for him? If you truly do not, then splendid. Just tell me how you wish to repay this kindness, and I shall assist you in expressing your gratitude, sparing you the trouble of searching for him. As she continued to tease Tang Yao, the latter grew anxious upon hearing Qin Xiao's intention to locate the man without informing her. How can this be? The debt of gratitude must be repaid by me alone. It is utterly unreasonable to have someone else do it on my behalf. Xian, all I ask is that you help me find him. Tang Yao lifted her gaze to meet Qin Xiao's playful expression, instantly realizing she had been toyed with. Xian, was this deliberate? Tang Yao exclaimed in exasperation. Qin Xiao, regarding Tang Yao, let out a soft laugh. Enough jesting. Rest assured, I shall endeavor to locate this individual for you, provided you do not feel compelled to offer yourself in recompense. Addressing Tang Yao with solemnity, Qin Xiao remarked, Pray, do not disregard the betrothal that binds you. It is permissible to harbor affections for another, yet should this commitment remain unresolved and you engage in any imprudent conduct, the ramifications could be dire. While His Majesty may remain silent, bear in mind the presence of the Prince of the North, an adversary your family is ill-equipped to confront. These words instilled a sense of sobriety in Tang Yao, her countenance tinged with bitterness. She disentangled herself from Qin Xiao and, after a few paces, lamented, I comprehend your meaning, yet I find myself in an untenable position. Since the Emperor's decree, I have been deprived of autonomy. Only a subsequent edict from His Majesty, dissolving the betrothal, could liberate me, but such an eventuality seems improbable. Turning to Qin Xiao with a pitiable expression, Tang Yao entreated, Xiao, the future felicity of your sister rests upon your shoulders. It falls to you to extricate me from this engagement. Her gaze was imbued with hope as she awaited Qin Xiao's response. Qin Xiao, upon hearing Tang Yao's plea, furrowed her brow and sighed. I am at your mercy. To be saddled with a sister such as yourself is my misfortune. Very well, I shall undertake the resolution of this matter. What is a mere betrothal, after all? Just await the good news. Qin Xiao proclaimed resolutely. Upon hearing her words, Tang Yao's countenance brightened, shedding her previous despondency. She understood Qin Xiao's character. If she said so, there must be a solution. Otherwise, she would never boast so boldly. In that case, dear sister, I am most grateful. This matter should not pose a challenge for you, should it? If it brings you any distress, it would reflect poorly on me for being inconsiderate. Tang Yao gently declined again. Yet, how could Qin Xiao be unaware that Tang Yao was jesting? Clenching her delicate fist, she playfully struck at Tang Yao, and the two engaged in merriment within the palace. Suddenly, a powerful poem was recited by the heavens, resonating in their ears. They both halted in their tracks. In summer, the bright moon shines during the Qin era, yet the long march of thousands of miles has yet to return the men. If only the northern city's valiant general were here. He would not allow the Hu cavalry to cross the Yin mountains. Upon hearing the poem, both women instantly grasped its profound essence. Qin Xiao ceased her playful antics and promptly issued a command. Someone, immediately investigate the author of this poem. I wish to know all there is to know about its creator. As soon as she finished speaking, two women clad in red leaped down from the palace beams. Kneeling before Qin Xiao, they responded, We shall obey your orders. After they departed, Qin Xiao turned her gaze towards Tang Yao. With the emergence of this poem, the imperial capital will undoubtedly be stirred. I have matters to attend to, so you should return for now. Once I have resolved my affairs, I shall seek you out again. Tang Yao was not an ignorant person. Upon witnessing the grave demeanor of Qin Xiao, she immediately understood that significant events were unfolding, and thus she nodded in acknowledgement. After her departure, Qin Xiao retracted her smile, her ethereal aura surging around her. Adorned in phoenix armor, she resembled a general. striding towards the palace gates amid a throng of attendants. Meanwhile, the head of Tianlan Academy, Qin Xiao, was compelled to break through his confinement prematurely due to the emergence of a legendary poem. He promptly instructed his subordinates to investigate the origins of this renowned work. Shortly thereafter, news arrived that astonished him. Tianlan Academy had produced such an extraordinary talent, a mere 16-year-old capable of composing a timeless poem, exuding the aura of a sage. Should he not falter, he was destined to become a sage in the future. The headmaster lavished high praise upon Qin Xiao. Since Qin Xiao had composed the poem within the academy, his identity remained undisguised. Consequently, the name Qin Xiao echoed throughout the imperial capital. The world was aware that Tianlan Academy had birthed a peerless prodigy who, at the tender age of 16, had crafted an immortal masterpiece. Various powerful factions scrambled to locate Qin Xiao, eager to forge alliances with him. As for Qin Xiao, after leaving the academy, he returned to Wamanlu, primarily to rest. More precisely, he sought to return to the realm of reality. Reciting verses of modern civilization in the celestial realm had provided him with profound insights. He sensed that the world he inhabited, Aqua Blue Star, was far from ordinary, perhaps concealing great secrets awaiting his exploration. It is worth noting that the Eastern Emperor Bell was among the treasures he had unearthed on Aqua Blue Star. Such innate treasures were rare, even in the celestial realm. Countable on one hand, even the illustrious Qin dynasty, despite its profound heritage, might find it challenging to uncover a primordial spiritual treasure, let alone an artifact of such unparalleled significance. Upon returning from the celestial realm, Qin Xiao harnessed the might of his formidable celestial soul to swiftly scour the vast repository of information within the star network. He discerned that this world appeared incomplete, with certain regions eluding exploration. The numerous cities inhabited by humanity amounted to less than 1/10 of the entire blue star. Even when considering the territories occupied by the star beasts, it barely constituted 1/5 of the planet. Beyond this, a staggering 3/5 remained shrouded beneath the ocean, while an additional 1/5 remained untouched by both humans and star beasts alike. An anomaly indeed. After all, with modern human civilization's technological prowess, what realms are beyond reach? Even the cosmos can be traversed, let alone the azure planet. Yet, the reality stood as such. Just as Qin Xiao contemplated a visit to the library to delve deeper into history, he was interrupted by a communication indicating that class was about to commence. To his surprise, the class he was to attend consisted of first-year students. Qin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle ruefully, given his current level of cultivation. Merely breaking the seal might overwhelm the entire world. As a newcomer, he wished to avoid drawing undue attention to himself. Thus he proceeded to the classroom like everyone else. It was, after all, his inaugural lecture at university. However, upon entering the classroom, an unexpected figure emerged before him, his high school teacher, Lin Yasi. The moment their eyes met, both Qin Xiao and Lin Yasi recognized each other. The two individuals locked eyes. Qin Xiao, what a surprise to see you again. I am still your mentor. Lin Yasi was the first to break the silence, gazing at Qin Xiao. Although Lin Yasi's unexpected appearance caught Qin Xiao off guard, it stirred little emotion within him. Whether it was destiny or ulterior motives mattered little to him. As long as it did not disrupt his peace, he was indifferent. However, should anyone seek to trouble him, he would not hesitate to unleash his wrath. Qin Xiao regarded Lin Yasi with a slight nod before choosing a seat for himself. Chapter 73. Actors. All our actors, the surrounding students, observed Qin Xiao with curiosity, whispering among themselves. Who is this person? Why does he possess such an air of arrogance? Disregarding even the authority of a teacher? Does he believe that high school teachers and university professors are the same? While a high school teacher need only attain the rank of a battle master, university professors must reach the rank of battle general or even battle king. In prestigious institutions like the Imperial Capital Academy, the faculty's prowess must at least be at the level of battle king or higher. How could one show such blatant disrespect in the presence of a formidable figure? The students furrowed their brows, intrigued by Qin Xiao's background. Amidst their confusion, Lin Yasi introduced Qin Xiao's identity. Allow me to present to you a new classmate, or rather, your senior. He is none other than Qin Xiao, who, in a valiant act to save his fellow students, risked everything and was imprisoned in a secret realm for 4 long years. Let us give him a warm welcome. The classroom erupted in applause. At this moment, everyone became aware of Qin Xiao's true identity. However, that was all there was to it. The university is a miniature society that reveres the strong. While those who sacrifice themselves for righteousness are respected, if one cannot demonstrate the requisite strength to command admiration, they will inevitably be looked down upon. Dear classmates, are you aware that 4 years ago, Qin Xiao entered the Imperial Capital University as the top freshman? At that time, despite his cultivation being merely at the warrior level, he possessed combat prowess akin to that of a battle master. Now, having emerged from the secret realm, Qin Xiao's combat strength has only grown. It would not be an exaggeration to declare him the strongest among the new students. Therefore, do not underestimate him, urged Lin Yasi to the crowd, her gaze towards Qin Xiao imbued with a hint of profound significance. After 4 years of absence, you have finally returned. I hope it is not too late for you. Let the other students test your strength. Otherwise, you may not even qualify to enter. Lin Yasi pondered within herself, oblivious to the fact that Qin Xiao's appearance had stirred her own emotions. Seated in the classroom, Qin Xiao listened to Lin Yasi's words, remaining unfazed. He sensed that Lin Yasi seemed to be intentionally drawing closer to him, though her true intentions remained a mystery. Do you wish to test my strength? Very well. Having been in this world for so long, I have yet to truly stretch my muscles. It is the perfect opportunity for me to experience the combat methods of this realm. Qin Xiao's spiritual energy subtly scanned the assembled classmates in the classroom. He could sense it. After Lin Yasi's words resonated throughout the classroom, the students were filled with an indomitable spirit, as if they longed to engage in battle with him, eager to assert their presence before their beautiful teacher. Was it not Qin Xiao, the former freshman champion? I wish to challenge you. If you are a man, accept. As soon as this thought crossed Qin Xiao's mind, a student immediately stood up, eager to confront him. Lin Yasi, standing at the podium, quietly observed the scene without intervening. She actually relished such occurrences. Zhao Qianxi, step aside, let me challenge him. I too wish to test the strength of the freshman champion from 4 years ago. With one student taking the lead, others soon followed suit, each expressing their desire to challenge Qin Xiao. They believed that someone who had been trapped in the secret realm for 4 years, unable to cultivate, could not be that formidable. If they could defeat him, they would undoubtedly gain fame, or at the very least, make their mark in front of the enchanting teacher. In an instant, the atmosphere was rife with challenges. Qin, why not speak up? Will you accept or not? If you refuse, kindly take your leave. You are not welcome here. Too cowardly to even accept a challenge. Zhao Qianxi was the first to confront Qin Xiao. Noticing his silence, he quickly resorted to taunts to provoke him, attempting to coerce Qin Xiao into accepting the challenge. Fine. Since you all wish to challenge me, I accept. But let me suggest you do not come one by one. Let us face off together. Qin Xiaomian rose expressionlessly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before settling on Lin Yasi at the podium. Teacher Lin, indeed, there's no need for me to engage in any circumlocution, is there? If you wish to test me, why not do so personally? His eyes were filled with provocation. Such audacity. This was the collective sentiment of the onlookers. To challenge even a teacher? Has this person lost their mind? Is defeating a madman truly worthwhile? The first to challenge Qin Xiaomian, Zhao Qianxi, momentarily found herself contemplating retreat. Very well. Let the teacher guide you properly. We won't conduct today's theoretical lesson. Instead, we shall proceed to the training room for practical exercises. Lin Yasi did not refuse Qin Xiaomian. Rather, she responded with a smile, acquiescing. Qin Xiaomian cast one last glance at Lin Yasi, then turned away, striding towards the classroom exit. With the electronic system in place, he was well aware of the trainer's location. If it was to be a battle, let it be a fierce one. He was the first to leave the classroom and also the first to appear in the training arena. At that moment, he stood at the center of the training ground, quietly awaiting the arrival of others. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yasi led her class of students into the training arena, a formidable procession advancing towards Qin Xiaomian, exuding an air of impending storm. Let them be strong. I shall remain unyielding, as the gentle breeze brushes the mountain ridge. Frustrated by his ostentatious demeanor, Zhao Qianxi was the first to strike. Her star power enveloped her, enhancing her attacks. In the face of peril, one can rely on stellar energy to mitigate a portion of the impending assault. This can be regarded as the universally acknowledged method of combat on the Azure planet. With a fierce resolve, Zhao Qianxi summoned the stellar energy that coursed through his body, channeling it through his innate abilities to transform it into a distinctive attribute, fire. His right fist ignited with the power of flames, striking fiercely towards Qin Xiao. The immense fiery force consumed the surrounding air, instantaneously morphing into a dragon of fire, lunging directly at Qin Xiao's head. It was evident that Zhao Qianqi held nothing back in this onslaught. Just as Zhao Qianqi's fist was poised to make contact with Qin Xiao, the latter merely tilted his head slightly, effortlessly evading the attack. In the blink of an eye, Qin Xiao unleashed a swift elbow strike with an imperceptible speed, landing a blow squarely on Zhao Qianqi's abdomen. Following this, Qin Xiao soared into the air, delivering a light kick that sent Zhao Qianqi flying across the arena. The entire exchange unfolded with remarkable fluidity, devoid of any hesitation. In fact, the spectators sensed no fluctuation of energy emanating from Qin Xiao throughout the skirmish. The entire encounter created an illusion, as if Zhao Qianqi had intentionally positioned himself to receive Qin Xiao's leg, only to be propelled away by the latter's kick. How astonishing! With a single move, Zhao Qianqi was sent flying? How can this be believed? Did Zhao Qianqi receive some form of compensation? Is this merely an act put on for our benefit? The first to declare a challenge was he, and now he is the first to be cast aside? Are we merely spectators in this performance? The discussions among the crowd were utterly unrestrained. Zhao Qianqi, having been knocked to the ground, yearned to rise and offer an explanation. Yet, after enduring 2 kicks from Qin Xiao, how could it be so simple to stand again? His face turned ashen, yet he stubbornly remained on the ground. How could he be so formidable? I am not an actor. Zhao Qianqi struggled incessantly. At that moment, another classmate, without a word of greeting, launched an immediate attack on Qin Xiao. However, in mere instance, this classmate was also sent flying by a single kick from Qin Xiao. Was it the Ru-Wei movement technique? It didn't seem to be. Chapter 74. A remarkable evasion. Continue. As the crowd stood in shock, Lin Yasi appeared to perceive something intriguing, her astonishment prompting her to murmur softly to herself. Her brows unfurled, and her gaze toward Qin Xiao brimmed with interest. The other classmates, however, had yet to discern anything particularly special about Qin Xiao. They naively assumed that he had hired 2 actors. Otherwise, how could he so effortlessly dispatch their classmates? It is well known that those admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy are all prodigies. Even if their abilities are less than stellar, they possess their own hidden talents and strategies. While they may not be able to contend with a war emperor, they are certainly confident in their ability to withstand a couple of exchanges under a war king. How could it be that, upon approaching, they were simply sent flying by Qin Xiao? Was this a challenge? It felt more like a farcical display. The classmates rallied together, determined to take him down. I refused to believe that so many in the class could be swayed by him. Yet, in just a short while, 3 more students dared to challenge Qin Xiao. Unsurprisingly, they were swiftly dispatched. This only served to further incite the remaining students. Is this truly the extent of your prowess? With such meager abilities, do you dare to confront me? If you cannot withstand even a single strike from me, how can you call yourselves the pride of the heavens? Qin Xiao taunted without reservation. He showed no leniency towards these newcomers. If they wished to challenge him, they must be prepared to face the consequences. How arrogant! I have never encountered someone so presumptuous. It's one thing to be an actor, but to be so brazen? A few individuals in the crowd could no longer contain their indignation. Let us take this guy down together. Instantly, 2 or 3 more rushed towards Qin Xiao. Yet, before they could even approach him, he gathered his energy and lightly waved his hand. The trio was sent hurtling backward in an instant. Goodness, is this even a performance? They just flew away on their own. Are you guys demonstrating inner power here? The scene that unfolded was utterly outrageous, leaving the remaining students convinced that Qin Xiao must have hired actors, as they had not witnessed any discernible energy fluctuations from him. How could someone be propelled backward without any visible energy? It was bewildering. Unbeknownst to the other students, however, was the fact that Qin Xiao had mastered the control of his own energy to an extraordinarily terrifying degree, wasting not a single scrap. His precision was impeccable. Yet, individuals below the rank of war general were utterly incapable of perceiving any signs of this mastery, and even those at the war king level might not discern it either. Gather around, brothers, I have ascended. I am unequivocally not an actor. If I were, I would stream myself consuming excrement. Let this stand as testament. Today, I shall bring him to his knees. Another classmate charged at Qin Xiao. In one moment, he advanced. In the next, he was sent flying. Astonishing, still claiming to be no actor? Clearly, he is indeed an actor. What sort of remuneration could possibly justify such fervent performance from my brethren? Even to the extent of enduring such humiliation? May I join in? I do not ask for much. Merely 100 level 4 star stones will suffice. Within the class group, discussions erupted. In mere moments, over 10 individuals lay sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. Aside from the initial 2 attackers whose strikes seemed somewhat reasonable, the rest had not even approached Qin Xiao before they were sent flying themselves. This left the remaining classmates in utter disbelief, their eyes stinging. Subsequently, not a single soul dared to launch an assault on Qin Xiao. Observing this, Qin Xiao furrowed his brow. Alas, this is utterly pathetic. At this rate, who knows how long I must wait for each of you to come forth. It would be more prudent for me to take the initiative. With that, Qin Xiao launched himself forward like a cannonball, hurtling toward his moving classmate. Before the others could even comprehend the situation, Qin Xiao single-handedly felled every member of the class with a mere punch. None could withstand Eve. This individual is certainly not a freshman. Is it possible for a freshman to possess such remarkable strength? Even a senior would struggle to defeat their entire class in such a brief span of time. Would they not? The classmates who fell earlier, particularly Zhao Qianxi and others, could hardly contain their joy and tears upon witnessing their entire class succumb to Qin Xiao's prowess. Heaven knows the grievances they had endured prior. They are not actors, truly not actors. They simply found themselves outmatched by an opponent of overwhelming strength. And now, it seems, the entire class lies vanquished. No one would dare claim they are mere actors now, would they? Each of their moves, though flamboyant, lacked substance. How terrified must you be to have your energy envelop you so? If only you could have concentrated your energies and launched a unified assault against me. You might not have fallen so swiftly. At the very least, you could have posed some resistance to my onslaught. Yet, I overestimated your capabilities. After defeating everyone, Qin Xiao offered his assessment of the situation. At that moment, not a single person dared to refute his words. Indeed, they lay on the ground, unable to rise. Who could possibly argue in such a state? Even the most obstinate among them fell silent. After delivering his remarks to those on the ground, the unexpected occurred. Without so much as a greeting, Qin Xiao launched an attack on Lin Yasi. A powerful punch aimed directly at her face took her by surprise. Lin Yasi had not anticipated that Qin Xiao would truly strike her. Fortunately, she possessed a modicum of combat awareness and swiftly evaded his blow, barely escaping his attack. However, she was not entirely unscathed. The force of Qin Xiao's punch grazed her cheek, leaving a trail of blood. Qin Xiao, a remarkable student, has taken the initiative to engage with me first. In light of this, allow me, as your teacher, to offer you my guidance. A scratch on my face ignites a fire of indignation within Lin Yasi, for all women cherish beauty, and she is no exception. Teacher, I eagerly anticipate your instruction. Do not let me down, she exclaimed. I was merely holding back against you earlier. Had I not, dear teacher, your visage would bear more than just a scratch. Qin Xiao chuckled lightly, dismissing Lin Yasi's threat with ease. Indeed, he had restrained himself during their encounter. After all, his seal remained unbroken, limiting his prowess to that of a perfected battle master, without transcending to the level of a battle general. While his punch managed to injure Lin Yasi, it was partly due to the element of surprise, which subtly reveals his combat capabilities. After all, Lin Yasi's true cultivation level is that of a battle emperor. Very well. You have courage. Qin Xiao, I am coming for you. With those words, Lin Yasi swiftly retreated, maintaining a prudent distance from Qin Xiao. Subsequently, a surge of stellar energy emanated from her hands, and as her movements shifted, a formation materialized before her. Qin Xiao stood nearby, patiently awaiting her onslaught. Engaging with classmates was merely a warm-up, hardly even an appetizer. To truly comprehend the battles of modern civilization, one must observe how the higher echelons contend. As the formation took shape before Lin Yasi, she inquired, Qin Xiao, are you ready? Lin Yasi wore a smile on her face, yet her eyes were filled with a piercing gaze. She gently pointed at the formation diagram, and in an instant, a star sword, forged from condensed stellar energy, surged towards Qin Xiao at an astonishing speed. Qin Xiao barely managed to evade, but the star sword struck the space behind him, resulting in an immediate explosion. Those who witnessed this spectacle were rendered speechless, their minds stunned. Ignoring the pain in their bodies, they swiftly sought refuge. After all, this was a clash of titans. Any miscalculation could lead to dire consequences. Having evaded the danger, what would happen next?